Is this the house you bought for our marriage? This is how you show you love me? You expect me to live in a place like this after we get married? Afternoon sunlight streamed through the old, outward-opening glass window, refracted by layers of dust and spiderwebs, creating a harsh, dazzling glare. A well-dressed woman stood scolding her boyfriend, her face twisted with anger. This scene felt so familiar. Luze thought to himself. But the next second, his heart jolted. This woman was ex-LNG, the one introduced to him years ago by that Education Bureau official. The woman he'd dated for 2 years, even reached the point of discussing marriage with, only for her to bring him unimaginable misfortune. Wasn't she supposed to have run off with some so-called wealthy businessman from Taiwan, only to be scammed and forced into prostitution? Why was she here? And she looked younger? A flood of questions surged through Luze's mind. He glanced around. He was standing in a chaotic, small courtyard of brick and tile. The thick spiderwebs and overgrown weeds clearly showed it hadn't been lived in for years, worn and dilapidated. Seeing this courtyard, Luze's breath quickened. This place was... Luze, I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear me? You've disappointed me so much. 2 years. I've followed you, a poor volunteer teacher, for 2 whole years. I didn't mind that you were timid and weak, didn't mind your low salary and income, and I was still willing to marry you. Did you think I stayed with you for nothing? Didn't I stay because you treated me well? But look at what you've done. We're about to get married, and this is the wedding house you bought? If this is how it's going to be, I don't think we need to get married at all. Let's just break up now. Su Ling's voice was filled with frustration, cutting through Luze's thoughts. He turned to look at the woman again. Her face was still delicate, but her brows were furrowed with discontent, her eyes openly filled with contempt and disdain. These words, Luze had heard before, but this expression something his past self had deliberately ignored. Love makes one blind. How true. If only he had seen the real woman before him back then, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable fate. Then let's break up. Luze spoke, uttering the words he never even had the chance to say in his previous life. What did you say? Su Ling was clearly stunned. She never expected this doormat boyfriend to say such a thing. Hadn't it always been that whenever she brought up breaking up, he'd grovel and beg her? How dare he say this now? Luze, do you know what you're saying? How dare you break up with me? Exactly. Break up. Luze nodded firmly, his expression calm and indifferent. Fine, fine. You ungrateful bastard. Don't you dare regret this. Su Ling, never one to back down easily, immediately turned and stormed toward the door, her mind already racing. If he chases after me, I'll make it buy me a gold necklace at least. No, a gold necklace isn't enough. The property deed must be in my name too. But she walked all the way to the door, and Luze still didn't follow. Su Ling started to panic. She looked back, only to see Luze wasn't even glancing at her. Instead, he was carefully inspecting the courtyard, as if she didn't exist at all. This infuriated her. You'd better think carefully. When my uncle asks about it later, I'll tell him the truth that you dumped me. And when it comes to your teaching position, don't expect me to help. Even if you kneel and beg me, I won't lift a finger. This spiteful threat made Luze raise an eyebrow. Finally, he turned his gaze to Su Ling, but his eyes now held a glint of resentment. The Education Bureau official who had introduced Su Ling to him was, in fact, her uncle. Back then, Luze was just a volunteer teacher. To secure a formal teaching position, he needed that official's approval. But when Su Ling ran off with a wealthy outsider on their wedding day, the official lost face. As a result, Luze spent 5 full years as a volunteer teacher, never obtaining a formal position. Even when he left Xiong County, the lost 5 years meant he'd completely missed the chance to catch up with others. This family had ruined his life. Under Luze's cold stare, Su Ling felt a chill run down her spine. She'd never seen Luze look like this. Though angry, she knew better than to provoke him further. She quickly softened her tone. Luze, listen to me. This house just won't work. It's not that I care about wealth or poverty. It's just that my parents are very status conscious. Who sends their daughter off to marriage without thousands in dowry and a big color TV, and the bridal home is always a brand new house? But look at you. Let's not even talk about the dowry. You don't even have a big color TV. And for the bridal home, you bought this rundown, remote place? If word gets out, how will the Su family hold their heads up? I don't mind, but my uncle will definitely be unhappy. Luze raised an eyebrow. Last year, when your father was hospitalized, I scraped together $8,000 from my salary and borrowed from my family. We agreed then that there would be no dowry. Are you going back on that now? As for the TV, I didn't buy one, but I installed an air conditioner for your family brand new gree. Cost several thousand too. Doesn't that count? As for the house, The money my family scraped together could only afford this place. If you don't like it, I'll say it again. You can break up with me right now. You. Su Ling was speechless. Lu Zhe's words made her face burn, but thinking he was still a city boy at heart, she forced herself to endure. Lu Zhe, I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry I misunderstood you, but we really can't buy this house. If you're short on money, I heard housing prices in Nanjing have been soaring the past 2 years. Why don't you sell your family's house and use the money to buy here? Not just one house, one could buy 3. Then we can bring your parents here and take good care of them. See? Doesn't that make sense? Hearing this, Lu Zhe's eyes turned cold. On the surface, it sounded reasonable, but in reality, it was all lies. Hadn't he exactly followed Su Ling's suggestion back then? His family sold their house, only to buy an overpriced property in this notoriously poor county. And, incited by Su Ling, the property deed was even put solely in her name. Then, on their wedding day, Su Ling ran off with a wealthy outsider, nearly driving Lu Zhe's entire family to despair. Get out. What? What did you say? Su Ling was dazed, unable to believe her ears. After she'd gone this far, how dare he tell her to leave? Get a backbone? I said. Lu Zhe spoke softly, yet with absolute resolve. Please get out. From today on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. So get out of my house. Lu Zhe, you dare tell me to get out? Su Ling finally exploded with rage, raising her hand to slap him. But before her palm could land, Lu Zhe grabbed her wrist. Looking up, she saw Lu Zhe staring at her with a gaze so dark and intense it chilled her to the bone. She'd never seen this look from him. She felt a sudden fear. This Lu Zhe felt different. Somehow, she didn't dare act recklessly anymore, only struggling to pull her hand free. Let go of me. Lu Zhe frowned, every fiber of his being screaming to kill this woman who had brought him so much humiliation in the past. But after a brief hesitation, he finally released her. Get out. Su Ling didn't dare say another word. Rubbing her sore wrist, she quickly left the courtyard. But as she stepped out the door, she turned back and glared at Lu Zhe, shouting, Lu Zhe, remember this. Don't you dare regret it. Lu Zhe shrugged, utterly indifferent. Regret? Was that even possible? Closing the courtyard gate, Lu Zhe shook his head slightly. In this short time, Lu Zhe had already confirmed one thing. He had been reborn. He fetched a basin of water and splashed his face. Water droplets clung to his face. Holding an old-fashioned Marora circular plastic case with a photo of Athena Chu from a Chinese Odyssey printed on the back, a crack running through the glass, splitting his reflection into could still clearly see his 20-year-old face, still carrying a hint of naivety. The weathered lines of the future were gone, replaced by smooth, fair skin, a high-nosed bridge, and clear, bright eyes full of vitality and hopeful anticipation for the future. Hello, Lu Zhe. This life, you will be extraordinary. Facing the mirror, Lu Zhe flashed a bright smile, his eyes radiating confidence. Do you know why? Because today is April 3rd, 1998. Because in your hands, you hold nothing but royal flushes. Chapter 2. The beginning of unearthing a priceless jadeite regarding rebirth. In Lu Zhe's memory over the past 40 years, he has contemplated this notion on numerous occasions, especially with the rise of online novels that have ignited within him a yearning for an improbable resurgence. This yearning is indeed impractical, as he fully understands the impossibility of such a phenomenon. Yet, he clings to hope, driven by a desire to amend the myriad of grievances that have plagued his existence. In his previous life, after graduating from university, he departed from his hometown of Jinling to serve as a volunteer teacher in one of the most impoverished villages in the country. He believed fervently that his passion could transform the world. However, after 5 years, he found himself without a stable position, devoid of financial security and identity, and reduced to a laughingstock when he was jilted by his fiancée, Su Ling. The disappointment ultimately drove his parents to an early demise, leaving Lu Zhe utterly disillusioned. With his fervor extinguished, he returned to Jinling, the city of his youth, shrouded in melancholy. For over a decade thereafter, Lu Zhe has been employed at a modest newspaper in Qinhuai, a role he has maintained until the present day. His life, ordinary and unremarkable, has rendered him a quintessential minor character. In his past existence, he endeavored to effect change as a volunteer teacher, believing he could alter the course of destiny. He cherished a beloved maiden, convinced that they would eventually find happiness together. He was ambitious, imagining himself embarking on grand adventures. Alas, his aspirations remained unfulfilled. The volunteer work did not yield the anticipated transformation. His cherished love dissipated into disappointment, and the envisioned adventures proved elusive. But now, rebirth has graced him with a second chance. Seated in the small courtyard, gazing at the sky painted crimson by the setting sun, Luze withdrew his gaze and turned towards the courtyard before him, licking his lips in anticipation. Since I have the opportunity to start anew, I must seize the grand fortunes I overlooked in my past life. In his previous existence, Luze missed many opportunities. His 5 years of teaching disconnected him from society, and upon returning to Jinling, he found the world had undergone a radical transformation, one that left him struggling to keep pace with the rapidly changing times. Nevertheless, he has never regretted his decision to teach. If there is regret to be had, it lies solely in two matters: poor choices in relationships and missed opportunities. The latter lies before him now, or rather, within the very courtyard he occupies. This place was once his own, but under Su Ling's influence, he hastily sold it. Ironically, within mere weeks of the sale, the new owner unearthed a jadeite raw stone valued at millions, transforming into a millionaire overnight and causing quite a stir in the community. Luze, at that time, was engulfed in a profound sense of gloom. After all, this fortune was rightfully his. Anyone in his position would have found it difficult to maintain composure. But now, he no longer needs to harbor regrets about this matter. He recalled vividly that it was on the 15th day post-sale that he first saw the news. Even local television had reported on it, revealing that the jadeite raw stone was of the ice variety and ultimately sold for $2.3 million. Luze murmured to himself, reminiscing about that moment. Though over 20 years have elapsed, the memory remains etched in his mind. No one, regardless of who they are, could possibly forget such a sum. 2,300,000 is not an insignificant amount, especially in an era where the average wage barely exceeds 600, with small towns sometimes offering a meager 300. This is indeed a substantial fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Luze began to search the courtyard. He was determined to initiate his first transformation since his rebirth. Finding a piece of jade in the yard was no simple task. Had Luze not been certain that a piece once existed there, he might have abandoned his search after a while. Fortunately, diligence is often rewarded. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, Luze ultimately discovered a stone at the site of a stone-built toilet. The stone bore a small chip, and when illuminated by his flashlight, it immediately revealed a glimmer of emerald green. Half an hour later, a raw jadeite lay before Luze. Strangely, the ecstatic joy he had envisioned did not manifest. Instead, he wore a calm expression. This was peculiar. After all, in his previous life, he had been quite troubled over this matter for an extended period. However, upon reflection, there was indeed no need for excessive excitement. After all, returning to life, Luze's greatest asset was his understanding of the shifting dynamics of the world over the next 2 decades. A piece of jade worth over 200,000 was merely a stepping stone. The following day, Luze awoke around noon. Packing his bag and placing the raw jadeite inside, he set out. Although he resided on the outskirts of the county, it was merely a 20-minute walk to the town center. Recalling the future development of this area, Luze contemplated his next steps. A return home was certainly necessary. Not only was there the matter of the broken engagement to address, but also the thought of his parents, who had sacrificed so much for him without receiving any return, compelled him to visit. Of course, his teaching work could not be set aside either. It was not merely for the modest stipend of 100 or so for a month, but rather because the children in that small mountain village needed a teacher. About 20 minutes later, Luze paused in front of a store named Shenglong Jewelry. This was a chain jewelry store that had expanded from Xingshi and had made a considerable mark throughout Jushi province, boasting over 8 locations. While it may not rival the fame of Zhou's jewelry, it was nonetheless a notable presence in the province. Jewelry has always captivated admirers, regardless of the era. After all, there has never been a shortage of affluent individuals who appreciate gems. Moreover, with the sweeping economic reforms instigated by the government, various industries have burgeoned like mushrooms after rain, and the jewelry sector has thrived, particularly jadeite, which has recently surged in popularity. Luze had his reasons for choosing this establishment. After lingering outside for a while, he did not enter immediately, but instead opted for a nearby noodle shop to enjoy a bowl of noodles. He hadn't eaten since yesterday and was quite hungry. After finishing his meal of rice noodles and settling the bill, Luze couldn't help but reflect. In a future where a bowl costs 10 yuan, it is astonishing that one can feel full for just 1 yuan in this era. Money truly holds its value. Having satisfied his hunger, Luze did not hesitate to step into the jewelry store, his bag slung over his shoulder. It was midday, with the sun blazing high in the sky, making one feel drowsy. Yet, the store staff appeared lively and spirited. Despite the absence of customers, they maintained a commendable demeanor. As Lu Zhe entered, one of the salespersons promptly approached him, displaying a courteous attitude. It was uncertain whether it was the lack of pretentiousness in this era or simply due to Lu Zhe's handsome appearance. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe leaned towards the latter. He had always been confident in his looks. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was certainly not short for this time, complemented by well-defined features and elegant eyes, making him the kind of person who would often catch the attention of women on the street. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Zhe stated his purpose. "I wish to meet your jade expert." The salesperson, likely encountering such a situation for the first time, hesitated momentarily. Her initial words caught in her throat, her expression slightly awkward. However, having evidently received training, she quickly gathered herself, scrutinizing Lu Zhe before asking, "Could you please elaborate on your request?" "I wish to sell a piece of jadeite rough," Lu Zhe replied directly, cradling his backpack in front of him as he spoke. The two salespersons exchanged glances but made no immediate move. The young woman who had initially spoken seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, "I apologize, but we only purchase jade, not rough stones." Lu Zhe was not surprised by this response. In recent years, the value of jadeite had surged, being classified under the category of gemstones. It was not uncommon to hear tales about gambling on stones from the Yunnan province, suggesting that many had come with a hopeful spirit. Although Cheongxian was not devoid of jadeite, after all, the new river ran through it, and there were stories of a ship laden with jadeite capsizing. Encounters with such stones were as rare as winning the lottery. It was evident that many had attempted to bring stones in the hope of fortune, so Lu Zhe understood their stance. He refrained from further explanation, unzipping his backpack to reveal a glimpse of the stone through a small opening for the two salespersons to see. What about now? Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, the staff, trained in the trade, immediately sensed something significant, exchanging a knowing glance. One of them promptly stood up, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch our manager." Chapter 3. The idea. Hello. I am the owner of this store. I hear you have a piece of jadeite rough. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man, robust and dressed in a tailored suit, hurried in, his face beaming with politeness upon seeing Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe did not engage in small talk. Since the main person had arrived, there was no need to waste time. He immediately opened his backpack and carefully extracted the jadeite rough, placing it down. The owner eagerly approached, examining the exposed section with keen interest. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, his expression inscrutable. He withdrew a cigarette and offered it to Lu Zhe, smiling as Lu Zhe accepted it. "Young brother, how do you intend to sell this piece of jadeite rough?" he inquired. "For $1,000,000, a fixed price," Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, his words strikingly audacious. Upon hearing this, the two sales staff exhibited expressions of incredulity, silently acknowledging the boldness of this handsome youth. The boss, similarly taken aback, shook his head with a wry smile after a moment's contemplation. "Young brother, you jest. Judging solely from the window opening, I must concede that the texture and color are indeed commendable, and while the size of the opening obscures clarity, it is likely of high ice variety, thus qualifying as a rare jadeite. However, I wonder if you are aware that an unrefined rough stone remains just that, a rough stone. $4,000,000 is a price that, unless the cut reveals jadeite of this caliber throughout, is simply not justified. How about this? I'll offer you $200,000 for the jadeite rough." To drop the price from $4,000,000 to $200,000 is quite a drastic cut. One must admit the boss is quite shrewd. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe understood that this price was already generous for a piece of rough stone. In his previous life, reports indicated that some had offered as little as $30,000, almost leading to a sale. However, having been granted a second chance with the memories of his past, Lu Zhe was not inclined to part with it so easily. "Since you say it must be cut to reveal its value, how about you assist me with the cutting?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. The boss nodded, offering a cautionary note. "Of course, we can cut it, but you must understand. If the only jadeite is where the window is, then this rough stone may not hold any value." To this, Lu Zhe merely smiled, indicating that the boss need not worry. He was well aware of what lay within. This rough stone was filled with jadeite, which is why it could command an astonishing price of $2-3 million. Recognizing Lu Zhe's unwavering demeanor, the boss wasted no further time and led him directly to the cutting facility. After selecting the cutting angle and securely positioning the stone, he covered it. And the sound of cutting began to echo through the room. While waiting for the cut, the boss offered another cigarette. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Zhu Daji. May I ask how to address you, young brother? Yi Fan, Lu Zhe replied, choosing the name of a protagonist from a novel he had read in his past life. In this era, local tyrants and bandits were rampant, and Lu Zhe was well aware of the wisdom in concealing one's wealth. Clearly, online novels had yet to emerge, and the four major surnames of the internet were unknown to the populace. Zhu Daji gave it little thought, jotting down the name before inquiring, Brother Yi, are you from Yin province? Lu Zhe smiled, but remained silent. Zhu Daji pressed on. This piece of jadeite rough does not appear to be easily acquired. Lu Zhe smiled again, still not responding. Zhu Daji felt somewhat embarrassed. His intention was to gauge the young man's disposition, but he found Lu Zhe entirely unyielding, providing no opportunity for conversation. Boss Zhu, your Longxing jewelry must have faced challenges over the past year, hasn't he? Lu Zhe abruptly shifted the topic, posing a question that caught Zhu Daji off guard. He had not anticipated such a sudden remark from Lu Zhe. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled and replied, Brother Yi, you flatter us. Our Longxing jewelry has already opened more than 8 stores across the entire Zhu province. In terms of financial strength and industry prospects, we are thriving. Is that so? Lu Zhe chuckled lightly. However, the smile he wore inexplicably tightened Zhu Daji's heart, as if the young man before him knew something more. But to my knowledge, the Xiangjiang Zhou family jewelry has set its sights on Zhu province. And it seems that the old Phoenix jewelry is also keen to establish a presence here. Don't you feel pressured, Boss Zhu? Lu Zhe's casual remark struck a chord of unease within Zhu Daji. Not merely pressure, it was akin to 2 towering mountains. In terms of both capital and accumulated reputation, the other 2 companies surpassed Longxing jewelry by several magnitudes. Despite the apparent frenzy of expansion to 8 stores, even encroaching upon famously impoverished counties, those within the company were acutely aware of the immense external pressures. What seemed like reckless expansion was, in fact, a desperate search for opportunity. When in dire straits, one must seek change. Otherwise, inaction would inevitably lead to being overwhelmed and devoured by the competition. Yet, how could this seemingly youthful man discern such intricacies? Observing Zhu Daji's reaction, Lu Zhe understood the weight of the situation. He continued, I happen to have a proposal that might assist Longxing jewelry. A proposal? Zhu Daji inquired. Intrigued. You mean an idea? Lu Zhe shook his head. In this era, ideas were all the rage. Many large corporations would pay handsomely for them. Unlike in later years, where capitalists often refrained from compensating for ideas, either investing outright or resorting to direct imitation, risking little while burdening others with the consequences. What ideas do you have? Zhu Daji refrained from voicing his curiosity, opting instead to rephrase his inquiry. Might I ask what insights Brother Yi has to offer? What do you perceive as the most pressing concern for your Longxing jewelry? Lu Zhe countered with a question. Zhu Daji pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He truly did not know. In these times, every industry was navigating uncertainty, and if Longxing jewelry had a clear direction, they would not be forced into haphazardly opening branches. Entirely at a loss, they had considered promotional strategies, price wars, and even sourcing channels, yet all of these seemed inadequate. After all, in terms of both punch and public recognition, Longxing jewelry fell short compared to Zhou family jewelry and Old Phoenix. Engaging in such tactics would ultimately lead to their own demise. In my view, what Longxing jewelry lacks most is notoriety, Lu Zhe finally revealed without further preamble. Zhu Daji was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. While notoriety was indeed crucial, this was common knowledge. The issue lay in their inability to compete with Zhou family jewelry and Old Phoenix, both of whom had operated within the industry for years. They even advertised during the Spring Festival Gala, achieving a level of national recognition that was no laughing matter. Was it conceivable that they could outdo them in this regard? What a far-fetched notion. Upon glancing at Zhu Daji's expression, Lu Zhe immediately discerned his misunderstanding and chuckled. Do you believe, Boss Zhu, that the advertisements aired during the Spring Festival Gala cannot compete in terms of recognition? Zhu Daji nodded, contemplating. So you are aware? In truth, Boss Zhu, you have fallen into a misconception. A misconception? Zhu Daji queried, perplexed. Consider the differences between Longxing jewelry and the other 2 establishments. Different? After a moment of reflection, Zhu Daji sighed with a wry smile. Our funding pales in comparison. Our connections are lacking, and our number of stores is likewise insufficient. Would that not qualify as differences? What advantages do you believe Longxing Jewelry possesses? Lu Zhe inquired further. Advantages? Zhu Daji offered a bitter smile, admitting, honestly, I cannot discern any advantages. As I understand it, Boss Zhu, you are a local of Qiong County, correct? Moreover, all your employees at Longxing Jewelry are from Juxing Province, am I right? Lu Zhe asked with a smile. Yes, thus all our branches are located within Juxing Province. Zhu Daji nodded, still unclear about the relevance. Noticing his continued confusion, Lu Zhe shook his head. Deciding to clarify, you need not compare yourself to national giants like Zhou's Jewelry or Old Phoenix. Their nationwide recognition bears no relevance to your business. What? How can that be? Zhu Daji was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication, his eyes lighting up. You mean to say, as long as we excel in Juxing Province, that suffices? Seeing Lu Zhe nod in affirmation, Zhu Daji could not help but press. What strategies does Brother Yi propose? Lu Zhe smiled, teasingly withholding details. Patience. Zhu Daji was momentarily speechless, nearly losing his composure. This young man piqued his interest only to advise him to remain calm. How could he not be anxious? Yet, observing Lu Zhe's serene demeanor, Zhu Daji resigned himself to the situation. Brother Yi, consider. At that moment, the sound of the stone-cutting machine in the room ceased, and both men leaned in to peer inside. The staff had just removed the cover and were gazing into the machine, and upon a brief glance, they stood frozen in awe. What is it, Lao Huang? What is happening inside? Zhu Daji inquired curiously as he approached the stone-cutting machine. The next second, he too was left in stunned silence. It was a verdant spectacle. Exceptional jade. Ice variety. Indeed, it was ice jade. Amidst a chorus of exclamations and astonishment, Lu Zhe glanced at the still dumbfounded Zhu Daji and asked with a grin. This piece of jade, combined with my idea, is 4 million still excessive? Chapter 4. The speculation plan. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe sat in the office of the manager of Shenglong Jewelry, where the fully revealed high-grade ice jade lay upon the desk, its vibrant green hue appearing translucent under the light. Zhu Daji cast a complex glance at Lu Zhe, still grappling with disbelief. 4 million, that is far too much. Concealing his thoughts, Zhu Daji cautiously spoke. Undeniably, Brother Yi, this piece of jadeite you possess is indeed quite rare. Its size, quality, and color are all exemplary, and its market valuation would undoubtedly be significant. However, in comparison to 4 million, this price seems somewhat excessive. What does Boss Zhu deem to be a more suitable amount? Lu Zhe inquired. 2 million. Zhu Daji replied, after some contemplation, cutting it by half outright. Lu Zhe immediately shook his head. That price is simply unfeasible. If Boss Zhu is not genuinely interested, I would not wish to press you. Yet, 4 million is indeed too much. How about this? 230,000. What do you think? Zhu Daji proposed once more. This figure represented the selling price of this jadeite in later years. However, Lu Zhe shook his head again. If Boss Zhu is truly interested, then let me offer 370,000 for you to take. 240,000. Zhu Daji countered. That price is already quite reasonable. 350,000. If Boss Zhu is not sincerely interested, I believe Zhou's Jewelry and Old Phoenix would certainly be keen. As he spoke, Lu Zhe rose, feigning an intention to depart. Wait. Zhu Daji quickly stopped Lu Zhe, gritting his teeth. 280,000. That price is certainly not insignificant. To be frank, I cannot go any higher. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe broke into a grin. Deal. What? Zhu Daji was taken aback, not expecting Lu Zhe to agree so readily. Although this was indeed his utmost limit, he had anticipated that Lu Zhe would continue to negotiate, yet he was surprised by Lu Zhe's decisiveness. Could it be that this fellow knows my threshold? Lu Zhe, of course, was unaware of Zhu Daji's limitations, but he was aware that after Shenglong Jewelry acquired the jadeite, an appraisal had previously placed its value between 250,000 and 280,000. This price aligned perfectly with Lu Zhe's expectations. Brother Yi, you have truly exceeded my expectations, Zhu Daji remarked, his expression a mixture of complexity. However, since the negotiation had concluded, he would not go back on his word and promptly took Lu Zhe to the bank to complete the transfer. In this era, passbooks were still the most common means of banking. Lu Zhe possessed a passbook as well, albeit with just over 200 yuan. The sudden transfer of 280,000 astonished many bank employees. Initially, they assumed Zhu Daji brought Lu Zhe to withdraw money for a younger relative. only to be taken aback by the realization that it was a transfer. They were even more astonished to see such a substantial sum being transferred in one go. Neither party paid much heed to these reactions. Once the transaction was complete and they exited the bank, Zhu Daji was the first to speak. Brother Yi, since our negotiations have been quite pleasant, how about we share a meal? My treat. The term Brother Yi caught Lu Zhe's attention, prompting him to scrutinize Zhu Daji more closely. If Zhu Daji had previously been unaware of Lu Zhe's name, he had now seen it written on the transfer slip during the banking process. Uncertain whether he believed the passbook did not belong to Lu Zebin or if he had deciphered Lu Zebin's intentions, it was evident that Zhu Daji was no ordinary individual. It is understandable. In this era, one who delves into the jewelry industry and successfully opens 8 branches would undoubtedly possess considerable acumen, not to mention the subsequent prominence of Shenglong jewelry. Nevertheless, Lu Zebin refrained from offering explanations, fully cognizant of Zhu Daji's intention behind the dinner invitation, and thus did not decline. Presently, the two sought a nearby restaurant and requested a private room. Throughout the meal, Zhu Daji found little pleasure in the food. However, he exhibited remarkable patience. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, he finally spoke. Brother Yi, regarding the idea you mentioned earlier, could you elaborate for me? After pondering for some time, Zhu Daji inquired, have you conceived any strategies? Lu Zebin set down his chopsticks and inquired with a smile. Zhu Daji scratched his head and replied with a wry smile, I grasp your intention. Brother Yi, you wish for Shenglong jewelry to primarily enhance its reputation and visibility in the local market. Yet, I truly cannot fathom how to compete with the established recognition of the other 2 local firms. Perhaps you could suggest some strategies, Zhu boss? Without hesitation, Zhu Daji grimaced and replied, advertising on local television and in local newspapers is not a significant investment, and we at Shenglong Jewelry could manage that. However, as you know, the advertisements on local television and newspapers often lack substance. A few years ago, it was not a pressing issue, but now many people are indifferent to local satellite advertisements. In contrast, commercials aired during the Spring Festival Gala truly resonate with the public. Our efforts would likely yield minimal impact. It was evident that Zhu Daji had meticulously analyzed his situation, presenting logical and well-founded arguments. Indeed, in this era, advertising laws were not yet well established, particularly for local satellite networks, where financial backing could secure airtime. This led to many local satellite advertisements bordering on farce, featuring everything from cupping therapy to psoriasis treatments, and even ads promoting Qigong as a remedy. Truly a hallmark of the 1990s local television landscape. If television bore such absurdities, one could only imagine the state of newspapers. In truth, Zhu boss need not overcomplicate matters. Having dined and conversed, Lu Zebin, no longer cryptic, smiled and said, in fact, the jadeite I sold you could significantly elevate Shenglong Jewelry's renown. The jadeite sold to me? Zhu Daji appeared bewildered, struggling to connect the dots. Lu Zebin chuckled and winked. In this era, what captivates the public more than the prospect of sudden wealth? Zhu Daji nodded, acknowledging that even in the future, such sentiments would persist. Who does not envy the notion of becoming wealthy overnight? Lu Zebin narrowed his eyes and softly mused, imagine if one day it were to be announced that a destitute lad unearthed a rough stone and sold it to Shenglong Jewelry for 2.8 million. What do you think would happen? Without needing to ponder further, Zhu Daji could easily envision the ensuing reaction. Should this news leak, the entire Cheongsuan, and indeed the whole of Guizhou, would inevitably plunge into a fervor for emeralds, with countless individuals clutching stones in hopes of discovering their own fortune overnight. Zhu Daji is no fool. In fact, he is quite astute. With Lu Zhe's words resonating, he immediately comprehended the underlying implication, his eyes lighting up. If at this juncture, we at Shenglong Jewelry prepare thoroughly, we could propel our establishment to fame throughout the entirety of Guizhou in the ensuing period. With sufficient renown, I trust that you, Boss Zhu, can adeptly handle the matter of reputation, can you not? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Zhu Daji nodded enthusiastically, his face alight with excitement. Often, a simple idea may not appear particularly grandiose. As long as it is straightforward and effective, it suffices. Lu Zhe's notion, seemingly uncomplicated, presents a monumental opportunity for Shenglong Jewelry at this moment. In truth, in a previous life, this idea was not conceived by Shenglong Jewelry, but rather inadvertently revealed by the seller, allowing Shenlong to seize an unexpected advantage. However, due to their lack of preparation, the gains were not substantial. This time, with Lu Zhe proactively disclosing the information, Shenlong Jewelry transitions from a state of unpreparedness to one of ample readiness. The scenario, indeed, transforms entirely. After the initial thrill, Zhu Daji could not help but inquire, if this news spreads, might it have any repercussions for you, Brother Yi? This question warmed Lu Zhe's heart. In truth, with their accounts settled, even if Zhu Daji were to disseminate the information entirely, it would bear no consequence for Shenlong Jewelry. Yet, the fact that he still considers Lu Zhe's position at this moment signifies that Zhu Daji is indeed a trustworthy individual. I have contemplated this matter, and here is my proposal. If you, Boss Zhu, are willing to place your trust in me, I will return tomorrow to discuss a detailed action plan. How does that sound? Lu Zhe asked with a smile. Zhu Daji, observing the confidence in Lu Zhe's gaze, felt a strong intuition that led him to nod decisively. Excellent. Chapter 5. A village calls south. Having temporarily bid farewell to Zhu Daji, Lu Zhe wandered through the county town, primarily preparing for his own necessities: books and writing materials, snacks, a stone cutting machine, and a mobile phone. Since 1996, the once ubiquitous Big Brother mobile phones have gradually been supplanted by newer models. Nevertheless, akin to the Big Brother phones, the mobile phones of this era still belong to the realm of luxury, with most individuals relying on pagers. Lu Zhe also possessed a pager, primarily for convenient communication with his family. Should someone wish to reach him, they could dial the pager's main station and leave a message, which would then be transmitted in text form to the device. Compared to the exorbitant prices of mobile phones, often in the thousands, pagers, at merely 100 or so, were indeed more accessible to the average person. However, having been reborn, Lu Zhe naturally opted against such an item, which was destined to become obsolete, and instead purchased a mobile phone. Of course, he did not choose an extravagant model priced in the tens of thousands. It is not that he is reluctant to part with the money. Rather, it is entirely unnecessary. After all, accustomed to the convenience of a smartphone, even the most advanced devices with myriad features hold no value for Lu Zhe. He has but one requirement: the ability to make calls. Embracing this perspective, Lu Zhe spent 3,800 yuan on an obscure brand of mobile phone, which came with a detachable battery and a universal charger. Indeed, the marks of the times are profoundly evident. Clutching his new phone while seated in the delivery man's human-powered tricycle, Lu Zhe returned to his first property acquired after his rebirth. After bidding farewell to the delivery man, he set up the cutting machine and moved the stones that he had brought into the hall that morning. Let the cutting commence. While the cutting machine whirred to life, Lu Zhe took up paper and pen to write. Since he intended to create a buzz, it was imperative to capture attention while maximizing profit. Fortunately, having spent a full 20 years in the literary field, Lu Zhe possessed a natural advantage in this regard. As dusk approached, Lu Zhe glanced at the 3,000 words of a short story he had pinned on the stationery before him. A rather melodramatic tale. It tells of a young man named Yi Fan, who, in pursuit of his beloved, resolutely abandoned the advantages and opportunities of the bustling metropolis to venture into the impoverished and remote Xiong County. However, unbeknownst to him, his sacrifices ultimately went in vain. His cherished lady departed, and his family, weary from worry, left him speechless when he returned home to face them. The dual blow of romantic and familial disappointment plunged him into despair, culminating in a fateful rainy night when he found himself by a tributary of the New River, contemplating the end of his life. Yet, unexpectedly, a stone by the river, radiating a verdant glow, obstructed his path. As he pondered the origin of this peculiar stone, Zhu Daji from Shenlong Jewelry arrived, immediately discerning that the stone was a priceless jade worth millions. Without hesitation, he offered Yi Fan 8 million yuan to purchase it. With this fortune in hand, Yi Fan gazed at the train before him, casting a final glance back at the city. And thus, the story abruptly concludes. Indeed, it left him hanging. Yet, the narrative was sufficiently compelling, emphasizing the essence rather than the subsequent actions of Yi Fan with his newfound wealth. In this era of scarce entertainment, such a tale is more than enough to stir the aspirations of countless individuals. Having crafted the promotional piece, Lu Zhe began to review his findings. Regrettably, the results were far from satisfactory. All the stones he had collected yielded no jade whatsoever, signifying that Lu Zhe had lost the opportunity for a significant windfall. Not quite feeling disappointment, nor sorrow, He tidily organized his belongings and promptly exited the small courtyard. The courtyard was charming, with potential for appreciation and value, yet lacking in bedding. The hard wooden boards were intolerable for Liu Ze. After seeking out a late-night food stall in the county town for dinner, he retired to a guest house and fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, when Liu Ze presented the promotional piece to Zhu Daji, as anticipated, the first question that arose was, what happened next? The second inquiry was, is this even acceptable? To speak candidly, the section on Shenglong jewelry in the article may be brief, yet it carries significant weight, effectively conveying the opulence and integrity of Shenglong jewelry. After a moment of contemplation, and before Liu Ze could respond, Zhu Daji bowed deeply to him, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yi. I truly appreciate it. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Liu Ze smiled nonchalantly, replying, moreover, I have my own intentions, do I not? Zhu Daji paused, scrutinizing the promotional material in his hands, then regarded Liu Ze with a penetrating gaze. I have already made preparations. This afternoon, I shall entrust this article to a journalist friend of mine, and it will be published within 3 days at the latest. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. Liu Ze did not linger in the county, but proceeded directly to the southern outskirts, where he spotted a hand tractor laden with red bricks parked by the roadside. A dark-skinned man with a wide grin sat on the vehicle, puffing on a pipe. Upon seeing Liu Ze, the man extinguished his tobacco and greeted him with a sincere smile. Mr. Liu, has the marriage been settled? This man was Wang Aigua, the only individual in Shuanan village possessing a motor vehicle. At 37, he had lost one wife to death, married again, only to face the same fate after 6 months. A fortune teller had foretold that he was fated to be a burden to others, leading to a reluctance among women and even relatives to associate with him. It didn't work out. It fell through, Liu Ze replied, climbing onto Wang Aigua's tractor. As the sole motor vehicle owner in the village, Liu Ze often hitchhiked with Wang Aigua for his trips to the county, and this occasion was no different. They had agreed on a return time for noon, and Wang Aigua awaited him there. Surprised by the turn of events, Wang Aigua stared at Liu Ze for a moment, then cursed. That Su fellow is truly no good. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged women are plentiful. With your qualities, finding a suitable partner should be no trouble. While his words were somewhat comforting, it was a familiar retort Wang Aigua offered whenever his unmarried status came up, lending a slightly different flavor to the conversation. Liu Ze smiled, unfazed, and offered him a cigarette. It's all right, I'll take care of it. Let us not delay your brick delivery. All right then, hold on tight. Mr. Liu, Wang Aigua replied, starting the tractor and setting off. Sensing Liu Ze's discontent, Wang Aigua refrained from further conversation, ultimately driving Liu Ze all the way to the riverbank of Shuanan village before parting ways. Before leaving, he offered a few words of comfort. Liu Ze responded with a smile, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he approached the riverbank. He removed his shoes and stepped into the water, where a narrow path of stones was partially submerged. This was the only route out of the village. Presently, the water was calm, but when it swelled, one could easily be swept away. This path had undergone repairs numerous times, yet as one of the poorest villages in a poverty-stricken county, it was clear that the village could not expect a properly constructed bridge. The villagers did attempt various methods to improve their situation, such as placing stones and constructing wooden bridges. However, each year, the rising waters would sweep away their efforts, leading to a gradual neglect of the issue. In summer, conditions were relatively bearable, but during winter, the frigid waters of the river posed significant challenges. Many villagers suffered from ailments in their feet, closely linked to the lack of a proper road leading out of the village. 10 minutes later, Liu Ze crossed the river and reached the opposite shore. After putting on his shoes, he ascended the mountain path. Recent rains had left the trail muddy and slippery, and after nearly an hour of walking, he finally arrived at the village entrance. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed a number of people waiting for him. As soon as they spotted Liu Ze, many began to speak in the local dialect. Teacher Liu, have the wedding arrangements been finalized? We heard you bought a house in the county, but your wedding must be held here in the village. Several families are preparing to slaughter pigs for your celebration. You cannot refuse. Indeed, Teacher Liu, you are the only teacher who has stayed with us for such an extended period. We consider you one of our own. Your wedding deserves to be a grand affair. Listening to these familiar words and gazing upon the faces imprinted in his memory, Liu Ze felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. These individuals, though not his family by blood, regarded him as one of their own, despite having only spent 2 years teaching in Shuanan village. The bonds formed during that time had made him an integral part of their community. Particularly, Lu Zhe was acutely aware that in the not-too-distant future, when disaster struck, these people would risk their lives to save his. This was why, even in his rebirth, he was willing to return to this impoverished village, devoid of even decent roads. He could not bear to part with these people. Standing prominently in the crowd was the village chief, Lao Pei, alongside his son, Shouho, as well as the adept fishermen, Guo and Haidu. Observing these familiar faces, Lu Zhe turned away discreetly to wipe away his tears. After a brief moment, he composed himself, refraining from answering their inquiries about his marriage, and instead scanned the crowd. I went to the county this time, and they issued an ultimatum. Universal education must be implemented. Chapter 6. Education is a significant issue. What? This again? Little teacher Lu, you've been saying this for 2 years. You should be aware of our circumstances by now. Why bring this up now? Universal education is a matter for the city folk. What need have we for education here? Are we to expect that Goa will attend university? As soon as Lu Zhe's words left his lips, the smiles on the faces of the crowd faded, and complaints began to surface. Compulsory education had been established and implemented as far back as 1986. Yet, in reality, many children had never attended school, and the illiteracy rate was higher in impoverished areas. This was not due to a belief that education was futile, but rather 2 primary reasons: the lack of financial resources and the absence of support. First, regarding finances. Despite the implementation of compulsory education over the past decade, which has significantly reduced illiteracy, we find ourselves in an era where educational expenses are not entirely waived. For many impoverished families, the costs associated with schooling, including textbook fees, represent a considerable financial burden. Even in impoverished villages, where educational subsidies exist, the annual expense for a child's education still amounts to at least a couple of hundred yuan. While this may seem trivial for families in destitute areas like Shuanan village, 200 yuan can equal a substantial portion of a household's income for half a year, especially in a remote mountain village where most residents lack any significant source of income. Although they can earn a meager sum from agricultural taxes, it is hardly sufficient. Many villagers resort to fishing in the river or selling potatoes at the local market, but the income is minimal. Some have contemplated livestock farming. Yet the treacherous mountain paths render such endeavors nearly impossible. To send a child to school, a family must tighten their belts considerably. This predicament pertains merely to primary education. Secondary schooling entails exponentially higher expenses, and tertiary education is an aspiration so distant that it scarcely crosses their minds. Consequently, the village faces a lack of children, not due to a shortage of offspring, but because children typically begin assisting with farm work by the age of 6 or 7. They can wash rice, cook, gather fodder, dig for potatoes, or even fish. To send them to school would mean sacrificing essential labor at home. While boys might have a slightly better chance of pursuing education, girls are often entirely excluded from such opportunities. Even if education were free, many families would remain reluctant, as this mindset is deeply ingrained. Moreover, numerous households genuinely struggle to make ends meet. The phenomenon of migrant workers has yet to reach this area, making it difficult to fathom the depths of poverty some endure. Since arriving in the village, Lu Zhe has been engaged in a relentless battle with the locals regarding education, yet all efforts have ultimately proven futile. Despite his urban background, he finds himself powerless against these 2 pressing issues. I cannot pay the tuition, he implores. Will you cover it for me? My family lacks sufficient hands for farm work. Will you assist? While he might manage 1 or 2 children, the sheer number of children in the village presents an insurmountable challenge, as Lu Zhe is not endowed with supernatural abilities. However, this time, Lu Zhe is different. Observing the villagers' lamentations, he furrows his brow and adopts a grave tone. I am not jesting with you. The education department has issued a strict mandate. The police will soon arrive to investigate. Anyone who receives educational subsidies yet fails to send their children to school will face imprisonment. Upon hearing the word imprisonment, the villagers are rendered speechless. As a poverty-stricken village, they do receive educational subsidies, which are granted to every household with school-aged children. This has led many to accept the subsidies while resolutely refusing to send their children to school. Teacher Lu, you must be joking. This can't be true, can it? Is it worth imprisonment for something so trivial? Noting the villagers' wavering confidence, Lu Zhe's eyes widen. Is this a trivial matter? Do you not understand that if this is pursued, it amounts to fraud against the state? Do you think I am joking? In an instant, panic spreads among the crowd. After 2 years of interaction, they had come to understand Lu Zhe's character. He was a genuinely honest child, incapable of deceit. At this moment, they harbored no doubts about his words. A few timid souls were so frightened that their legs trembled. I don't want my dad to go to jail. A small child suddenly burst into tears. With one leading the charge, a chorus of sobs erupted as a group of children cried out, I don't want my dad to go to jail either. Perhaps we might end up in jail too. In an instant, the joyous celebration transformed into a scene of utter despair. Witnessing the tears of the crowd, Lu Zhe felt a pang of compassion, albeit briefly. In this second life, he had gained clarity about the mistakes he had previously made, particularly regarding the educational issues in Sunnan village, where his greatest flaw had been his excessive empathy. Teacher Lu, you are an educated person. We truly don't want to go to jail. Is there any way out? Some placed their hopes in Lu Zhe. Others echoed their expectations. Lu Zhe shook his head, appearing somewhat helpless. I have no solution. This matter is quite serious. Although it was previously overlooked, if it is to be addressed now, the situation changes entirely, especially since it involves defrauding the state, which is of a different nature. A chill swept through the crowd as they envisioned officers in uniforms arriving to arrest them all. However, at that moment, Lu Zhe spoke again, rekindling their spirits. Does Teacher Lu have a plan? He asked. In truth, whether or not the children attended school before is unknown to outsiders. As long as everyone starts sending their children to school from today onward and keeps the past under wraps, if an investigation does occur, they might not uncover much. Lu Zhe's words acted as a powerful tonic. Really? They were convinced. When has little Teacher Lu ever deceived us? He is a good person. I will send my child to school right away. Yes, and I will too. Faced with the looming threat of imprisonment, many were quick to see hope in Lu Zhe's words and pledged to enroll their children in school. Yet, some wore expressions of concern. The majority of villagers barely earned a couple of hundred a year, making it impossible to support the expenses of their children's education, especially for those with multiple offspring. The cost for one child was at least 200. For 2 or 3, it could consume a family's entire livelihood. Moreover, these children had previously served as the household's labor force, and sending them all to school would drastically reduce the available workforce. Lu Zhe had the means to assist these families by covering the tuition fees from the savings in his bank account. However, he refrained from doing so. Human nature tends toward inertia. The age-old wisdom of teaching a person to fish rather than giving them fish holds true. If he were to take on everything himself, it would spell disaster for this innocent village. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe had already devised a solution before arriving. He simply could not disclose it yet. Observing the anxious and sorrowful expressions of the crowd, he chose to say no more and turned to head towards the school. What is referred to as a school is, in fact, merely a spacious courtyard, comprised of 2 classrooms, 2 teachers' quarters, and a kitchen. As for any teaching apparatus, that is out of the question. The desks and benches are so dilapidated that they are barely recognizable, having been patched up by the villagers. The frosted glass blackboards common in urban areas are non-existent. Instead, there is merely a wall that has been painted black to serve as a makeshift blackboard, where chalk often struggles to leave a mark. At this moment, 4 children are engaged in a game of football in the courtyard. This ball, brought by Lu Zhe from his hometown, has been so worn and battered that it scarcely resembles its original form. It has been repaired numerous times by the villagers, barely retaining its spherical shape. The teacher has arrived. Hello, Teacher Lu. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, the 4 little ones immediately ceased their play, scampering over to stand before him with perfect posture, their backs straight and expressions filled with joy and admiration. To them, he is the epitome of reverence. Lu Zhe had previously struggled to comprehend this admiration until one day. After inquiring of the little girl, Nan Nan, she innocently blinked her large eyes and told him, I never knew someone could know so many characters. This seemingly naive and humorous statement plunged Lu Zhe into a deep melancholy for quite some time. It was hard to fathom that merely knowing more characters could render one an object of admiration, yet in this small mountain village, he indeed held the title of the person who knew the most. The 4 students, 2 boys and 2 girls, are Guawa, Taro, Nan Nan, and Guanxianger. These 4 children are Lu Zhe's only students from his previous life. Life is unpredictable. When calamity struck, Guawa perished, Guanxianger suffered a broken leg, and Taro dropped out of elementary school to work. Only Nan Nan continued her studies. ultimately graduating from high school and becoming the first student from Cheon County to be admitted to Peking University. Even until the moment before his rebirth, Lu Zhe frequently received letters from Nan Nan, in which she expressed her preference for writing to him over making phone calls or sending messages. Observing the four sunny little faces, Lu Zhe's previously stern demeanor softened, and he affectionately ruffled their hair. "Teacher, what's the matter?" Being the one destined to attend Peking University, perceptive Nan Nan immediately sensed that something was amiss with Lu Zhe. He shook his head, naturally unable to utter phrases like "long time no see," and opened his backpack, distributing a piece of candy to each of them. "All right, we want tea of class today. You may head back for now." The four children, without a second thought, gleefully accepted their treats and scampered away. As Lu Zhe watched their retreating figures, he pursed his lips, and a glance from the corner of his eye caught sight of the village chief, Old Pei, lingering at the school gate, seemingly aware of being noticed. Old Pei did not hesitate any longer and entered directly. "Young teacher Lu, about what you mentioned before, I lied to them." Lu Zhe spoke straightforwardly. Being the village chief and a man of great respect, there were some matters he felt no need to conceal from him. "I do this in hopes that everyone in the village may learn to read." Old Patriarch breathed a sigh of relief, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. "However, Teacher Lu, you are more acutely aware of the village's circumstances than anyone else. Now, asking families to produce money for their children's education seems implausible for many." "I understand." Lu Zhe nodded. The old patriarch wore a bitter smile, contemplating how Teacher Lu had always been empathetic. Yet today it felt as if he were pushing the villagers to their limits. But in the next moment, the old patriarch was taken aback. For Lu Zhe had said, "Old patriarch, if I told you I could alleviate the worries of all villagers regarding their livelihoods and tuition fees, would you be willing to assist me?" Chapter 7. The first change that evening. In the schoolyard, with a bottle of wine and a plate of peanuts, Lu Zhe and the old patriarch sat facing each other. After taking a small sip and setting down his cup, the old patriarch could not help but inquire, "Teacher Lu, were you serious about what you just said?" "Absolutely." Without a doubt, Lu Zhe affirmed with a solemn nod. As the village head for over 20 years, the old patriarch held significant status and respect within the entire Shuanan village. Lu Zhe needed his assistance for his plans, and thus he earnestly stated, "But I require your trust and support, old patriarch. Whatever I undertake next, you must believe in me. Only then can we succeed." "Can you elaborate on what you intend to do?" the old patriarch asked. Although they had established trust over the past 2 years, the gravity of the situation warranted transparency. Lu Zhe proceeded to share his preliminary plans over drinks. "I plan to have the villagers gather stones from the river." "What?" The old patriarch was taken aback and interrupted Lu Zhe before he could finish. "Teacher Lu, what do you need the river stones for? To build houses or repair roads?" "Neither," Lu Zhe replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I intend to sell the stones." "Sell stones? What makes you think those can be sold? Moreover, the stones in the river are not abundant. If someone were to purchase stone materials, they would head to the quarry at Baiyin Mountain, not come here specifically for river stones." The old patriarch was filled with questions, unable to fathom what Teacher Lu was planning. Lu Zhe grinned mysteriously. "The stones in the river are, of course, different from those in the quarry, and while the river stones have not been marketable before, soon, many people will come to seize them." It was difficult for the old patriarch to find Lu Zhe's words convincing. Having known each other for over 2 years, he had always held gratitude towards this teacher from the metropolis, but such gratitude did not equate to unconditional trust, especially when the teacher's intentions were so elusive. "You are aware that there are emeralds in the river, right?" Lu Zhe asked. The old patriarch nodded, seemingly grasping Lu Zhe's thoughts, but then shook his head with a wry smile. "There was indeed a shipwreck that spilled a load of stones, but over the years, most of it has already been salvaged. Moreover, many of those were worthless stones. Only a small portion contained emeralds." "Surely, Teacher Lu does not believe there are still emeralds to be found here? Is there jade?" "It matters not to us. Yet if others perceive that the stones contain jade, that suffices." Lu Zhe smiled. "What sort of approach is this?" Old Pei was somewhat perplexed, but observed Lu Zhe continue. "In 3 days, individuals will come to dive for stones. At that time, Old Pei, you shall cordon off this section to prevent anyone from collecting them, selling only the stones, and naturally, buyers will emerge." "What?" Old Pei was taken aback. "Enclose the river?" "Certainly. It is not without reason that one would encircle the river. You may first contract this section, claiming it is for fish farming, Even if you enclose it, others will find no fault. Luze elucidated. In this era of rapid economic development, rivers and reservoirs, along with the local agricultural authorities, are eager for the common people to contract land and start their own enterprises, even providing support to some extent. After all, everyone is impoverished and aspires to enrich themselves through hard work. Concerns regarding environmental pollution are largely disregarded in this age. I must contemplate this matter. Old Pei furrowed his brow. Contracting this stretch of river is not particularly daunting, as the river near Shuanan village is largely overlooked. Securing the contract is merely a matter of words. However, the issue is that, despite the low contracting fee, money is still required. The villagers typically catch wild fish to sell at the market, and contracting for fish farming may not be economically viable. Luze, aware of Old Pei's thoughts, interjected, "The contracting must be initiated by you, Old Pei. As for the funds, I will take care of it, as I happen to have some money at hand." "That cannot be done, absolutely not." Old Pei shook his head without hesitation. "You are about to marry. I have heard that the young lady named Sue comes from a family that is not to be trifled with. You must reserve some funds in case any issues arise during the wedding." This was, in fact, a rather subtle reminder to Luze that Su Ling is not a suitable match. "Fear not, Old Pei. I am well aware of the marriage arrangements. The villagers are unable to gather funds at present, so I will provide the initial sum, should you feel it inappropriate. Consider it a loan to the village for entrepreneurial purposes, to be repaid once there are profits." Hearing this, Old Pei remained somewhat hesitant. Luze shook his head and stated solemnly, "You are more aware than I of the villagers' circumstances, Old Pei. Not to mention distant matters, even in our township. The number of children who can attend school is not insignificant, yet in our village, we cannot even gather the funds for their tuition. The older generation may be excused, but as the children grow, few in our village will be literate. Do you not think that in the future, Shuanan village will become the subject of ridicule from other villages? Education is a commendable pursuit. Everyone acknowledges this, but fundamentally, it boils down to a lack of money and income, does it not? This time, we are not acting for ourselves, but for the next generation in the village. For the children of Shuanan village. Indeed, invoking the children and the future of the village is most compelling for Old Pei. Upon hearing Luze's words, the expression on Old Pei's face shifted from initial resistance to a state of contemplation. Observing the changes in Old Pei's expression, Luze seized the moment to speak decisively. Moreover, if all goes as planned, each household could earn at least 1,000 yuan from this endeavor. Such an opportunity is rare and must be finalized promptly. The prospect of each family earning 1,000 yuan was enticing. Many families in the village barely accumulated such an amount over an entire year. Luze's words stirred Old Pei's interest. "You mean the stone in the river will truly attract buyers?" "Absolutely, there will be eager buyers," Luze affirmed with conviction. "Excellent." At last, Old Pei made his decision, raising his glass for a hearty gulp before striding purposefully towards the door. "Old Pei, where are you going?" Luze inquired. "I'm heading to the town to finalize the contract. It will be settled today?" Old Pei responded, already a distance away. Seeing this, Luze smiled to himself. He was confident that once everything was resolved, his influence in Shuanan village would expand significantly, enabling him to implement all his future plans. The impending disaster was approaching, and he needed to secure the trust of every villager in the shortest time possible so they would heed his guidance. Only then could he protect the village when calamity struck. The next morning, upon opening his door, Luze immediately noticed a gathering of village children in the schoolyard. Though the number was modest, about 30, they represented the future backbone of the village. Old Pei personally led the group. "These are the eligible children of our village. Following your arrangement yesterday, Teacher Lu, everyone is here for class, though we currently lack textbooks." "No worries, we won't be studying from books today," Luze chuckled, waving his hand. He then whispered to Old Pei about what we discussed last night. At the mention of this, Old Pei's face brightened. "The town has no objections. Someone will come today to sign the contract. 2,000 yuan per year. I pondered it overnight and decided that this expense shouldn't fall solely on you. I discussed it with the villagers, and we agreed that each household could contribute something. We can manage to gather the 2,000 yuan. This was indeed a positive development. Only through genuine investment would they trust the eventual rewards. After dropping off the children and instructing them to listen to Luze, Old Pei hurried away. As Luze looked at the group of children before him, He felt a sense of pride, even more profound than when he sold jade for 2.8 million. In his previous life, such a scene existed only in dreams. Yet in this life, he had achieved it. Although many were reluctant, he was confident he could instill a true love for learning in these children. With no intention of dividing the class, Luze led all 30-odd students into the largest classroom, where the desks and chairs were insufficient. Fortunately, several students brought small stools, which they placed in the classroom, allowing them to sit and assume the role of students. Standing at the podium, Luze chose not to speak initially. Instead, he turned and picked up a piece of chalk, writing 5 words on the blackboard: the outside world. Upon completing his writing, Luze turned his gaze towards the children below. The little ones, having studied for 2 years, recognized a few characters, while the others appeared utterly bewildered. In response, Luze offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Today, we shall delve into the wonders of the outside world." Chapter 8. The gardener. 30 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon Luze, filled with curiosity, confusion, and a profound sense of wonder. First and foremost, we must comprehend the essence of the outside world. Luze began to speak slowly. Who among you can articulate what you believe the outside world to be? Or perhaps recount the farthest place you have ever visited? A group of children exchanged glances, yet no one dared to speak. "Teacher, may I speak?" The first to break the silence was Monkey Boy, the smallest in stature, yet possessing the most vibrant imagination. He had wanted to respond the moment Luze posed his question, and after a brief pause, he could no longer contain himself and raised his hand eagerly. Once Luze nodded in encouragement, Monkey Boy enthusiastically exclaimed, "I have been to the county town, where there are countless delicious treats. I even saw a sugar figurine of Sun Wukong. Oh, and there were so many fun activities." With Monkey Boy's enthusiasm igniting the atmosphere, others began to chime in. "I have been to the county town as well. I once accompanied my second uncle to Lin City. It was truly magnificent. With a grand amusement park filled with people. I haven't traveled far. I have only been to the town, but there were still plenty of tasty snacks." The children engaged in lively discussions, their excitement evident as their cheeks flushed with joy. Initially apprehensive about the monotony of school, they were pleasantly surprised by the engaging conversations, and the weight of their worries began to lift. Luze listened to their animated exchanges, a smile gracing his face. After observing that the discussion was winding down, he posed his second question: "Can you share with me the most extraordinary things you have ever encountered?" This inquiry was met with an immediate flurry of responses. "I think the most marvelous thing in the town is the film screenings. I once saw an uncle place a roll of something called film into a machine, and it made images dance on a white cloth. How impressive. Television is far more amazing. I saw people watching it in the county town. It was just a small metal box that could display whatever program you wished. The most remarkable item is undoubtedly the telephone. I once saw one in the town. It was square with a handle, and you could speak to someone from miles away. Am I the only one who thinks Uncle Igwa's hand-operated tractor is incredible? It doesn't require horses or oxen, just a simple shake, and it can move." In truth, during this era, televisions and telephones had long been commonplace. However, in this remote mountain village without electricity, such marvels remained distant dreams. In Luze's previous life, Sunnan village only gained electricity 3 years later, at which time the village had acquired an old black and white television from the county, drawing the entire village together in celebration to watch it. Yet one day, a child returned from the county town in tears, leaving everyone puzzled. Upon inquiry, they discovered that he had learned of the existence of color televisions in the world. As a result, all the children in the village began to weep. This scene had a profound impact on Luze. This impoverished village seemed to exist in the 1980s. While the children engaged in discussion, Luze took up a piece of chalk and inscribed on the blackboard all the rare items they mentioned. In a backward and destitute mountain village, anything was a rarity, a novelty. Television, movies, telephones, tractors, cameras, he noted them all. After completing the list, Luze retrieved a globe he had purchased from the county town, which the children were seeing for the first time, their faces alight with curiosity. "Come and take a look," he beckoned. At his call, the children, already brimming with curiosity, eagerly ascended the platform, encircling the globe, examining it from every angle. Yet none dared to reach out, fearful of causing damage. Once everyone had taken their turn, Luze pointed to a specific location and lightly tapped it with chalk. "Here is Lin City." He then took a pen and made a delicate circle on the globe. "Here is Cheong County." Finally, he pointed again. Here is our Shinan village. At this moment, all the children fell silent, staring at the globe in a state of astonishment, their minds swirling with questions. It was evident they could not comprehend why their vast Shinan village, their expansive Cheong County, and even the Grand Lin city were represented by such a small spot. Uncontrollably, many gazed at the other places Lu Zhe had marked, pondering what those locations might be like. Shinan village is in Cheong County. Cheong County is in Lin City. Lin City is in Zhu Province. Zhu Province is in Xia Country. Xia Country is in Asia, and Asia is on Earth. Lu Zhe elucidated in the simplest yet most profound manner a concept that even an ordinary child familiar with geography would understand. Beyond Earth lies the solar system, the Milky Way, and even the entire universe. The world outside is truly vast. The children fell into silence. Most of them only had a vague understanding of Xia Country, while concepts such as Asia, Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy were completely foreign to them. Yet they understood that it must be immensely large, beyond the limits of their imagination. Now, let us reconsider what you deem the rarest of treasures. Lu Zhe turned and gestured to the terms he had just inscribed: telephones, televisions, tractors, and the like. A landline telephone allows you to convey your words across a communication line to a distant place. In truth, beyond the landline, there are also mobile phones, small enough to fit in your hand, enabling communication without the need for a telephone line, allowing you to speak directly with someone far away. Television transmits signals, which are then processed and transformed into images via electrical circuits. However, the televisions in Cheong County are quite outdated. Some images are so unclear that they blur the line between reality and illusion. The tractor, powered by a diesel engine, was a subject that Lu Zhe could elucidate with remarkable clarity. With just a few words, he could convey the general workflow and principles of its construction, even elevating the conversation beyond the tangible realities the children had encountered. The 4 children who had attended school and learned to read were now wide-eyed with wonder. Although the other children could not decipher the words Lu Zhe inscribed on the blackboard, it mattered little. His explanations instilled in them a sense of hope and vision, allowing many to conjure vivid images of what he described in their minds. Unconsciously, everyone held their breath, intently listening to Lu Zhe's discourse. Even though many of the principles were beyond their comprehension, they remained captivated, fearing they might miss even a single word. In a poor mountain village with limited exposure to the outside world, Lu Zhe's words were transformative, reshaping their understanding. Once he concluded, Lu Zhe gazed at the children, pausing momentarily before continuing. In the future, you may traverse any corner of this globe, and perhaps even venture beyond the bounds of Earth. You may create all the objects I have written above, and possibly invent things far more remarkable. Motivational words hold power at any time, particularly in this era. Lu Zhe's role as a teacher imbued his statements with a weight that plunged all the children into daydreams of a promising future. Yet, skepticism lingered in the air. Is it true? Can we really achieve this? One child asked, his worldview evidently shaken, yet simultaneously filled with self-doubt. In response to the child's inquiry, Lu Zhe nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Of course it is true. In fact, some of these things we can attempt to create right here in the village soon." Instantly, the innocent children erupted in joyous exclamations. "Wow, are we really going to make these things? Can we do it? If I could build a tractor, we wouldn't have to walk such long distances anymore. I want to create a telephone, a mobile phone, even better. I wish to explore the solar system beyond the globe. Can we touch the sun?" At this age, children are brimming with imagination, and they envision themselves crafting countless novel inventions and traveling to places they had never heard of. What you aspire to can indeed be achieved, but there is one condition. Noting that the crowd's enthusiasm was building, Lu Zhe asked, "First, can you all recognize the words I have written?" At this query, silence fell over the group. The 4 school-educated children wore proud smiles that quickly faded when Lu Zhe posed another question. "Does anyone among you understand the principles behind the production of those things I mentioned earlier?" These 2 questions fell upon the children's hearts like buckets of cold water, abruptly extinguishing their boundless fantasies. Indeed, they could not even recognize the letters, let alone venture to such distant places or engage in numerous activities. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Lu Zemin understood that the seeds of curiosity had already been sown in the hearts of these children. Now it was time to nurture them, to take root and to bloom. Just as he pondered how to rekindle the flame that had just been doused, a timely intervention came from Nuan Nuan. "Teacher, will you teach us?" Meeting Nuan Nuan's gaze and that of all the students in the classroom, Luze smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Of course. I am here to impart this knowledge to you. In that moment, cheers erupted, echoing to the heavens. The seeds of curiosity in the children's hearts had indeed begun to sprout. Chapter 9. Commencing work and earning money as Luze fulfilled the children's thirst for knowledge. The village committee of Shinan village saw Old Pai sign his name on the contract for the undertaking, affixing the village committee's official seal upon it. After bidding farewell to the representatives from the township's agricultural department, the villagers gathered at the threshing ground, many of their faces etched with concern. Old Pai, can this really succeed? Is it truly necessary for us to undertake that river? Isn't this too rushed? After all, every household in the village had pooled their resources, and it was impossible not to worry. In truth, if not for Old Pai's considerable prestige within the village, this contract would not have been so easily secured. Yet, having paid the money and signed the contract, the doubts still lingered. Seeing the villagers' troubled expressions, Old Pai himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, now that the moment had arrived, retreat was evidently not an option. He cast a stern glance at a few villagers who were sowing discord. What? Are you regretting it now? Let me tell you, it's too late. The money has been paid, the contract signed, and it is a matter of black and white. Stamped and sealed. There is no turning back now. With these words, the anxious villagers fell silent, while others who shared their uncertainty also kept their mouths closed. There was no alternative, after all. What Old Pai said was reasonable. At this juncture, it was futile to contemplate regret. The situation had reached this point, and there was no path of retreat. I considered this to be a fortuitous turn of events. Old Pai did not merely rely on his authority to intimidate others. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Everyone understands the circumstances of our village. Being impoverished in Xiong County is a reality we have come to accept, and Shinan village stands out in this regard. Poverty is not to be feared. We have endured even the bleakest of times. What we truly fear is the absence of opportunity. We can endure our own struggles, having lived through hardship, but think about it. When we grow old and pass away, do we wish for our descendants to endure the same sufferings we faced? Would you be content with that? The crowd shook their heads in unison. As parents, no one desires their children to tread the same difficult path, to endure the agonies they themselves experienced. Everyone hopes that their children will lead a better life than their own. And that is precisely the point. Old Patriarch shrugged and said, I believe what Teacher Lu has stated is indeed reasonable. While we may endure hardships, it is imperative that the future generations do not look upon us with disdain, accusing us of lacking ambition. Therefore, let us seize this opportunity and take a gamble. If we fail, there is nothing more to discuss. We shall all share the defeat together. However, should we succeed, we would have amassed blessings for our descendants and restored dignity for our ancestors in Shuanan village. Would you not agree? I wholeheartedly concur with Old Patriarch's sentiment. Enduring hardship is acceptable, but our descendants must not suffer as we have. His words, though simple and straightforward, carry profound weight, prompting immediate assent from those present. Others quickly voiced their agreement, exclaiming, Well said, let us take action. How much worse can our situation become? Let us take this chance. Perhaps it will yield success. I refuse to be scorned by the youth of tomorrow for lacking ability. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will strive for dignity. I hope to stand tall in the future, and thus, we must act. For decades, Shuanan village had languished in poverty, but at this moment, the villagers were invigorated with a sense of purpose, ready to embark on their self-rescue mission. The village buzzed with activity from top to bottom. Children eagerly rushed to school each day, while the adults gritted their teeth and worked tirelessly towards the forthcoming plans. This tranquil mountain village, due to one individual's unexpected resurgence, finally stirred into a tempest of change. On the third morning following Shuanan village's signing of the contract for the nearby tributary of the New River, villagers were bustling at the river's entrance. They've arrived. Someone is coming. So many people, shouted the lean monkey, his voice ringing out as he ran. Today, Luze was not in the classroom, but rather mingling with the villagers. Upon hearing the monkey's shout, he turned to glance around. Indeed, there were quite a number of visitors. In the distance, a large crowd was making its way from the county seat, some driving cars, others riding motorcycles, and many arriving via the number 11 bus. Men, women, the elderly, and children, all creating a spectacular scene. Everything is ready. Proceed as I instructed, Luze declared, retracting his gaze. The villagers nodded in agreement. marveling at how accurately Teacher Lu had predicted this turn of events. Soon, accompanied by the roar of engines, a Santana vehicle was the first to arrive. A stout middle-aged man stepped out, flanked by a heavily made-up woman. The two had evidently been observing the villagers of Xuannan closely. After all, the village had cordoned off both banks of the river with fishing nets immediately upon signing the contract, leaving only the area where the villagers stood as an opening. The man approached first, frowning as he inquired, "Who is in charge here?" "What is it, boss?" Old Patriarch cautiously stepped forward, asking. The man, visibly displeased, questioned, "What are you doing here? Why have you fenced off the area? Do you think this river belongs to you? This is our village's contract. Why shouldn't we enclose it?" The lean monkey retorted, unable to bear witnessing his father being reprimanded. "Contracted?" The man was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a revelation. He decided against further contention and promptly inquired of old Pai Yi. "I have heard that someone previously discovered a piece of jadeite rough here and sold it to Shanglong Jewelry for 2.8 million. Is this true?" Old Pai Yi's face flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, he hurriedly shook his head. "False. It must be false. Don't listen to the nonsense of others. This river is nothing but a broken stream. Where could there possibly be jade?" "False." The man frowned, clearly skeptical. He glanced at the villagers by the river, who were hauling stones ashore, and it dawned on him. If it were false, why were they not properly tending to their fish, but instead pulling stones from the river? Old Pai Yi's complexion turned pale, as if someone had uncovered his grand secret. He stammered, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, several other vehicles arrived, and upon disembarking, the newcomers quickly grasped the situation. Yet, they chose not to voice their thoughts, but instead huddled together to deliberate. These country bumpkins must know something. It seems the reports in the newspaper were indeed true. They stumbled upon jade, worth a staggering 2.8 million. Do we have any strategies? One among them pondered. These villagers appeared to have long intended to hoard all the stones here. Since they all arrived by car, their statuses naturally aligned at a similar level. While they were deep in discussion, a sudden outburst from old Pai Yi reverberated from the direction of Xinan village, where he angrily berated his son. "Shou Ho, you foolish spendthrift. What gives you the right to sell these stones? Have you forgotten about that piece of jade? Even if you sell all the stones, you might not fetch the price of that one jade. Understand? You are a fool with a vision no larger than a latrine pit. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll slap you." Upon reaching this point, old Pai Yi seemed to realize he had raised his voice too high and promptly fell silent. Nevertheless, his words invigorated the previously uncertain crowd. They had thought the report about finding 2.8 million worth of jade by the river had nothing to do with them, but, unexpectedly, it appeared that a glimmer of hope had emerged from despair. In an instant, they exchanged glances, their minds made up, and they approached old Pai Yi once more. "Old man, how about selling us a few of those stones?" "Not for sale." Old Pai Yi flatly refused, his demeanor resolute. The group, undeterred by his obstinacy, grew even more intrigued and began to employ a mix of persuasion and cajoling. "Old man, we are all reasonable individuals here. We came for a bit of novelty. After all, you have plenty of stones. Just share a few with us to broaden our horizons. One to you?" "Yes, old man. We will pay. We certainly want to take them for free." "Not for sale, not for sale." Old Pai Yi maintained his unwavering stance, embodying the essence of a shrewd merchant. Even Lu Zhe, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the earnest Shou Ho and the canny old Pai Yi, unable to comprehend the vast disparity in their approaches. The group felt disheartened, taken aback by the old man's stubbornness. They had not considered exerting pressure on others, but to their astonishment, the villagers were entirely submissive to their leader, even reluctant to utter more than a few words. Just as they found themselves at a loss, a sudden splash was heard from the riverbank, drawing their attention to a young lad who had accidentally toppled into the water while attempting to transport stones across the river. A flurry of villagers hurriedly scrambled to rescue him, but he emerged pale and visibly shaken. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhe could not help but shake his head. The lad's performance was overly dramatic. Given his exceptional swimming skills, feigning a fall into the water lacked authenticity. Fortunately, a stout middle-aged woman arrived just in time, hands on her hips, and began berating the village chief. "With so many stones, how long do you expect us to carry them back to the village? If it weren't for Dogwa's good fortune, he might have drowned. You think anyone wants these mere stones? You should sell them quickly and stop dreaming of devouring a feast in one bite." Several wealthy merchants, who had been observing, suddenly saw an opportunity. A spark of excitement ignited in their eyes. Nearby, Luze nodded in approval, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Aunt Suewa's performance was deserving of the title of Best Actress today. Chapter 10. Can stones be sold for profit? In no time, a large crowd had gathered, with motorcyclists and cyclists joining the throng, although those approaching on foot had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, the numbers had swelled significantly. Old Pei gazed at the scene, and faced with Aunt Suewa's tirade, he appeared somewhat uncertain, his weathered face etched with hesitation. The affluent businessman, keenly observing the unfolding situation, seized the moment to approach. Old man, this lady has a point. With all these stones, you expect to carry them all up the mountain? The path is treacherous. Selling a few to us would surely save your villagers some effort, wouldn't it? Old Pei looked troubled. Noticing a shift in his demeanor, the businessman encircled him, lighting cigarettes and engaging in animated conversation. Old man, what you're after is the jade within those stones, right? But think about it. There's no guarantee of finding jade in all of them. I would wager that many of the stones you transport today will turn out to be worthless. Instead of this exhausting endeavor, why not sell them to us? Rest assured, old man, our prices will be fair. Yes, treat these stones as gambling stones. Selling them to us is far more sensible than your current toil. Old Pei, appearing rather naive, stammered, struggling to articulate a response, and after a long pause, finally managed to ask, "What do you mean by gambling stones?" "Ah, truly a country bumpkin," several wealthy merchants thought, stifling their laughter. The first businessman who had descended from a centana explained, "These are stones used for gambling, to wager whether they contain jade. The price shouldn't be too steep. You present them, and we'll choose ourselves. Regardless of whether we end up with waste or jade, it's none of your concern." This practice is quite popular in Yunnan province. Not just Yunnan, many regions partake in this. In fact, selling gambling stones can be far more lucrative than dealing in jade itself. It has nearly become an industry. Indeed, esteemed elder, you possess an abundance of stones. Transporting them back would require considerable effort, and extracting them all would necessitate machinery and time. Furthermore, the outcome may yield nothing but worthless debris. It would be far more prudent to sell them to us as gamble stones, allowing you to recoup some of your investment. In this era, those who have risen to wealth often consider themselves astute individuals, and it is evident that the old patriarch is merely an unsophisticated country bumpkin, easily deceived. Little do they realize that their words have already brought a smile of amusement to the old man's heart. However, on the surface, the old patriarch remains mindful of Lu Ze's counsel. He must exercise patience and feign ignorance. With such thoughts in mind, he adopts a naive demeanor, appearing somewhat flustered at the flurry of wealthy merchants surrounding him. The more they observe his demeanor, the more fervently they press him, urging him to consider, "What if you uncover jade?" The old patriarch stammers, "Wouldn't that mean a loss for me?" The merchants dismiss his concerns internally. If they cannot find jade, why would they bother coming here? Yet, they carefully refrain from voicing such thoughts. Having concluded that the elderly gentleman intends to process the stones himself, they persist. But consider, if nothing is extracted, what purpose do these stones serve? Selling them to us guarantees you at least some return. If you are hesitant, once we unveil jade, we shall share with you a portion of the profits. The notion of profit sharing is surely a ruse. Once they acquire the stones, they are bound to extract jade, and should they succeed, it is implausible they would return to share the spoils with the old patriarch. Nonetheless, the simple-minded elder seems to have been swayed, his eyes lighting up as he grits his teeth. "Very well, I shall sell you a few pieces, but how shall we determine the price?" The wealthy merchants exchange glances, evidently plotting to conspire against him. Yet before they can speak, Lu Ze approaches. "Elder patriarch, I have heard of gambling stones. It seems their value is determined by their appearance. I have heard that even a modest piece can fetch 100. 100? The old patriarch is taken aback, glancing at his stones with astonishment. "Are they truly worth so much?" Lu Ze nods. "I have heard that larger specimens can reach thousands." This dialogue, however, does not sit well with the merchants. They have come here to seize a bargain, and cannot allow this young man to sway their advantage with mere words. They express their dissatisfaction, asserting that these stones, being extracted from the river, likely include many that are merely waste and of little value. In essence, they intend to negotiate down the price. Lu Ze plays the role of an ordinary teacher with some knowledge, observing as the merchants pick apart every detail, quickly falling silent. The old patriarch, seemingly enlightened by Lu Zhe's hints, transforms once more into a shrewd dealer, engaging the merchants in a fresh round of haggling. Before long, a price is established. The stones are priced according to size. For instance, a piece the size of a bowl cannot be valued below 30, nor exceed 100. A watermelon-sized stone starts at no less than 50 and cannot surpass 200. Larger pieces follow a similar pricing structure, under the persuasion of a group of wealthy merchants. A preliminary price was established, which, in stark contrast to the exorbitant rates at professional stone gambling stalls, seemed shockingly low, leaving everyone with the impression that they had struck a lucrative deal. Soon enough, the affluent merchants began selecting stones. Whether it was due to an abundance of wealth or the thrill of seizing an extraordinary bargain, these affluent individuals recklessly spent their money, hastily filling their car trunks with stones before departing. Once the wealthy patrons had left, the stalls fell into a brief silence. However, moments later, a man pushing a bicycle approached, pointing to a stone and inquiring, "How much for this one?" 50, the vendor replied without hesitation. "All right, I'll take it." The man gritted his teeth and produced a $50 bill. Nearby, familiar voices chimed in, urging him, "Old who? Are you out of your mind? Spending $50 on a worthless stone? That's nearly 3 days' wages for us." Indeed, what merit could there possibly be in purchasing such a rock? You're not worried your wife will skin you alive when you bring that home? Yet, despite their admonitions, who seemed resolute, clenching his teeth and declaring, "If worst comes to worst, I'll just consider it a 3-day loss and give it a shot." Look at how the previous group was so eager to grab every piece. I suspect they'll return this afternoon. This mindset reflected a classic case of herd mentality among gamblers. Yet, whose words ignited a spark of excitement in many. In this era, dreams of overnight riches abound. From whispered tales to televised interviews, everyone is now fixated on wealth. "I'll buy one too. Count me in. I feel drawn to this one." A fresh wave of frenzied purchasing soon ensued. The phenomenon of following the crowd transcends time, especially in an age where trailblazers are lauded. Once one person takes the plunge, many eagerly follow suit. As the later arrivals joined the throng, it seemed as though they were not merely purchasing stones from the river, but rather acquiring pieces of fortune. Lu Zhe paid little heed to the frenzied buying, instead observing Hu's retreating figure with a contemplative expression. "Teacher Lu, is something wrong?" Nuan inquired beside him. Lu Zhe shook his head, choosing silence. The stone-buying frenzy continued to escalate, with the vendor remaining welcoming to all. In fact, he reminded each buyer, "These are merely stones from the river. Don't deplete your emergency funds on this. Most of these stones likely hold nothing of value." Such warnings were indeed effective, yet many remained inexplicably confident in their luck. This unfounded self-assurance left the vendor somewhat anxious, yet he refrained from further persuasion. Some individuals had become so blinded by greed that they would perceive warnings as attempts to sabotage them. Of course, not everyone was swept up in this fervor. In this era, earning money is no small feat. Managing to make 500 yuan in a month is considered impressive. Many individuals who venture out to sell their labor find themselves earning merely 10 or 15 yuan. Under such circumstances, even the cheapest stones are priced at 30 yuan, a sum not everyone can afford. Although there is a fervent market, it is predominantly those with some capital who are willing to spend. Most others maintain a watchful distance, exercising their prudence. However, their rationality soon dissipated. Later in the afternoon, 2 wealthy merchants returned, having brought along 2 small trucks. Upon arrival, they personally began selecting stones to load onto their vehicles. The previously apprehensive crowd could not resist approaching to inquire. The revelation was astonishing. They had indeed uncovered jade. From the morning's haul, only a couple of jade pieces were found, one of which, being of remarkable quality, fetched 20,000 yuan, while another, of lesser quality, sold for 2,000. Such news invigorated the crowd. The presence of genuine jade was confirmed. Even if only one piece was found, it could instantly yield profits, possibly turning someone into a 10,000 yuan household. This exciting news reignited the atmosphere. Indeed, there was jade present, aside from the overturned boat, during these 3 days. A sack of legitimate gambling stones had been discreetly thrown into the lake, purchased by Lu Zhe from Zhudaji for 5,000 yuan. A fact known to few in the village. After all, fishing necessitates bait. Thus, the emergence of jade, while seemingly improbable, was not entirely unfathomable. Occasional whispers of such news circulated, but Luze remained largely indifferent. Yet, even he could not have anticipated the explosive revelation that would arrive that very evening. As dusk fell, someone had unearthed an exquisite piece of jade. Chapter 11. The villagers' assembly. The individual who discovered the exquisite jade was the first to buy stones after the wealthy merchants departed, a man by the surname Hu. He had chosen a stone the size of a bowl, and after acquiring the jade, he proceeded directly to Shanglong Jewelry, which offered stone-cutting services and promised immediate purchase of any jade uncovered. Hu waited in line for quite some time, witnessing others unearth jade, though many left empty-handed. By the time his stone was ready for cutting, he felt a twinge of anxiety and dared not look. To everyone's astonishment, his stone yielded an exceptional piece of jade. In terms of quality, his piece was even superior to those previously acquired from Luze by Shanglong Jewelry, though it was not priced as highly, selling for a total of 230,000 yuan, which Hu felt was quite satisfactory. This news spread like wildfire. Given the prior sensational reports and the public sale of gambling stones in Shuanan village, this had already become a major story throughout Xiong County, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. The news of a man with the surname Hu unveiling a precious stone and selling it for 2.3 million swiftly spread throughout the county, igniting a fervor in the entire Xiong County. Previous reports had introduced a young man named Yi Fan, who, after a tragic plunge into the river, discovered a jade worth 2.8 million. Now, the latest reports revealed that a worker with the surname Hu purchased a seemingly worthless rock for 50 yuan and discovered jade worth 2.3 million. Amidst such circumstances, a jade craze, ignited by these stones, swept over Xiong County. Many individuals, upon finishing their workday, rushed home without even pausing for a meal, heading straight to the riverside of Shinan village. However, disappointment soon engulfed the thronging crowd. The stalls at Shinan village had already been dismantled, leaving only a handful of robust youths guarding the riverbank, preventing anyone from entering the water. Faced with a multitude eager to purchase gambling stones, the youths merely replied, "Come back at 7 tomorrow morning if you wish to buy." This momentarily cooled the fervor surrounding jade, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet, a number of individuals, whose eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, remained undeterred. The timid may starve, while the bold may feast. This age has never lacked those who entertain such thoughts. Even a random stone from the river could fetch 30 yuan, prompting several to entertain dubious intentions. As darkness fell, some could no longer resist the temptation and plunged into the river, eager to retrieve stones for fortune. The group of youths from Shinan village observed this, but did not intervene. Their task, as entrusted by Luze, was not to prevent these individuals from entering the water. Rather, it was to ensure no one drowned. They understood it was futile for them to attempt to stop the eager seekers. As they watched the individuals leap into the water, the youths wore expressions of mockery. The riverbank had long been stripped of stones. Indeed, all the stones had been salvaged over the past 3 days. The probability of finding another stone was even lower than that of purchasing one and cutting it into jade. While there were still stones in the river's center, accessing them required tools and skill, an endeavor that could not be accomplished by mere numbers. As expected, within moments, the first few to enter the water emerged, caked in mud, spitting out the muck, cursing their misfortune, and departing empty-handed. Observers outside, witnessing this, also abandoned their hopes. What could have escalated into conflict concluded without any communication between the two sides. Truly, Teacher Lu was remarkable, calculating everything so precisely. No wonder he was regarded as a cultured individual. Once this incident passed, I too wished to seek out Teacher Lu to learn something, at the very least to read. The youths began discussing among themselves, their faces alight with admiration. Meanwhile, within Shinan village, the atmosphere was vibrant and festive, adorned with lanterns and decorations, reminiscent of the new year. Although the village lacked electricity, each household lit oil lamps, candles, and lanterns, successfully dispelling the darkness with a unique charm. At this moment, the village's threshing ground, with a few tables set up, is hosting a gathering of the villagers. After all, this is the most spacious place in the village. Elder Pai took out 2 thick bundles of cash, tapping them on the table a few times before carefully smoothing them out, glancing around at the villagers gathered. Today, we have sold 23,750 units. Everyone inhaled sharply, realizing that they had indeed sold a considerable amount, but were astonished by the total. Elder Pai extracted 2,000 This 2,000 is the contracted amount contributed by each household. I will tally it up and return it to everyone shortly." The crowd expressed no dissent, and Elder Pai took out another 5,000. "This 5,000 is for Teacher Lu." "For me?" Luze was taken aback. Elder Pai chuckled. "This is not your share, Teacher Lu. I inquired about the sack of stones you had thrown into the river, which cost 5,000. You may not have mentioned it, but we cannot simply disregard it, can we?" Luze fell silent, turning to see the villagers wearing benevolent smiles. Clearly aware of the situation, they were straightforward and accepted the money without hesitation. Just as Luze received the funds, Elder Pai handed him the remaining money, leaving Luze somewhat bewildered. "Since this method was devised by you, Teacher Lu, a cultured individual who can lead us to great endeavors, it is only fitting that you distribute the funds." Elder Pai spoke with a warm smile. At this moment, Luze was astonished. The fact that few knew he had spent 5,000 was not surprising, but the direct delegation of the distribution task to him was a significant distinction. This indicated that Elder Pai viewed him not merely as a comrade, but as a leader. "Teacher Lu, we trust you." The villagers chimed in. "Indeed, you should handle this. We have confidence in you." Earning so much in a single day, if it weren't for Teacher Lu, it would take us years to achieve this. The villagers spoke earnestly. Observing this, Luze refrained from any false modesty. His goal was to gain their trust and assert his voice, which he had now accomplished, leaving no room for hesitation. Having just received the money, Elder Pai stood up, offering his seat to Luze, who chose not to occupy Elder Pai's position but rather sat in an adjacent chair. Casting a glance at the assembled villagers, Luze began. "Initially, I felt it inappropriate to involve myself in the distribution of funds, but since Elder Pai has entrusted me with this responsibility, I would like to share my thoughts. The money should be distributed, but not entirely. I propose we allocate it based on working hours and the nature of the work. 50 per day for those who gathered stones, 70 for those who transported them, 30 for those who sold them, and we should also account for those who cooked and kept watch. All of these contributions deserve recognition based on individual effort." The villagers nodded in agreement. It was fair. No one objected, as they were well aware that even in the city, exhausting labor only yielded a maximum of 15 yuan a day, and many merely stayed home cooking. With this arrangement, they had no reason for discontent. The principle of earning according to labor has always found support across generations. As no one voiced any objections, Luze spoke again. "Certainly, with this arrangement, there will undoubtedly be surplus funds. I intend to allocate a portion of this money to cover the tuition fees for the children's education, alongside your educational subsidies. From now on, the village shall bear the cost of all school fees for every child." A wave of cheers erupted at this announcement. Just 3 days prior, everyone was fretting over the schooling expenses for their children. Now, that concern had vanished, bringing them more joy than even the prospect of receiving their salaries. There was no reason for discontent. "I plan to entrust the remaining funds to Old Pai Yi for safekeeping," Luze continued. "These funds will serve as a financial reserve for the village, to be utilized as capital for future development endeavors. Moreover, every year during the new year, we will hold a dividend meeting, where each household will receive bonuses based on their shareholdings. Rest assured, if you heed my words, our future earnings will only increase." The concept of shares had become quite popular in recent times, yet in this small mountain village, it still felt remarkably novel. They perceived themselves as uneducated common folk, unaware that they could possess shares. The idea was grand and sophisticated, and the prospect of dividends added to its allure, regardless of the dividend amounts. Merely speaking of it conferred prestige, and naturally, no one would decline. Furthermore, Luze was undoubtedly correct. Trusting his judgment would surely yield greater profits in the future. "I will discuss the matter of shares with Old Pai Yi, and once we draft a contract for everyone to sign, we can finalize this arrangement if there are no objections." Luze continued. "In the upcoming week, I ask you all to exert yourselves. Let us aim to sell all the stones within 7 days, after which we shall cease the sale of stones." While no one opposed Luze's earlier statements, this final remark left the crowd perplexed. "What? We only sell for 7 days? We still have plenty of stones in the river." Finally, someone could not contain their confusion any longer. "Moreover, even if we sell out, we could always bring in some stones to replace them. Who would know they aren't jade stones?" This sentiment resonated with many, and the crowd turned their hopeful gazes toward Luze, awaiting his response. "Even if we don't sell out, we cannot continue selling," Luze replied, shaking his head, his tone resolute. This method may yield quick profits, but the weight of such money is heavy. It necessitates a careful balance. It is not sustainable, and a minor misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. It would be a joke if this were to continue long-term, turning Shuanan village into a scam village. That is not the path I wish to pursue. Observing Lu Zhe's serious demeanor, those present began to reflect earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, Teacher Lu's insights were undoubtedly more profound than their own. I concur with Teacher Lu's perspective. Old Pei nodded, his gaze somewhat dimmed. In truth, you are unaware of the situation. Today, as I peddled stones, I nearly contemplated fleeing. Initially, only affluent patrons availed themselves of the stones. However, as time progressed, laborers and ordinary farmers began to scrape together funds to purchase them. Many individuals, their eyes even reddened with fervor, were present. At that moment, I pondered, is this not akin to operating a casino? The scene resembled that of a gambling den, where individuals disregarded the stakes, even borrowing money to procure stones. I sensed something amiss. Reflecting upon it now, if this escalated, it would not be a trivial matter. At this juncture, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Even those who were initially oblivious could discern that engaging in such activities bore a striking resemblance to running a casino, which was undoubtedly unacceptable. The simple villagers, inherently good-natured, would never partake in such morally reprehensible endeavors. So, should we continue with this in the coming days? The first to speak up, feeling somewhat uncertain, inquired, is this endeavor not illegal? Even if it is not against the law, it is still profoundly unethical. If someone, driven by desperation, resorts to usury to purchase stones, leading to ruin, our village would face dire consequences. Thankfully, Teacher Lu's timely reminders spared us from ignorance. We nearly ventured into moral transgression. Listening to the villagers exchange their thoughts, Lu Zhe nodded discreetly. To survive in this world, one cannot simply be naive. There are times when one must employ strategies. Yet, this does not imply that one should forsake their essence in pursuit of profit, which is not a scenario he wishes to witness. Reality has shown that Sunam village has not disappointed him. Though the villagers relish profit, they are unwilling to engage in morally corrupt activities, which is precisely what Lu Zhe hoped to see. On this first day, everything proceeded without incident, but should this trend persist tomorrow, significant troubles would undoubtedly arise. Lu Zhe spoke up. Therefore, I intend to implement a purchase limit starting tomorrow. Purchase limit? The crowd expressed confusion. Lu Zhe elucidated. Each individual may acquire a maximum of 3 stones per day, registered with their identification. Subsequently, we can inform them that the stones are nearly depleted, and we will only sell for another 7 days. Upon reflection, the villagers deemed this approach prudent. 3 stones, regardless of price, would not be exorbitant for an average household. Even with the necessity of purchasing daily for the remaining 7 days, it would not pose a significant problem. However, this introduced another dilemma. What if wealthy patrons sought to purchase in bulk under the purchase limit? Someone inquired. Although many individuals were buying stones today, the majority were affluent merchants and moderately prosperous city dwellers, clearly possessing the financial means. If we also imposed a limit on them, the village would incur substantial losses. Lu Zhe had already contemplated this issue and, with a smile, shook his head. In this world, solutions outnumber difficulties. We simply need to stipulate that each person can purchase only 3 gambling stones per day. As for the rest, we have not specified, nor are we obligated to regulate it. At first glance, this statement may seem as though Lu Zhe is reluctant to intervene further in the matter. However, upon deeper reflection, it unveils an intriguing layer. Teacher Xiao Lu implies that those with the capability and ideas should seek out individuals to assist them in purchasing? Indeed, that is precisely the meaning. Those with substantial wealth can easily offer remuneration to enlist others to gather a group for purchases. Those truly desiring a large quantity of stones are bound to consider such a strategy. Conversely, those with little disposable income would undoubtedly hesitate to engage in such endeavors. This approach serves 2 purposes and has no impact on us whatsoever. Before long, some individuals deciphered Lu Zhe's words and began to discuss excitedly. Lu Zhe cast a glance at the person who first surmised his intentions, only to find it was the actor, Dogwa, who had feigned a fall earlier that day. This young man not only possesses a knack for fishing, but also exhibits a sharp intellect. Though his acting skills may be somewhat lacking, with proper guidance, he could become a valuable asset. Dogwa, oblivious to Lu Zhe's thoughts, was brimming with excitement at having discerned Lu Zhe's intentions. feeling quite cultured in his moment of revelation. However, when he turned to glance back, he found Lu Zhe gazing at him with a somewhat ambiguous expression, causing Dogwa to instinctively retract his neck. He thought to himself, why does teacher Xiao Lu's gaze feel so unsettling? After the playful banter, the village meeting came to a close. In an era where evening entertainment is scarce, many were already fatigued and retired early to prepare for the following day's endeavors. Lu Zhe returned to his school dormitory, his demeanor notably relaxed. His joy stemmed not only from the success of his plans, but also from discovering another matter. The man surnamed Hu had spent 50 yuan on a gamble stone and ultimately unveiled a jade worth 2.3 million, had caught Lu Zhe's attention from the outset. This very man had, in Lu Zhe's previous life, purchased the small courtyard on the outskirts of Qiong County that Lu Zhe had never even inhabited. In that past existence, he had taken over the small courtyard, and while renovating the kitchen, unearthed exquisite jade, selling it for an astonishing sum of 2.3 million. Initially, Lu Zhe believed that due to his rebirth, this man would miss such an opportunity. However, he was astonished to find that, after a series of twists and turns, the man was still following the trajectory of history. Moreover, he had acquired this fortune while in Lu Zhe's presence. Remarkably, even the final selling price of the jade remained unchanged. Although this occurrence seemed unrelated to Lu Zhe, it was intricately connected in countless ways. It felt as though something unseen was correcting the alterations Lu Zhe had made. Lu Zhe pondered whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Yet one thing was certain. The minute psychological burdens he had felt upon discovering the exquisite jade had entirely dissipated. He remained uncertain whether his future path would mirror that of his past life. Lu Zhe murmured to himself, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. If memory served him correctly, the man surnamed Hu eventually ventured to Lin province to engage in business with the 2.3 million, ultimately amassing a fortune exceeding 1 billion before Lu Zhe's rebirth. Shaking his head, Lu Zhe chose not to dwell on it further. The lingering doubts in his heart had been set aside. It was time to focus on his next course of action. Rebirth is not a mindless rush, nor is it akin to the fictional tales where one merely stumbles upon riches. It necessitates a well-crafted strategy. Surely, in the future, he will strive for greater markets and venture into broader horizons. However, prior to embarking on such grand endeavors, he must first equip himself adequately. Moreover, before stepping into the vast world beyond, Lu Zhe must prepare further for Xuanan village, not solely for its sake, but also for his own. Initially, Lu Zhe's aim was merely to improve the lives of the villagers and help them avert impending calamities. Yet, his aspirations have evolved beyond this. He seeks to transform Xuanan village into a significant support for himself, even a formidable backing. Indeed, a pillar of strength. As a reborn individual, it is not merely about blind acquisition of wealth. The money lying on the ground will not present itself for the taking. Nor can one rely on mere notions from the future or a grasp of historical trajectories to amass all fortunes. A solid foundation is equally crucial. Yet, Lu Zhe finds himself without such a foundation. His parents are but ordinary employees, and in just 6 months, they are destined to be unemployed, leaving him without a safety net. A single misstep could plunge him into the depths of despair. While this may sound harsh, it is the stark reality of the world, particularly in this era, where such truths are even more pronounced. Fortunately, in the absence of external support, Lu Zhe is capable of crafting his own. Xuanan village, then, is the cornerstone of his plans, a destitute village within a poverty-stricken county, seemingly devoid of prospects. However, what if Lu Zhe could lead this impoverished village beyond Chu County, beyond Zhu province, and even beyond the borders of Xia country? What if it could transform into one of the nation's premier villages, capturing the attention of prominent figures in the capital? At that juncture, Xuanan village will no longer be a fragile sprout susceptible to the slightest gust, but will burgeon into a towering tree, potentially even becoming Lu Zhe's talisman for survival. This is precisely why Lu Zhe is resolutely determined to expedite the cessation of the gambling stone business in the village, striving to avert any potential issues that may never arise. For what he requires is a pristine Xuanan village, one that is unblemished and oriented towards the light. Chapter 13. Almost losing his integrity, it has been proven that Lu Zhe's decision was indeed sagacious, particularly regarding the limitation on gambling stone purchases. It has proven to be immensely astute, as from the very next day, The villagers of Shuanan could distinctly perceive a surge in both the number of buyers and their fervor, far eclipsing that of the first day. Many were seen with red-rimmed eyes, and upon closer inquiry, it was revealed that numerous individuals had resorted to high-interest loans, even contemplating selling their homes to buy gambling stones. All of this, of course, is intricately linked to the millionaire who emerged from the first day of sales. In fact, when Shuanan village commenced the sale of gambling stones, it had already drawn considerable attention, with some even conducting statistical analyses specifically on the village. The revenue generated from the stones sold amounted to approximately 30,000. On merely the first day, the sold gambling stones yielded an astonishing return of 25 million. This is not merely a straightforward mathematical equation. After all, within that sum, one particular stone valued at 3 million was a sheer stroke of luck. Even from a statistical perspective, this extraordinary gemstone ought not to be included in the calculations. Viewed through this lens, Shuanan village sold 30,000 gambling stones. Ultimately, from these 30,000 stones, the verifiable yield amounted to a mere 250,000 worth of jade. At this juncture, whether purchasing gambling stones results in profit or loss becomes readily apparent. Unfortunately, under the intoxicating allure of the 3 million gemstone, many individuals entirely overlook this simple mathematical reality. Everyone believes they are the true protagonists, convinced that fate may bestow upon them the same fortune. They aspire to become the third individual in Cheong County to unveil a $1 million jade. But is this truly feasible? While it cannot be entirely dismissed, the probability is even lower than that of winning the elusive lottery. Moreover, aside from the extraordinary luck required to uncover the 3 million jade, even the 250,000 value warrants scrutiny. First, one must consider the profile of those who unveiled jade on the first day. While it is possible that a few individuals purchased stones for a few dozen yuan and made a modest profit, the majority were affluent merchants already well-versed in the realm of gambling stones. They could often assess the likelihood of finding valuable jade based solely on the stone's exterior. In such circumstances, it is undeniably challenging for ordinary individuals to unearth jade. However, such analyses require a state of calmness, which is sorely lacking at present. Everyone is fervently eager to test their luck. Fantasies abound, as individuals envision transforming bicycles into motorcycles and motorcycles into luxury cars. The fervor for jade has gripped the populace of Cheong County. In fact, compared to the hesitance of the first day, by the second day, many were willing to sell their possessions and borrow money to seize the opportunity, and they were not few in number. One can only imagine that if this blind enthusiasm continues unabated, Shuanan village may ultimately be left in ruins, consumed by the flames of this fervor. Fortunately, the imposition of purchase limits on gambling stones in Shuanan village effectively tempered this heated frenzy. Each individual is restricted to purchasing 3 stones per day. Upon the announcement of this news, discontent surged among many, yet Shuanan village remained adamant in its stance, leaving the citizens of Cheong County with no choice but to acquiesce. Unsurprisingly, when wealthy merchants found their attempts at negotiation thwarted, they quickly resorted to gathering individuals to circumvent the restrictions. Consequently, the gambling stone stalls in Shuanan village became extraordinarily bustling, as throngs of people were mobilized to purchase stones. Many, after buying, promptly transferred their stones to the small trucks of the affluent merchants, leaving with a sense of satisfaction and a sum of hard-earned money. In fact, subsequent statistics revealed that many individuals in Cheong County earned a tidy profit solely from the commissions for gathering participants. In such circumstances, the gambling stone business in Shuanan village unexpectedly witnessed a tremendous surge. The statistics from the following day revealed a profit of 50,000. By the third day, the profits exceeded 80,000. Within just 3 days, the villagers of Shuanan experienced both the agony and ecstasy of such financial gains, attributable to their relentless efforts. Often resting no more than 5 hours a day, dedicating their time either to selling gambling stones or scavenging for stones in the river. Fortunately, the outcomes did not disappoint them. Aside from the first day when Lu Zhe assisted his students, he remained in Shuanan village for the subsequent days, conducting classes daily, leading a life that could be deemed relatively comfortable. The villagers' attitude towards Lu Zhe evolved into one of increasing trust and admiration. Over the past 2 years, Lu Zhe had already earned the respect of this small mountain village. After all, It was rare for someone to endure the harsh conditions of such a remote area for more than 6 months. Liu Zhe's 2-year commitment was unprecedented. However, the recent stone trading had shifted the villagers' perception of him once more. The previous respect was rooted in his identity as an intellectual who sincerely aided them, whereas now, it transformed into admiration and trust for his effortless ingenuity in devising such a profitable scheme. These two sentiments were distinctly different. Teacher, do you play soccer? Join us. Otherwise, we'll never match up to Guanxiang. She's too formidable. We can't compete with her. If you join us, we stand a chance. A few students implored Liu Zhe after a morning of language lessons and an afternoon of mathematics, prompting him to prepare a physical education class as a brief respite. However, no sooner had he settled down than several students rushed over to invite him to join their team. Liu Zhe felt somewhat helpless. As the sole teacher at the school, he bore the weight of every responsibility. While the students were fatigued from their studies, he too, as a teacher standing for hours, felt the exhaustion. In response to their requests, Liu Zhe, keen to decline, retorted, "Are you boys really intimidated by a little girl like Guanxiang?" To his surprise, the boys did not take the bait, instead lamenting, "Teacher, calling her a little girl is hardly appropriate. She's incredibly skilled. When the soccer ball comes her way, it seems to grow legs and run away from us. None of us can compete. She can easily break through our defenses single-handedly. If you don't join us, we won't dare to play against her." The boys spoke with a mix of embarrassment and resignation, evidently intimidated by Guanxiang's prowess. Liu Zhe, intrigued by their words, turned to observe. He saw Guanxiang, nearly 1.7 meters tall, skillfully maneuvering the ball towards the goal, effortlessly dribbling past 3 players before unleashing a powerful shot that sent the ball soaring into the net. Witnessing this ignited a spark of thought within Liu Zhe. Indeed, he recalled that Guanxiang was exceptionally adept at soccer. In his past life, he had even speculated that if she had the opportunity, she might well make it to the national team. However, after her leg injury, he had ceased to entertain such notions. However, now, upon hearing the child's words, Liu Zhe recalled that besides the future prodigy, Nan Nan, in his class, there was indeed another genius present. In his previous life, due to a catastrophic event, she suffered from broken legs and could only traverse the ground with her hands, her lower body encased in a makeshift football bag. It was not until Liu Zhe procured a wheelchair for her that the little girl was spared from such arduous toil. Yet now, having been reborn, he possessed the means to avert that calamity. The question lingered, could he alter the course of this young girl's life? "Teacher, please come with us quickly, otherwise, we are bound to lose." A boy's urgent plea jolted Liu Zhe from his musings. Regaining his composure, Liu Zhe chuckled heartily. "All right, I will join you. I was once the star striker of the school football team." With that, he stepped onto the field. Although Guanxiang was exceptionally talented, she had not undergone formal training. Drawing upon his 20 years of experience watching the World Cup and the Champions League, and bolstered by the advantages of his adult physique, Liu Zhe easily outclassed Guanxiang. However, he was astounded by her remarkable ability to learn, a technique he had demonstrated just 10 minutes prior. She was able to replicate with impressive proficiency shortly thereafter, even managing to close the score gap significantly. She was merely 13 years old. "Little teacher Liu, come with me." Just as Liu Zhe feared the impending loss, Go came to the rescue, prompting Liu Zhe and his students to hastily escape the failing match, salvaging a semblance of dignity. Once outside the school, Liu Zhe casually inquired, "What happened?" Go hesitated, casting a glance at Liu Zhe before murmuring, "Teacher Liu, your brother-in-law has arrived, over by the gambling stone stall." Chapter 14. He is watching Fool's brother-in-law? To be frank, upon hearing this designation, Liu Zhe was momentarily bewildered. His previous wife was an only child, devoid of siblings. It took him a while to realize that Go was likely referring to Su Ling's brother, Su Chong. Liu Zhe had a vague impression of this individual, idly drifting through life, having watched a few gangster films. He aspired to mingle in the underworld, but remained a mere street thug, bullying elementary students. Yet, given that his sister was Su Ling, Liu Zhe knew that encounters with him seldom boded well. Nevertheless, Liu Zhe vaguely recalled that this fellow was destined to be apprehended in a crackdown on local thuggery soon. With clarity on the identity of the individual, Liu Zhe understood that this small-time troublemaker had likely come to Xuanan village, having heard of the gambling stone stall, seeking some form of gain. Judging by Go's hesitant demeanor, it was likely that he harbored concerns about the man's reputation. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ze summoned Nan Nan, instructing her to oversee a dictation exercise after the physical education class. He then followed Go Hua down the mountain. At that moment, at the gambling stone stall by the river at the foot of Shuanan village, chaos reigned supreme. A human-powered tricycle was stationed at the stall, where a handful of tattooed ruffians were intently selecting stones for gambling. After a brief moment, one of them carried a stone and placed it upon the tricycle, seemingly undisturbed by the presence of others. Among these miscreants, the leader was a gaunt man, as slender as a bamboo pole, adorned with half a tattoo of a blue dragon emerging from the water on his back, which appeared rather peculiar. His name was Su Chong, and he explained that he had been interrupted midway through the tattooing process by an enemy, leading him to wield a watermelon knife and wreak havoc on the street, causing the tattoo artist to flee in terror, resulting in his incomplete tattoo. However, Liu Ze was aware of the truth. This fellow had simply been too afraid of the pain to endure the entire process. At this moment, Su Chong was filled with a sense of satisfaction, reveling in the attention of the crowd, feeling as though his soul was on the verge of transcendence. As a small-time thug with a combat prowess rated at 5 and a dismal track record, he believed that the opportunity he had long fantasized about, being esteemed by a powerful figure, had finally arrived. After all, Shuanan village was notorious for its toughness, with every resident being a skilled fighter, and they were particularly united, causing even the most formidable figures to hesitate in their approach. In recent days, many influential individuals had shifted their focus to this area due to the gambling stones, yet they had refrained from taking action out of caution. Thus, at this moment, as he brazenly seized a gambling stone in front of everyone and succeeded, he was certain that numerous powerful figures would soon extend invitations for him to serve as their underling. No, being a mere underling was beneath him. He aspired to be a hall master at the very least. He pondered whether to align himself with Brother Shanji or Brother Haonan, having heard that the faction led by Crow was also quite impressive. As a sought-after individual, I too have my burdens to bear. With a multitude of bright imaginings for the future swirling in his mind, Su Chong cast a glance at the frowning old Pei. He reflected that merely seizing gambling stones lacked substance. After all, as someone of stature, one ought to utter a few words of decorum, as depicted in the movies. After contemplating for 3 minutes, Su Chong fixed his gaze upon old Pei and shouted, "Old man, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll make you regret it. Hey, you little brat, you're asking for trouble." Before old Pei could respond, an elderly man, muscular and robust, dropped his pipe and picked up a nearby rake, preparing to advance. Old Pei quickly intervened. "Lao Si, don't act recklessly. This man is Teacher Lu's uncle." Had I known he was Teacher Lu's uncle, I would have gone after him with a gun, spat forth Master, expelling a mouthful of thick phlegm. This was no idle boast. Shuanan village boasted the highest economy in Xiong County. Its reputation for bravery and ferocity was unparalleled. A few years prior, a notorious figure assaulted a villager from Shuanan, only to find himself beaten to a pulp and discarded at the river's edge the following day. Embarrassed, the powerful figure rallied 200 men to attack Shuanan village, uniformly declaring intentions to massacre the village. However, within half an hour of their ascent, they fled back, wailing and proclaiming they would never again be gangsters. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that their group had first been defeated in a 1-on-3 brawl, after which Fourth Master, leading a cadre of seasoned fighters, emerged wielding guns and fired at the ruffian leader without hesitation. Due to this matter, Shuanan village was once regarded as the foremost village that one should not offend. After all, they were not reckless individuals, nor were they prepared to jeopardize their lives or dignity. Instead of resorting to weapons and violence, we live in an age governed by law. Teacher Liu has stated that our village must not be bullied, but we must also refrain from instigating trouble or engaging in fights, as it is not worth the cost. Old Pai advised with a shake of his head. Si did not argue but nodded in agreement, though a hint of discontent lingered on his face. You know, Teacher Liu is a wonderful person. It's perplexing how she could be drawn to such a family. That Su Ling, in my eyes, is hardly a good person. And I have inquired about her family. They are not of good character. If Teacher Liu truly marries into that family, it is unlikely to bode well. Previously, I had worried for Teacher Liu, but upon her return to the county, my concerns dissipated. I pondered that with her capabilities, she surely would not be ensnared by such a family. Old Pai chuckled softly, shaking his head in agreement. Si concurred. Indeed. Although Teacher Lu seems unchanged upon her return, I can't shake the feeling that she has transformed significantly. The two elderly men continued their conversation, entirely disregarding Su Chong, who felt as though he were striking cotton with his fists. He contemplated making a few more jabs, but hesitated upon seeing the rake in Si Ye's hand, ultimately deciding against speaking up. However, they proceeded to transport the gambling stones without any hindrance. After some thought, Su Chong resolved to let bygones be bygones and joined in the effort to move the stones. Soon, a cart was filled, and Su Chong called everyone to prepare for departure. At that moment, Shou Ho and several villagers stepped forward to block their path. "What do you think you're doing?" Su Chong shouted in anger. Rather than responding with ire, Shou Ho wore a congenial expression and said, "Teacher Lu has instructed that no one may take stones without payment. Please wait for her to arrive before you leave. It is only fair." "Teacher Lu?" Su Chong paused, recalling that his sister had become involved with someone from the city who happened to be teaching in this village. He expressed his discontent. Why wait for that good-for-nothing? Even if he were standing right here, would he dare to utter a word against me? I could easily deal with him. "What did you say?" As Shou Ho pressed further, Su Chong was about to repeat himself when an icy aura jolted him back to reality. He looked up to see Shou Ho, who had previously been amiable, now wearing a serious expression that deterred him from continuing. He felt an instinctual dread that if he dared repeat his words, he might not leave in one piece. Noticing Su Chong's silence, Shou Ho returned to his earlier demeanor, though his gaze held a hint of coldness. In a tone only Su Chong could hear, he warned, "If I hear you disrespect Teacher Lu again, I will sew your mouth shut." A blatant threat. Yet, in the face of such intimidation, Su Chong found himself paralyzed with fear, leaving the atmosphere awkwardly tense. "Teacher Lu is here." "Teacher Lu." Fortunately, the awkwardness did not linger for long. Su Chong looked up and saw that Lu Zhe had already arrived, fortuitously lifting his gaze to meet Su Chong's. Su Chong recognized Lu Zhe, having seen him before. However, what struck him as peculiar was the unfamiliarity in Lu Zhe's gaze, as if he were looking at a fool. Chapter 15. To live or perish, brother-in-law. It is indeed rare to meet you. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Su Chong adopted an air of a proud elder brother-in-law and chuckled. Observing Lu Zhe's arrival, greeted warmly by the villagers, and recalling the earlier threat from the thin monkey, Su Chong's not-so-bright mind finally made a connection. He had a sense that this fortunate brother-in-law of his held a respectable position in Shinan village. Lu Zhe found Su Chong's demeanor somewhat amusing and approached him, glancing at the tricycle before him, inquiring, "What is this? Are you saying I can't even haul a few broken stones?" Su Chong glared at Lu Zhe and then began to admonish him ferociously. "Let me tell you, don't think you're something special just because you come from the big city. I've heard that my sister is quite upset with you. If you don't know your place, I'll make sure she dumps you." This statement was pure nonsense. He hadn't even returned home in days and knew nothing of the situation. However, he was aware that Lu Zhe seemed to cherish his sister greatly, and in past encounters, using such threats had easily put Lu Zhe in his place. To his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Zhe nodded. "That's just what I desire." "What do you mean by that?" Su Chong was taken aback, then instantly enraged, glaring fiercely at Lu Zhe. "Su Chong, are you interested in these stones?" Lu Zhe countered, ignoring Su Chong's fury. Su Chong, rather stubbornly, nodded. "Yes, what is wrong with that? I can't take them." "Of course you can take them. It's just that these stones are meant for sale in the village, and each person is limited to purchasing 3. If you wish to buy, just bring money and your ID," Lu Zhe explained casually. "But if you can't produce the money, then you cannot take the stones." At this, Lu Zhe instructed the thin monkey, "We cannot engage in improper dealings. It applies to everyone, especially this family." "Understood." The thin monkey grasped Lu Zhe's words and immediately signaled, prompting a swarm of villagers to converge and forcibly drag away the tricycle. Some of Su Chong's companions attempted to protest, but upon seeing the crowd, they dared not utter a word. "You have quite the audacity, Lu." Su Chong did not anticipate such a rapid turn of events and felt somewhat disconcerted. Lu Zhe shrugged, maintaining a neutral expression. Su Chong seethed internally. Despite the limited encounters he had with Lu Zhe, he had never failed to bully this young man under the guise of being the elder brother-in-law. Who could have expected that Lu Zhe would dare to meddle with his belongings? He was about to lash out when he noticed the thin monkey approaching with a look that suggested, "If you dare to strike, I will crush you." In an instant, Su Chong came to his senses. This was Shinan village. If he truly acted recklessly, he might well meet his end here. However, As the three-wheeled cart carrying the gambling stones was being taken away, Su Chong felt a twinge of reluctance. He quickly softened his stance, saying, "Look, Lulu's. How about you give me and Linger a bit of face? Just consider these stones as a loan for today. I promise to return them in a few days, all right? The rules are rules. One pays and receives in kind. And you, trying to curry favor with Teacher Lu. Who do you think you are? You aspire to be Teacher Lu's brother-in-law? I doubt you possess the qualifications for that." This was spoken by Go Hua. This fellow was indeed clever. After Lu Zhe's return, he had not mentioned anything about marriage. Yet Go Hua had made his own conjectures based on Lu Zhe's few words. Of course, even with such conjectures, most people would refrain from speaking out. After all, who knows if the couple is merely having a quarrel? It is not the place of outsiders to interfere. One wrong move could leave one stranded between two parties. However, Go Hua was different. He genuinely believed that Su Ling was not a good person, so at this moment, he did not care whether Lu Zhe and Su Ling were in a conflict or if their relationship had truly ended. He was eager for Lu Zhe to sever ties with Su Ling. Even if it meant being caught in the middle, he would proceed with his plans. Lu Zhe, having lived two lives, understood these dynamics well. He could not help but cast another glance at Go Hua, making the latter's hair stand on end. No way, no way. I've heard that people from big cities are quite open-minded. Is it possible that the young Teacher Lu has changed his disposition and taken a liking to me? What should I do? I don't like men. Go Hua was flustered, but fortunately, these thoughts did not escape his lips. Otherwise, Lu Zhe would have slapped this fool, whose mind was filled with twisted notions, back into reality. Is this what you mean, Lu Zhe? Su Chong, unaware of the tangled thoughts, turned a fierce gaze toward Lu Zhe after hearing Go Hua's words. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow, replying, "One pays and receives in kind." Su Chong was about to explode in anger when Lu Zhe continued, "Of course, we are somewhat acquainted. Familiar faces often receive special consideration." Upon hearing this, Su Chong's eyes brightened. "How about this? For others, the limit is 3 stones per person, but for you, there is no limit." Lu Zhe smiled mysteriously. Huh. Su Chong was taken aback, pondering what this familiar treatment entailed. In the end, it still boiled down to money. Observing Su Chong's expression, Lu Zhe realized that this fool had likely not grasped the situation. He leaned in closer and whispered, "Are there many who wish to purchase gambling stones? Especially those big shots you associate with?" "Ah, yes. Previously, someone offered 3 million for a piece of jade. Who wouldn't he want those gambling stones? But there is hardly any to be had," Su Chong stammered in response. Lu Zhe shook his head. Having a brain is a good thing, but regrettably, Su Chong was truly dim-witted. After all, if he were clever enough, he wouldn't he have ended up being sold off to eat government rations in his past life. Shaking his head, Lu Zhe decided to clarify further and pulled Su Chong aside, saying, "Why can't those big shots acquire more? Isn't it due to the purchase limits? Even if they recruit others, how many can they actually bring in? After all, there aren't many people in Tsushin, and the wealthy merchants have already gathered a considerable number. But your situation is different. You have no purchasing restrictions. Just think, isn't this your opportunity?" Hiss. Su Chong suddenly gasped in surprise, his face alight with astonishment. Lu Zhe smiled knowingly. "Do you understand now?" Yes. Su Chong nodded vigorously, then added, "If that is the case, I can definitely join the gang, and soon I could easily become a home master." How should I put it? It's a bit sudden. Lu Zhe's lips twitched as he re-evaluated the man before him, who almost became his brother-in-law in a past life. He had overestimated the other's intelligence. Even a fool should recognize this as a lucrative opportunity, yet he was merely fixated on joining the gang? He might as well forget about being a home master. Otherwise, he'd likely be out of the position before he even settled in. Shaking his head, Lu Zhe felt compelled to remind him once more. Nowadays, wealthy merchants offer a bounty for recruits. For every piece of gambling stone purchased, you would at least receive 2 in return. Here, there are no limits. Take them to those gang leaders. You don't need to earn much. Just $1 would suffice. Imagine how much you could earn. Finally, after Lu Zhe's prompting, Su Chong began to comprehend. His pupils dilated, and he breathed heavily. He felt as though he was on the brink of wealth. If he could earn $1 from 1 stone, then 10 stones would yield $10. And 100 stones would bring in $100. If he made a few rounds, he could effortlessly earn what others do in a month. Moreover, he could even gain some favor. Who knows, perhaps he could even become a home master. Well, he still hadn't forgotten about that. I'm in. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chong eagerly agreed, but then greedily added, However, your price seems a bit steep. Could you offer a discount? A discount? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and grandly replied, no problem. I'll give you a 10% discount on everything you buy. However, there is one condition. You have to move the stones yourself. What do you say? No problem. We have plenty of strength. Su Chong promptly agreed, and without delay, he called his subordinates over. After some haggling, one of his men even brought out a piece of jade as collateral. At last, they managed to gather enough money for a truckload of stones, and he rode off on a tricycle, thoroughly satisfied. Because their discussion had been so discreet, few were aware of the matter. Go Hua, who was nearby, had a rough idea of what Lu Zhe had said. Seeing Su Chong right away, he couldn't help but curiously ask, Teacher Lu, you seem to dislike him. Why give him the chance to profit? For some, this is a chance to earn money. But for others, it's an opportunity leading to their downfall. Lu Zhe replied quietly, his gaze frosty. Survival or destruction depends on him alone. Go Hua scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, but as he observed the coldness in Lu Zhe's eyes, he felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed that Teacher Lu was not as harmless as he appeared. Yet, this was a good thing. Lu Zhe smiled, offering no further explanation, and waved his hand. Let us tidy up and step out for a moment. Where is Teacher Lu headed? Go Hua inquired. Lu Zhe casually replied, I'm heading to the county town to prepare for the esteemed guests. Chapter 16. A sense of hesitation upon returning home. On his return to the county town, Lu Zhe caught a ride with a wealthy merchant in a Santana, which saved them both a considerable distance. Here is a list of items I need you to procure and have delivered to the village as soon as possible, Lu Zhe said, handing over a prepared list, while discreetly slipping some money into Dogwa's hand. The list comprised essential supplies for the village, including stationery and some mechanical parts. Dogwa glanced over the list and nodded, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his demeanor. It's not my first time in the county. Do you really think I would be kidnapped? Lu Zhe observed his apprehension and chuckled. After a moment's reflection, Dogwa seemed reassured and, having agreed on a rendezvous point with Lu Zhe, turned to commence his shopping. Once Dogwa departed, Lu Zhe made his way to a nearby public telephone booth. Although he owned a mobile phone, he regretted the purchase. In these times, mobile phones proved to be quite impractical, at least for Lu Zhe, who spent his days in a small mountain village. While they might function well in a bustling city, in the remote village, the signal was nearly non-existent. For days, his phone displayed the same 3 words, no service. In the county town, there was indeed a signal. Yet after some contemplation, Lu Zhe opted against using his mobile phone and chose the public booth instead. The first number he dialed was one frequently seen in the newspaper. Hello, Linshire Evening News. How may I assist you? A female voice answered promptly. After a moment of reflection on the name, Lu Zhe spoke. I would like to speak with your reporter, Zhou Yutong. Please hold. After a brief wait, the line was picked up by a different voice, bright yet tinged with curiosity. Hello, I am Zhou Yutong. May I ask who is calling? I heard that you are preparing to participate in next month's Pengqing photography competition, Lu Zhe stated directly. The other fell silent for a moment, evidently taken aback. How did you know? It seemed he was correct. Lu Zhe nodded inwardly. Initially uncertain, he inferred from Zhou Yutong's response that his guess had been accurate. Hello, reporter Zhou. I am Lu Zhe, a volunteer teacher from Shinan Village in Qiong County. Ah, hello, Teacher Lu. Zhou Yutong couldn't help but inquire further. May I ask how you learned about my participation in the Pengqing photography competition? And what prompted you to call me? In his mind, Lu Zhe silently recalled the articles from his past life, acknowledging her third-place achievement. However, such thoughts were not suitable for verbalization. Instead, he recounted the previous reports and said, I am calling to invite you to visit Shinan Village. Zhou Yutong responded, somewhat taken aback. Lu Zhe continued, I believe I have some exceptional material that could be of assistance to you. This week, Zhou Yutong seemed utterly bewildered, taken aback by the unexpected invitation. She appeared uncertain about how to respond, stammering for quite some time before finally saying, I need to check my schedule. That's perfectly fine. If you are too busy, I can take a few photographs and send them to you for your consideration, Lu Zhe replied. This was indeed an acceptable proposition. Without hesitation, Zhou Yutong provided Lu Zhe with the address of the newspaper office, which he diligently noted before ending the call. It was not surprising that Zhou was reluctant to come directly, as the remote and impoverished Qiong County was hardly enticing, and it was unreasonable to expect a prominent journalist from Lin City to rush over for a mere conversation. The primary purpose of the call was to acquire an address, while also subtly preparing Zhou Yutong mentally. In the subsequent call, Lu Zhe contacted the municipal sports arena. His intention was to inquire about any professional football players who could no longer participate due to injuries, if such individuals existed. He hoped to recruit a physical education teacher for Shuanan village and assess whether Guanxianger possessed any footballing talent. Unfortunately, the person on the other end was suspicious and refused to divulge any information, leaving Lu Zhe with no choice but to abandon the endeavor. In any case, he would need to visit the provincial capital soon, and he had already gathered sufficient knowledge to impart to Guanxianger for the time being. The final call was made to a rather unique institution, the Provincial Education Administration. Throughout this conversation, Lu Zhe maintained a low, unrecognizable tone, making it impossible for the listener to discern his identity. 10 minutes later, he hung up the phone and exited the telephone booth. Having completed these tasks, Lu Zhe sought out a camera shop specializing in Kodak film cameras. In this era brimming with opportunities, Kodak had been flourishing in the Xia country since 1994, thanks to its innovative approach and relatively affordable pricing, establishing itself as a dominant force in the industry. In the small town of Cheong County, one would scarcely find other camera brands, while Kodak was readily available. Historically, the next 2 years would see Kodak's Xia division enter a phase of rapid growth, only to face impending ruin thereafter. The company's trajectory from industry leader to bankruptcy serves as a cautionary tale for all enterprises transitioning from the 1990s to the new millennium. Failure to adapt to the times leads to extinction. Of course, these are matters for the future. For now, Kodak remains a giant in the industry. At a time when digital cameras had yet to capture public attention, Kodak still held the top position in the film sector. In a small county like Cheong, cameras were primarily used for family portraits, and professional-grade lenses were virtually non-existent. Lu Zhe made no fuss, purchasing the latest model along with 2 entry-level lenses and several boxes of film before departing. With his belongings securely packed, Lu Zhe made his way to the designated meeting place with Dagua. Only then could he take a proper look at this quaint little county. Like many small towns in this era, the disorder and squalor are distinctive features of such locales. When the wind blows, plastic bags soar through the air, while certain shadowy corners exude a foul and damp odor. Is this a reflection of the low civic quality of the populace? Perhaps it plays a part. Yet the underlying issue is more closely tied to economic conditions. After all, as one strolls down the streets, rubbish bins are a rare sight. To find a public restroom, one must often part with a few coins. In prosperous urban centers, such issues are virtually non-existent. But in a struggling town, discussions about civic quality seem utterly futile. Civic standards and economic status may appear unrelated at first glance, yet they are indeed intricately connected. Soon, having arrived at the agreed-upon location, Dagua had yet to appear. Given the numerous items he needed to order, Lu Zhe didn't dwell on it, and settled at a roadside stand selling papaya juice to await his arrival. This beverage, made from kneaded papaya seeds to create a jelly-like consistency, mixed with syrup and a sprinkle of rose petal sugar, had become a refreshing remedy for the sweltering summers in the Southwest, priced affordably at merely 20 cents for a generous bowl. As Lu Zhe sipped the papaya juice, he hesitated with his phone in hand. He had long contemplated making a call, yet felt a reluctance to do so. Since his rebirth, this call had been postponed until now. Mom, take a sip. Dad, you too. Coincidentally, a young couple with their child approached to enjoy the papaya juice. Observing the family's simple yet joyful expressions, Lu Zhe finally overcame his hesitation and dialed the eerily familiar number etched in his memory. After a couple of rings, the call was answered, and Lu Zhe felt a lump in his throat at the sound of his father's deep voice. Struggling to suppress the sting of tears at the corners of his eyes, he spoke. Dad. Oh, Ace. I was just thinking it's been a long time since you called. I was contemplating whether to reach out to the educational officer in your town, his father replied, clearly thrilled. Before long, the phone was snatched away, and his mother's voice chimed in. Ace, why are you only calling now? Didn't we agree you would let us know as soon as the marriage was settled? How did it go? What did Su Ling's family say? When will the banquet be? Mom. Lu Zhe choked back his emotions. His reluctance to call stemmed from 2 reasons. He did not want his parents to feel sorrow over his relationship, and he was uncertain about how to face them. The fear of returning home often lingers. His mother, sensing something amiss in his tone, inquired, Ace, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? If there's a difficulty, please share it with us. Is it that the Su family is dissatisfied? If so, your father and I can help make up the difference. Mom, it's all right. It's sufficient, truly. Lu Zhe interrupted with a smile, shaking his head. It seemed to echo a similar sentiment expressed when his parents sold their home in the past. Unwilling to accept his reassurances, his mother pressed on, to which Lu Zhe reiterated, "Mom, I'm doing well here, everything is fine. I just miss you both." Lu Mu chuckled, "Silly boy, you miss us? Just tell us when you'll be back. By the way, if you can't make it, your father and I will come to find you. The factory's working hours have been decreasing lately anyway. I've been thinking about giving you time off for your wedding. Why are you telling our son all this? Is it wrong for me to converse with my son?" Lu Fu interjected, but was swiftly silenced by Lu Mu. She refrained from discussing factory matters further and instead inquired about Lu Zhe's work commitments and the status of his engagement. With Su Ling, Lu Zhe responded diligently, ensuring to only share favorable tidings. Regarding his relationship with Su Ling, he chose not to disclose the truth, knowing his parents held traditional values and eagerly anticipated his marriage and grandchildren. If they were to discover the relationship had ended, it would only lead to further concern. The phone call was brief, lasting no more than 3 minutes, as Lu Mu ended it, citing the high cost of phone bills. With the call concluded, Lu Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had always harbored guilt towards his parents for his past actions, which he considered to be utterly foolish. Each recollection filled him with self-loathing for being naive and unfilial. However, after this call, his perspective began to shift. For his parents, he would always remain their child. And now, having been reborn, he was determined to shield them from the hardships of his previous life. This time, there were countless opportunities for him to effect change. Chapter 17. Su Chong's plan for wealth. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Su Chong was gleefully counting the stacks of cash in his hands. His companions, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Chong, this is impressive. We made so much in just half a day. In just 2 trips, we already earned over 300 yuan. I believe the money is secondary. Did you notice how friendly Brother Shanji was to us? Normally, his men Wu and Ti even spare us a glance. And now their leader is personally serving us tea. That's remarkable. Indeed, this gambling stone is exceedingly sought after." Su Chong reveled in his companion's enthusiasm. Who would have imagined that a small-time thug like him, muddling through life for so long without a clear direction, could find a chance for redemption through a few mere stones? After transporting a truckload of stones from Shinan village, he heeded Lu Zhe's advice and quickly found a major player to sell them to. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety, but to his surprise, once the big shot realized he could acquire an unlimited supply of stones, he showered Su Chong with cigarettes and tea, leaving him somewhat flustered by the unexpected hospitality. The stones were swiftly consumed, leading Su Chong not only to substantial earnings, but also to the favor of the influential figure. A golden opportunity indeed. Hence, after clearing 1 truckload, Su Chong returned to Shinan village for another load. Just like the first, the stones were effortlessly cleared away. In truth, as long as Su Chong perseveres and takes advantage of the ongoing sale of gambling stones in Sunim village, he could make a considerable profit by making several trips back and forth. Moreover, the status he desires would naturally follow. However, it is evident that human inertia often proves unyielding. Thus, after the second batch of gambling stones was depleted, Su Chong promptly gathered his companions and headed to a restaurant. After a few drinks and basking in the flattery of his friends, Su Chong felt a sense of inflated pride and declared, on the next trip, "I'll persuade my brother-in-law to lower the price of the stones even further. We can earn much more than this. Or perhaps I should simply have him sell all the stones to us. Then we can resell them, and that would truly be profitable." It must be acknowledged that Su Chong, despite his not-so-high intelligence, occasionally exhibits flashes of insight. However, several companions expressed their doubts. "Brother Chong, while a lower price is advantageous, it may not be so simple. Although your brother-in-law is a teaching assistant in Sunim village, he does not have sole authority over the stones. So this may not come to fruition. Indeed, let alone selling all the stones to us, I estimate this is unlikely." Damn it. Su Chong felt his pride wounded and was somewhat displeased. Yet, upon reflection, he found his companion's words to hold some truth. He could only curse, "That fool. Muddling through life as merely a teaching assistant is truly embarrassing. When I return, I'll have my sister divorce that idiot. He infuriates me." At that moment, Su Chong completely forgot about the 300 yuan in his pocket, all of which he had earned through Lu Zhe's efforts. After another round of feasting and drinking, someone, striving to maintain lucidity, suggested, "Brothers, shouldn't we hurry? I've heard that the gambling stones in Sunam village are dwindling, and they will likely be completely cleared out in a couple of days. We need to seize this opportunity. Damn it. What a pity that fool is just a teaching assistant. Su Chong began cursing again. If that idiot had any skills, he could have had the villagers deliver the stones instead of making us go through all this trouble. Damn. The others quickly chimed in. Indeed, Sunam village is too far. We only have a human-powered tricycle, and each round trip consumes a considerable amount of time. It's exhausting. The road is littered with stones. Damn it. After pedaling the tricycle twice today, I feel as though my legs no longer belong to me. Indeed, if only it were closer. Yet, there was no other way. Only the stones from Sunam village held value. Otherwise, one could simply gather stones from the nearby river without all this hassle. As the group exchanged thoughts, their pace quickened. Suddenly, Su Chong's eyes brightened as he squinted and said, "Brothers, what do you think about bringing some stones from another place to sell?" Upon hearing this, several among them immediately shook their heads. "Brother Chong, what are you thinking? The stones from Sunam village are the only ones worth anything. Who would want stones from elsewhere?" Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that the stones from Sunam village could yield jade, who would desire their worthless stones? No, think carefully. If we casually transport stones over, who would suspect us? Su Chong shook his head with a smile and remarked enigmatically, "Now that Brother Shanji and his associates are aware that we can procure an unlimited supply of stones from Shuanan village, who would be able to discern the origin of a truckload of stones from elsewhere?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately became intrigued. This indeed appeared to be a clever strategy. Whether the stones from the river bore inscriptions was irrelevant. No one could ascertain their provenance. They had already established channels, and it was uncertain where they would source the stones from. One individual, visibly anxious, questioned, "But what if this information reaches Brother Shanji? Wouldn't we be in grave danger?" A chill swept over the group. Indeed, if this scheme were to be uncovered, they might find themselves in dire straits by the morrow. While some expressed concern, others seized the opportunity. I believe Brother Chong's suggestion holds merit. After all, these stones are all from the river, and who could possibly recognize them? As long as we remain silent, who would know where these stones originated? Even if Brother Shanji and his crew cannot produce jade, it would not concern us, would it? Moreover, the initial investment is minimal. The stones from Shuanan village are sold to us at a 10% discount, and if we procure stones from other riverbanks at merely $2 or $3 each, those eager to sell would likely rush to provide us with stones, perhaps even delivering them right to our doorstep. Previously, we barely made a couple of hundred at most. However, if we execute this plan, we could potentially secure 500 to 600 or even 1,000 in one go. Now that would be a substantial profit. Disagreements soon arose within the group. Some feared that a single misstep could lead to exposure, resulting in dire consequences from the powerful figures involved. Yet, others contended that as long as they maintained discretion, the authorities would not uncover their activities, especially if it led to significant profits. This divergence of opinion did not linger for long. After all, how many among those willing to engage in such activities could be deemed virtuous? To hell with it. Let us do it. Su Chong declared with determination, "I once thought that aligning with Brother Shanji and Hao Nan to become a subordinate would suffice. But now the circumstances have changed. If this succeeds, we might even establish our own faction. This is a monumental opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. What is there to fear? As long as we keep our lips sealed, who would know the source of these stones?" Thus, this small collective swiftly devised a scheme to exploit the situation. That very evening, they selected a river near Cheong County, remaining discreet as they recruited several local men from nearby villages, paying each $30 to assist in clandestinely retrieving stones under the cover of night. Su Chong's ambitious plan to amass wealth was thus set in motion with great fervor. Chapter 18. We support you. In the ensuing 2 days, the stones from the river in Shuanan village were rapidly depleted, with a significant quantity being dredged up and swiftly purchased by affluent merchants awaiting on the shore. However, during this period, the number of buyers had begun to dwindle. It was uncertain whether it was due to the low yield of stones or some other reason entirely. Nevertheless, even so, the stones from the river in Shuanan village were entirely sold out by the 6th day of sales, even a day earlier than initially anticipated. Once the stones were cleared, the gambling stone business ceased immediately, without any lingering complications. Although requests for purchase continued to trickle in, with some even willing to pay a premium, Shuanan village remained steadfast. mirroring its previous unwavering stance during the sales. There were none left. Everything had been sold. Furthermore, Shuanan village would not engage in such business again in the future. With this firm resolve, the affluent merchants had no choice but to retreat, unable to press further. Those who profited could not pursue their gains, and those who incurred losses could only acquiesce. Similarly, with the cessation of Shuanan village's gambling stone business, which was declared permanently halted, the jade frenzy in Tsushian temporarily cooled. From inception to conclusion, a mere 6 days elapsed. No one was aware that this was merely a grand spectacle orchestrated by Shuanan village and Longxing jewelry. A promotion that undeniably succeeded. Shuanan village reaped profits, while Longxing jewelry attained the local fame they sought. The event even made it to the Lin City Evening News. Naturally, neither Shuanan village nor Longxing jewelry would disclose the details of this grand affair. It can be anticipated that this incident would eventually transform into a legend recounted by future generations. On the evening that marked the conclusion of the gambling stone business, a lavish village banquet unfolded at the threshing ground. Men, women, children, and the elderly, everyone from the village gathered together. Several tables overflowed with delicacies typically reserved for festive celebrations, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. After all, in just 6 short days, after accounting for wages and various expenses, the village still profited a remarkable sum of 150,000. Such a figure was previously unimaginable, and never before had such a thing occurred in the history of Shuanan village, warranting a grand celebration. As the guest of honor, Lu Zhe was naturally seated beside the venerable old Pei, and the meal extended until 9 in the evening. Following the feast, a new villagers' assembly commenced. Lu Zhe's face bore a slight flush. Despite old Pei's assistance in deflecting numerous toasts, he still downed 2 glasses of baijiu, feeling a bit tipsy, yet managing to maintain his composure. At that moment, he found himself seated in a position just below old Pei in the assembly, basking in the gaze of all present. With a smile, Lu Zhe inquired, 6 days, 150,000. How does that feel? Delightful. The crowd responded in unison, erupting into laughter, each face adorned with genuine joy. Only a few young village girls seemed somewhat bashful, hesitant to utter the slightly coarse expression. Yet their gazes toward Lu Zhe brimmed with profound gratitude. Everyone understood that the architect of this miracle was Lu Zhe. Toward him, only feelings of gratitude remained, mingled with awe. Delightful indeed, but let us not become overly exuberant. What lies ahead promises even greater satisfaction, Lu Zhe chuckled. The crowd erupted into another round of laughter. After the gentle breeze cleared his mind, Lu Zhe spoke again. We sold the stones from the river for 150,000. Are you satisfied? Satisfied, many responded. Yet, there were those who, filled with ambition, declared their dissatisfaction. To these remarks, Lu Zhe merely smiled and posed another question. If you had this 150,000, what would you most desire to do with it? As the question hung in the air, several pondered before replying. Save it, of course, for Taro's wedding. Deposit it in the bank. The interest would yield a substantial sum. But you must opt for a fixed deposit, lest you incur losses. One after another, they chimed in, their attitudes surprisingly unanimous. They wished to save their money, and indeed, in fixed deposits. This sentiment reflected the mindset of the elder generation. Perhaps attitudes had shifted in larger cities, but in this remote mountain village, the prevailing thought was to deposit money in the bank. It would be unfair to label them as narrow-minded. Rather, their habits were shaped by the era. After all, many present had endured countless hardships and had once faced times of scarcity. For them, having money to secure basic needs, or even to save, was a monumental blessing. However, understanding did not equate to Lu Zhe's endorsement. His intent was to alter their perspective. While saving in the bank for interest was indeed a sound strategy, Lu Zhe nodded and turned to Fourth Master. Fourth Master, when you visited the county today, did you manage to have a bowl of rice noodles? Huh. Fourth Master looked perplexed, wondering if young teacher Lu was reproaching him for not bringing back a bowl. Nevertheless, he nodded hesitantly. I did. How much was it per bowl? Lu Zhe inquired. 1 or 2 yuan, Fourth Master replied, a hint of indignation in his voice. Last month, it was only 1 yuan, and now it has doubled. I argued with the owner, but he just said take it or leave it. 30 years ago, I would have dealt with him quite differently. How much did a bowl cost 10 years ago? Lu Zhe asked, suppressing a laugh. Fourth Master, confused, replied, 10 cents. Back then, we even had 5-cent coins. Now, the minimum is 10 cents, and I still have several 5-cent coins at home. Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Zhe turned to the villagers. Some faces remained perplexed, while others began to display dawning comprehension. Without further ado, Lu Zhe explained, across the nation, the economy has been continuously evolving over the past decade, which has rendered our currency increasingly devalued. Furthermore, as the economy continues to advance, the money we save in banks may become even less valuable. 150,000, in today's terms, is sufficient to purchase several houses in the county. Yet in the future, it may barely cover half a house. If this 150,000 is deposited in the bank, in a few years or decades, it might grow to 160,000 or even 200,000. However, even if it reaches 300,000, the purchasing power of that amount may be less than what 3,000 can buy today. Given these circumstances, would you still choose to deposit your money in the bank? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They felt that Lu Zhe's words completely overturned their long-held beliefs. Saving money in the bank could actually lead to a loss. Such logic had never crossed their minds. Is this even possible? What do you mean? I believe that what Teacher Lu said makes sense. Previously, one could enjoy a bowl of rice noodles for a mere dime, and now it costs 2 yuan. If we do not deposit this money in the bank, where else can it go? With the 150,000 we've earned, will we even be able to afford a house in the future? For the villagers, Lu Zhe's words were nothing short of a profound challenge to their long-held worldview. Yet, paradoxically, such statements left them with no grounds for rebuttal. Teacher Lu, what do you propose we do with this 150,000 in our village? The clever Go Hua brought forth a ladder. Lu Zhe cast a look of appreciation at Go Hua and began, after consulting with Elder Pai, we have unanimously agreed that we should invest this 150,000 into a business venture. Our goal is to transform this sum into 150 million, or even more. Of course, since this is an investment, there are inherent risks. We might leverage this 150,000 to completely turn our fortunes around. But there is also the possibility of losing everything. We are all shareholders in this endeavor. I am bringing this up now to seek your opinions. Is there anyone who opposes this? In truth, Lu Zhe already had an answer to this question. Oh, what nonsense. If you, Teacher Lu, believe this is the right course of action, then let us proceed. I wholeheartedly support you. As a simple farmer who can barely read, I trust your judgment, Teacher Lu. Whatever you decide, I will not oppose it. Indeed, this 150,000 is also thanks to Teacher Lu's efforts. We will stand with you. Although Lu Zhe had anticipated this outcome, hearing the chorus of support from the crowd still warmed his heart. The feeling of being trusted by others is truly delightful. Setting aside his thoughts, Lu Zhe smiled confidently. Since everyone agrees, I shall begin arranging the next steps. Chapter 19, Planning in Fact. Elder Pai and I have discussed this matter over the past few days, so I will now present my plan, and you may listen. Lu Zhe began. First, regarding the river we have contracted at the foot of the mountain, I intend to divide it into 2 sections. One section will be dedicated to fish farming. However, I do not plan to cultivate ordinary fish such as grass carp or crucian carp. Instead, I aim to raise small silver fish. To be honest, the crowd seemed somewhat perplexed. After all, the river below the village had been contracted, and they certainly intended to do something with it. They had long considered fish farming a promising venture, so this was not entirely surprising. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Zhe did not plan to raise the mainstream fish, but instead opted for small silverfish. The so-called small silverfish, also known as ice fish, are characterized by their semi-transparent bodies, which quickly turn milky white upon death. While the villagers recognized this fish, they could not fathom Lu Zhe's intentions. After all, the small silverfish is quite diminutive, measuring only about 7 to 10 centimeters in length. Typically, they are caught and fried for children to eat, rendering them virtually worthless. Moreover, aside from their lack of marketability, these fish are notoriously delicate, requiring pristine water conditions, and even the slightest disturbance could lead to their extinction. What purpose could this fish serve? The crowd was bewildered, yet no one dared to voice their confusion. Many had developed an almost blind trust in Lu Zhe, reasoning that their inability to comprehend the situation stemmed from their own lack of insight. Lu Zhe, fully aware of their puzzlement, chose not to elaborate but instead stated, since half will be allocated to raising small silverfish, the remaining half cannot remain unused. Therefore, I have decided to establish a fry breeding facility downstream, specifically for cultivating young crayfish. What? This revelation left the crowd even more perplexed. The idea of raising small silverfish was already difficult to grasp. Now, Lu Zhe intended to venture into the realm of crayfish cultivation as well? What merit could there possibly be in such an endeavor? Logically speaking, while small silverfish might not promise a bright future in aquaculture, crayfish in this era seemed utterly devoid of any farming prospects. Their prolific breeding and rapid growth, coupled with their ubiquitous presence in fields, had rendered them a nuisance to many farmers, who often resorted to pesticides to eliminate them. And now he proposed to rear fry? Observing the bewilderment etched on the faces of the crowd, Lu Zhe opted not to explain further. Instead, he beckoned Aunt Suihua over. Soon, under the perplexed gazes of the onlookers, 2 large aluminum bowls were brought forth. "Teacher Lu, we are quite full," a voice protested. "There is more than enough here. We can't possibly eat it all." However, as the words left their mouths, many began to notice an enticing aroma wafting through the air. "What is this? It smells incredible. So many chili peppers. The flavor must be quite stimulating. Are those crayfish?" At last, the crowd discerned that amidst the profusion of chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and an array of fragrant ingredients, there lay a bounty of brilliantly red crayfish, exuding an irresistible scent that made mouths water involuntarily. "I understand that many of you harbor a deep-seated disdain for these creatures. Thus, today, we shall return the favor. They consume our crops, and now we shall feast upon them. Please, do try," Lu Zhe announced with a smile, before seizing a crayfish, peeling it, and indulging in its savory flesh. The villagers exchanged glances, and before long, they too reached for the crayfish, mimicking Lu Zhe's actions with enthusiasm. After savoring the first, it wasn't long before they reached for a second. Soon, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Hey, Lu Laosen, why are you snatching mine? Go away, don't take it. Darn it, I saw that first. That's mine, don't take it. Who just stole the crayfish from my hand?" It became evident that, at heart, no one could resist the allure of food. If someone claimed otherwise, it was merely because their previous meals lacked flavor. The 2 large aluminum bowls of spicy crayfish, though seemingly abundant, appeared woefully insufficient in the face of an entire village's appetite. Within mere minutes, the bowls were stripped bare, leaving not even a shell behind. The taste is simply exquisite. At first, there was a tingling sensation, but soon one could not stop indulging. The delightful taste of these tiny lobsters was truly astonishing. How had I not discovered this delectable treat before? After finishing the dish, everyone engaged in animated discussions, their appetites still piqued. Who would have thought that something once held in utter disdain could transform into a culinary delight? Observing the lively chatter, Lu Zhe smiled subtly, pondering, "How amusing. This is destined to dominate countless night market stalls in the future. If it cannot conquer you, how can it conquer the world?" "Teacher Lu, are you suggesting we should invest in this?" Finally, someone deciphered Lu Zhe's intentions. He nodded in affirmation. "You have tasted the flavor of these lobsters, and indeed, they have begun to gain popularity in larger cities. However, it has yet to reach our vicinity. I propose that it is high time for our village to revamp the night market stalls in Qiongxian." Upon hearing this, no one could possibly refuse. "Let us do it. This flavor is bound to sell like hotcakes. We will make a fortune selling these tiny lobsters. The taste is already remarkable, and we could enhance it further. Perhaps for those who prefer less spice, we could add some minced garlic, and 5-spice seasoning might work too." The flavor of the spicy lobsters sent the entirety of Shuanan village into a frenzy. The following morning, the villagers busied themselves with great haste. After all, with a river at their disposal, establishing a thriving habitat for both silverfish and lobsters would require considerable effort, and everyone brimmed with confidence regarding the forthcoming plans. The entire village was flourishing. As the villagers commenced their endeavors for a brighter future, Lu Zhe, too, did not indulge in sloth. He stood at the school gate early, awaiting the arrival of his students. This was his customary practice. As a teacher, he felt it his duty to greet his students at the entrance. This was the same in his past life, and in this life, he continued the tradition, though the difference was that he now had over 30 children instead of just 4. Of course, Lu Zhe cradled a Kodak camera in his hands. Whenever he saw his students racing joyfully through the dirt, he would lift the camera to capture the moment. Once all the children arrived safely at school, he called for Dagwa, handing over the camera along with a neatly filled list. "Please keep the negatives from the photos in the camera and have them developed to the address listed here. The items on this list you are to procure today." Dagwa was unfazed by this request. Although he did not understand why Teacher Lu needed to send the photos, he did not inquire further. However, glancing at the list, curiosity got the better of him. "Teacher Lu, Why do you need so many wires, light bulbs, and mechanical parts? Didn't you just acquire a batch a couple of days ago? Physical experiments require materials. Otherwise, how could we conduct the lessons? Luze explained with a smile. Dogwa scratched his head, somewhat baffled by the concept of a physics class, but after spending so much time following Luze, he had grown accustomed to the quirky projects that occasionally emerged. After silently exclaiming the impressive prowess of intellectuals, Gowa swiftly turned and descended the mountain. Luze chuckled, returned to the classroom, and surveyed the eager faces of the children below. Class is in session, he added with a smile, as per our usual arrangement. I will conduct a physics lesson this afternoon, and we shall engage in some practical experiments. Chapter 20. Luze's Education Indeed. Luze was imparting physics to a group of children who had only recently commenced their schooling. In truth, it was not solely physics. He also covered biology, geography, and history. This approach was, however, unconventional. After all, many of these children had yet to master even a few characters, and their mathematical skills were merely in the nascent stages. If the official educators were to discover that he was teaching physics at this juncture, they would undoubtedly reprimand him with fervent disapproval. Fortunately, Luze was the sole instructor at this school, and he had full authority over the curriculum and teaching methods. The students, in turn, held him in the highest esteem. In his previous life, Luze adhered strictly to the prescribed textbooks for educational purposes. However, in this lifetime, he chose a different path. He opted to teach in a manner that resonated with his own philosophy, prioritizing literacy and a foundational understanding of mathematics. Additionally, he had meticulously crafted a physics curriculum. This was not the type of physics that required constant documentation of various phenomena or rote memorization of formulas. It was not that such methods were ineffective. Rather, Luze simply intended to teach differently. His focus was on practical applications, such as connecting wires and completing electrical circuits, and delving into the principles behind generators. His decision was made after careful consideration. For instance, in language arts, Luze did not aspire to cultivate a cadre of literary giants. Rather, he deemed it essential for them to recognize and comprehend written language, thereby alleviating their illiteracy. In mathematics, he did not expect them to become mathematicians tackling complex problems. Instead, he emphasized the importance of applying mathematical knowledge to everyday life. This was not a reflection of any underestimation of their abilities or a desire to restrain their potential. Indeed, should any child exhibit a profound interest in a specialized field, Luze would not hesitate to provide further instruction. Nevertheless, he adhered to a guiding principle for the majority: sufficiency was key. The same philosophy applied to physics. In an impoverished and underdeveloped mountain village, many concepts of physics were indeed vital for these children, whether it pertained to connecting circuitry or performing basic repairs. By adopting a pragmatic approach, Luze aimed to foster the children's interests and guide them towards deeper exploration, all while imparting essential lessons in character. This encapsulates Luze's vision. It was not that he dismissed traditional educational models. Rather, he recognized that for the children of this mountain village, such methods held limited efficacy. A simple example illustrates this point. Even though he has taught them to discern temperature variations in their regions through latitude and longitude, calculate time differences across various areas, and determine suitable crops for cultivation, one must ponder the true utility of such knowledge for these children. Undoubtedly, if a particular individual possesses extraordinary talent and passion in a specific domain, Luze will undoubtedly find ways to assist them. Even if Luze himself lacks such scholarly prowess, he can still facilitate their admission into esteemed institutions in the future and recommend them to more specialized educators for further study. This embodies the transformative approach Luze has adopted in education during this lifetime. Speaking of teaching physics, Luze has indeed stumbled upon a remarkable student, Yudo, who had dropped out after elementary school in his previous life to work. He has exhibited an immense enthusiasm and rapid comprehension of physics. At the very least, Yudo's learning capability surpasses all others Luze has taught, exhibiting an ability to extrapolate concepts beyond what Luze has imparted. This revelation has profoundly astonished Luze. It is almost unbelievable that from such a small village, a future candidate for a prestigious university like Peking University has emerged, alongside a girl who could easily outplay Luze in soccer and a child with exceptional talent in physics. However, at this juncture, it appears that Yudo's prowess is simply a product of innate ability. The future Peking University aspirant, while displaying cleverness and wit, does not yet exhibit the demeanor of a prodigy. As for Guanxianger, who possesses remarkable talent in soccer, her potential remains unverified by any professionals. Yet, Yudo, recently discovered, has shown abilities that have left Lu Zhe astounded, even more so than the other two. In less than a week, he has developed an exceptionally intuitive understanding of electricity based on Lu Zhe's teachings, with a learning speed that has far exceeded Lu Zhe's expectations. Even beginning to contemplate and study generators, which is quite extraordinary. One must consider that in the future, physics classes will cover electrical concepts in just a few sessions for all students. However, it is essential to note that this is a village devoid of electrical wiring, completely unpowered. Many children were bewildered during Lu Zhe's explanation of electrical principles, yet Yudo grasped the concepts with remarkable swiftness. This is truly impressive. When Lu Zhe announced that the next lesson would be in physics, several children rose to leave the classroom. Some headed outside to play soccer, while others went home to assist with household chores. It was not a sign of disrespect towards the teacher. Rather, Lu Zhe had previously made it abundantly clear that aside from literacy and fundamental mathematics, all other subjects, including history, physics, geography, and biology, were optional, with no compulsory requirements for study. Many children opted to pursue courses that piqued their interest. In the physics class, approximately 2/3 of the children departed, leaving around 10 individuals with bright eyes. Eagerly focused on Lu Zhe, he smiled and asked, "Have you completed the models I assigned yesterday?" "Yes, we have." A group of children, filled with joy, began to chatter excitedly as they carefully extracted their meticulously crafted models from the drawers and arranged them on their desks. These were, in essence, simple electrical circuit models, an endeavor that every middle school student encountering physics for the first time would undertake. They consisted of wires connecting a battery to a small light bulb, allowing for experiments with switches to interrupt the flow of electricity. "Ah, Sasha, yours is quite splendid, and Wang Shi, you have done remarkably well too." Lu Zhe praised as he inspected each child's creation, prompting beaming smiles to illuminate their faces. After all, receiving praise from a beloved teacher is one of the most delightful experiences of student life. "Teacher, can we amplify this and keep it at home? That way, I won't need to light candles to read at night," one student inquired eagerly. The others turned their hopeful gazes toward Lu Zhe. They were unaware that what they had crafted was merely a simple project that middle schoolers outside could easily replicate. Lu Zhe refrained from disillusioning them, simply nodding with a smile. "Of course, you can. However, if you wish to replace the candles, the wattage is insufficient. Moreover, if you desire to use a larger bulb, the energy from this small battery will not suffice." Disappointment flickered across their faces, but it was short-lived, for Lu Zhe continued, "However, I can teach you how to generate electricity without a battery." Instantly, a sense of eagerness enveloped the room, a palpable thirst for knowledge. Seated at the front, Yu2 had already retrieved a hand-crank generator from his drawer, a gift previously bestowed upon him by Lu Zhe. Accepting the small generator, Lu Zhe turned to Yu2 and asked, "Do you understand it?" "Teacher, I grasped some of it, but there are still aspects that elude me," Yu2 replied. A shy boy who struggled with words. He felt a pang of guilt, believing he had let his teacher down. But had he truly failed? Certainly not. Just a few days into physics class, his ability to discern the workings of a hand-crank generator was a testament to his progress. Lu Zhe smiled reassuringly. "Well then, let us focus on the lesson ahead." "Yes." Yu2 nodded vigorously. Lu Zhe said no more, turning to the blackboard where he swiftly inscribed several new terms: electromagnetic induction, energy transformation, mechanical energy, and electrical energy. He then faced his students, stating, "If we are to generate electricity without a battery, we must first understand what electricity truly is." Chapter 21. Even those worth billions overlook you. Did you say Su Chong is causing trouble? As he followed Go Hua toward the village entrance, Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. Caught up in teaching students to read and write, along with significant advancements in the physics curriculum, he had nearly forgotten about Su Chong. To his surprise, it had been over a week since the gambling stone business concluded, and yet, here was Su Chong making an appearance. Indeed, it is that lad, accompanied by several others, who claims that Go Hua is somewhat hesitant. After casting a glance at Lu Zhe, he continues, stating that he is here to seek justice for his sister. Seeking justice for his sister? Lu Zhe chuckles softly. To claim justice for his sister is but a fade. It is likely that he seeks personal gain instead. Oh, personal gain? Go Hua was taken aback. Lu Zhe merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. The village was not large, and within a few moments, they arrived at the village's entrance, where throngs of villagers had gathered, bustling with excitement. Among the crowd, one could vaguely hear the enraged shouts of Su Chong. "Bring out the one with the surname Liu. I must seek justice for my sister." "So what? Just because you hail from the big city, do you think you are so impressive? You toyed with my sister's feelings. And you truly believe our family is easy to bully? If we do not receive an explanation today, what explanation do you seek?" Lu Zhe interjected calmly, his gaze playfully drifting to Su Ling, who accompanied Su Chong. "Teacher Liu, young Teacher Liu." Upon spotting Lu Zhe, the villagers parted to make way for him, though a few loyal souls remained close, wary of his potential misfortune. "Finally, you dare to show yourself, Liu. I thought you planned to hide away for a lifetime." Su Chong rebuked him. Su Ling, standing nearby, looked at Lu Zhe with eyes full of sorrow. Resembling an innocent girl abandoned after being toyed with in matters of the heart, evoking sympathy. Faced with such a gaze, Lu Zhe inwardly acknowledged the truth of his past blindness. Indeed, the other party's acting skills were formidable. After a brief moment, Lu Zhe withdrew his gaze and directly inquired, "What do you want from me?" "What do I want? You, son of a turtle, dare to ask?" Su Chong seethed, pulling Su Ling closer to himself. "Look at what you have done to my sister, deceiving her heart. She has been utterly distraught, and you question my purpose in approaching you? I am here to seek justice for my sister." At this proclamation, many in the village turned their astonished eyes toward Lu Zhe, some hesitant to voice their thoughts. They had been puzzled for some time. It was clear that young Teacher Liu was supposed to be getting married soon. Yet since his return from the county over half a month ago, he had not mentioned marriage again. Many speculated that the engagement had likely fallen through, but no one dared to inquire further. Now, it seemed their assumptions were indeed correct. Moreover, it appeared that Lu Zhe had abandoned her. Lu Zhe was acutely aware of the peculiar gazes directed toward him, but harbored no intention of clarifying matters. Instead, he looked at Su Ling with a hint of curiosity. Her demeanor did indeed seem rather pitiful. Nevertheless, to claim that her distress was solely due to him was something Lu Zhe found utterly implausible. Noticing Lu Zhe's gaze, Su Ling grew somewhat anxious, averting her eyes to avoid his stare. "You should know that my sister's impending marriage to you had already been announced to relatives and friends. We were merely awaiting a date. Yet, you suddenly declare that there will be no marriage and break up without a second thought. Do you think our Su family is easy to trifle with?" Su Chong continued his tirade. "If I recall correctly, it was your sister who initiated the breakup, was it not?" Lu Zhe countered. "Did you truly take the words of that girl to heart?" Su Chong paused, glaring fiercely at his sister before continuing. "You'd better confess honestly. Were you scheming to deceive my sister from the very beginning? Deliberately waiting for her to utter those words about breaking up? Deceive?" Lu Zhe shook his head with a smile, casting a scornful glance at Su Ling. He spoke softly. "If we're talking about deception, it seems you all have been the ones deceiving me to a greater extent. You professed a desire to discuss marriage, yet you have attached yourself to a wealthy businessman from afar. It seems you had already plotted to wait until I purchased a house, inscribing your name on the property deed, only to then kick me aside." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The villagers, previously puzzled, now directed their ire towards the siblings. They felt indignant on behalf of Lu Zhe, a man of such admirable character, finding himself entangled with such a scoundrel. Su Chong and his sister were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lu Zhe in shock. "How did he know?" "Stop with the nonsense. What wealthy businessman? How dare you slander me like this?" Su Ling's face flushed crimson as she quickly retorted. "You, Liu, if you wish to deceive me into marriage, that's one thing. But to defame me like this, do you think I'm easy to bully?" In his previous life, such expressions would have compelled Lu Zhe to soften. However, having discerned the ugly truth of the person before him, he felt little in the way of emotion. He could even boldly articulate the situation, completely indifferent to the villagers of Xuanan knowing the truth. It was strange. What had once been a matter of life and death in his past life now evoked no significant feeling. Shaking his head, Lu Zhe looked at Su Ling and asked with a smile, "Then how is it that I have heard you are getting quite close to a businessman named Gao Shuring from the Treasure Island?" At the mention of Gao Shuring, Su Ling's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know?" Lu Zhe chuckled softly. "If one wishes for secrets to remain hidden, one must not engage in wrongdoing. Moreover, you have never harbored genuine feelings for me. It was merely because you heard from your uncle that I am a city dweller from Qinhuai. You sought to associate with me to latch onto the leg of someone from the big city. Once you realized that, despite being from Qinhuai, my family was quite impoverished and that I was genuinely interested in being a rural teacher, your patience with me waned. The only reason you have not ended things is that you have not found a suitable partner and my family can still offer you a house. Perhaps it is also because I have persistently pursued you in the past. What I have said is not incorrect, is it? Lu Zhe's tone was unruffled, as if recounting someone else's tale, devoid of any anger or sorrow. Yet, the more his tone remained calm, the more the atmosphere around them grew quiet. The villagers of Xuanan had never heard of these stories about their esteemed teacher, and now they looked at him in astonishment, realizing that even their seemingly omnipotent teacher could fall prey to such a petty fraud. Su Ling was clearly rattled, stammering repeatedly, "Why you're talking nonsense? I didn't. Did that wealthy businessman from Treasure Island abandon you, or did your brother force you to come to me?" Lu Zhe inquired. "My brother compelled me to speak out. Yet I hastily closed my mouth midway." Lu Zhe shook his head, expressing regret. "What a pity. It seems that the wealthy businessman from the Treasure Island is still with you?" For some inexplicable reason, although he uttered words of regret, Su Ling perceived a hint of amusement on his face. It appeared devoid of malice, yet it carried an undertone of mockery and derision. Such a smile provoked Su Ling's nerves, prompting her to exclaim, "Even if what you say is true, what of it? Am I truly in the wrong? Look at yourself. You hail from the grand city of Qinhuai, a university student no less, yet instead of seeking wealth and fortune, you choose to teach in a desolate place such as this. What future could there possibly be for someone like you? You speak of love and responsibility, but it sounds akin to children playing house. What use is your handsome visage if you remain so immature, just a mere empty vessel, easily manipulated? What future can I expect by aligning myself with you?" Having unleashed her tirade, Su Ling felt an immediate sense of relief. She was not one to shy away from confrontation, and now that the FAAD was lifted, her words became even more biting. "In comparison to Boss Gao, you are nothing but a weed, utterly inferior. Boss Gao engages in international economic trade and is among the foremost entrepreneurs on the Treasure Island, worth billions. And you? What are you? You'll spend your life merely toying in the mud." Ah, what a thrill. It was liberating to no longer act before this young man. With this thought, Su Ling felt a surge of triumph, envisioning Lu Zhe's expression, one of inferiority and despair. With a victorious gaze, she turned to Lu Zhe. Yet, she soon found herself taken aback, for she noticed that Lu Zhe was genuinely listening to her words. But curiously, the anticipated anger and resentment were absent from his countenance. On the contrary, a peculiar smile graced his face, as if he were mocking a fool. In that fleeting moment, Su Ling felt as if she had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. "Are you done?" Lu Zhe suddenly inquired. Su Ling was momentarily speechless, sensing that the Lu Zhe before her was utterly transformed from the one she had known for 2 years. Before she could respond, he quietly offered, "Allow me to give you a piece of advice. Even those worth over $1 billion would not deign to look at you." Chapter 22. The Rascals puffed. Someone could not suppress a chuckle, breaking the silence in a manner that felt somewhat out of place. Yet this laughter seemed contagious. And soon the entire village was adorned with smiles. Without exception, every laugh was directed at Su Ling. It was laughter steeped in derision. What a jest! Lu Zhe could not compare to others. This was undoubtedly the most amusing joke they had ever heard. Had someone made such a claim previously, they might have been misled. But in the past fortnight, the villagers had witnessed Lu Zhe's true character firsthand. Such a person, brimming with an abundance of ingenious ideas. One might wonder if he truly aspires to undertake significant endeavors, achieve success, and amass wealth. In comparison to billionaires, it seems that Lu Zhe is equally formidable in their eyes. Perhaps there exists a tinge of blind admiration, yet this is the prevailing sentiment among the villagers. The current figure, Su Ling, appears utterly oblivious. "Humph, little do you know, Boss Gao has promised to take me to the Treasure Island for our wedding." In response to the villagers' ridicule, Su Ling remains unperturbed, flaunting the ring on her finger. "This is the engagement ring gifted to me by Boss Gao, adorned with diamonds." To this, Lu Zhe merely chuckles. Diamonds? To his knowledge, this so-called diamond ring is nothing more than a worthless rhinestone. As for the billionaire Boss Gao, he is nothing short of a complete fraud. In a previous life, Su Ling indeed accompanied Boss Gao to the Treasure Island. However, she did not marry into a wealthy family. Instead, upon arriving on the island, she was sold to a labor company to work as a prostitute, subsequently enduring over a decade of hardship as a sex worker, a nanny, and even a beggar, ultimately marrying a drunken brute who abused her. leading her to a state of madness. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe refrains from imparting this wisdom to her. After all, even if he were to warn her, Su Ling would not believe him at this moment, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. Since the matter is clear, let us part amicably. If there is nothing further, you two may leave and prepare for your grand entrance into high society. Boy, do you think my sister is someone you can dismiss at will? Su Chong interjected, displeased. Let me tell you, no matter what, today's affair will not simply end here. Dare to show disrespect to Teacher Lu, and I'll make sure to break your dog leg. The fiery-tempered fourth master could no longer contain his rage. The other villagers began to voice their support. Damn it. Do you think you can bully Teacher Lu without considering your own capabilities? To come here and oppress us, you've got quite the audacity. As the words were exchanged, several villagers arrived armed with wooden clubs and knives, and among them were a few conspicuously visible homemade firearms, showcasing the fierce spirit of this village. Say another word, and we'll go straight to blows. Previously, they had merely refrained from violence out of respect for Teacher Lu, but since he was no longer regarded as one of their own, they would not hold back against outsiders. Witnessing the escalating tension, Su Chong felt his legs quiver, and his companions, unaccustomed to such a display, nearly fled at the mere sight. If a fight were to ensue, everyone would be in grave danger. Su Chong, realizing his loyal friends had all fled, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He wished to escape, yet his legs betrayed him, rendering him immobile. Fortunately, it was Lu Zhe who intervened, addressing the villagers. Everyone, let us not act impulsively. Have you forgotten my earlier words? We live in a society governed by law. We must adhere to principles of justice and morality. We cannot resort to violence at the slightest provocation. As those words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the village, with the townsfolk hastily stowing away their implements, their expressions tinged with guilt. This exemplifies the esteem that Lu Zhe commanded in the village. A mere word from him could incite the villagers to bear arms, and similarly, a single utterance could render them disarmed. Observing the crowd's sudden tranquility, Lu Zhe turned his gaze, filled with curiosity, towards the visibly pale Su Chong, who appeared utterly intimidated. Now that we have reached this juncture, he inquired, I am quite intrigued to know what you intend to do next. Please, do share. Su Chong, clearly shaken, stammered and nearly lost sight of his own intentions. However, noticing that the villagers seemed disinclined to take action, he finally exhaled in relief and addressed Lu Zhe. I demand compensation. Compensation? Lu Zhe responded with a sly smile, narrowing his eyes. What exactly do you wish for me to compensate you for? Su Chong, emboldened by his inquiry, contemplated that Lu Zhe was likely a coward, reluctant to escalate the matter further. Thus, he pressed on with renewed confidence, regardless of other matters. The news of my sister's prior engagement to you has reached our relatives and friends. Now that the marriage has fallen through, you ought to offer some form of recompense. Despite his newfound bravado, as he continued, his confidence waned. This was due to the fact that Fourth Master had once again brandished his makeshift firearm. Surprisingly, Lu Zhe did not display anger. Instead, he inquired with a grin, Are you referring to compensation for your sister, or is it something else? Su Chong was taken aback, sensing that Lu Zhe might possess some knowledge of the situation. However, it seemed improbable that such news could have reached him so swiftly. The reason Su Chong had come to stir up trouble in Sun Nan village was rooted in his own grievances. After all, Sun Nan village was notorious, and he truly would not have dared to venture there unless absolutely necessary. Previously, he had gained considerable notoriety in the underworld by exploiting the unlimited supply of gambling stones from Sun Nan village. Yet, discontent with his current situation, he grew weary of the back and forth between Sun Nan village and the county town, opting instead to recruit individuals from the river adjacent to the county town to excavate stones for sale as gambling stones. Initially, this endeavor proved lucrative, with powerful figures clamoring for his offerings. However, unforeseen circumstances led to his downfall when these individuals, frustrated by their inability to procure jadeite, were informed by one of their juniors that his father had been dredging stones from the river at night. This revelation drew the immediate attention of the prominent figures. Consequently, an investigation ensued, leading to significant troubles for Su Chong and his associates. They had deceived various powerful individuals, profiting from their naivety while treating them like fools. Such news, once leaked, was tantamount to a slap in the face for those involved. Naturally, the influential figures were unwilling to accept this humiliation quietly, resulting in Su Chong and his companions being apprehended. After enduring 3 days and nights of torment, they managed to preserve their lives. Yet were forced to sign a promissory note for 100,000 yuan. In 1989, that amount was indeed a fortune. Although the term 10,000 yuan household was a label from the 1980s, in this impoverished county, even those with 10,000 yuan were still regarded as wealthy. Yet, failing to pay would mean risking their lives. Left with no other choice, Su Chong returned home, sold his house, and resorted to high-interest loans. Exhausting every avenue among relatives and friends to borrow or deceive, yet still fell short. He indeed wished to borrow some funds from his billionaire brother-in-law. But the latter stated that all his capital was invested in Xiong County, and any financial assistance could only be obtained upon his return to the Treasure Island. Although Su Chong couldn't fathom why a prominent billionaire would require a journey back to the Treasure Island to access a few thousand yuan, he dared not inquire further and could only grit his teeth and endure. After much contemplation, he ultimately turned his gaze towards Lu Zhe from Shuanan village, as this lad seemed perpetually fearful of him. With a bit of manipulation and intimidation, perhaps he could extort some money. However, to his surprise, Lu Zhe was remarkably astute, dismantling Su Chong's carefully prepared script with just a few words. Faced with Lu Zhe's beaming smile, Su Chong felt a sense of trepidation, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Ling chimed in, "You deceived my brother with fake stones. We have come to seek compensation. If you refuse, I shall report you to the authorities. Furthermore, Lu Zhe, should this incident become public, your position will be irrevocably compromised." "Yes, exactly. It is indeed your fault for selling us those gambling stones, resulting in my business suffering losses. You must compensate me, otherwise, I shall take legal action." Su Chong nodded repeatedly, casting an admiring glance at his sister. After all, being the wife of a billionaire, her intellect surpassed his by leaps and bounds. "Enough of this nonsense, Fourth Master. Leave it to me." Lu Zhe interrupted Fourth Master's explosive temper. While such bluster might be advantageous at times, this situation required a more measured approach. With a smile directed at Su Chong, he remarked, "Since you've acknowledged it as gambling stones, whether they yield jade or worthless rock is beyond our concern. Surely, such reasoning is not commonplace in this world." Su Chong found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. Yet, the next moment, Lu Zhe continued, "Of course, selling gambling stones is not an ideal situation for us. How about this? We can compensate you with 500 yuan. What do you think?" "What? You're truly willing to compensate?" Su Chong was taken aback, as were the other villagers from Shuanan. They could not comprehend Lu Zhe's intentions. Although the villagers wished to voice their thoughts, they ultimately held their tongues. Meanwhile, Su Chong's eyes brightened. He sensed that Lu Zhe had caved. This lad was indeed the coward he had always perceived him to be. With a glint of cunning, he retorted, "Not enough. 500 yuan is hardly sufficient for the damage your gambling stones have caused me. You must realize the gravity of the situation. And how much do you demand?" Lu Zhe's expression grew stern. 50,000. Su Chong boldly declared, having initially intended to ask for 5,000, but deciding instead to aim higher. As soon as the words left his mouth, the villagers erupted in disbelief. However, under Lu Zhe's calming presence, they eventually quieted once more. Lu Zhe, reaching into his pocket, produced 500 yuan and handed it over. "It is merely 500. Take it or leave it." 500 is inadequate. Su Chong shook his head, sensing that he had Lu Zhe in a corner. With a cunning glimmer in his eyes, he threatened, "If you do not comply, I shall report you for inciting gambling." The nature of the situation had abruptly shifted. The villagers' expressions immediately darkened, yet a barely perceptible smile appeared on Lu Zhe's face, as if he had anticipated this moment. Chapter 23. The reporter from Lin City. In the end, Su Chong was expelled from Shuanan village by its residents. Although Lu Zhe had repeatedly instructed that he should not suffer any serious harm, he nonetheless found himself in a most undignified state. "Brother, how are you holding up?" Su Ling inquired, seemingly unfazed, though her countenance remained somewhat grim, as she felt she had been utterly defeated in her encounter with Lu Zhe. "Damn it! Ugh!" Su Chong struggled to rise from the muddy pit, spitting venomously as he seized the 500 yuan that Lu Zhe had handed him earlier, cursing, "These wretches! How dare they throw me out? Just wait. I will make you regret this. Brother, these are just a bunch of unruly peasants. There's no point in reasoning with them. They're barbarians. Don't confront them head on, or we will be the ones to suffer," Su Ling advised, feeling a surge of frustration herself. Hearing this, Su Chong glanced towards the village and, assured that no one had heard his earlier outburst, hastily pulled his sister down the mountain. With each step, his anger intensified, and his mind raced with thoughts of revenge. Su Ling, recognizing her brother's agitation, shook her head and offered some consolation. Brother, regarding the debts at home, just hold off for now. Once I reach the treasure island, I'll have Lao Gao expedite the funds to you. He has invested in a factory, and I can arrange for you to be the factory manager. That is my sister. Su Chong brightened at her words. Although the title of factory manager lacked the street cred of a big shot, it still held considerable authority. He envisioned appointing a charming assistant and recruiting attractive workers, thus living in comfort. However, upon feeling the mud caked on his clothes, his anger resurfaced. Those bastards. I was unprepared this time, but next time, I will bring more people. They will all kneel before me. And that Lu Zhe? I will break his legs for his arrogance. Brother, don't be so impulsive. I've told you, they are brutes, and there is no need for a direct confrontation. Su Ling shook her head, her gaze flickering. In truth, there is no need to resort to such measures to deal with them. Do you have a plan? Su Chong asked, his interest piqued. Initially, I had none, but your earlier words have sparked an idea, Su Ling replied, narrowing her eyes. You mentioned that they sell gambling stones, which could be construed as inciting gambling. I noticed that everyone was intimidated by your statement. If you were to ask for less than 50,000, they might actually agree. What? Wouldn't that be a loss for me? Su Chong was taken aback, lamenting the potential loss. Don't worry, you won't lose. This situation does indeed have such undertones. I believe I have a way, and we may indeed extract 50,000 from them, Su Ling said, her enthusiasm growing. Su Chong became intrigued. Sister, tell me more. Su Ling narrowed her eyes, a hint of resentment flickering across her face. You should approach it this way, and then find someone. Meanwhile, having expelled the Su siblings from the village, the crowd at the village entrance remained, their expressions filled with concern. The prospect of Su Chong threatening to sue them was their greatest fear. Teacher Lu, do you think there might be any unforeseen issues with this matter? Old Pai, filled with concern, glanced at Lu Zhe and couldn't help but inquire. Is what we did previously illegal? Rest assured, Old Pai, you need not worry about this. Leave it to me, Lu Zhe replied confidently with a smile. The act of stone gambling is, in essence, a legitimate transaction. It is merely that many in this era lack such awareness. Lu Zhe's earlier apprehensions stemmed from the potential public scrutiny associated with stone gambling, primarily seeking to sidestep moral dilemmas. However, from a legal standpoint, there is certainly nothing illicit about it. After all, stone gambling is simply a normal transaction of rough stones and can even be regarded as a speculative financial activity that aligns with trading customs. With Lu Zhe's assurance, the villagers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Do not worry, I have arrangements in place for this matter. Today, let us not dwell on it. Continue with your tasks as usual, and we shall proceed with our endeavors, Lu Zhe reiterated before the crowd dispersed. Glancing once more at the area below the mountain, Lu Zhe prepared to return to school. Just then, a somewhat familiar, melodious voice pierced the air. While they cannot successfully accuse you based on your stone gambling, if they escalate this situation and draw the attention of officials to exert pressure, it would not bode well for your small village, would it? Lu Zhe turned to see a striking young woman among the crowd of villagers. With her sharp bobbed hair, and in her early 20s, she donned a sporty outfit, her backpack towering over her petite frame. Regrettably, the glasses perched on her nose obscured her youthful vibrancy, giving her a more intellectual appearance. Such beauty was a rarity in the village, and her athletic attire and shoes suggested a well-off background. Are you Zhou Yutong? Lu Zhe asked. Have we met? Zhou Yutong replied, surprised. Not personally, Lu Zhe shook his head. However, the only outsiders who could possibly come here recently, particularly from a major city, seemed to be Zhou, the reporter from Lin City Evening News. This explanation piqued Zhou Yutong's interest further. Though you called and sent me photos, I never responded to indicate I would come. Are you presuming I would arrive? At this, Lu Zhe simply smiled, offering no further clarification. He certainly had anticipated her arrival. After all, in his previous life, he had worked in the news industry, and Zhou Yutong had garnered third place in a photography competition, making her a figure worthy of emulation in this field. Lu Zhe himself had attentively reviewed reports regarding the upcoming Peng City photography competition, particularly noting that Zhou Yutong's submission focused on advocating for educational equity in impoverished areas. Her work had even sparked significant discussion on the topic of education in disadvantaged regions. Given this context, it was only natural that he would send the children from Sunam village, prompting this esteemed reporter to come forth. Of course, he would not disclose these thoughts. After greeting Zhou Yutong, he turned and headed toward the school. Zhou Yutong harbors a deep aversion to the sensation of being so easily deciphered by others. However, as she gazes at Lu Zhe's retreating figure, she clenches her teeth and resolutely follows him, unable to suppress her curiosity. "You still haven't answered my question. What do you wish to inquire?" Lu Zhe halts and poses his query, but before Zhou Yutong can respond, he adds, "I shall only answer one." The question Zhou Yutong had instinctively prepared suddenly lodged in her throat, and after a prolonged pause, she finally articulates, "How did you know I intend to participate in the Pengcheng photography competition?" Quite simply, Lu Zhe shrugs, continuing his stride. The Pengcheng photography competition is a highly anticipated event within the media industry. While the Lin City Evening News may not compare with larger cities, it is imperative that someone represents it at the competition. Coincidentally, among all the reporters and photographers at the Lin City Evening News, you, journalist Zhou, possess the finest photography skills. At this juncture, Lu Zhe comes to a halt, turning the question back to her. "Tell me, if not you, who else would compete? Are you suggesting you deduced my participation solely from this?" Zhou Yutong expresses her astonishment, her disbelief evident. "While I appreciate your compliment regarding my photography skills, your assertion is rather exaggerated. Many of my seniors at the newspaper are equally skilled, and I've only just been working for 6 months. How could you possibly know I am the best?" "That question is, in fact, the second one, but I shall answer it gratuitously," Lu Zhe replies with a shrug. "I have perused your newspaper, and while there are indeed numerous proficient individuals, their photographic works invariably fall short when compared to yours." "Fall short? In what way?" Zhou Yutong inquires, perplexed. "Creativity." Lu Zhe delivers his response succinctly. "Creativity?" Zhou Yutong contemplates, grappling with his words, but before she can pursue further questioning, she realizes Lu Zhe has already reached the school entrance. Hurriedly, she rushes to catch up, yet before she can voice her inquiries, Lu Zhe interjects, "There is only one teacher's dormitory. You may sleep in the classroom tonight. By arranging the desks, it can serve as a bed. There are spare blankets, and it gets quite chilly here at night. By the way, you can temporarily store your bag in my dormitory." "Ah, all right," Zhou Yutong responds absent-mindedly, but soon realizes the inconsistency in her thoughts. "I won't be staying here tonight. After I finish taking photos, I plan to return this afternoon." Finally, as if to assert her independence, she adds defiantly, "Besides, whether I shoot here or not is still uncertain. Perhaps I shall leave at once." However, Lu Zhe seems to have anticipated her every move, a confident smile gracing his lips as he retorts, "Trust me, you will be staying here tonight." Chapter 24. The reasons behind the low enrollment rate. Lu Zhe's unwavering confidence leaves Zhou Yutong somewhat perturbed. As a journalist hailing from a privileged background, endowed with considerable literary talent, she possesses a particular disdain for individuals who carry an air of superiority and self-assurance. Yet, Lu Zhe's initial impression on her unmistakably aligns with that archetype. Nevertheless, upon arriving at the school and witnessing the children engrossed in their studies, Zhou Yutong, despite her lingering resentment towards Lu Zhe, cannot help but concede. In this place, one might truly find oneself lingering for an entire day, for she has witnessed the yearning reflected in the children's eyes as they sit in the classroom. It is a yearning for knowledge. Such gazes made her realize that this is precisely what her competition piece requires, the innocent thirst for learning that children possess. The subject of the lesson was language, the most fundamental aspects of literacy. Lu Zhe's explanations were rather conventional. Compared to those of renowned teachers, they were quite ordinary, not particularly poor, yet not exceptionally good either. However, it was this seemingly dull language class that captivated all the children below, each one listening intently, as if fearing the loss of a single word. Zhou Yutong had encountered diligent learners before, as she was one herself. Yet to see an entire class of over 30 students so earnestly engaged, that would only be conceivable in a physical education class. Yet, remarkably, such an unremarkable language lesson managed to hold the undivided attention of every child, even to the extent of losing themselves in the moment. Even if Zhou Yutong sought to find faults, she found none. Zhou Yutong had pondered whether Lu Zhe had given prior instructions, for in public lessons, what teacher does not alert the students to be on their toes? However, This thought was swiftly dispelled, as she noticed that the brilliance in the children's eyes was far from feigned. Moreover, while one individual might pretend, it was utterly implausible for more than 30 children to collectively feign such enthusiasm. Uncontrollably, Zhu Yutong stood outside the classroom window and lifted her camera to capture a photograph. In the image, the children sat in a modest classroom, clad in worn clothing that had clearly endured countless years. Without the need for excessive description, it was evident at a glance that this was an impoverished rural primary school. Yet, in stark contrast to this harsh environment, the children exhibited an extraordinary seriousness. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, and with the reflection of light, a glimmer of brilliance shone in the eyes of all the children. It was the light of knowledge. Unable to restrain herself, Zhu Yutong glanced at Lu Zhe, her earlier indignation gradually transforming into curiosity about how he managed to engage these children so profoundly. As the class time swiftly passed, Lu Zhe announced the end of the lesson. Next came the lunch hour. The children did not return home. Instead, they remained seated, retrieving their prepared meals from their drawers. The food was simple, ordinary white rice accompanied by pickled vegetables and a few dried fish. Lu Zhe stepped out of the classroom and handed over his lunchbox, saying, "I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't prepare your meal. Everyone in the village has been quite busy lately, and we have extracurricular experiments this afternoon, so the food is rather makeshift." Zhu Yutong accepted it and then looked at Lu Zhe, inquiring, "And what about you?" "I had a substantial breakfast today. It's nothing," Lu Zhe replied with a smile. This seemed to be the first time this fellow had shown her a gesture of goodwill. Zhou Yutong shook her head, casting aside her chaotic thoughts, and returned the lunchbox. "No, I can't possibly eat your meal. I brought cookies and I'm currently on a diet, so a few cookies will suffice." Initially, she anticipated that Lu Zhe might decline her offer. To her surprise, he simply nodded, accepted the lunchbox, and returned to the classroom, devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. Zhou Yutong was taken aback. Surely, a gentleman would at least offer a polite refusal? Truly, this fellow remained insufferable. In a fit of vexation, she followed Lu Zhe into the classroom, retrieved an empty chair, and sat directly across from him, pulling out a box of sandwich cookies and munching on them noisily. Casting a glance at Lu Zhe's lunch, she noted it was similar to what the children were eating. At that moment, Zhou Yutong noticed several children were looking her way. No, they were not gazing at her. Glancing down at the cookies in her hand, she suddenly realized and promptly rummaged through her backpack, extracting an array of snacks to distribute among the students below. To her surprise, there was quite an abundance of treats: flavored sunflower seeds, popping candy, chocolate, spicy strips, bread, and potato chips. With the snacks in hand, Zhou Yutong quickly became the center of attention, effortlessly connecting with the children she had just met, her charm radiating as they affectionately began to call her sister Yutong. Lu Zhe watched in astonishment, having initially assumed that the contents of her backpack were solely photography equipment, only to discover it was brimming with snacks. A literary girl with a penchant for munchies? Zhou Yutong, clearly aware of Lu Zhe's gaze, puffed up her little nose with pride and offered him a packet of spicy strips. "Here, have a pack." "Thank you," Lu Zhe replied, accepting the spicy strips without hesitation, tearing open the package and popping one into his mouth. It was decent, a nostalgic reminder of the king of childhood snacks, though not particularly exquisite. With a packet of spicy strips, Zhou Yutong felt entitled to inquire further, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Why are they so serious in class? I've been to many schools, and it's rare to see an entire class so focused." "They're different from others," Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head as he shared the remaining spicy strips with other classmates. Once settled back into his seat, he spoke slowly, "Because if they don't run now, they won't even qualify to stand at the starting line in the future." His blunt words carried a harsh truth, leaving Zhou Yutong in contemplative silence. Turning back to observe the children, she saw smiles adorning their faces, all brightened by nothing more than a packet of spicy strips, a humble yet delightful snack. Raising her camera, she captured another moment. After lunch, it was free activity time. Some children were engrossed in books, others gathered around physical models, while a few played soccer in the yard, the air filled with laughter and joy. Throughout this time, Zhou Yutong snapped numerous photographs. A child exhibited a keen interest in the camera, and Zhou Yutong, generous and unreserved, willingly allowed the children to observe her camera. The children, understanding the rules, refrained from touching it, gazing at it with immense curiosity. Soon, Guo and Hao arrived, armed. It was evident that the group of children knew precisely what the afternoon held in store, their small faces flushed with excitement. However, Zhou Yutong felt a twinge of fear and approached Lu Zhe, inquiring, "Isn't this an extracurricular experiment? Why the need for guns?" Lu Zhe chuckled at her startled expression, amusement dancing in his eyes. With a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "Indeed, it is an extracurricular experiment. What, should we bring slingshots instead?" Zhou Yutong, unable to contain her curiosity, pressed on, her voice rising slightly. "What do you learn in these extracurricular experiments?" "Why, hunting, of course," Lu Zhe stated matter-of-factly. "Do you not know? Here, every child must not only acquire academic knowledge, but also survival skills. To transition from elementary to middle school, one must independently hunt and kill a wolf to pass the entrance examination." "What?" Zhou Yutong exclaimed in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock. "Is the entrance exam truly that difficult?" "Not particularly," Lu Zhe responded casually. "For the elementary to middle school transition, it's merely about hunting a wolf. The transition to high school is more challenging, requiring the hunt of a tiger. As for university, the mandatory requirement is to kill a wild boar. Countless children have faltered at this hurdle." He spoke the fabrications with a straight face. Zhou Yutong stood dumbfounded, feeling as if her worldview had been profoundly shaken. The transition from elementary to middle school necessitated hunting? Was this the reason behind the low enrollment rates in impoverished mountain villages? Chapter 25. The Gifts of Elders. Regardless of the tumult within Zhou Yutong, the extracurricular activities at Xuanan Village Primary School commenced formally, led by Lu Zhe and Shouhou, with Guo bringing up the rear. A long line of children formed in the middle, numbering over 40, as they ventured deeper into the mountains. The mountain path was winding and arduous. However, being children of the countryside, they navigated it with agility, while Zhou Yutong, a girl from the big city, struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, Guo and the others assisted her with the equipment, for without their help, she would have likely faltered long ago, burdened with a camera on such rugged terrain. Nonetheless, her determination to keep up stemmed from a significant reason: wolves roamed these mountains. This was not merely hearsay from Lu Zhe. Guo and the others corroborated the presence of wolves, for without them, Xuanan Village could not have retained a few homemade guns in an era of stringent firearm regulations. "City girls are truly beautiful, like star stickers," Hao remarked to Lu Zhe. "It's just a pity she's too delicate. She's exhausted after such a short walk. That won't do. She'll need to work the fields in the future." Lu Zhe shot a glance at Hao, mentally labeling him as a clueless brute who lacked sensitivity towards the fairer sex. With a considerate gesture, he called for a 10-minute break, presenting a water bottle to Zhou Yutong. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude, accepting the bottle and drinking deeply. She has come to a new understanding of what it means to tell Lu Zhe that she will be staying here tonight. What was promised as an extracurricular experiment turned into over an hour of arduous mountain trekking. Had it not been for her fear of wolves, she would have long since collapsed on the ground. The distance was simply too great. Furthermore, the path was treacherous, requiring utmost caution. The thought of having to return along the same route filled Zhou Yutong with despair. "How much farther? I feel as though we've crossed several mountain peaks already," she asked weakly. Lu Zhe glanced ahead and replied, "We're almost there." Though not particularly comforting, after a brief 10-minute rest, the group set off again. Another half-hour of mountainous terrain passed, and just when Zhou Yutong felt her legs were no longer her own, Lu Zhe finally spoke. "We have arrived." At last, they had reached their destination. Zhou Yutong let out a long sigh of relief, but before she could fully relax, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Since they had arrived, did that not mean the hunt was about to commence? With this thought, she instinctively sought refuge beside Lu Zhe, her gaze finally wandering outward. Yet, that single glance left her utterly stunned. What was this? Her eyes were drawn to a massive windmill standing atop a small hill, towering at least 5 or 6 meters high, strikingly out of place in this secluded wilderness. A windmill? No. Could it be a wind power generator? Being a journalist, Zhou Yutong immediately associated it with the country's recent vigorous development of wind energy over the past 2 years. Observing the distant windmill more closely, she noted the stark differences from the officially funded wind turbines, yet it was evident that it was a rudimentary wind generator. However, no one responded to her revelation. Turning back, she noticed a group of children, all breathless and wide-eyed, staring at the windmill with expressions of surprise tinged with confusion. Clearly, they too were unaware of this marvel's existence. "Teacher, Is this a wind power generator? When was it built? How come we didn't know? They exclaimed, their voices overlapping in awe. Teacher, you are incredible. You quietly constructed a power station here. Amidst the collective admiration, Luze shook his head with a smile and pointed towards the windmill behind him. This is not solely my doing. Under the watchful gaze of the community, the village elders collaborated to assemble it. Every night, while you were asleep, they transported materials here and erected the machinery. Today is merely the day of inspection. Thus, this is not just my achievement, but a testament to the efforts of all the village elders. Or rather, it is a gift from everyone to you. Upon hearing this, the children fell silent. Many felt their eyes welling with tears, touched by the realization. They had noticed that their elders had been unusually weary lately. Initially, they had assumed it was due to the strenuous work at the fish farm down by the river. Now, it became clear that their elders had been laboring even through the night, all for their sake. Zhou Yutong gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Having traversed this arduous path herself, she fully understood the challenges it entailed. Yet, she had not anticipated that every evening, the village elders would bear the burden of transporting substantial materials to this very place, all for the sake of these children. Do you understand why they go to such lengths? Luze spoke again, his melodious voice imbued with a unique strength that resonated profoundly. Because you need this. Moreover, they yearn to witness the growth of their children. Above all, they wish to see that their efforts have not been in vain. At this juncture, Luze softened his tone. They have already assembled all the materials and the fundamental structure of this wind power station. Now, it is your turn. I implore you today to set this wind turbine into motion. The children were profoundly moved, and Zhou Yutong, in particular, was astounded, gazing at Luze, who stood in the spotlight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This teacher, it seemed, was extraordinary from the outset. He was not merely handsome, there was something more. Dogwa and Shoho, unbeknownst to Luze, the young girl from the big city was watching him with a gaze full of fascination. While he began to assign tasks, you two will assist with the heavy lifting today. Additionally, you will serve as both bodyguards and laborers. Haha, no problem. Rest assured. Teacher Lu, Dogwa and Shoho readily accepted, chuckling as they rolled up their sleeves, ready to get to work. Yudo, Luze called out, and Yudo eagerly approached, his eyes still gleaming with enthusiasm. Luze ruffled the boy's hair and placed his hat upon him. Today, you shall be our chief engineer. Everyone on site will heed your directives. What? Such a heavy responsibility thrust upon him transformed Yudo's excitement into anxiety, and he timidly asked, Teacher, can I do this? Absolutely. Luze firmly patted Yudo's shoulder and turned to address all the children below. Throughout this period, your wind power models have been exceptional. I have scrutinized them thoroughly, and the level of completion is remarkably high, with several exceeding my expectations. Now, before you lies a model far more complex than your previous creations. Tell me, do you have the confidence to accomplish this? With a resounding chorus, the children shouted in unison, their youthful voices echoing with a unique conviction. Yudo, determination etched on his face, adjusted the hat Luze had given him. Teacher, I have confidence. Luze smiled. If you have confidence, then let us proceed. Chapter 26. We have succeeded. Following this, the entire hillside became a hive of activity. Clad in a canvas hat, Yudo stood atop a rise, directing with fervor. The batteries must be properly connected, otherwise, we will be unable to store power. Every wire must be meticulously checked to ensure there are no issues. Let us inspect the tower structures thoroughly to guarantee that no accidents occur. Ensure the speed increaser is correctly installed, otherwise, it will merely serve as a decorative piece. The transmission shaft is crucial, and we must avoid any issues there. The canvas cap atop his head is somewhat oversized, especially when the mountain breeze sweeps in, prompting him to grasp it tightly, fearing it might be whisked away at any moment. Nevertheless, despite his concerns about the hat, he remains wholeheartedly engaged in the assembly of the wind turbine. Although labeled a wind turbine, it resembles a rudimentary model, dwarfed by the towering structures that reach heights of 20 to 80 meters in later years. In comparison, the current apparatus appears trivial, akin to a giant fan constructed from iron and steel, with a support structure resembling a modest brick building. It seems somewhat incongruous and even amusing, yet in this moment, no one finds it humorous. Each individual, from the youngest at 6 to the eldest at 15, is earnestly dedicated to their task, embodying a seriousness beyond their years. Zhou Yutong is not idle, fervently capturing the scene with her camera. She photographs the fervent enthusiasm of the workers. From the energetic youth directing operations to the helpful hands of those passing tools, documenting the transformation of a mere structure into a fully operational power station. She witnesses the astonishing sight of a group of children, none of whom have yet graduated from elementary school, constructing a wind power facility. In the past, this would have seemed either a manifestation of her own madness or an indication of a world gone awry. Yet now, this spectacle unfolds before her eyes, leaving her in a state of awe. How have they achieved this? After capturing numerous images, Zhou Yutong returns to Lu Zhe's side, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Lu Zhe chuckles. You've seen it with your own eyes. This is how it's done. However, Zhou Yutong feels a pang of sadness, reflecting, but they are just children. Indeed, therein lies the crux of the matter. Had the laborers been adults, even those lacking formal education, she would not have been as astonished. Yet here, apart from two young men assisting with heavy lifting, the majority of participants are merely teenagers. What are children of this age typically engaged in? Watching television, playing video games. Yet now, this group is assembling a generator. Are they truly just children? Lu Zhe explains, in reality, the structure of wind power generation is not as complex as you might imagine, especially since this project is not highly specialized. Moreover, many components are specially ordered. What they are doing is more akin to assembly, putting together pre-manufactured parts. While this explanation appears plausible, the ability of these children to assemble such a complex machine intact surpasses the capabilities one would expect from their age group. Almost complete. As Zhou Yutong found herself at a loss for words, Lu Zhe had already spoken up, prompting her to quickly turn her gaze. Indeed, with the concerted efforts of over 30 children, the wind power station was nearly complete. Everyone had entered the final phase of inspection, primarily checking for any issues with the wiring connections and ensuring that the screws and rivets were secure. The seriousness and gravity etched on their faces belied their age. In truth, this lesson was not merely about teaching them how to construct a wind power station. Lu Zhe spoke in a contemplative tone, leaving Zhou Yutong puzzled. If the aim was not to enhance their understanding of wind energy, then what was it for? Yet, Lu Zhe merely smiled, offering no further explanations. Transmission device checked. Wiring checked. Blades checked. Suddenly, a chorus of youthful exclamations filled the air. Zhou Yutong snapped back to reality, raising her camera to continue her work. Taro's small face was etched with tension. Unlock. With a click, the lock securing the blades was released, and the mountain breeze swept through, caressing the colossal fan forged from steel plates and rebar. However, a somber silence fell over all as they realized the blades had not turned. The windmill, which they had envisioned spinning with vigor, remained utterly still. The structure was suboptimal, and the materials used were rudimentary. Thus, even in the gentle mountain breeze, it exhibited no movement whatsoever. What to do now? Zhou Yutong felt a surge of anxiety, her eyes fixed on the blades, silently praying for a miracle. Human power, Taro declared decisively. With a loud shout, he leapt down from his perch, pulling the prepared ropes. The children promptly divided into 3 teams, pulling the blades in a clockwise direction. Despite their combined efforts, the strength of the children was insufficient, even with all their might. They managed to budge the blades only slightly. Not enough. Hurry, put in more effort. Once the blades start turning, the wind will help us overcome the inertia. Taro continued to rally them with fervor. In that moment, the children united like never before, chanting slogans as they exerted every ounce of strength. Yet, their efforts still fell short. I'll help you. The slender monkey was the first to step forward, grabbing a rope and joining the children. Dogwa followed closely behind. Me too. And then came Zhou Yutong, who had captured the images she desired, but now felt compelled to assist the children. It soon became evident that with the help of 3 adults, the task became significantly easier. As the combined forces pulled, the massive blades began to turn slowly in the gentle breeze, gradually gaining speed. At last, the fan reached a point where it could rotate on its own. Aided by the wind, they had succeeded. Yet, no one dared to exhale in relief. Instead, they all turned their gazes toward a lamp outside the windmill. It must succeed. Zhou Yutong felt beads of sweat forming in her palms. Others were similarly anxious, but the most tense among them was Yutu. The moment Lu Zhe informed him of his role as the commander and placed the cap upon his head, he bore a burden heavier than that of his peers. Presently, Yutu's face was drenched in perspiration, beads of sweat clinging to his lashes as he murmured to himself, harnessing the wind through the blades, initiating rotation, and amplifying the speed via the gearbox to induce power generation. This must succeed. Even Lu Zhe, at this moment, could not maintain absolute composure. His gaze fixed intently on the lamp atop the windmill. The wait was interminably long, though mere seconds or minutes may have passed in reality. For those witnessing this scene, it felt as though they had endured decades. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. The light illuminated, accompanied by Go Wa's exuberant shout. All the children's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the lamp. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights. Foremost was the largest lamp before the windmill, flanked by a myriad of smaller bulbs, each igniting in succession before the astonished crowd, akin to the flames that ignite the deepest aspirations of life. From that moment of illumination onwards, a perpetual beacon was born. The next instant was filled with resounding cheers. We succeeded. We have triumphed. Chapter 27. The windmill in our hearts. Half an hour later, beneath the windmill atop the mountain. It's ready, it's ready. Upon hearing Go Wa's voice, the children's eyes lit up, eagerly turning towards the fire pit, collectively swallowing their saliva. Over the fire, several wild rabbits were roasting, while beneath the flames lay a bounty of potatoes they had brought from the mountains. This delectable fare, the aroma of the roasted rabbits, stirred the appetites of the children, and even the humble potatoes, once peeled, exuded an irresistible fragrance. Go Wa was the first to grab a rabbit leg and hand it to Lu Zhe. "Teacher Lu, please have a taste." "Thank you." Lu Zhe graciously accepted but did not rush to eat. Instead, he approached Yu and offered him the rabbit leg. Yu was taken aback, repeatedly gesturing for Lu Zhe to eat first. "Take it." Lu Zhe smiled, firmly placing the rabbit leg into Yu's hands, gesturing towards the windmill. "Today, you are the stars, and as the chief engineer, you are the leader here." "You flatter me, teacher." Yu grinned sheepishly, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. Lu Zhe chuckled and distributed the remaining rabbit to all the children present. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted. They reveled in an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, the kind of recognition that could not be taught in countless lessons. Moreover, the one acknowledging them was none other than their most revered teacher Lu. "By the way, teacher, this is for you." Yu cautiously returned the cap to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe shook his head. "It's a gift to you. From the moment I placed it upon your head today, it has belonged to you." Taro felt somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind it. "What do you aspire to do in the future?" Lu Zhe inquired. Taro furrowed my brow, deep in thought, and was struck dumb for a while, unsure if it was due to nervousness or something else. Lu Zhe had never posed this question to any student before. Unlike many teachers who often inquire about dreams and aspirations, he had never uttered a word on the topic. Yet, here he was, asking. "Let me tell you a story," Lu Zhe said, not receiving an answer but choosing to continue with a smile. The children immediately erupted in cheers. "Yes, yes. We love hearing stories from our teacher. What tale will you share with us today? Is it the Frog Prince or Snow White?" "Neither," Lu Zhe replied with a shake of his head and a smile. "The story goes like this. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain, there was a temple where an old monk narrated stories to a young monk. The tale was this. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain, there was a temple where an old monk narrated stories to a young monk." A group of children soon realized they had been tricked and began to murmur. "Teacher, this story could go on until tomorrow. You could keep telling it forever. It's not an enjoyable story. Please tell us another." Yes, change the story." Even Zhou Yutong contemplated whether she should share a fairy tale of her own. However, before she could speak, Lu Zhe chuckled. "You are right. This story, even if I were to tell it until tomorrow, or for a lifetime, could never truly be completed. It's akin to the math problems we've studied before. 10 divided by 3 equals 3. 333. When will it ever end? It never truly concludes. Learning is like this story and this math problem. There will never be a day when it is fully complete." At this point, many children began to grasp the underlying meaning. Lu Zhe then pointed towards the windmill. "Our windmill has succeeded. It can illuminate the electric lights we have prepared. However, it is still insufficient. It can only light up this spot where we do not reside, but cannot illuminate our entire village. Nor can it shine light upon the aquaculture farm by the riverside below. Therefore, we must continue to strive to make our windmill increasingly powerful." Lu Zhe's words were succinct yet thought-provoking, leaving all the children in contemplation. Unbeknownst to them, each one had, in their heart, erected a windmill. The name of this windmill is dreams. The journey home remained arduous, yet Zhou Yutong did not complain this time. Instead, she focused intently on moving forward. Only occasionally did she glance at Taro, who was amidst the crowd, clutching his hat tightly. At this moment, Zhou Yutong had come to understand Lu Zhe's earlier intentions. This extracurricular class was never primarily aimed at having them actually build a wind power station. Rather, Lu Zhe's true goal was to ignite the flame of dreams within this group of children, especially in the heart of the boy named Taro. Until now, she still vividly recalls the brilliance in Yudo's eyes at that moment. It was the spark that ignited the torch of dreams within her heart. She could even foresee that this child would likely achieve remarkable feats in this regard in the future. It was peculiar. This child was still quite young, barely having completed elementary school, and the road ahead was long. Such certainty, for someone hailing from a journalism background, could hardly be deemed responsible. Yet, she harbored such a premonition. In Lu Zhe's lesson, which was ostensibly about constructing a wind turbine, it was, more importantly, about helping them build the windmills of their hearts. She reflected on the village elders, each laboring under the weight of their shoulders, transporting all the materials from the mountains below, all for the sake of a group of children's dreams. Or rather, for the dream of Yudo. The notion that so many would toil for the aspirations of a single child was truly unimaginable in this era. As she gazed past the children, Zhou Yutong contemplated Lu Zhe's silhouette. Who on earth was this man? Just as she was certain of Yudo's boundless potential, she was equally convinced that Lu Zhe was no ordinary teacher, having spent 2 years in a teaching program without securing a formal position. Even though she had researched Lu Zhe before arriving in Shuanan village and was aware of certain details about him, her conviction remained unwavering. Xiao Zhou, do you perhaps have feelings for Teacher Lu? Dogwa inquired, interrupting Zhou Yutong's thoughts. The question sent her heart racing. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you like such a Teacher Lu? Dogwa responded incredulously. Zhou Yutong's cheeks flushed. What are you talking about? What a pity, Dogwa shook his head. I thought you liked Teacher Lu. If that were the case, how wonderful it would be. You two have such compatible appearances, and both are educated individuals. Marrying and having children would surely yield intelligent offspring. I've heard it referred to as excellent genes. What does any of that even mean? Zhou Yutong felt both embarrassed and angry, yet could not muster the resolve to be upset, for Dogwa spoke with such conviction, devoid of jest. She found herself astonished by Dogwa's whimsical reasoning. Hadn't she only just arrived in Shuanan village? Wasn't this her first day meeting Lu Zhe? And yet, he was already envisioning marriage and children? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, stirred by Dogwa's unexpected remarks. Fortunately, being a person of education, Zhou Yutong, initially flustered and indignant, quickly regained her composure and eloquently dismissed Dogwa. However, throughout the remainder of the journey, she could not shake an unsettling feeling. She found herself unconsciously glancing at Lu Zhe, only to lower her head in embarrassment. This fellow was indeed quite handsome, and sensing her gaze, Lu Zhe felt a jolt of trepidation. This simply would not do. Chapter 28. Sharpening the sword. Subsequently, Zhou Yutong remained in Shuanan village for 2 additional days, citing her need for more material. Yet, only she was aware that she had already captured all the necessary photographs. As for her lingering presence, that was a question she found difficult to answer. Ultimately, on the 4th day in Shuanan village, Zhou Yutong resolved to depart. She had no choice, as the impending Pengcheng photography competition loomed, and further delay was simply not an option. Thus, early that day, accompanied by Lu Zhe, she made her way down the mountain. I have already taken numerous photographs, and I will select a suitable collection to submit for publication, which is a fundamental requirement for the competition, considering my affiliation with the media, Zhou Yutong remarked as they walked. Once I submit, I will proceed to Pengcheng for the contest. With her head bowed, she spoke absent-mindedly. Lu Zhe, resembling a wooden block, merely nodded in response. Oh, and then, there was no further elaboration. This attitude left Zhou Yutong feeling quite dissatisfied, prompting her to stamp her foot in annoyance. You needn't accompany me. I can find my way from here. It's fine. I need to visit the village chief down the mountain anyway, Lu Zhe replied. This response only served to intensify Zhou Yutong's irritation. She herself could not comprehend the source of her anger, yet she was unable to suppress the frustration bubbling within her. As they walked, she fell silent in a huff, while Lu Zhe remained equally reticent. After a while, however, Zhou Yutong could no longer endure the silence and inquired. I heard your hometown is in Qinhuai. I've heard much about that place. The ancient capital of the six dynasties. It must be quite fascinating, no? Quite so. Well, I am in Lin City. Should you ever find yourself there, do seek me out. I shall treat you to a meal. Do not misunderstand. It is merely a gesture of gratitude for the meals you have provided me these past few days. Very well. With tears unshed, Zhou Yutong felt it prudent to refrain from further conversation with this individual, lest she lose her temper. Reflecting on her own natural beauty, having been cherished and pampered throughout her life, she found it infuriating that this man persistently overlooked her, even when she had taken the initiative to invite him. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, prompting her to once again fall silent. However, it was not long before she broke the silence once more. In the future, I hope to return to Shuanan village. The children are quite endearing, and I would like to visit them again. This time, Lu Zhe did not dismiss the topic. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. You may come, but next time, do not bring them gifts. Why not? Zhou Yutong queried, perplexed. She had already envisioned bringing presents for the children upon her next visit, and Lu Zhe's unexpected comment left her bewildered. Was it a matter of refusing to accept undeserved kindness? That seemed unlikely. After all, it is customary for friends to exchange gifts. Yet, Lu Zhe continued, the next time you visit, they will likely be wealthier than you. This conversation had reached an impasse. However, it seemed that Lu Zhe's words held a grain of truth. Although she had only spent a few days in the village, she had come to learn quite a bit. In this village, just recently, they earned a staggering 150,000 in merely 6 days. Moreover, it appears they are concocting grander schemes to amass even greater wealth. This is utterly astonishing. It feels akin to discovering that a classmate, who daily accompanies you to school, adorned in tattered clothing and subsisting on little more than pickled vegetables and steamed buns, seemingly from a modest background, actually resides in a home with marble floors. Zhou Yutong felt a surge of discomfort, ultimately choosing to seal her lips. However, she failed to notice Lu Zhe's evident sigh of relief. Youth often breeds tender sentiments, and Lu Zhe, being more experienced, readily comprehended the naive thoughts of the young girl Zhou Yutong. Yet, he refrained from addressing it directly, even purposefully maintaining a distance. His reluctance stemmed not from any disdain towards Zhou Yutong, but rather from a desire not to hinder her. In Lu Zhe's view, matters of love and marriage were not within his considerations. Rather than prolonging an inevitable disappointment, he preferred to set her free. Lu Zhe possessed a clear understanding of himself. He could indulge in fleeting romances, even relishing in a passionate encounter with a beautiful girl. But he would never allow himself to become ensnared for a lifetime due to anyone. Had Zhou Yutong been a more reckless girl, he might have entertained the idea of developing something with her. But she was not, hence his natural inclination to keep his distance. To put it plainly, Lu Zhe had no intention of engaging in any responsible emotional commitments. Simply put, it felt burdensome. In his previous life, due to Su Ling, he had endured painful lessons, drifting aimlessly for many years. After regaining his footing, he had even, through acquaintances' arrangements, entered into an engagement and marriage, experiencing the mundane realities of daily life. This was hardly love. Perhaps it began with a hint of affection, but ultimately evolved into two adults merely cohabitating. This state of existence was not what Lu Zhe desired. So in this new life, he had no intention of leading such a life. As for love, he would rather forgo it. For the remainder of their journey, the two fell into a silence. Zhou Yutong appeared to have resolved to disregard Lu Zhe entirely. And after exchanging pleasantries with the village chief upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she promptly turned to leave. Being a young girl, Lu Zhe could not permit her to venture back to the county alone, so he arranged for Wang Aigua, the only villager with a tractor, to drive her to the bus station. Watching the young girl's short hair dance in the wind, Lu Zhe shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Teacher Lu, according to your guidance, we have been diligently cultivating the crayfish fry during this period, and now we have achieved considerable success. The village chief, Old Pei, immediately began to speak upon seeing Lu Zhe. Crayfish are quite simple to manage. They possess a strong reproductive capacity and have low environmental demands. Our villagers have collaborated on this endeavor, even consulting a few experienced masters. The first batch of crayfish fry is now ready, and we can proceed to large-scale farming. This was splendid news, and even Lu Zhe couldn't help but nod in agreement. Old Pei, you have worked hard. Hello, what hardship is there in this? Compared to more than a decade or two ago, This slight difficulty is nothing. It merely requires a bit of effort. Old Pai chuckled. Yet soon his expression darkened. Although the cultivation of crayfish is manageable, the breeding of silverfish proves far more challenging. We have nurtured quite a few recently, but all have ended in failure. This creature is exceedingly delicate, and our progress remains minimal. Never mind, there is no rush. When the experts arrive, the issue will naturally be resolved, Luze reassured him after a moment's thought. However, Old Pai was taken aback by Luze's words. Experts? Yes. Let us seek out a few old professors from relevant university departments to assist us in our research, Luze proposed with a nod. Old Pai, astonished, could hardly believe it. Can this matter truly warrant the assistance of experts, particularly university professors? Those esteemed individuals, would they even deign to acknowledge our humble endeavors? In this era, university students are as rare as phoenix feathers, let alone professors. Listening to Luze, Old Pai felt a sense of surrealism. He never expected Luze to voice such thoughts. To dismiss them as unbelievable would be a disservice, yet to accept them felt somewhat unrealistic. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Luze, understanding Old Pai's thoughts, merely smiled and refrained from further explanation. Instead, he reminded him, currently, our primary focus should remain on the cultivation of crayfish. I trust that you and the villagers will take this matter to heart, so I shan't elaborate. However, one point requires attention. Although we have secured the rights to this river, we must be vigilant regarding its cleanliness. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, we are all aware. It is said that one who relies on the mountains eats from the mountains, and one who relies on the water eats from the water. Surely, we wouldn't muddle our own water. Old Pai laughed heartily. Reassured by Old Pai's response, Luze felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This had always been his concern. In this age, while various sectors of the economy are advancing rapidly, few pay heed to the cultural and environmental aspects. In earlier years, merely tossing a blade of grass into the water could yield a large catch, but such occurrences are nearly impossible today, not to mention the industrial waste from factories. Even an ordinary farmer discards pesticide bags directly into the river after use. These matters are pertinent to future plans, and Luze knew he must clarify them in advance. After a brief interval, the two exchanged further ideas, primarily about the arrangement of vendors in the county and the upcoming market strategies. With the crayfish ready for cultivation, it was time to make a name for themselves. Just then, the lean monkey rushed over in a flurry. Father, hurry, come with me. Come now, speak clearly. Why are you so flustered? Old Pai was polite to Luze, but was rather brusque with his own son. The lean monkey, accustomed to his father's temperament, took a breath and exclaimed, Father, the village head has arrived, and the county magistrate is with him. They are currently across the river, preparing to cross. What? Old Pai was taken aback, his heart racing. What brings the magistrate here? The days he comes each year do not fall within this period, do they? Could it be that our previous dealings in stone have been exposed? After all, in a place as small as Shuanan village, there seems little to warrant the attention of the county magistrate. To have two officials arrive simultaneously does leave him somewhat unsettled. Yet, standing beside him, Luze chuckled. The magistrate's early arrival surely signifies a joyous occasion for our village. Chapter 29. The magistrate's arrival joyous occasion? What sort of celebration could warrant the presence of the county magistrate alongside the village head? Lao Pei could not fathom it. But he knew there was no time to lose, so he hurriedly followed the thin monkey across the river, with Luze trailing behind, his mind drifting back to memories of his past life. The magistrate of Cheong County was a man named Shui Hanhai. Even after many years had passed, Luze still distinctly remembered him, not merely for the uniqueness of his name, but for the profound impression he left on him. At that time, Luze had only been in Shuanan village for half a month. During a meeting convened by the education department, which gathered all teachers in Cheong County, including those teaching in remote areas, Shui Hanhai himself attended the session. Luze could no longer recall the specifics of the meeting, but after its conclusion, Shui Hanhai met privately with 7 individuals. All 7 were newly arrived teachers, and Luze was among them. He vividly remembered the small conference room of the education department, where Shui Hanhai entered and approached the podium. His first act was to bow at a 90-degree angle to everyone present, which astonished them all. Following this gesture, Shui Hanhai delivered a heartfelt plea that has remained etched in Luze's memory. I, Shui Hanhai, implore you, come to Cheong County to teach. At the very least, stay for a full semester. Do not let our children attend classes today only to find themselves without teachers tomorrow. Even if you must leave, please inform the children in advance so they may prepare themselves mentally. This simple yet poignant statement encapsulated the stark reality of Cheon County. He did not dwell on the difficulties or hardships, yet the underlying message was unmistakably clear. Cheon County was indeed struggling, and the challenges of teaching in the mountain villages were considerable. The harsh conditions and the villagers' lack of cooperation posed significant obstacles. Such circumstances led to a plethora of idealistic teachers arriving, many of whom fled after just a few days, while some managed to endure 3 months. And only a few persevered for an entire semester. Surviving a semester was commendable, but those who departed after 3 months, without completing the term, were particularly alarming. Many children would attend class one day, only to find the next morning that their teacher had vanished, along with their belongings. It is often unfair to blame those teachers, for the reality was harsh. Without reasonable compensation and appropriate channels for support, the efforts of these educators often went unnoticed. Yet, while the challenges faced by the teachers were daunting, the struggles of the children attending school were equally formidable. As long as there are teachers present, classes can proceed smoothly. However, in their absence, students often must traverse great distances to attend school in more remote villages. This reflects the harsh realities faced by Cheon County, a region marked by poverty. In fact, among the 7 teachers who were present in the conference room with Lu Zhe, only 3 remained. 2 others departed after brief stints, one teaching for a semester and the other for a year. During that time, Shui Hanhai remarked, "Cheon County lacks funds, and I cannot enhance your compensation. All I can offer is my promise. You endure hardships, and I am not living in comfort either. I will visit you at least once a year. Should you encounter difficulties, whether solvable or not, share them with me. I am here to listen. If you feel the need to vent your frustrations, feel free to unleash them upon me. I can bear it. My only request is that you assist Cheon County and the children in need." Lu Zhe can attest to this. During Shui Hanhai's tenure, he indeed visited Shuanan village annually, inquiring about Lu Zhe's challenges and attentively listening to his grievances, often providing gentle reassurance. He was a county magistrate, yet at times, he resembled more a sounding board for the frustrations of the volunteer teachers, an outlet for their pent-up emotions. Such a remarkable individual, how could Lu Zhe possibly forget him? "Master Liza, Master Magistrate, what brings you here? If you plan to visit, do give us advance notice so we can prepare. We have been quite busy lately, and things are rather chaotic." Upon crossing the river, Old Pai hurriedly approached. "What else do you need to prepare?" Shui Hanhai chuckled. For Lu Zhe had been in Shuanan village for 2 years, and he had made 2 visits to the poorest village, still remembering the likes of Old Pai. He cast a glance across the river and nodded. "I heard your village has contracted the river, and I came specifically to see this. I am genuinely pleased to hear that you are embarking on an entrepreneurial venture. Isn't it born from poverty?" As little teacher Lu aptly noted, when in dire straits, one must devise a plan. Old Pai grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. When faced with hardship, one must seek change. Shui Hanhai laughed. "Indeed, that is the essence of the phrase. How wonderful. Little teacher Lu is an educated man. Listening to him is undoubtedly wise." Shui Hanhai nodded, glanced at Lu Zhe, and refrained from further comment, instead inquiring, "Regarding the river contract, are you planning to raise fish? Do you face any challenges? Speak up, and I will see if I can assist." Old Pai instinctively glanced at Lu Zhe, understanding it was his turn to speak. Lu Zhe took the floor. "We intend to venture into entrepreneurship, introducing products that are currently unavailable in Shuanan village. However, we do face genuine challenges. We seek a university professor with relevant expertise to assist us in scientific seedling cultivation." Finding a university professor? Scientific seedling cultivation? Shui Hanhai was momentarily taken aback by such a request, and after pondering for a while, he managed a wry smile. "Well, our county does not have any universities." The implication was quite clear. Although he held the title of county magistrate, he lacked the requisite capabilities for the role. After all, a magistrate of an impoverished county could only be considered of minimal significance, struggling even to recruit university graduates, let alone professors to teach them. Should this endeavor prove fruitless, it would not pose a significant issue. "I plan to return shortly, and will inquire in Qinhuai then." With a considerate tone, Lu Zhe alleviated the magistrate's unease. Yet before Shui Hanhai could exhale in relief, Lu Zhe continued, "There is another matter. We wish to establish a few night market stalls in the county. but issues regarding stalls and fines present considerable challenges. Your Excellency, could you lend us your assistance? Were it not for the presence of the magistrate, Old Pie might have raised a thumb in admiration for Lu Ze's audacity. Truly remarkable. In this era, street vending has begun to gain recognition from local authorities. While there are no enforcers akin to those in later times, the myriad fees, sanitation, management, and others can be quite burdensome. More critically, the fines. To put it plainly, many of these are contingent upon connections. Should someone wish to target Shuanan village, it would be all too easy to fabricate reasons for imposing fines. 50 today, 100 tomorrow, a source of considerable distress. However, if one can approach the magistrate, having his esteemed word would alter the circumstances entirely. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Ze's request, whether due to the awkwardness stemming from the inability to fulfill the first condition or for other reasons, Shui Hanhai hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. If you are inclined to venture into entrepreneurship, proceed with confidence and boldness, provided it is reasonable and lawful. We support your efforts to lift the burden of poverty from your village. I will communicate with the city management office on your behalf. Having achieved his objective, Lu Ze refrained from further discourse. Shui Hanhai accompanied Old Pie on a leisurely stroll along the riverbank, thoroughly satisfied with their observations. His contentment did not stem from a comprehension of Shuanan village's projects, particularly their endeavors with crayfish and silverfish, but rather from witnessing the transformation of the village. For a poverty-stricken county, especially one with such challenging conditions, shedding the label of a poor county is a collective aspiration. This concern weighs heavily on Shui Hanhai as the magistrate. Thus, seeing a once notorious impoverished village make strides toward improvement, regardless of the ultimate outcome, is commendable. After assessing the riverside, Shui Hanhai initially intended to visit the village school, but since Lu Ze was present, he opted against it, instead inquiring about matters pertaining to the school. They were old acquaintances, and Lu Ze understood that Shui Hanhai would not be able to resolve any of the pressing issues. It was not due to a lack of effort, but rather an inability to effect change. The fundamental concerns revolved around the number of students, villagers' opinions on education, the sufficiency of textbooks, desks, and benches. These were problems that could not be resolved. After all, the county was impoverished. Issues that could be addressed with funds remained unresolved, while those that could not be solved with money were largely insurmountable. In essence, he harbored a desire to vent his frustrations to Lu Ze. However, this time, Lu Ze refrained from expressing any grievances. The current student body of the school comprises 32 individuals, with an anticipated addition of 3 more in the following year. The parents ardently support their children's education. Recently, the education department has dispatched supplementary teaching materials. The desks and chairs pose no issue, as the villagers have offered their assistance. Each household can contribute a table leg. Lu Ze spoke of the transformations that have transpired within the school during this period. Meanwhile, Shui Hanhai appeared utterly bewildered, having entered a state of reverie since Lu Ze uttered his first words. What on earth? Is this genuine? He recalled that the situation was markedly different last year. How could such significant changes occur so swiftly? Were it not for the presence of Old Pie and the lean monkey, Shui Hanhai might have questioned whether Lu Ze was merely boasting. Nevertheless, despite having initially relinquished the desire to visit the school, he ultimately could not resist the temptation to take a look. Upon witnessing 32 children diligently studying within the classroom, he turned to Lu Ze, his expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost, filled with disbelief. Was it you who proposed the gambling stone sale in the village? Finally, seizing an opportunity when the village head was absent, Shui Hanhai regarded Lu Ze with a grave expression. Old Pie and the lean monkey, their hearts racing, felt a wave of trepidation as they anticipated the impending question. Indeed, the moment of truth had arrived. Just as they were about to come to Lu Ze's defense, they were taken aback when Lu Ze confidently nodded. It was I. Lu Ze's response was neither servile nor arrogant. His tone remained calm as he met Shui Hanhai's gaze with eyes as clear as mountain spring water. Faced with such an unwavering gaze, Shui Hanhai fell silent, his countenance betraying his discomfort. Sensing the tension, Old Pie interjected, "Esteemed county magistrate, our young teacher Lu is acting in the best interests of our village. Had it not been for our previous endeavors with the gambling stone, we would not have the resources for our current projects. Lu has committed no wrongdoing. He has not only secured funds for our children's tuition, but also for significant undertakings, including the aquaculture facility at the foot of the mountain." The lean monkey chimed in, clenching his teeth, If this venture is deemed illegal, then by all means, arrest me. Their words brought Shui Hanhai back to reality, prompting him to chuckle in disbelief. When did I ever claim this was illegal? Old Pai and his son, upon hearing this, quickly sensed a shift. Is it truly not illegal? While it may not violate the law, the ethical implications of your actions are questionable. Do you not realize that your village's endeavors have stirred considerable controversy? Shui Hanhai adopted a stern demeanor. Just yesterday, a group of over 10 individuals approached the magistrate's office to lodge a complaint against you. They have all been financially ruined due to your gambling stone, with their families involved in the accusations. A wave of shock washed over Old Pai and the lean monkey, their faces turning pale. Such a significant matter has arisen. All of them ruined financially, all because of their actions? In an instant, a sense of guilt emerged within the hearts of two honest farmers. After all, they believed that those more than 10 individuals had come to such a plight because of their actions. It is only natural for anyone to bear such a psychological burden. Lu Zhe observed the situation and furrowed his brow. Is there someone who reported us named Su Chong? You know him? Shui Hanhai inquired, puzzled. Although we did sell gambling stones, the rules are well known throughout the county. Each person can only purchase up to 3 stones per day. While the prices vary, they are not exorbitant enough to lead anyone to ruin. Lu Zhe shook his head. If someone truly went bankrupt after buying stones from us for 6 days, that person would indeed be extraordinary. The magistrate can certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. So you anticipated this from the very beginning? Shui Hanhai asked with newfound interest. I wouldn't say I anticipated it, but I had my suspicions, Lu Zhe nodded. This response prompted Shui Hanhai to scrutinize Lu Zhe anew. He sensed that the young man he had encountered on 2 occasions seemed markedly different from the recent graduate he remembered. His eyes appeared to possess a maturity beyond his years. Could it be that you even predicted my arrival here? Shui Hanhai inquired further, his heart racing with anticipation. Lu Zhe smiled without responding. Yet, this very silence filled Shui Hanhai with an inexplicable astonishment. Did it mean he had been outmaneuvered? How profound were the thoughts of this young man? Why is that? Shui Hanhai asked. Lu Zhe spoke candidly. I want to build a bridge. A bridge? Shui Hanhai frowned. The most significant issue facing Shuanan village, aside from the treacherous mountain path leading down, was the river at the foot of the mountain. Each crossing required navigating precarious stone pillars. He too had contemplated the need for such a bridge. However, the reality was that if it were feasible, it would have been constructed long ago. For a poverty-stricken county, funding presented a monumental challenge, let alone the impossibility of constructing such a large bridge for a single village even if funds were available. What I intend to build is not the bridge at the foot of the mountain, Lu Zhe clarified. Not the bridge at the foot of the mountain? Shui Hanhai was taken aback, perplexed. Then where do you intend to construct it? The new river bridge. Lu Zhe enunciated each word deliberately. While Lao Pei and Shouho remained bewildered, Shui Hanhai's face turned pale with astonishment, exclaiming, How do you know? Cheong County was established along the New River, a strategically advantageous location in ancient times. However, in the era of peace, this great river had become the most significant hindrance to the county's urgent development. The New River traverses much of Jushur province, yet there are few notable cities or economic zones along its banks. It does not even intersect with other rivers, resulting in a lack of potential for waterway transport. Instead, it effectively isolated Cheong County, leaving it with only a small stone bridge, repaired 30 years prior, which could barely accommodate even the most essential vehicles. The new river bridge that Lu Zhe referred to is, in fact, one of the projects currently planned for the future development of Lin City. However, since this is one of the plans, there is naturally a sequence to follow. Many understand that if this bridge is constructed, it would be a monumental blessing for Cheong County, potentially altering its current decline. The issue, however, lies in the order of implementation, which is intricately linked to the planning layout of a city or even a province, inevitably involving certain special connections. The matter is complex. The city is still in discussions, but in truth, it has already been relegated to provincial oversight, as the financial demands are substantial. While I acknowledge that the completion of the new river bridge would indeed be beneficial, to be frank, I shake my head. Shui Hanhai ultimately refrains from probing Lu Zhe on how he acquired knowledge of the new river bridge. Merely sighing, it seems unlikely that it will be realized within the next 5 years. This truth has yet to be shared by Shui Hanhai. However, he is acutely aware. Such fortuitous events are not destined for Cheong County. According to the timeline, The new river bridge should not be officially approved for construction until 7 years from now. Yet at this moment, Lu Zhe smiles. I have actually been waiting for you, County Head Shui. My intention in awaiting your arrival is to hope that you can strive earnestly to advocate for the bridge's approval. Even if we cannot secure it, at the very least, we should find a way to delay things for 3 months. 3 months. Within that time frame, I can persuade the higher-ups to alter their perspective. Assured, confident, full of youthful vigor. Observing Lu Zhe in such spirits, Shui Hanhai finds himself momentarily dazed. Are you serious? Indeed. Lu Zhe nods emphatically. How do you intend to proceed? Shui Hanhai cannot help but inquire, genuinely perplexed as to where Lu Zhe derives such audacity. Lu Zhe shakes his head. I cannot divulge specifics at this moment. Are you still playing this game with me? Shui Hanhai chuckles in disbelief. Discussing it now would likely leave you skeptical. Yet Lu Zhe maintains a serious demeanor. During these 3 months, I need you, County Head Shui, to delay the finalization of the planning. And I will also require your support along the way. Trust me, 3 months from now, I will present you with a transformed Qiong County. The question lies with you. County Head Shui, are you willing to take this gamble? After all, it is a significant wager. Lu Zhe's words resonate with conviction, infused with the youthful pride and confidence of a swordsman embarking on an adventure. For a moment, Shui Hanhai falls silent. This indeed is a considerable gamble. Delaying for 3 months is no trivial task. The planning of a city is not something a mere county head can easily postpone. To do so would likely offend many and lead to considerable troubles. While it may not jeopardize his position, a demotion or reassignment is certainly within the realm of possibility. In these 3 months, what is at stake is his career. To label it a gamble is not an exaggeration. Lu Zhe, in truth, does not know whether Shui Hanhai is willing to take this risk alongside him. For now, he can only wait for Shui Hanhai's response. Should he agree, a formidable ally would join Lu Zhe's ranks, facilitating the subsequent plans. Conversely, if Shui Hanhai declines, the planning could be delayed for an extensive period. Yet, Lu Zhe finds himself unable to persuade further, leaving the choice in Shui Hanhai's hands. Fortunately, Shui Hanhai did not disappoint Lu Zhe. After contemplating for a considerable time, Shui Hanhai gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically at Lu Zhe, declaring, I am all in for this round. Chapter 31. 3 moves to determine fate within the caravan heading to the county town. Lu Zhe managed to hitch a ride with Shui Hanhai. Now, shall we discuss your plan? He inquired. On the carriage, Shui Hanhai looked at Lu Zhe with a face full of helplessness. Realizing that this fellow had calculated everything meticulously, not only his intention to visit Xuanan village, but also his plan to ride along with him. The expression on Shui Hanhai's face when Lu Zhe had proposed to join him on the trip to the county town was indeed remarkable. Lu Zhe understood that although Shui Hanhai had agreed, he remained uncertain and lacked confidence regarding the ensuing endeavors. Therefore, he decided to be candid and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, This matter is not overly complicated. I have 3 moves that can determine our fate. Oh, what are the 3 moves? Shui Hanhai probed further. Lu Zhe replied, The first move is to captivate attention. Captivate attention? Shui Hanhai was puzzled. The gaze directed towards Qiong County was far too scant. Whether in the city or the province, from the government offices to the educational authorities, and even the agricultural department had not provided any resources. Lu Zhe slowly elaborated. To put it plainly, the issue lies in the lack of attention. No one is paying heed or valuing us. Captivating attention means expanding our visibility so that the city, the province, and even the nation can take notice of our small county. Naturally, since we aim to captivate, we must ensure that the attention garnered is sufficiently positive, even to the extent that those in higher positions perceive Qiong County as a brand, a facade of sorts. In truth, once we reach this point, your pressure as the county magistrate will diminish significantly. Shui Hanhai nodded repeatedly. The reasoning was straightforward, and he comprehended it clearly. Reflecting on how Qiong County had lacked attention over the years, it was evident that poverty had ensued, a fact that could not be disputed. If they could genuinely attract sufficient attention, the situation would transform. However, the pressing question remained. How does one achieve this? Regrettably, Lu Zhe did not elaborate further and continued. Now that we have garnered enough attention, we need to amplify our stakes and enhance Qiong County's profile, which brings us to the second move, attracting opportunities. Are you referring to enticing investors? Shui Hanhai inquired. Indeed, this is precisely about attracting investors. In reality, every city across the nation is striving to draw investors. particularly large capitalists whose influx is a focal point for countless cities. This has led to a surge of foreign investors in this era. Luze did not refute this. This is an inevitable process. To gain the province's attention and alter their perspective, such an effect is essential. But is this truly feasible? Shui Hanhai expressed doubt. He refrained from mentioning that he encountered various investors daily. Initially, he felt exhilarated, but over time, he realized that it was all a fade. What predominated in this era? Deceivers. They not only deceive the common people out of their money, but they also swindle official funds without hesitation. We have long since passed the wild growth phase of the early 1990s. The fervor for investment still persists, yet it has taken on a more defined shape. In such times, one might assume that the number of fraudsters would diminish. But in truth, the opposite is the case. The cunning swindlers are proliferating. Essentially, out of 10 so-called investors, 9 are charlatans, and the remaining 1 possesses barely any substantial influence. Encountering a legitimate investor is, to be frank, exceedingly rare. At least in Cheong County, such a possibility seems non-existent at this moment. In response to this predicament, Luze merely smiled. What was impossible in the past does not imply that it will remain so in the future. The strategy of attracting attention is not merely about the bees and butterflies, but rather about the act of attracting and drawing them in. Regardless of whether they are human or spectral, as long as the fervor is sufficient, that suffices. This suggests a desire for everyone to perceive Cheong County as an investment haven. Shui Hanhai appeared somewhat puzzled. And what is the final move? He inquired. Luze licked his lips, and Shui Hanhai leaned in with anticipation. He felt that Luze was indeed extraordinary. Although the previous 2 points lacked detailed explanation, they nevertheless instilled a sense of hope within him, leading to an eagerness for the final strategy. Yet, amidst this anticipation, Luze shrugged his shoulders. I haven't quite thought it through yet. Shui Hanhai responded with disbelief. Are you serious? Or are you jesting? The county magistrate, Shui, felt a surge of frustration. Fortunately, Luze promptly added, it's mainly that I haven't come up with a fitting name. After all, we need a splendid title to lend it some gravitas, don't we? Shui's face twitched, his anger simmering, albeit still somewhat reluctant. Just then, the vehicle pulled into the county town, passing by the bus station. Luze quickly called for the driver to halt. Stop, 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 right here. Where are you going? Shui Hanhai inquired, perplexed. Luze smiled. To Lin City, to prepare some ammunition for our plan. Ammunition? We're not going to war. What do we need ammunition for? Besides, even if we did need it, how could we procure it in Lin City? Shui Hanhai felt bewildered. Yet he was somewhat intrigued by Luze's use of the term we, which he had unwittingly accepted, finding himself already drawn into Luze's grand scheme. At this moment, Shui Hanhai remained entangled in thoughts about the ammunition Luze mentioned. Turning back to inquire further, he noticed that Luze had already opened the car door and swiftly vanished into the crowd, leaving behind the words, in 3 months, it all rests on you. County Magistrate Shui. Hearing this, Shui Hanhai felt a mix of helplessness and burgeoning anticipation. Perhaps this young man could indeed astonish him. Meanwhile, after purchasing a ticket at the bus station, Luze strolled back outside. It was not a peak travel time, and he had to wait over 40 minutes for the departure. Rather than languish indoors, Luze decided to seek some nourishment. He chose a nearby noodle shop, ordered a bowl of pulled noodles, and took a seat. Just then, a burly man exclaimed in surprise, "Little Teacher Lu." Turning around, Luze saw that it was Wang Aigua, just setting down his bowl. It truly is Little Teacher Lu. At first, I thought I had mistaken you. Wang Aigua, his face alight with excitement, curiously inquired, Teacher Lu, why did you not inform me of your visit to the county? I just saw off journalist Joe. Why didn't you accompany us? If we had traveled together, it would have inevitably entangled us in a narrative, perhaps even leading to unforeseen events. It is best that we do not journey together. Luze pondered internally and casually replied, I had some matters that delayed me. Oh, Wang Aigua nodded, not dwelling on it, and then pulled a slip of paper from his pocket, handing it to Luze. What is this? Luze asked, puzzled. It is something journalist Zhou entrusted me with when she left, repeatedly urging me to ensure you receive it. She initially intended to deliver it to you later, but since we have crossed paths, I shall present it to you now. Upon hearing this, Luze could not help but smile wryly. He accepted the note and unfolded it. A graceful line of handwriting read, Although I find you somewhat disagreeable, do call me when you arrive in Lin City. I would like to treat you to a meal. It was followed by a landline number, presumably Zhou Yutong's home. What sort of logic is this? Though I find you rather disagreeable, I still wish to treat you to a meal? Shaking his head, Lu Zhe felt a tinge of frustration. Being handsome, it seems, is indeed a curse. Chapter 32. Those deeply buried memories due to Zhou Yutong's note. Lu Zhe, before boarding the vehicle, found himself scrutinizing the interior with a hint of paranoia, ensuring Zhou Yutong was not present before he cautiously entered. The sentiment remains, it is best to avoid complications. In truth, his concerns were perhaps premature. After all, their acquaintance had only spanned a few days, and while Zhou Yutong may harbor some fondness for Lu Zhe, perhaps even youthful admiration, the notion of romantic sparks or the prospect of marriage and children was undeniably premature. Yet, Lu Zhe remained apprehensive. It was not out of narcissism or anything of the sort. Rather, it stemmed from his own profound lack of self-confidence. Indeed, it was a matter of pure insecurity. Lu Zhe was not oblivious to his own vulnerabilities, particularly when faced with someone like Zhou Yutong. Consider this. When an experienced individual encounters a charming young lady who gazes at them with admiration each day, what would one do? Surely, one would employ various flirtation techniques, besieging the heart until success is achieved. This was precisely what Lu Zhe sought to avoid. To put it plainly, Lu Zhe embodies the essence of a cad while desperately wishing to transcend that label. It may sound absurd, yet this is the reality for Lu Zhe at this juncture. Setting aside these thoughts, he sat in the vehicle and began jotting down notes in his notebook. 1. Assist Guan Xiang'er in finding a competent football coach. 2. Amplify his financial resources. 3. Prepare diligently for the forthcoming endeavors. Lu Zhe's journey to Lin City was not a spontaneous decision. It had long been meticulously planned. The arrival of Shui Hanhai merely provided him with an opportunity to hitch a ride. During the past half-month since his rebirth, Lu Zhe had not been aimlessly drifting. Rather, he had been diligently mapping out his future. He is a person who prefers to strategize before taking action. Perhaps it is the result of his past life's experiences. Or perhaps it is due to the maturity of his soul. Lu Zhe is decidedly averse to recklessly charging ahead with his head down. In contrast, he favors a more calculated approach, advancing step by step. In truth, relying solely on impulsive vigor in such moments does not quite align with the archetype of a typical reborn individual. Thus, Lu Zhe has a clear plan this time. Finding a football coach is essential, as Guan Xiang'er's talent has genuinely astonished him. He feels compelled to do something for this girl who lost her legs in her previous life. Even if all efforts ultimately prove futile, at least he would have tried. Moreover, should it succeed, his initial move would become considerably simpler. As for augmenting his financial resources, this is currently Lu Zhe's most pressing concern. The sale of a single flawed stone for 2.8 million is indeed a momentous occasion, catapulting him into the realm of millionaires in this era. However, for Lu Zhe, this amount is still insufficient. While this sum could enable him to establish a small factory or workshop, he is acutely aware that in a legitimate market, such a sum is merely a drop in the bucket, hardly sufficient for any substantial endeavor. Thus, this money must be increased, and increased once more. How to achieve this augmentation? Lu Zhe has pondered this question extensively. The most straightforward and immediate means would undoubtedly be through lottery tickets or gambling. Yet, despite his background in media and an enhanced memory post-rebirth, he cannot recall the numbers for the lottery. Furthermore, in this era, the advanced lottery systems of the future have yet to emerge. It remains a time dominated by the sports lottery, a field in which Lu Zhe possesses limited knowledge and is hesitant to venture. As for gambling, it goes without saying that while he knows the champion of this year's World Cup, the uncertainty of whether the bookmakers will honor their payouts renders it a risk he is unwilling to take. Ultimately, Lu Zhe's focus shifts to the stock market. In his previous life, he was somewhat of an amateur stock trader, enjoying the study of this domain during his leisure time. His professional background allows him to navigate this landscape with greater ease than most. However, rationally speaking, Lu Zhe has not encountered an opportune moment upon his rebirth. This year, due to the Asian financial crisis, the stock market is in a dismal state, having been in a downturn since the end of the previous year. Had it been a year or two earlier, he would have needed no particular knowledge. With money in hand, any casual investment would likely yield returns. This year, however, the odds of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse are exceedingly low. A slight misstep could lead to complete financial ruin. Nonetheless, even in the bleakest of environments, there are always a few anomalies, and in the most dismal of markets, there exist those who thrive against the odds. Coincidentally, Luce happens to be aware of a handful of particularly promising stocks. The opportunity to profit must not be overlooked. The third objective, of course, is to lay the groundwork for his future endeavors. The stock market offers the allure of swift profit, yet it is improbable to witness one's investments multiply several-fold within a single day. After all, the days of the stock market's nascent emergence in the domestic sphere have long passed, and the securities investment management measures have been enacted as recently as the end of last year. Earning money necessitates time. Moreover, while Luce may remember stocks that have left an impression on him, it does not imply that he can rely solely on trading to forego all other endeavors. One's own career remains paramount. Placing all hope in the financial market could easily lead to becoming a victim, perhaps even a substantial one. Thus, Luce must prepare for his forthcoming ventures. As the vehicle swayed along the journey, Luce diligently scribbled in his notebook. Passers-by glanced at him, most failing to comprehend his activities, while the elderly woman beside him lost interest after a mere cursory glance. It resembled a series of illegible symbols, and it was a pity for such a handsome young man to possess such unsightly handwriting. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Likely, only Luce could decipher the contents of this notebook, filled with an array of chaotic symbols and scribbles that bore the semblance of cryptic inscriptions. The elderly woman, of course, remained oblivious to the value contained within these pages, which chronicled Luce's recollections of the stock market in 1998, a time long past. It is rather peculiar that, despite having seen this information before, Luce's memories had become vague over the years, and he had seldom scrutinized them. Theoretically, merely recalling the names of the stocks would be an achievement. Yet, as Luce began to reminisce, those once fuzzy memories gradually sharpened with his continued contemplation. It felt as if these recollections were nestled within the recesses of his mind, lying dormant until needed, at which point they could be excavated bit by bit. Could this be considered a form of my own golden finger? Though lacking an extraordinary reincarnation system, has my memory become remarkably formidable? Luce let out a wry smile, finding a semblance of solace in this thought. Just then, after more than 3 hours of arduous travel, the automobile finally arrived at the station. He turned his head to observe the bustling crowd outside. Lynn City at last. Tearing a page from his notebook into shreds, he casually discarded it into the vehicle's waste bin and picked up his backpack. He stepped forward, immersed in the throng of people. Chapter 33, Unfavorable Beginnings. Boss. Are you staying at a guest house? We have hot water. If you need, we have young ladies, all 18 and quite charming. Young man, are you heading to Pingching for work? Upon disembarking, Luce was immediately surrounded by a throng of individuals eager to attract customers. Most were persuading passers-by to stay at their establishments, while others mingled within the crowd, enticing people to seek employment in distant locales. With the economic reforms, seeking work in the South has become a trend, as many are keen to venture out and explore the world beyond. However, those who wish to trust these individuals often find themselves on the losing end more than once. It cannot be said that this group of individuals are all deceivers. One might estimate that approximately 90% of them are indeed fraudulent. After all, scams, human trafficking, and various forms of deceit thrive in locations such as long-distance bus stations and train depots. Paying them no heed, Luce exited and hailed a taxi with legitimate licensing, directing his course towards the city sports bureau. In the 1990s, sports in Xia country had already garnered significant attention, aside from the national teams. Local authorities placed considerable emphasis on the development of sports as well. However, despite the heightened focus, disparities in funding and attention inevitably persisted, as evidenced by the allocation of resources across various sports disciplines. The Sports Bureau, a newly constructed 5-story edifice from 2 years prior, housed the various departments pertaining to the sports of Lynn City. The most popular sports, which also enjoyed prime locations within the building, included table tennis, badminton, and volleyball, while men's football, though slightly less favored, still held a wide audience and ranked respectably. In stark contrast, women's football occupied a rather awkward position. Luce made quite a detour before ultimately discovering the location of the women's football team. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Lynn City women's football team had only been established at the beginning of the previous year, and the Sports Bureau had initially excluded it from their plans, hence their absence from the main building. Following the guidance of the staff, Luce left the main structure and, after a short walk, found himself at the entrance of a modest bungalow, where he finally spotted the sign for the women's football team. Inside, there were no prominent leaders, nor did he encounter any active members of the women's football team. Rather, he encountered a plump woman in her 40s who was reportedly serving dual administrative roles for both the women's football and basketball teams. Here, the adage that appearance equates to justice was aptly illustrated, as the woman's demeanor was notably amiable. When Luze expressed his intention to recruit a coach for the women's football team in his village and to establish a youth team, the woman's expression became decidedly animated. Upon receiving a definitive nod from Luze, she inquired, "What do you intend to do with this endeavor? Moreover, what youth women's football team? Our province does not even host competitions in this regard. Who would your team play against?" This statement left Luze momentarily bewildered. After further inquiry, he grasped the situation. In fact, football had garnered considerable attention domestically, particularly following the national team's second-place finish at the Asian Cup in 1984. Furthermore, in 1987, they had even secured a spot in the Olympic group stages, propelling football into the national consciousness. Although a decade had passed without any remarkable achievements from the national team, the belief remained that this was merely a temporary setback. However, this focus was exclusively reserved for men's football. As for women's football, what was that? Could girls even play football? Such prejudices were pervasive during this era, particularly in smaller locales. The establishment of the women's football team in Lynn City was largely a consequence of the national team's second-place finish at the Olympics 2 years earlier, which had only begun to attract attention to girls playing football. Yet, this attention was limited. There were, after all, no youth competitions to speak of, only those for the men's teams. Moreover, unlike future generations that possess competitions categorized into various tiers, the present state in Jew province merely involves counties reporting their participants before commencing matches, garnering only minimal attention. As for women's football, it is virtually non-existent. With a furrowed brow, Luze inquired, "Are girls allowed to participate in youth football competitions?" The answer was an unequivocal no. The stout woman nodded. Casting a curious glance at Luze, "Are you suggesting that there are promising talents in your region? If so, I could report it. You may bring someone over for evaluation, and if there is potential for development, we can consider integrating them here." At first glance, this appeared to be favorable news. However, Luze hesitated momentarily before shaking his head in refusal. It was no joke. Guanxianger's potential was undoubtedly remarkable. If she were to enter through such a channel, she might shine brightly and, with sincere effort, have a chance of being discovered by a discerning eye. Yet, given the standing of the provincial football team, Luze was aware that Guanxianger could very well be overlooked. The looser the regulations, the less promising the prospects. And there might be unforeseen circumstances beyond Luze's control. He was not one to shy away from surprises, but if given a choice, he would certainly avoid such risky and uncertain situations. Almost instantaneously, a bold idea sprang to his mind. Does Cheong County have registration for this year's youth football competition? Let me check, the stout woman replied. Although she was in charge of women's football and basketball, looking into this minor detail posed no problem. After a thorough inquiry, she shook her head. Cheong County has not registered. Today is the final day. If you wish to register, compile the list of participants, and I will submit it for you today. The competition begins next month. Next month? Luze frowned slightly. The timeline was rather tight. Nevertheless, without hesitation, he nodded, "Register." Soon after, Luze drafted a list, which the stout woman glanced at. Upon seeing the distinctly female name of Guanxianger, she momentarily paused. A quick scan of the gender column revealed an all-male roster, leading her to refrain from further questioning. Luze then inquired about football coaches. As expected, given that the Lynn City women's football team was only established a little over a year ago, despite having participated in formal competitions, there were no suitable coaching candidates. Conversely, there were options in the men's team, but Luze lost interest after a cursory glance. They were subpar and lacked significant competitive experience. The truly skilled individuals were still making their mark on the team, leaving little in the way of viable choices. Was he to step in as the coach himself? Luze found the notion rather disconcerting. He had watched numerous football matches, revered managers like Mourinho and Guardiola, and excelled in football management simulation games. Yet, the prospect of directing a team in competition left him somewhat apprehensive. But upon reviewing the list before him, Luze gritted his teeth. Guanxianger was a talent he could not allow to be squandered. His previous reluctance to teach her extensively stemmed from the hope of finding a professional for the role. But it seemed that suitable options were scarce. Stepping out of the sports bureau, Luze felt a twinge of frustration. His endeavor had encountered an unfortunate setback, as the initial task remained unaccomplished. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he recognized the urgency of time. He had no leisure to squander. Upon exiting, he swiftly hailed a taxi, directing it towards Xiaofa Securities. Since he intended to enter the stock market, establishing an account was imperative. In this era, although the internet had begun to flourish, trading stocks was not as effortless as in later times where one could operate independently on a computer. Assistance from a counter operator was essential, a process that, while cumbersome, was also time-consuming. Fortunately, the presence of securities firms alleviated most of these challenges. Although direct trading was still unattainable, having a securities company meant that any inquiries could simply be resolved with a phone call, convenient, swift, and efficient. The options for securities firms were rather limited. Although Lin City was considered a significant urban center in Zhu Province, it lacked national recognition, and the number of securities companies was scant. The most reputable among them was undoubtedly Xiaofa Securities. Established in 1991 as one of the country's pioneering comprehensive securities firms, it possessed considerable strength, familiarity with the business, and a reputation for reliability. Even in the future market, it ranked among the top 10 renowned securities firms. The taxi soon came to a halt, and Luze took a moment to observe his surroundings. The hall was bustling with numerous investors, and a large display screen dominated the space, reminiscent of scenes from old Hong Kong films. A throng of individuals sat fixated on the screen, their breaths heavy and their eyes red-rimmed, resembling gamblers. Occasional cheers erupted from the crowd. In truth, the stock market in 1998 had been on an upward trajectory since the latter half of the previous year, though the gains were not particularly substantial. Nevertheless, for those fortunate enough to enter, profits were likely. Yet, these jubilant individuals remained blissfully unaware that impending disaster loomed. The current rise was merely a prelude to the calamity that awaited. Casting a glance around, Luze refocused his attention and approached the service window, presenting a warm smile. "Hello, I would like to open an account." Chapter 34. A narrow road for rivals. Upon entering, Luze inadvertently attracted the gaze of several onlookers. The stock market had only recently gained traction in the country, and in a relatively small city like Lin, newcomers were a rarity. Typically, familiar faces populated the space, making Luze's presence all the more conspicuous. However, most observers merely glanced at him before turning their attention elsewhere. After all, what could a young man, dressed rather unremarkably, possibly offer that warranted interest? Many presumed he was just another impulsive individual seeking quick riches in the stock market. The staff member at the window was a young woman adorned with thick glasses, strikingly beautiful, yet perpetually icy in demeanor. She briefly assessed Luze, particularly scrutinizing his attire, before expressionlessly handing him a form. "Please fill this out, along with your identification and the initial deposit amount." Luze paid no heed to her frigid attitude. Upon receiving the form, Luze filled it out while glancing over it. Compared to subsequent times, opening an account in this era was somewhat cumbersome. After all, there was no third-party custody at that time. Funds had to be deposited into one's own account at a brokerage firm, which inherently posed significant risks, primarily due to the potential misappropriation of funds. This was precisely why Luze chose to engage with a reputable company, in hopes of mitigating such risks. In the current era, there was little to be said about this. One could only endure. However, upon noticing the transaction fees, Luze frowned once more. They were rather steep. In later years, the fees hovered around 0.25, while currently, they were approximately 0.35. Moreover, a substantial amount of capital was required in the account. If the funds were limited, the fees would be even higher. Unable to contain himself, Luze inquired, "May I ask if these fees could possibly be reduced?" Initially, his words were merely casual. "Reduced?" The bespectacled woman scrutinized Luze with a dismissive gaze. "Do you truly believe you resemble someone who could negotiate a lower rate?" Luze furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of displeasure. Yet, the woman's impatience surfaced abruptly as she snatched the form from his hands, exclaiming, "Stop wasting my time with your petty complaints." This outburst left Luze momentarily stunned. Was she on edge? Shaking his head, he turned to leave. He had the means and the purpose. After all, opening an account could simply be done at another brokerage firm. There was no need to engage with someone so trifling. Just as he took a few steps, a man and a woman entered the brokerage office. The man, a balding middle-aged individual, struggled to keep his shirt buttons fastened over his protruding belly. Beside him was a flamboyantly dressed woman, and upon seeing her, Lu Zhe could not help but frown. Su Ling. Indeed, it was a case of unexpected encounters. Glancing at the corpulent man, Lu Zhe surmised that he must be the so-called tycoon from the Treasure Island, Boss Gao, with assets exceeding $1 billion. As Lu Zhe recognized the pair, Su Ling, too, immediately spotted him, her expression darkening at the sight of him. Lu Zhe, she exclaimed, her voice laced with palpable resentment. What's the matter, my dear? Boss Gao, evidently sensing Su Ling's animosity, cast a glance at Lu Zhe and asked, "It's him. He's the reason our family is in this predicament." Su Ling accused, her ire directed squarely at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. He had already heard of Su Chong's fate through Shui Hanhai. After leaving Xinan village, Su Chong had gathered a group to cause a ruckus at the government office, alleging that Xinan village had incited gambling and engaged in fraud, hoping to compel the authorities to seek justice for him. This was, of course, a tactic to extort Xinan village. They had calculated well, believing that by causing a stir, they could pressure Xinan village through official investigations. However, the Su siblings had not anticipated that their machinations were all within Lu Zhe's calculations. The situation escalated to the point where even Shui Hanhai had heard of it. In retrospect, the situation escalated significantly, ultimately serving as a boon for the Su siblings. It would be ideal if the county magistrate were to take notice, prompting an investigation into Xinan village. The simple-minded villagers there would undoubtedly be intimidated, allowing the Su siblings to extort them. Their only desire was for the authorities to exert pressure, instilling fear among the villagers of Xinan. As for the eventual exposure of their deception, Su Chong remained unperturbed. He had gathered several accomplices, and in the eyes of the law, a multitude would dilute the blame, enabling them to profit without repercussions. However, they underestimated Shui Hanhai, who had a long-standing awareness of Xinan village. Upon learning of the situation, rather than investigating the village, he turned his attention to the Su siblings themselves. The outcome deviated sharply from their expectations. The authorities acted swiftly, initiating an investigation on the spot. Without expending much effort, the truth soon emerged, and Su Chong, as the principal offender, was detained before he could even attempt extortion, awaiting trial. This miscalculation highlighted their profound ignorance of both Shui Hanhai's character and contemporary legal principles. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in such folly. Ultimately, their lack of intellect was evident. A more astute individual would not have acted so recklessly. "Oh, you are Lu Zhe, the teacher from the educational support program?" Gao Shirun, clearly familiar with Lu Zhe, assessed him with a certain grace. Producing a business card from his pocket and presenting it, "I am Gao Shirun. I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Lu Zhe accepted the card, glancing at it. The titles were indeed impressive: Vice Chairman of the Baodao Trade Association, President of the Baodao Workers' Federation, and CEO of the Gao Shirun Group. Amused by this charlatan, Lu Zhe feigned interest in the card. "Baodao Trade Association? What is that? I have never heard of it. As far as I recall, there is only a commercial trade union." At this remark, Gao Shirun's expression faltered. Lu Zhe continued, "And what of this Baodao Workers' Federation? Isn't there no general labor union in Baodao?" Gao Shirun's breathing grew increasingly labored. "And this Gao Shirun Group, what sector does it operate in?" "I recall only a few prominent groups in Baodao. I am unfamiliar with yours," Lu Zhe queried further. Sweat beaded on Gao Shirun's forehead as he awkwardly replied, "We primarily engage in real estate development." "Real estate development?" Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. "I have heard of Baojia, Fuli, Yuanxiong, and Hongsheng, but I do not recall any Gao Shirun." Suddenly, Lu Zhe paused, casting an inquisitive gaze at Gao Shirun. "Mr. Gao, are you from Baodao? While your accent is somewhat reminiscent, I suspect you may not be a true native." With careful listening, one can discern the nuances. Gao Shirun was now drenched in perspiration. He was merely a fraud, and not even a particularly sophisticated one. He would never dare to approach Shui Hanhai for investment discussions, content instead to deceive naive individuals like Su Ling. In mere exchanges, Lu Zhe had rendered Gao Shirun pale and speechless. Indeed, from the current display, even someone with a modicum of intelligence can discern the peculiarities. Yet, lamentably, Su Ling is not one of those astute individuals. With a derisive laugh, she remarked, "Lu Zhe, do not feign sophistication here, as if you have ever set foot on the Treasure Island. You are merely a pauper who has read a few more books." In such a vast place as the Treasure Island, there are countless things you remain oblivious to. Lu Zhe cast a glance at Su Ling, reaffirming his previous conviction. It was evident that in his past life, he had been woefully blind. What is the matter? Am I striking a nerve? Su Ling scoffed, to put it plainly. You are simply envious that Brother Gao surpasses you. Yet, what does your jealousy accomplish? Someone like my brother Gao could extinguish you with but a flick of his finger, do you comprehend? Extinguish me? Lu Zhe replied with a bemused smile. Glancing at Gao Shuren's demeanor became uneasy as he tugged at Su Ling, whispering, let it go, there's no need to engage with such a trivial character. The magnanimity towards one's adversaries is a testament to one's own grace. Brother Gao, what is wrong with you? Su Ling expressed her displeasure, though she dared only to mutter her discontent to her affluent supporter. She looked at Lu Zhe and then at the half-filled form that had been carelessly discarded by the counter-staff. Oh, impressive, Lu Zhe. You even understand stock trading? Let me tell you, my brother Gao is exceptionally formidable. He is renowned as a stock deity on the Treasure Island. Effortlessly earning millions is a trivial matter. Pray tell, how much are you planning to invest in the stock market? Is it 3.8 or perhaps 38? To be frank, with your meager salary, you ought to spare yourself the embarrassment. As she spoke, Su Ling picked up Lu Zhe's discarded form, scrutinizing it closely, only to suddenly find herself speechless. She was engulfed in bewilderment, for in the investment amount section, it clearly stated, 270,000 yuan. 270,000. Chapter 35, Swift Resolution. The stock market hall, albeit small, had already attracted considerable attention due to Su Ling's uproar. However, throughout the commotion, all onlookers merely observed, indulging in the spectacle. Most individuals capable of trading stocks in this era possessed some degree of acumen. At the very least, they were adept at reading the room. Although Lu Zhe had only uttered a few simple phrases, it was evident to the discerning that the so-called boss Gao was dubious. Yet, no one spoke up, for it was not their concern, and during such times, few would aspire to be heroes. While recognizing the issues surrounding boss Gao, many also cast additional glances at Lu Zhe. This lad seemed to possess a certain capability, as he appeared to be unduly knowledgeable about the Treasure Island's affairs. In this era, the internet had only just begun to emerge in the country, far from reaching a state of ubiquity. Not to mention, even with the internet, it had not yet entered the age of information explosion seen in later years. People relied solely on newspapers and news for most of their information. In such times, being able to articulate knowledge unknown to others was a mark of brilliance, a testament to one's capabilities, and a sign of worldly experience. Naturally, in the minds of many, Lu Zhe transformed from a foolish boy into a person of considerable merit. Carelessly whimsical, yet undeniably true. Such is the reality of this era. Observing Su Ling's vacant expression, many were intrigued, with a few meddlesome souls daring to inquire, "My dear girl, how much did this young man invest?" Indeed. The gentleman beside you casually earns millions. Surely, this young man's investment pales in comparison to your discerning eye. Their words were laced with a hint of mockery, ridiculing Su Ling's ignorance and folly. Yet, she seemed oblivious, as if struck by inspiration, curling her lips. A mere 7 million, and you dare to dabble in stocks? What? Instantly, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone rendered speechless, their gazes blank. Even the bespectacled woman, who had previously been shooing away flies, could not help but rise, her eyes drawn to the slip of paper. The next moment, she gasped, her complexion draining of color. Su Ling, however, attributed this shift to her own adept performance, tossing the slip aside and launching into a scornful tirade directed at Lu Zhe. You truly dare to declare it, 7 million? Writing such figures isn't a crime. But alas, even if it were true, you still cannot compare to my brother Gao, for he is a billionaire, wouldn't you agree? Brother Gao? Where is he? At that moment, Gao Shuren had already turned into a quivering mass. Goodness, the Navi girl he had deceived had a former boyfriend who was a millionaire? No, it was more than mere millions. If he had that much to throw into the stock market, it indicated that his net worth was undoubtedly in the tens of millions. A millionaire indeed. Perhaps even a bona fide billionaire. His thoughts mirrored those of everyone present. Their gazes toward Lu Zhe shifted in an instant. Flee. Almost instinctively, Gao Shuren, drawing upon years of deceitful experience, made a choice, turning on his heel and dashing toward the exit without uttering a word. Brother Gao, wait. Su Ling exclaimed, stunned, calling after him. Yet, Gao Shiren dared not linger. Even words escaped him. He vanished in a flash, his athletic form disappearing from view, leaving Lu Zhe to marvel at his speed. This fellow should truly consider a sprinting career. It would be a waste of his talents otherwise. To say Su Ling was foolish was no exaggeration. She still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Watching Gao Shiren flee, she stamped her foot and glared at Lu Zhe. You wait. Having uttered this, she too dashed out, while some in the hall contemplated stopping Su Ling. Their intentions were not to assist the foolish girl, but to find an opportunity to engage Lu Zhe. One of them ventured to speak. My dear girl, do not pursue him. He is a fraud. Gao Shiren is notorious in our city, a low-level con artist who preys on the Na'vi and those yearning for adventure. If you chase after him, are you seeking to be deceived? Unfortunately, despite their earnest pleas, Su Ling's eyes widened in defiance. Nonsense. Brother Gao, wait for me. Leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment, she unexpectedly dashed out, disappearing in an instant. The onlookers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. In truth, one could describe Su Ling's actions as foolish, or perhaps even enchanted. In this era, the allure of foreign lands has driven some to commit even more foolish acts. Thus, Su Ling's behavior was hardly remarkable. Lu Zhe, however, remained indifferent to Su Ling's family affairs. Realizing that he had truly been reborn, Su Ling's emotional state barely stirred. To him, she hardly registered as more than a mere passerby, someone he could only offer a fleeting reminder to. Whether she heeded it was beyond his concern. Observing Su Ling's unwavering obsession, he felt no particular emotion, merely shrugged and prepared to depart. Yet, as he took a step, a man clad in a tailored suit approached him. Mr. Lu, please hold on. Lu Zhe glanced at him and immediately noticed the identity badge on his chest. Qi Rong, general manager of Lin City Xiaofa Securities. Lu Zhe had seen this man before, remaining silent while being reprimanded by the bespectacled woman behind the counter, as if he were invisible. However, now that the amount on the form he had filled out was revealed, Qi Rong's sudden obsequiousness was transparent. It was a stark reality. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe did not leave. He halted, regarding the man with a bemused expression. May I inquire what brings you here, manager? Qi Rong faltered momentarily, then forced a smile, producing a business card. I am Qi Rong, the general manager of this branch. I understand that you wish to open an account for stock trading and are interested in a more favorable service fee. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, he got straight to the point. Lu Zhe appreciated this candor and cast a glance at the bespectacled woman at the counter, whose face was now marked by fear and confusion. Qi Rong immediately comprehended, stating, this employee is new, having been on the job for less than a week and is still in her probationary period. Mr. Lu, I would prefer not to encounter such a person again. Lu Zhe spoke in a calm tone. Qi Rong was taken aback, then swiftly moved to the counter. You are fired. What? Manager, I apologize. The bespectacled woman seemed to protest. Qi Rong waved his hand, summoning the security personnel. In an instant, the guards arrived, forcibly escorting the tearful woman away. Lu Zhe observed coldly, devoid of any sympathy for her plight. In fact, he found himself contemplating, if this were a novel, the protagonist would likely appear to deliver a counter to his face. Alas, the moment for such a confrontation did not arrive, but his villainous persona had been firmly established. At least, many in the lobby who had initially sought to ingratiate themselves were now pausing, their gazes towards him tinged with a hint of fear. Lu Zhe found satisfaction in this. His previous restraint stemmed from a desire not to waste his anger on such minor characters, but it did not imply that he was devoid of temper. Individuals like the bespectacled woman, who held themselves in undue esteem, were not beyond his reach. He could choose to let it slide with a smile or to trample upon their arrogance. In this instance, he opted for the latter, and he bore no qualms about it. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, it is essential to make those present in the hall aware that one's temperament is rather unpleasant and hardly conducive to amiable relations. Engaging in social interactions with such individuals may prove useful, but is certainly not obligatory. Given this, a more direct and unembellished approach may be preferable. It was indeed Qi Rong who caught Lu Zhe's attention, his decisiveness evident as he instructed his subordinate to terminate employment without a hint of hesitation, an impressive character, to say the least. After dealing with the bespectacled woman, Qi Rong, with a serious demeanor, addressed Lu Zhe. Mr. Lu, I must apologize for the inconvenience caused by my lax management. Would you care to step into my office for a moment so that I may express my regret? Lu Zhe smiled in response. Certainly. In truth, Lu Zhe held a certain disdain for individuals like Qi Rong. However, one must navigate a world where interactions are not solely with those whom one favors, but often with those one does not. Furthermore, individuals like Qi Rong generally thrive in their endeavors. Such people may not be suitable for deep companionship, yet they can prove exceptionally useful for accomplishing tasks, and thus, Lu Zhe had no reason to decline. Upon entering the office, Qi Rong engaged in a flurry of pleasantries, ultimately taking responsibility for the issues at hand without deflecting blame. Persistently apologizing to Lu Zhe, while sincerity may have been in short supply, at least the atmosphere was rendered agreeable. After listening for a while, Lu Zhe, disinterested in further pleasantries, directly stated, I am willing to invest too. 7 million with your firm, but I have 2 stipulations. Please, go ahead. Qi Rong responded eagerly. Lu Zhe wasted no words. Firstly, I require the service fees and associated costs to be minimized. Secondly, I wish to personally select an individual to act as my direct representative, responsible for managing all my stock transactions promptly. Lu Zhe's stance was straightforward. No matter how eloquently one might speak, he had but one approach, to address matters with swift decisiveness. Chapter 36. Deception regarding fees. That is certainly negotiable. I can contact the headquarters immediately to ensure you receive the highest level of service, Mr. Lu. Qi Rong, having summoned Lu Zhe, had anticipated offering favorable terms, recognizing the significance of catering to a potential millionaire or even billionaire. However, the second request left Qi Rong somewhat apprehensive. Well, Mr. Lu, your choice to open an account with us at Xiaofa Securities clearly indicates your regard for our qualifications and reputation. As a valued client, I would typically be your primary contact, allowing for more advantageous dealings on your behalf. This was a polite reminder of his position. Having authority and responsibility was not beneath Lu Zhe's status. Understanding the underlying implications, Lu Zhe nonetheless shook his head. I acknowledge Manager Qi's capabilities and would never question your competence. However, my transactions will be frequent, necessitating someone available around the clock to attend solely to my needs. Responsible solely for you. Qi Rong was visibly taken aback, nearly exclaiming the impossibility of such a request. What a jest! While it is indeed impressive to be a millionaire in this day and age, there have certainly been tycoons who have invested millions in the stock market. Lu Zhe is undoubtedly a significant client, yet the notion of assigning an employee solely to cater to one client is, at least for now, quite unprecedented. Lu Zhe is aware that such personalized financial advisory services are still a rarity in this era. Nevertheless, his stance is resolute. As I mentioned earlier, my trading will be exceedingly frequent. I will not merely operate along a single line. Rather, I will engage in multiple simultaneous transactions, necessitating assistance in recording situations and providing timely reports. Naturally, he understands that the idea of dedicating a person to serve him may not be readily accepted by the company. Hence, he offers a commitment. Within 3 months, the investment capital in my account will reach at least 30 million. Within 3 years, the funds will ascend to 300 million. What a preposterous claim. Qi Rong gazed at Lu Zhe in a daze, finding it hard to fathom that Lu Zhe could utter such words with such confidence, devoid of any hint of embarrassment. It was as if he spoke the truth. But is this even feasible? We can include this in the contract. Just as Qi Rong struggled to believe it, Lu Zhe spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Qi Rong's expression shifted. Lu Zhe's certainty was palpable. If Lu Zhe was merely performing before, his unwavering resolve and the suggestion of including it in a contract altered the scenario entirely. Could it be that he truly possesses the confidence to amass such wealth in the stock market? Or does he hail from a family of immense fortune? After pondering, Qi Rong suspected the latter was more plausible. Instead of rushing to respond, he inquired, May I ask what business your family is involved in, Mr. Lu? Just an ordinary family, Lu Zhe replied, fully grasping the intent behind the question, feigning profundity as he added, that too. 7 million is merely my savings accumulated over time, and I intend to maximize its potential. Qi Rong could hardly believe the phrase ordinary family. An ordinary family casually producing 7 million for stock trading? Such a statement only reinforced Qi Rong's perception of Lu Zhe's exceptional nature. However, it was the subsequent remark that nearly caused Qi Rong to leap from his seat. 270 million is pocket money. If your family doesn't possess a mine, surely they must have an oil well. At this moment, Chi-Rong was oblivious to the phrase from later generations advising against challenging one's pocket money with inherited wealth. He merely felt that Lu Zhe's words radiated an almost divine brilliance. Such audacity. This cannot be a mere mortal, but rather a celestial being. Contemplating the notion of 7 million as pocket money, he couldn't help but compare it to his own situation, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Wishing to escape to the rooftop for a breath of fresh air. In any case, Lu Zhe's proclamation struck Chi-Rong with the force of an atomic bomb. After a prolonged silence, Chi-Rong finally stood up. I do not have the authority to decide this. I must consult with the headquarters. I hope you can understand, Mr. Lu. Certainly, I comprehend. Just at that moment, I yearned for a breath of fresh air. Lu Zhe chuckled and rose from his seat. Chi-Rong promptly bid him farewell. Although he felt he was the one in need of air, nonetheless, he refrained from any negligence, personally escorting Lu Zhe to the office door. Just as he intended to dial the headquarters, Lu Zhe pushed the door open once more, reminding him, by the way, I am Lu Zhe. Please ensure that my name is not mistaken when reporting. Chi-Rong was perplexed, pondering that he would certainly not make such a trivial error. However, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. The emphasis on not mispronouncing his name seemed less about avoiding his own mistake and more about hinting at something significant he might have overlooked regarding the name Lu Zhe. What could he have neglected? The name Lu Zhe might be an alias, and the authenticity of his surname was uncertain. If the surname were genuine, it would suggest a family wealth exceeding hundreds of millions, evidenced by the generous 7 million in pocket money for a descendant. Contemplating this direction made Chi-Rong shudder involuntarily. He sensed he had stumbled upon something important. Grabbing the phone, he hastily dialed the headquarters. Boss. A remarkable individual has arrived here, someone of formidable background. It seems our entire Xiaofa Securities is but a minor player in comparison. As Chi-Rong frightened himself with his own musings, even managing to alarm his superior in the process. Lu Zhe had already begun to navigate through the offices of Xiaofa Securities. His last remark was a playful addition, intended to provoke Chi-Rong's imagination and to cultivate an air of mystery around himself, which was precisely what he desired. Undoubtedly, it would not be difficult for Xiaofa Securities to uncover his identity, yet following his previous dialogues with Chi-Rong, Lu Zhe held confidence that even if they were to uncover his true background, they might not believe it. In fact, they might elevate his status even further. This would be advantageous for Lu Zhe, as the current financial market remains tumultuous. An individual lacking a robust background, entering with substantial funds, could easily find themselves devoured without a trace. The world is not filled with benevolent souls, although the odds are minimal should Xiaofa Securities decide to play tricks. It could indeed present numerous challenges for Lu Zhe in this era where stock trading is not particularly convenient. Thus, a touch of self-packaging, maintaining an aura of mystery, would suffice to keep Xiaofa Securities in a state of suspicion and vigilance. Even if, in due course, it became apparent that his identity was merely that of an ordinary teaching volunteer, Lu Zhe harbored no fears, for by then, the funds in his account would be substantial enough to serve as a solid foundation. This was the stratagem Lu Zhe devised when confronting Chi-Rong, a legitimate deception. At this moment, Lu Zhe strolled leisurely through the company building, as though meandering in his own backyard. The staff observed Lu Zhe, yet none dared to intervene. After all, the incident where Chi-Rong unceremoniously dismissed an employee on Lu Zhe's behalf had already circulated throughout the company. Not only did Chi-Rong harbor suspicions regarding Lu Zhe's formidable identity, but similarly, other employees at Xiaofa Securities shared such sentiments. At that moment, Lu Zhe's attention was captivated by an individual. It was a girl with hair cascading to her waist, tied back in a ponytail. Her back turned to Lu Zhe as she diligently attended to her tasks. From behind, her figure was striking, and although she wore relatively loose professional attire, her exquisite silhouette remained evident. However, what truly drew Lu Zhe's gaze was the mountain of documents piled before her, an impressive stack towering at least 2.5 feet high. As Lu Zhe approached, he discerned that the girl appeared to be elaborating on each stock's future trajectory based on various sources and market trends. This was a requisite task for anyone employed at a securities firm, yet it was uncommon for such a workload to be assigned to a single individual. The vast array of documents on her desk indicated that she was likely encompassing nearly all stock information available. Are you truly expected to produce all this content on your own? Lu Zhe couldn't help but inquire. The girl, visibly startled, turned to glance at Lu Zhe. Her thick glasses partially obscured her features, leading her to assume he was perhaps a new colleague, and she greeted him with a sincere smile. The seniors are quite occupied. I have yet to formally attend to clients, so it falls upon me to handle these responsibilities. Moreover, engaging in this work enhances my knowledge and cultivates my skills. Nodding, Luze noticed several wary glances directed toward him from those around. How long have you been here? He asked. I've just joined 2 months ago, she replied. May I peruse your analysis report? Of course, she smiled, gesturing for him to take a look. Luze refrained from further conversation, casually picking up one of the completed analysis reports. Upon merely glancing at it, he couldn't suppress his astonishment and turned to the girl with a question. Based on the current situation, the market has been on a steady rise, and it seems poised for significant growth. As one of the established stocks, fail shares should be favored by many industry insiders. Yet, your analysis indicates a bearish outlook. Do you believe it will decline? The girl nodded. In the short term, there may be some fluctuations upwards, but with the Asian financial crisis casting its shadow and Hong Kong facing severe issues, the entire Asian economy is being disrupted by Western interference. Some traditionally stable stocks may not continue to perform reliably, especially to fail, which has recorded losses for 2 consecutive years. According to new standards, it will soon be facing severe repercussions. The outlook is not optimistic. Luze regarded her with surprise, nodding thoughtfully. And what is your perspective on Fuyao Glass? How do you foresee its future performance? The seniors have mentioned that Fuyao Glass has encountered numerous challenges in recent years, and that laminated glass may continue to decline due to overseas technological influences, she answered. And what is your personal assessment? The girl appeared to hesitate for a moment before lowering her voice, stating, I believe Fuyao Glass represents a refreshing stream within today's stock market. While I cannot predict the short-term fluctuations, I am confident that over the long haul, this stock will undoubtedly yield significant surprises. Refreshing stream? Luze chuckled. The girl adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting light, and spoke with a grave seriousness. Mr. Chow of Fuyao Glass is a pragmatist. In the current financial climate, most entrepreneurs tend to be somewhat restless. Yet Fuyao Glass remains steadfastly focused on the research and development of new technologies for laminated glass. Once they overcome the challenges, they will surely soar to great heights. After hearing her words, Luze nodded, setting aside the materials in his hands, and casually inquired, What is your name? The girl smiled, I am Zhu Qing. Chapter 37, Elite User Zhu Qing? Upon hearing this name, Luze was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist the urge to scrutinize the girl before him, who wore thick-framed glasses, with a sense of astonishment. Was this merely a coincidence, or could she be the same person from the future? Zhu Qing was indeed a prominent figure whom Luze knew from later times, having stirred significant waves in the financial realm, revered as the foremost financial woman in Xia. Her investment acumen, steady, precise, and ruthless, commanded the admiration of countless individuals within the financial sector. Indeed, some of her statements in the financial world were regarded as scripture by numerous practitioners. It seemed that Zhu Qing had once spent 3 years working at Xiaofa Securities, and, if memory served, she had been assigned to the relatively underdeveloped Lin City upon her arrival at the company. Were you transferred from headquarters? Luze could not help but ask. Transferred? Zhu Qing shook her head repeatedly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. I just graduated from university and was assigned here. I cannot use the term transferred. By the way, what is your name? Are you also new here? Indeed, it truly was her. Luze had not anticipated that the legendary financial deity would have once appeared in such a guise. I am Luze. You will come to know me shortly. Luze smiled, ultimately choosing not to disturb Zhu Qing's work further. However, as he departed, he took a moment to closely observe Zhu Qing's name tag, realizing that he was in the presence of a future investment luminary. With this revelation, Luze decided against lingering aimlessly within the company and returned to Qi Rong's office. Upon arriving at the entrance, he nearly collided with Qi Rong, who was just exiting. Mr. Lu, I was just about to seek you out, Qi Rong exclaimed, promptly ushering Luze inside, personally pouring tea and attending to him with an even more courteous demeanor than before. Luze noted this behavior with understanding, secretly amused, yet maintaining a calm exterior. After sipping his tea, he smiled and inquired, It appears that Manager Qi has reached a conclusion? In our financial industry, time is indeed money. Especially for esteemed guests such as yourself, Mr. Lu. We must act swiftly and not waste your valuable time. Qi Rong subtly flattered. Then I am most grateful. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. Certainly, certainly, Qi Rong affirmed. With a sly smile, Qi Rong promptly dispensed with any pretense and handed a document to Lu Zhe. Upon receiving it, Lu Zhe was informed. I have secured for you, Mr. Lu, the privileges of a top-tier VIP from our headquarters. This document outlines the benefits of such status. However, some details are not suitable for written form, so I shall elucidate them to you. Subsequently, Qi Rong meticulously explained each point contained within the document. Indeed, the privileges befitting a top-tier VIP were notably distinguished. Lu Zhe discerned that Qi Rong's explanations encompassed 5 fundamental aspects. Firstly, as a top-tier VIP, Lu Zhe would enjoy dedicated reception and access to exclusive VIP lounges at Xiaohua Securities across any region. Secondly, he would partake in semi-annual and irregularly scheduled financial symposiums, where industry magnates would analyze market trends and facilitate discussions with fellow top-tier VIPs. Thirdly, Xiaohua Securities would annually recommend no fewer than 10 stocks to its top-tier VIPs, carefully selected based on insider insights and industry authority, essentially ensuring profitability. Fourthly, for stocks chosen by the top-tier VIP, he could consult Xiaohua Securities experts at any time, receiving specialized industry analyses tailored to his holdings. Lastly, as a top-tier VIP, Lu Zhe would enjoy an annual trading quota of 1 million, exempt from transaction fees, save for regulatory costs. For any operations exceeding this amount, the fee would be a mere zero. 15. At first glance, these terms may appear commonplace, especially when compared to the offerings of many later financial institutions, which often present seemingly superior conditions. However, it is crucial to recognize that these privileges are tailored for elite clientele provided by Xiaohua Securities, one of the earliest established firms in the domestic market. The authoritative analyses they offer are genuine, devoid of any frivolous embellishments. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe did not seek authoritative opinions or stock recommendations, as his foresight rendered such guidance superfluous. What he truly valued were 2 aspects. First, the financial symposiums, which he perceived as networking opportunities, gathering all top clients of Xiaohua Securities. The potential connections were invaluable. Secondly, he was keenly interested in the service fee structure. A fee of 0.15 is considered exceedingly low, even in later years, making the 1 million free trading quota somewhat irrelevant. Having reviewed the details, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Manager Qi, your efforts are commendable. From this, I can discern the sincerity of your esteemed company. Collaborating with someone of Mr. Lu's caliber is indeed a privilege for us at Xiaohua Securities. With a smile, Qi Rong reiterated. As for the second point raised by Mr. Lu, the headquarters has already granted approval. We will promptly compile a list of the company's outstanding employees for Mr. Lu. You need only mention anyone you desire, and we shall arrange it immediately. Summer Securities is indeed demonstrating its utmost sincerity, allowing Mr. Lu the liberty to select from its finest personnel. Lu Zhe, fully aware that the other party may have linked his identity to certain prominent families, chose not to expose this assumption, reveling instead in the misunderstanding. He shook his head and said, with such earnestness from your esteemed company, how could I possibly take away your exceptional employees? Let us do this. I shall select just one individual, so as not to overly burden your resources. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, the headquarters has consented, and you possess the necessary qualifications. Not at all, truly, I already have someone in mind. Qi Rong, initially intending to persuade further, could not help but be intrigued by Lu Zhe's words. Oh, since you have a candidate, please share the name with me directly. I will arrange it forthwith. May I inquire if this individual is from headquarters or another branch? From the Lin City branch, Lu Zhe replied without hesitation. I noticed an employee named Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing? Upon hearing this name, Qi Rong couldn't suppress a frown. Is there a problem, Manager Qi? Lu Zhe inquired. Not at all. Qi Rong replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. To be candid, I am aware of Zhu Qing. She is a recent finance graduate. However, this employee has only been with the company for 2 months. While she is familiar with the processes, her approach to stock selection can sometimes be overly idealistic, lacking practicality. This comment was already quite diplomatic. Lu Zhe understood that this was likely why Zhu Qing continued to face challenges, even being unable to attract clients herself. Indeed, her views often bordered on the unrealistic, diverging from conventional financial practices. When the consensus was bearish, she remained bullish. Conversely, when the outlook was optimistic, she would adopt a bearish stance. Given her status as a newcomer, it was no wonder she received little attention. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe, confident, smiled. No worries. I am well aware of this matter. She will suffice. Qi Rong appeared somewhat uncertain, visibly hesitating. Lu Zhe recognized that his hesitation stemmed not only from Zhu Qing's abilities. And thus he chuckled. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, the offer still stands. Within 3 months, regardless of whether my account holds sufficient funds to reach 30 million, I will ensure I enter the stock market. Similarly, the 300 million in 3 years will follow suit. All of this can be formalized in a contract. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Qi Rong's expression brightened with a smile. Then, thank you, Mr. Lu, for your understanding. Chapter 38. The flirtation. The second plan was thus completed successfully. Exiting the doors of Summer Securities, Lu Zhe exhaled slowly, subsequently revealing a smile. Or perhaps, it is not merely a success, but an overwhelming accomplishment. After all, today was not simply about establishing an account. He also encountered a formidable ally in Zhu Qing. Although she remained a staff member of Xiaofa Securities, due to contractual stipulations, she would serve as Lu Zhe's dedicated financial advisor and operator for the next 3 years. In this sense, she was as good as his own champion. The substantial sum of 2.7 million had already been transferred into the stock trading account. However, Lu Zhe refrained from hastily initiating any trades. After all, to profit in the stock market, one must ideally buy at the bottom and then soar upwards, so there was no rush for the time being. Hailing a cab, Lu Zhe made his way directly to the hotel. In this era, the hotel industry was starkly polarized. The more reputable establishments, referred to as hotels, boasted opulent decor and luxurious amenities, yet were generally exorbitantly priced, often unaffordable for the average individual. The lesser establishments were termed guest houses or inns, each possessing increasingly inferior conditions. In contrast, the rare breed of modest yet exquisite business hotels was still a novelty, particularly in a small place like Lin City, where they were exceedingly scarce. As for the renowned chain hotels of the future, they were but a distant dream at this point. Upon receiving his room key, Lu Zhe strolled towards his accommodation while contemplating the upcoming millennium, a pivotal juncture, heralding an era where various experts would showcase their prowess. With just over a year and a half remaining until that transformative time, he felt ample opportunity lay ahead. Once inside his hotel room, he deposited his luggage and promptly seated himself before the computer. This was one of the advantages of staying at a large hotel, though the rates were steep. It was equipped with a computer, a rarity in this day and age. Powering it on, he was greeted by the iconic Windows 98 interface. A symbol of technology and trend in this era, yet to Lu Zhe, it exuded a nostalgic charm. After attempting to navigate the system for a while, he suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, he was at a loss. It wasn't that the computer was unmanageable, but rather that he was unfamiliar with accessing the internet. Compared to the simplicity of later years, connecting to the web in this time was akin to a luxury. He tried plugging in a telephone line, only to discover it bore no fruit. After fiddling for nearly half an hour, he resorted to picking up the hotel phone. "Excuse me, I wish to access the internet. Is there someone who can assist me?" Saying this made Lu Zhe's face flush with an unusual sense of shame. Fortunately, the hotel receptionist seemed accustomed to such scenarios and politely requested him to wait. After approximately 5 minutes, a technician entered, carrying a toolkit evidently meant for handling communication devices. "Sir, our hotel is equipped with a fiber optic modem. Simply connect the telephone line, insert this network card into the designated port, dial 163, and input the account credentials from the telecom bureau, and you will be online. Here are our hotel's account details." The technician, skilled in his task, swiftly completed the setup and then informed Lu Zhe, "Internet access is not included in the hotel room fee. So you will be billed by the minute for your online duration, and phone charges will also be your responsibility. Is that acceptable?" With a grand gesture, Lu Zhe dismissed any concerns, demonstrating his financial confidence. In this era, internet fees were indeed calculated by the minute. Moreover, one must not only cover the internet fees, but also bear the cost of telephone services, which can be considered exorbitant, particularly as monthly subscription packages have yet to be introduced. This has led many individuals in this era to meticulously plan their online activities, often timing their internet sessions and disconnecting immediately once their tasks are completed. Nevertheless, even under such constraints, the prices remained steep. Lu Zhe's lavish demeanor evidently pleased the staff, who, Upon confirming a successful connection, handed him a small booklet. Boss, this contains a list of commonly used websites, along with a wealth of relevant information. By the way, there's also online chatting available now, either through email or at WhidowNet, though WhidowNet requires a separate dial-in. If you're interested, you might want to check out the Ma Station. Ma Station? Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated finding his destination so swiftly. This was the third phase of Lu Zhe's plan, to prepare for his forthcoming endeavors. He possessed a clear and precise understanding of his capabilities. Having experienced the era of information explosion and worked at a newspaper, he had garnered a general knowledge of various industries, albeit without mastery. This implied that, regardless of his aspirations, he lacked substantial technical expertise. While it is often said that one can achieve success with vision and decision-making, the truth is that such notions can be rather fanciful. In this age, opportunities in traditional industries for Lu Zhe were virtually non-existent. The path to success lay solely in the realm of the internet. Given his lack of specialized skills, he would likely be easily misled within a few days. Therefore, he never harbored hopes of creating something from scratch, be it at the hands of the likes of Penguin or Alibaba. His intention was to invest, to stake a claim in the emerging fields that were bound to flourish and to share in the spoils. That was Lu Zhe's plan. However, in the short term, he lacked the financial resources to establish an investment company. His first step was to cultivate connections with the future titans of industry. The twist of the Penguin was his target. According to the timeline, in a few months, the Goose Company would be founded, and in the meantime, Twist would still be busy developing its WhidowNet Ma Station. Consequently, Lu Zhe's initial thought was to log into Ma Station and seek an opportunity to connect with them. He was initially uncertain about how to access Ma Station, but to his surprise, it had already gained significant notoriety. The staff, oblivious to the change in Lu Zhe's expression, nodded and explained, "Yes, Ma Station is WhidowNet's site in Pengcheng, fully named as such, hence the nickname. Most other sites only accommodate one user at a time, but it is said that the site owner here is a second-generation wealthy individual who has created a platform for 4 simultaneous chat participants, making it quite lively." Second-generation wealthy? Indeed, the ordinary family described by Twist was evidently a fabrication. It is reasonable to comprehend that if this were an ordinary household, they would not have invested 50,000 yuan to establish a Widow website 2 years ago. After a few more explanations, the staff departed with their toolkits. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe began attempting to connect to the horse station, following the methods instructed by the staff. The process, while ostensibly complex, was not overly intricate, yet it was undeniably challenging. Frustratingly, after a good half-hour of effort, Lu Zhe still could not gain access. In comparison to the open internet, the limitations of Widow Network were quite apparent. It was scarcely surprising that a mere horse station could thwart his attempts for such an extended period. Upon reflection, it was understandable. The horse station had developed significantly since its inception, achieving a notable level of recognition. The mere 4 connection points were evidently insufficient, especially during peak commuting hours, which was hardly unexpected. After yet another half-hour of futile attempts, Lu Zhe ultimately conceded defeat. He simply could not get in. But could he truly resign himself to such failure? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lu Zhe picked up the pamphlet left by the staff and began to peruse it. Moments later, he was captivated by a particular software. With a sudden realization, he smacked his thigh. How could he have forgotten? All along, he had remembered how Xiao Ma had fiddled with the horse station before establishing the Goose Factory. Yet he had overlooked the very chat tool that had catalyzed Xiao Ma's venture. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe redialed the internet and followed the instructions in the pamphlet to download this instant messaging software. It must be said, the current internet speed was quite abysmal. The chat tool took over 10 minutes to download, which, by contemporary standards, seemed exceedingly rudimentary and simplistic, entirely in English and rather inconvenient to navigate. It was hard to fathom that such a crude chat tool had recently been acquired by a U.S. company for $28.7 billion. How fortunate it is to have ample funds, though Lu Zhe had never used it. He had encountered the first generation and was astonished to discover that this application bore over 70% resemblance to the predecessor of the Penguin. Given Lu Zhe's reasonably proficient English, he managed to navigate it with relative ease. After registering an account, the next step was to add friends. True to his nature, Lu Zhe directly input the phrase "translate little pony" in the username field. Soon enough, he located his target. There was no need for mutual friend requests, and since the other party was offline, he could not see them anyway. Hesitating slightly, Lu Zhe opened the rudimentary chat window and typed a simple message. Are you the administrator of the Huido Network Horse Station? It was straightforward and unembellished. After all, it would be absurd to employ flirtatious banter with someone like Ma Hua. In this ancient era of the internet, simplicity and directness were indeed preferable. Upon sending the message, Lu Zhe intended to explore the portal website of the pig farm, as Ding Sanshur had become a leading figure in the domestic internet landscape, and observing his portal site would be beneficial for future planning. As I was about to switch windows, a series of replies suddenly appeared in the chat. Do you know me? Upon seeing this response, Lu Zhe could not help but smile. Indeed, it was him. Chapter 39. The sports teacher with a blade. Having confirmed the identity of the other party, Lu Zhe decided to disregard any pig farm portal sites and began typing away on the keyboard. The blade-wielding sports teacher. I hold a grudge against you. So of course I know you. The blade-wielding sports teacher was the online moniker Lu Zhe had chosen for himself, naturally in English, as there was no Chinese equivalent. Little pony, a grudge? Do I know you? The blade-wielding sports teacher. I attempted to dial into the horse station today, but after over an hour of effort, I still couldn't get through. Little pony, so you tracked me down? The blade-wielding sports teacher. Isn't my intention clear enough? Little pony. Haha, it can't be helped. The Huido network of the horse station is destined to be eliminated. The internet is the trend of the future. Once I establish my new site, you won't need to wield that blade anymore. Haha, little pony. By then, you can visit my new site, and you definitely won't have trouble getting through. The contrast of haha and haha left Lu Zhe feeling quite uneasy. Rumor had it that Ma Hua was not fond of engaging with others, yet online. He was quite the chatterbox, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. The blade-wielding sports teacher, a new site? Like this one? Little pony, precisely. I plan to create a real-time communication tool similar to this one, which will allow more people to participate in discussions without needing to dial up and squeeze and like at the horse station. The blade-wielding sports teacher. That is indeed a commendable idea. If it comes to fruition, I shall no longer need to wield my blade. Little pony, however, this is merely a spontaneous idea. There are numerous technical challenges to overcome before it can be realized. The blade-wielding sports teacher. Do elaborate. Perhaps I might have a solution. Little pony, are you a computer programming teacher? The blade-wielding sports teacher. I'm a sports teacher, but I have a basic understanding of some programming languages. Little pony, are you truly a sports teacher? The blade-wielding sports teacher. Can an ordinary teacher wield a 40-meter-long broadsword? Little pony, haha, you are quite amusing. Regardless, I don't believe you are a sports teacher. The blade-wielding sports teacher. Do share your challenges with me. Little pony, there are quite a few issues, but the most pressing one is that I do not comprehend how communication is established. Little pony, it should involve protocols. But my confusion lies in how two clients communicate under different firewalls, like us. Little pony, although the communication is relayed through a server, when I send a message to you via the server, if you are using a proxy or have set up a gateway, the server is unaware of your address. How does it manage to send messages to you? Little pony, if the server is perpetually passive, with clients accessing it at set intervals, wouldn't that unduly burden the server? Little pony, if I am mistaken, then how exactly is communication conducted? Student Mahua appears to possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge, which explains why many in later generations have remarked upon his vibrant discussions of professional expertise. Indeed, this observation holds true, as he is able to engage so extensively with a stranger he has just met online. However, upon reading his inquiries, Lu Zhe could not help but smile. He was not deceiving Mahua. He indeed had some understanding of programming, though he did not consider himself an expert, as he had self-studied it during his leisure time in his previous life. Learning such subjects in the future is significantly simpler than in the present, with a higher starting point and numerous case studies to reference. Coincidentally, the questions posed by Ma were precisely those that Lu Zhe had encountered in his past life. After a brief moment of organization, he began his lecture. This question is quite straightforward. Logging in through a port transmits the address and the login port number to the server. If one is using a proxy to access the internet, the address sent is that of the proxy server, and the port number is one that has been mapped by the proxy software. In summary, it involves utilizing the transmission. The packet is confirmed through the port number, while the lower layer of the packet is the packet itself, confirmed through the address. Do you understand now? After typing a lengthy response, Lu Zhe rubbed his sore wrist. Having typed daily in his previous life, he found that even this modest amount of typing in his current reincarnation left him feeling quite fatigued. It seemed he could not afford to grow complacent. Yet, after a considerable wait, there was still no response from the other side. Luze found it peculiar. Had Mahua truly understood? Little colt. Little colt, idol. Physical education teacher, you are my idol. You are amazing. The knife-wielding PE teacher. What is with this fanatical enthusiasm? Little colt, you don't understand. This question has puzzled me for quite some time. I never grasped the principle, and to think you resolved it so effortlessly. You must be a professor from the Department of Computer Science. The knife-wielding PE teacher. I am genuinely a PE teacher. Little colt, a PE teacher who knows so much about computer programming and network information? You must be joking. It seemed that he held a profound bias against physical education teachers, and it was essential to shift this perspective. The knife-wielding PE teacher. Do you know what the most challenging teaching position in this world is? Little colt, a physics teacher? Not quite. Little colt, a mathematics teacher? Not that either. Little colt, it couldn't possibly be a PE teacher, could it? You're absolutely correct. Before Mahua could inquire further, Luze had already typed another lengthy response. The PE teacher's requirements are quite demanding. One must be well-versed in astronomy and geography, knowledgeable in biology and chemistry, capable of conversing in English when going out, and proficient in programming at home. Yet, the most challenging aspect is not any of these. Little colt, what is the most challenging aspect? The knife-wielding PE teacher. The most difficult part is teaching 5 days a week while being required to be ill every day when necessary. Little colt, you're hilarious. The knife-wielding PE teacher. All right, I must prepare for my lessons now. I can't indulge in idle chatter with you any longer. Class dismissed. Little colt, goodbye, teacher. Observing the student Mahua bid farewell to the teacher, Luze nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, quite commendable. This is what rebirth truly signifies. Spending every day meandering in the valley, he felt as though his body was on the verge of rusting. It appears that a network connection must be established in Shuanan village as well. During idle moments, he could engage with these future magnates, imparting knowledge, and perhaps, one day, his disciples would be plentiful. Reflecting on it, Boss Lee from Chindu seems to still be distributing flyers, does he not? The comrade who whimsically dubbed himself Feng Qingyang appears to have just encountered a failed entrepreneurial venture and is likely on the brink of tears at the Great Wall. There are numerous future magnates who currently remain in a dormant phase. As a teacher, Luze might genuinely see his disciples flourish everywhere. Shaking his head, he dismissed such fanciful thoughts. Becoming a teacher involves more than mere persuasion. Earning money is of paramount importance. Chapter 40. All set here, little teacher Lu here. At the Cheong County long-distance bus station, as Luze stepped off the bus, he immediately spotted Go Hua amidst the crowd and approached him with a smile. Have you been waiting long? No, not at all, just half an hour. Go Hua chuckled, eagerly taking the items from Luze's hands, and joyfully added, I just bought a car today, so I came to pick you up right away. Following Go Hua out of the bus station, Luze's eyes fell upon the brand-new electric tricycle parked by the roadside. Its vibrant red paint accentuated by the auspicious red cloth draped over it, creating a festive atmosphere. This is the first vehicle purchased by Shuanan village. Given the considerable distance from the village to the county seat, relying solely on the bus service would be impractical and time-consuming. Having a tricycle will greatly facilitate transportation, especially for hauling goods in the future. This is our village's first vehicle, but certainly not the last. Luze nodded, grasped the handrail, and leapt into the cargo area of the tricycle. Although passengers are generally not permitted in the back, such regulations are seldom enforced in these times. Heh, Teacher Lu, you are absolutely correct. With you leading the way, our lives will only improve from here on out. Go Hua repeatedly nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. The tricycle roared to life, departing with a rush of wind and sound. Earlier that afternoon, Luze had visited Xiafa Securities before heading straight back to Cheong County, without any delays, arriving just in time for the afternoon. This haste was not solely due to Luze's busy schedule in Lin City. A more pressing reason was that tonight, the entrepreneurial initiative in Shuanan village would officially commence. The tricycle had not been driving long, perhaps 10 minutes, before it finally halted at the entrance of a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city. This was Luze's residence, which he had chosen to convert into a base for the village's entrepreneurial endeavors, as it would not typically be occupied. After all, the journey from Shuanan village to the county seat, even with Wang Igwa's tractor, takes over an hour, making such round trips rather time-consuming. Having a courtyard would certainly provide much convenience. Upon disembarking, a tantalizing aroma of spicy and numbing flavors wafted through the air. Dogwa inhaled deeply, exclaiming, Aunt Suehua's culinary skills are exceptional. One can detect the fragrance from afar. Indeed, if the scent were insufficiently enticing, how could we embark on our grand endeavor? Wang Igua emerged from the courtyard, greeting Lu Zhe with a nod, then meandering around the tricycle with a beaming expression. As the village of Xinan sought to embark on entrepreneurial ventures, Wang Igua, who had long been engaged in brick hauling, had decided to cease his traditional trade and immerse himself in this wave of entrepreneurship. With a tractor at his disposal for transporting crayfish from the village, it was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As the trio ventured inside, Lu Zhe inquired, Have all the materials been gathered? According to your instructions, Teacher Lu, I have brought over 3 tons of crayfish today, and all other supplies are ready, including tables and benches, which are already loaded onto the vehicle. I will simply drive my tractor over and set them up along the way, Wang Igua replied. Lu Zhe glanced at the neatly piled tables and benches at the back of Wang Igua's tractor, nodding in approval. What about soda and beer? Are those prepared? I have coordinated with the wholesalers. I will provide them with the address, and they will deliver, Dogwa interjected. Without waiting for further questions from Lu Zhe, he eagerly continued. We have also arranged for the personnel. As per your plan, we have divided into 6 teams, each led by a skilled mentor trained by Aunt Suwa. Each location will have a gentleman and a young lady assigned, and the spots have already been selected. 1 team at the square, another at the textile factory, 1 at the first high school, 1 at the East Gate Market, 1 at the Tongla Dance Hall, and the last team will head to the most populated area. Furthermore, we are continuously acquiring crayfish. We have successfully gathered from many villages in Cheong County. Moreover, the crayfish were soaked in water for 2 days prior to delivery, ensuring they are sand-free. Dogwa meticulously reported on the various aspects. As Lu Zhe listened, he entered the courtyard, where a large pot was set up. Aunt Suwa was finalizing the last batch of base ingredients, the enticing aroma filling the air. Several tables adorned with prepared dishes awaited, and upon Lu Zhe's arrival, everyone greeted him warmly, ushering him to a seat. As the village's overseer of the river's affairs, Lu Zhe was the sole leader in this gathering. He accepted the invitation without hesitation, taking a seat and raising his cup. I shall refrain from further words. Let us dine. After the meal, let us commence our ambitious undertaking. In this era, the distinctions between small county towns and quaint mountain villages were stark, particularly during the evening hours, which felt like 2 disparate worlds. In the quaint mountain village, where electricity has yet to make its presence felt, life adheres to the age-old rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. However, the small county town presents a stark contrast. After dinner, residents either settle down to watch television or venture out for an evening stroll, with many drawn to the bustling locales on these early summer nights. Naturally, akin to future times, the streets are lined with numerous vendors peddling their wares. With the nation's economy on the mend, the street vendor economy has entered a vibrant phase, offering an array of goods from clothing and footwear to everyday necessities and children's toys. Yet, food stalls are comparatively rare. Occasionally, one might spot a few selling grilled sausages, gluten, or roasted sweet potatoes, all of which attract eager crowds. At this moment, the small square in the heart of the county town is abuzz with various stalls and a continuous flow of people. Among them, a particularly unique stall captures the attention of many leisurely wanderers. Equipped with a dedicated gas stove, a large pot, a scale, and a few boxes of beer and soda stacked nearby, along with a dozen tables set out, it commands a formidable presence. Moreover, it stands out as the only stall adorned with a sign, Sun and Crawfish? What might that be? The sign suggests that they sell crawfish. Recently, there have been whispers of someone in the outskirts of the town purchasing crawfish. Could these be those individuals, acquiring them to prepare for sale? What? Crawfish is edible? Chapter 41. The allure of crawfish indeed. In recent days, a fervor for purchasing crawfish has swept across the county, making this stall an irresistible point of intrigue. Conversations abound, and many inquire directly. Boss, can we eat these crawfish? Aren't they just mud? Is it safe to consume? They won't poison us, will they? In this lively square, the stall is managed by Aunt Suahua, a formidable figure, yet she is merely an ordinary farmer from a village, unaccustomed to the spectacle of being scrutinized and questioned by a crowd. Though she had rehearsed her lines countless times in her mind, she finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. She yearns to offer an explanation, but it feels as though her throat is constricted. leaving her flustered and unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, at that moment, an exaggerated exclamation pierces the air. Wow, we actually have spicy crawfish in Cheong County. The voice, loud and attention-grabbing, draws many gazes. Turning to investigate, one observes a group of stylishly dressed young individuals approaching, one of whom, with bright eyes that suggest a lifetime of culinary deprivation, eagerly takes a seat and calls out, "Boss, I'll have 10 pounds of crawfish." Aunt Suehua finally regains her composure. Glancing at the group seated before her, and her heart settles. She turns to the stove and begins to prepare her signature spicy crawfish, utilizing the base that she had previously sautéed, making the process considerably easier. In mere moments, a rich, tantalizing aroma wafts through the air, piquing the curiosity of many nearby. Yet, no one took a seat. Some directed their gaze towards the boisterous young man. "Young man, can we really eat these crayfish?" "Of course you can. Are you really that uninformed?" The youth's eyes widened, regarding the questioner as if they were a rustic villager. These are all the rage in Shenzhou. Spicy crayfish can be found on every street corner. Sometimes, one must queue for 3 hours just to snag a bite. Upon hearing that such a trendy delicacy was popular in a bustling metropolis like Shenzhou, many in the crowd became intrigued. Coupled with the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, some could not resist asking, "Are these expensive? How much do they cost, boss?" Aunt Shui, upon lifting her spoon, transformed entirely, faced with the inquiry. She did not even glance up, but simply tapped the sign beside her, 5 yuan per pound. Turning his gaze, one could indeed see the clearly marked price on the sign. "Isn't that rather steep? 5 yuan a pound? Why don't you just rob a bank?" It was known that in the suburbs, crayfish were collected for merely 50 cents per pound, allowing for a tenfold profit on resale. This is outrageous. 5 yuan a pound? It's not as if I'm a fool to eat this. A pound doesn't amount to much. If I truly wanted to indulge, I might as well dine out. Many began to voice their discontent. Even those drawn in by the enticing aroma halted in their tracks. It wasn't that the price was entirely absurd, given that the average income in a small county was only 300 to 400 yuan a month. Spending an entire day's wages on a meal wasn't unheard of. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that crayfish had previously been purchased at 50 cents per pound, a widely known fact. Now, being sold at 5 yuan. This discrepancy was hard for many to swallow. Initially, Aunt Shui merely frowned, refraining from speaking. However, as the crowd grew increasingly exaggerated in their complaints, she could no longer contain herself. Known for her fiery temperament, she was a prominent figure in Sun Nan village, second only to Master C. With so many insults hurled at her, even a clay figurine would show some ire, let alone her. She struck the pot with a resounding bang, drawing the attention of the crowd, and then unleashed a torrent of curses. "If you want to eat, then eat. If not, get lost. Pork on the street is 2 yuan 50 per pound. A two-tail meat dish in a restaurant costs 5 yuan. Not to mention the cabbage at 2 jiao per pound. Yet they charge you 2 yuan for a single piece. Why don't you call those restaurants unscrupulous? Do you think I get all these ingredients for free? Do you think I cook without expense? Honestly, if you want to eat, come. If you don't, get out now. If you're here just to gawk, go home and watch your news broadcast. That's where the excitement is." Her temper was explosive, leaving the onlookers in a state of existential doubt. After the outburst, Aunt Shui felt a pang of regret. She instinctively glanced at the lone table of diners, particularly at Lu Zhe, her eyes reflecting a mix of remorse and apprehension. However, to her relief, Lu Zhe bore no ill will. Instead, his expression was one of admiration. With that reassuring glance, Aunt Shui felt her worries dissipate and returned her focus to the crayfish in the pot. The azure crayfish, under the intense heat of the frying pan, gradually transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, their hard shells crackling as they cooked, accompanied by an utterly penetrating and unique aroma. As the heat was turned off and the dish was plated, a large bowl brimming with crayfish was presented. Looking up, Aunt Suehua noticed that the crowd of onlookers had not diminished. Rather, it had swelled even more. She found it somewhat peculiar that the city folk, despite having been scolded, continued to gather. Little did she realize, it was not a penchant for reprimand that drew them in, but rather the undeniable truth in her words. More significantly, it was the irresistible fragrance of her stir-fried crayfish that compelled everyone to witness how these once fiercely regarded field delicacies had inexplicably transformed into a popular culinary delight in the cosmopolitan city of Xingzhou. "Truly delightful," Dogwa exclaimed in admiration, and upon hearing Luze mention he would act as a promoter to boost sales, he hardly touched his dinner. Now fixated on the crayfish before him, diving in immediately. His ravenous demeanor attracted even more attention. "Young man, how does it taste? Is it truly edible?" someone inquired. Dogwa cast a glance, but offered no reply, not out of reluctance, but due to the pressing need to remember he had to promote at 5 other locations later, compelling him to devour these 10 pounds of crayfish with urgency. 10 pounds was rather excessive. He would have to push through, though the inquirer received no answer. Curiosity only grew. After all, the delight written across Dogwa's face was unmistakable, revealing that he feared being deprived of them if he delayed. "Mom, I want to eat this. I want to eat this." Finally, a child could no longer contain their desire, tugging at their mother and creating a commotion. Indeed, the number of parents capable of managing their children is quite limited. Few could withstand the sight of a child throwing a tantrum on the ground. Ultimately, the woman had no choice but to sit down with her child and order a pound. Before long, the crayfish was prepared, and as the child took a bite, they immediately burst into tears. "It's too spicy. I don't want to eat it." The woman, somewhat helpless, glanced at Aunt Sohwa, likely contemplating a return. However, feeling too embarrassed to speak up, she picked up a crayfish herself, mimicking Dogwa's manner of eating. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. "Boss, give us another pound. We also have garlic. Shall I prepare a garlic one for the child?" Aunt Sohwa inquired. To her surprise, the woman shook her head. "What does a child need that for? We want this flavor, the spicy one." In an instant, Aunt Sohwa was taken aback. The onlookers were astonished as well. The child, however, remained unfazed, happily sipping from a bottle of Shefali. "Is it truly this delicious?" In a world abundant with those willing to try new things, and even more so with those relishing 5 yuan per pound crayfish, the sight of the woman clearly conquered by the culinary delight prompted others to chime in. "Boss, give me a pound as well. Can I have half a pound to taste first?" "Just right, I also want half a gene. Let us each contribute 2 yuan and split it evenly. I'd like to try a whole gene as well. This is certainly a favorite among the people of Xingzhou." In an instant, the originally modest stall attracted a multitude of adventurous diners eager to sample new delights. The conquest of crayfish would, without a doubt, begin in Qiong County. Chapter 42. The Big Shot Teacher Lu. How did I perform just now? 20 minutes later, on the tricycle, Dogwa eagerly inquired of Lu Zhe, his face radiating pride. "If it weren't for me, Aunt Suewa's stall wouldn't have filled up so quickly tonight. It's all thanks to my exceptional acting skills. I believe I could be a big star." "Oh, come on, with your acting skills? A big star?" "The renowned superstar Dogwa. Starring in the I Love Crayfish show. Now that suits your identity quite well." Several young people in the same vehicle teased him without reservation. Lu Zhe, however, was not so harsh. After a moment of serious contemplation, he replied earnestly, "Trust me, you are not cut out for acting." Upon hearing this, the group could not contain their laughter. The aspiring actor Dogwa attempted to defend his performance. "I think I did quite well just now. Look at that crowd. They didn't even dare to retort when I scolded them. They probably all thought I was a big shot from Shenzhou." From a certain perspective, he did perform rather well. Lu Zhe eventually conceded a bit, but before Dogwa could bask in his glory, Lu Zhe added, "However, you still aren't suited for acting. It's too exaggerated." Instantly, another burst of laughter erupted. The young men had just devoured 10 gene of crayfish and had witnessed Aunt Sohwa's stall transform from desolate to bustling, where positions were fiercely contested, leaving them immensely exhilarated. However, their laughter was soon replaced by discomfort. An hour and a half later, one of them exclaimed, "I can't eat anymore. Brothers, how are you holding up? I feel like I might turn into a crayfish." They had arrived at the last stall, yet they were questioning their existence after indulging in such delectable fare. Despite the allure of wanting just 3 to 5 gene more, consuming 6 consecutive servings was undeniably overwhelming. The greatest challenge lay not only in eating, but also in convincingly portraying their enjoyment. This was their most significant torment. Lu Zhe, seated nearby, felt a sense of helplessness. The acceptance level in a small county is comparatively modest when stacked against larger cities. To persuade people to embrace crayfish at 5 yuan per gene, someone had to spearhead the initiative. This was the very purpose of their little team. Yet, they had not anticipated that the few present would reach their limit. Had they known, they would have invited more people. Nevertheless, their efforts bore fruit, for wherever they went, every seat was occupied. Lu Zhe's plan was flawless. The shrimp, which would later conquer the night markets of the future, wielded a formidable destructive power in this era as well. Coupled with Aunt Suehua's meticulously crafted flavors, this delicacy, rare in the night market of yesteryears, possessed a potency akin to that of nuclear weapons. Once tasted, it was simply irresistible. Just moments ago, he received news that Aunt Suehua's shrimp had sold out, leaving him no choice but to dispatch Wang Aigua on a tricycle to procure an additional 200 jin from another stall. In tandem, the beer and beverages, a perfect accompaniment to the shrimp, also found a thriving market. That night, the potential of the shrimp was fully unveiled before the villagers of Xinnan and, more broadly, the populace of Qiong County. The location was rather desolate, with few patrons in sight. Since they could not eat any further, they decided to chat while they dined. As it was the final hour of service, and they were in no rush, a group of young people leisurely engaged in conversation over the shrimp. It's pointless. It's already 9 o'clock. How lively can it get now? This spot was not particularly great. It used to be bustling, especially with the packaging factory nearby. But the situation had changed drastically. A significant number of workers had lost their jobs, and it was amusing to note that the once secure iron rice bowl had vanished overnight. The enormous packaging factory had closed its doors, with reports suggesting it was unsellable after years of continuous losses. It had laid off a substantial workforce over the past few years, and the current layoffs were even more severe. Although the factory remained operational, it was hardly staffed. Listening to the crowd's discourse, Luze looked up and confirmed their observations. The surroundings were indeed quiet, with only 7 or 8 tables occupied at the stall, while many others merely glanced at the prices on the sign before hastily departing. Most were recently laid-off workers, now unable to afford the 5 yuan per jin shrimp, having transitioned from proud employees to ordinary citizens struggling to make ends meet. In 1998, the restructuring of state-owned enterprises began. Signs of this restructuring had emerged as early as the early 1990s, with numerous workers laid off over the years, but the current wave was the most severe. The Asian financial crisis loomed large, compounded by international trade pressures on Xia country, creating a direct strain on exports. This pressure on the demand side had cascaded into the supply side, exposing a plethora of issues stemming from prior corporate overexpansion. Additionally, the unwieldy nature of state-owned enterprises, characterized by low efficiency and lack of competitive advantage, left around 80 of them in a state of loss. In this context, restructuring, departmental streamlining, and layoffs became an inevitable trend. This situation was largely attributed to the decisive actions of a stern prime minister. Otherwise, the ramifications could have hampered the entire economic development of Xia country, thwarting the later phases of economic growth. Viewed through the lens of future generations, this was undoubtedly a positive development. However, in the present, it was a catastrophic calamity for countless worker families. Many households once thrived with a single breadwinner employed at the factory, but with the loss of the iron rice bowl, these families faced an overwhelming disaster, as it meant a severance of their economic lifeline and a loss of financial security. Brave souls forge ahead with audacity, and some even achieve instant fame. Yet, such instances are but a rarity. For the majority, life has merely been a continuous cycle of working in factories from childhood to adulthood, leaving many in ignorance of the world beyond, and upon losing their jobs, they find themselves engulfed in sorrow and anxiety. Luze recalls that in a few months, his parents would also face unemployment, plunging him into deep despondency. This is an inevitable suffering that accompanies the progression of time. However, this suffering is ongoing. Luze cannot alter the course of events. All he can do is strive to lead a better life in this era. As Luze's thoughts meandered, his companion, Go Hua, suddenly nudged him. Teacher Lu, a prominent figure from Cheongsuen has arrived. A prominent figure? Following Go Hua's gaze, Luze spotted 2 remarkable individuals traversing the street in the dead of night. Their distinction did not stem from any lofty status, but rather from the apparent afflictions they bore. One, an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a face speckled with age spots, sat in a wheelchair, while the other, not much younger and seemingly in his 50s, walked with a peculiar limp yet maintained a firm grip on the wheelchair. Luze was perplexed. Prominent figures? He had familiarized himself with the significant personalities of Cheongsuen's future, yet these 2 were entirely unfamiliar. You don't recognize them? Go Hua exclaimed, astonished. This grandparent and grandchild are indeed illustrious. The one pushing the wheelchair is Chi Peicheng, a former national athlete who once represented our country and earned accolades in the Asian Cup. The one in the wheelchair is even more remarkable. He was part of the team in the Far Eastern Championship. The introduction was brief and somewhat unclear, but Liu Zhe stood up in astonishment. "What did you say?" Turning his gaze back to the duo, his heart raced. If his suspicions were correct, these two were indeed substantial figures. Chapter 43. The Athlete's Young Teacher Liu. You truly do not know? That venerable ancestor is the first person from our Cheongsuan to travel abroad. It is said that when he went to the little neon country, he made those invaders weep. Indeed, they are genuine luminaries, having even received visits from the governor. Their family is honored with a plaque as well. Having never witnessed Liu Zhe in such a state of disarray, the group eagerly explained. Through their fragmented narratives, Liu Zhe grasped the truth of his assumptions. These two were both athletes. The younger, named Chi Peicheng, had once been a member of the national football team and participated in the 6th Asian Cup in 1976, securing a third-place finish. His grandfather, however, was even more illustrious. The elder, Chi Diao, now in his 90s, had also played football in his youth, but unlike his grandson, his matches were a matter of life and death, for he had competed in the Far Eastern Championship, long before the advent of events like the Asian Games or the Asian Cup, originally known as the Far East Olympic Games. This regional international competition was initiated in the early 20th century by Japan, the Philippines, and China, and can almost be regarded as a precursor to the Asian Games. The state of affairs domestically during that era hardly needs reiteration. Football was not a lucrative pursuit. At times, funding had to be gathered through street performances, and the concept of nutritional support was a distant dream. In stark contrast to Japan's vigorous preparations, the populace here was preoccupied with the more pressing concern of mere sustenance. Yet, paradoxically, the Chinese national team at that time triumphed, claiming 9 consecutive football championships. They even managed to achieve a remarkable victory against the formidable team from the Eagle Nation, recording an astounding score of 70. It was not until the outbreak of war that China withdrew from the Far East Games, leading to the dissolution of the team and the conclusion of their undefeated legacy. In that era, this team was widely recognized as Asia's strongest football squad. Local newspapers in Japan were inundated with reports lamenting yet another loss. Such prominent figures as Liu Zhe never anticipated encountering someone of such stature in a small locale like Cheong County. Even more surprising was the unfortunate reality that few recognized this illustrious individual, who led a life marked by hardship. At a neighboring table, some patrons overheard the conversation and sighed. While Gowa and his companions had an inkling of the identities of the Qian family, their knowledge of the finer details was limited. When Liu Zhe pressed for more information, a man at the adjacent table shook his head and began to recount. The Qian grandfather and grandson each possessed remarkable histories, yet they did not lead easy lives. The elder Qian Diao had indeed participated in the Far East Games in his youth, making several appearances in the newspapers. However, with the onset of war and the disbandment of the football team, the once formidable football prodigy was compelled to take up arms and defend his homeland. Following the war, he lost all 3 of his sons, with only the youngest surviving to inherit the family legacy, leaving behind his sole grandson, Qian Peicheng. A white-haired man had to bid farewell to his black-haired progeny. Moreover, Qian Diao had endured captivity during the war, and upon learning of his participation in the Far East Games, his captors brutally amputated one of his legs, transforming him from a sportsman into a disabled veteran. Fortunately, although he lost a leg, he managed to preserve his life. As a veteran of the anti-Japanese war, despite the hardships, he persevered and succeeded in nurturing his only grandson, who eventually joined the national team and participated in the Asian Cup. Hopes were high that the family's glory would continue. However, fate dealt another cruel blow when Qian Peicheng sustained a leg injury during a friendly match, forcing him into premature retirement. Though his home was adorned with numerous medals, they served little purpose beyond personal pride. Returning to his hometown, Qian Peicheng married, had children, and worked as a factory supervisor. Life was relatively uneventful until a decade ago when a flood devastated the factory, and his wife perished in a fire. This tragedy struck Qian Peicheng hard, coinciding with the wave of layoffs sweeping through the workforce, leaving him unemployed. The family's existence became exceedingly precarious. Indeed, the attire of the 2 individuals reveals much. Although they appear tidy and presentable, the faded garments indicate that their circumstances are far from favorable. The only relatively new item is the wheelchair of Chi Diao, which is said to have been donated by the provincial government earlier this year. It is a rare occurrence for retired athletes to thrive, especially in this era. After all, the nation is impoverished, and the reintegration of retired athletes has only improved somewhat since Liu Ze's rebirth. In this age, once retired, especially due to injury, they receive little more than a meager severance package upon departure. This holds true even for those who have won gold medals or championships. Upon hearing the words of the man at the neighboring table, Liu Ze glanced at the grandfather and grandson duo disappearing around the corner and could not resist chasing after them. Mr. Qi. In response to Liu Ze's seemingly impulsive action, Qi Peiqing instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of his grandfather, regarding Liu Ze with suspicion. Mr. Qi, greetings. I am Liu Ze, a volunteer teacher from Shuanan Village. He introduced himself. The title of volunteer teacher still carries significant weight in this era, earning respect from many. Qi Peiqing's wariness slightly eased as he scrutinized Liu Ze, and he inquired with curiosity, "What is it you wish to discuss?" "My grandfather's health is not well. His hearing has deteriorated." Liu Ze then noticed that while Mr. Qi was observing him, his gaze appeared somewhat vacant and bewildered, suggesting that his hearing loss was not the only concern. Liu Ze explained, "I recently learned about your esteemed identities and wish to extend my regards to two national heroes." "Heroes? Oh, we certainly do not consider ourselves as such," Qi Peiqing replied with a smile, his expression not one of self-deprecation nor hinting at anything else. "Mr. Qi, you once brought glory to our nation at the Far East Games, and Mr. Qi, you too have shown in the Asian Cup for our country. Truly deserving of the title of hero," Liu Ze stated earnestly. Qi Peiqing merely shrugged, choosing not to respond. Undeterred, Liu Ze continued, "In addition to wanting to pay my respects, I have a request. I hope you can assist me, Mr. Qi." "Assist you? Me?" Qi Peiqing replied, puzzled. "I intend to establish a youth football team, and they are soon to compete. I hope you could help me, especially with their physical training and preparation." Initially, Liu Ze had planned to find a football coach for the children. However, after failing to secure one from the Lin City Sports Bureau, he resolved to take on the challenge himself. Although he had watched numerous football matches and studied various tactics, his understanding remained largely theoretical, lacking practical experience. To put it plainly, he was unfamiliar with even the most fundamental physical training and daily routines. One should not underestimate the complexity of foundational training. It is a profound endeavor. A competent coach must meticulously tailor training regimens to the physical condition of each athlete, ensuring their progress while safeguarding their health from injury. Every aspect requires careful consideration and balance. What may appear trivial to an outsider is, in fact, exceedingly challenging. This has been a source of inner turmoil for Liu Ze. Now, a simple outing for Crayfish could lead him to encounter former national team players, a fortuitous opportunity that must not be overlooked. Initially, he assumed that when he voiced this request, Qi Peiqing would agree without hesitation. To his surprise, however, Qi Peiqing frowned and outright refused, not interested. "Mr. Qi, do you have any reservations?" Liu Ze inquired, taken aback. "There are no reservations. I simply do not wish to engage in this," Qi Peiqing replied, waving his hand as he urged his grandfather forward. Liu Ze thought he had misunderstood and hurried after him, continuing, "Mr. Qi, I hope to hire you as our coach. We will provide a salary that is on par with your current position." "Even with a salary, I'm not interested," Qi Peiqing asserted, his disinterest palpable. This left Liu Ze perplexed. Why not? What is there to explain? If you need a coach, seek one from the province. There are plenty willing to work for a salary, and many from the provincial football team leave each year. You will surely find someone. "That is not the point," Liu Ze countered, shaking his head. "Our football team is different. It requires exceptional leadership, and you are the best candidate. With your experience in major competitions and national team training, only you are truly qualified. You flatter me to the point where I hardly recognize myself." Qi Peiqing replied with a self-deprecating smile. Seeing that Liu Ze was about to speak again, he halted, looking earnestly at Liu Ze. "Young man, I have made my decision, and it will not change. Pursuing me is futile. To be frank, I have not touched football in many years, and I will never have any association with it again. So, you might as well abandon this hope." With that, Qi Peiqing resumed his walk. This time, Liu Ze did not pursue him, but watched curiously as Qi Peiqing entered a courtyard of a tiled house before returning to his table. "Teacher Liu, what is going on?" Dogwa and the others immediately inquired. Frowning, Liu Ze casually replied, "I wanted Qi Peiqing to coach our football team." Dogwa instantly became excited. "Wow, is he that impressive? What did he say? Did Qi Peiqing agree? When is he coming to the village?" Having such a prominent figure in the village would be a tremendous boon. Lu Zhe shook his head. Before he could respond, a diner at the neighboring table, who had previously demonstrated knowledge about the chief family, interjected, "What are you thinking? If he wanted to be a coach, he would have enough qualifications to join the provincial team. There's no way he would coach for someone else." Even when the education department personally invited him, he declined. "You're quite well informed," Lu Zhe complimented, casually handing Dogwa a cigarette. "Hey, it's not a secret. Everyone around here knows about it." The diner, seemingly unconcerned, accepted the cigarette from Lu Zhe and indulged in a moment of smoke before continuing. "Do you know why Chi Peiqing doesn't engage in football anymore?" "Why?" Dogwa pressed on. "It's quite simple, really. It's for the sake of his child." The diner shook his head, saying, "Chi Peiqing has only one daughter, who, due to his influence, developed a passion for football from a young age. She was quite renowned in our area as a talented female footballer. I once pondered that if only she were a boy, she might have even made it to the national team." Chi Peiqing, having seen much of the world, indeed possessed considerable skills in football. He had sent his daughter to the provincial football team, and it was rumored that she was on the brink of joining the national team. But alas, the diner lamented. Taking another drag from his cigarette, Dogwa and the others, being impatient, could not help but inquire further. Lu Zhe, instead of urging them, offered another cigarette before asking, "What a pity. It's a pity that the chief family was beset by misfortune," the diner replied, shaking his head. "I heard that during a match between the provincial women's football team and a team from another province, scouts from the national team were present. Unfortunately, there was an accident on the way, and the only child of the chief family was left with a limp. She could not bear the blow and even attempted to take her own life with pesticide. Thankfully, she was rescued in time, but since then, she has been a changed person, locking herself away at home. I haven't seen her in over a year." From that moment on, the chief family ceased to speak of football. Chi Peiqing, who once enjoyed watching matches, stopped altogether, even discarding trophies and medals from their home. This disheartening conclusion left Lu Zhe in silence. "What a tragedy," he mused. The elder Chi lost his retirement due to football. Chi Peiqing's daughter was injured and now limped. And now, their only child had also suffered a leg injury because of the sport. This family seemed cursed by football. Indeed, Dogwa and the others sighed, mourning the fate of the 4 generations of the chief family. A once vibrant athlete on the football field had tragically lost the ability to stand on it. No athlete could accept such a grim reality, especially one that transcended generations. Though they had not experienced such misfortune, they could certainly comprehend Chi Peiqing's decision. The remainder of their meal of crayfish was devoid of flavor. However, it wasn't long before they set aside their worries. Such melancholic reflections are ultimately fleeting, especially when they pertain to others. Perhaps upon first hearing, one might feel a twinge of sorrow and melancholy, but soon enough, it would fade into the background. After all, every family has its own burdens to bear. Each person has their own affairs to attend to, and given that they were currently navigating their most challenging phase, it was clear they could not afford to become entangled in the Chi family's plight. After finishing their meal, the group dispersed, heading back to their stalls to assist in tidying up, for they were the most relaxed among the crowd and felt compelled to lend a helping hand. As a decision-maker, Lu Zhe found that even if he wished to assist, no one was inclined to accept his help. Thus, he chose not to complicate matters further and instead seated himself by the roadside, retrieving his phone to make a call. The phone rang for what seemed an eternity, and just as Lu Zhe anticipated a disconnection, it was finally answered. The voice on the other end bore a hint of fatigue, clearly having been roused from slumber in the dead of night. At that moment, in a factory building within Lin City, Zhu Qing, clad in her pajamas and still bleary-eyed, responded, "This is Lu Zhe." Those 4 simple words jolted Zhu Qing into alertness. Lu Zhe, the young man with a staggering $2.7 million in his account, who had discussed stock investments with her just yesterday, had now become her first and only client that very morning. She had met him again earlier at the company and learned that she would now be directly responsible for Lu Zhe's affairs. Even Manager Chi had informed her that her future role was to serve Lu Zhe. "Do you have paper and a pen on your end?" Lu Zhe's voice came through again. Instantly, Zhu Qing was wide awake. "Just a moment," she replied, hastily fetching a stack of notepaper and racing back. "I'm ready, Mr. Lu. Please proceed." However, she was somewhat puzzled. Earlier that morning, Lu Zhe had indicated that there would be no actions for at least 2 weeks, advising her to focus on her studies. The sudden call left her bewildered. Yet, Lu Zhe made no attempt to clarify. He simply began reciting. Vacuum electronics, bullish. If it drops to 5.6 tomorrow, buy 30,000 shares. Xingyao fast food, bullish. If it falls to 2.3, buy 80,000 shares. Fenghua high-tech, bullish. If it drops to 13.5, buy 50,000 shares. Chuan Yu Changhong, bullish. Lu Zhe spoke with the precision of a machine, listing stock names and prices seamlessly, even specifying the number of shares to purchase with clarity. Zhu Qing hurriedly took notes, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. Was this truly a matter of waiting for the right moment, only to plunge headlong into a gamble? Calculate the total investment amount. Lu Zhe paused after delivering 10 stock recommendations. Zhu Qing, not daring to delay, grabbed her abacus and began to compute with swift precision. After a brief moment, she hesitantly reported, for the 10 stocks, if all purchases go smoothly, the total required capital would amount to 26.93 million. Very well. Do not retain any funds remaining in the account. I want to fully replenish the positions on these 10 stocks, Lu Zhe affirmed with a nod. Was he truly prepared to go all in? Zhu Qing was left astounded. Her weariness completely evaporated. Do you understand? Lu Zhe, sensing the prolonged silence, pressed for a response. I understand, she replied. Zhu Qing nodded hastily, biting her lip as she expressed her concern. Mr. Lu, might this approach be overly audacious? Engaging in multi-line operations with 10 stocks while utilizing all the funds in your account poses considerable risks. Although she refrained from voicing her subsequent thoughts, she was certain that Lu Zhe comprehended the gravity of the situation. To her surprise, Lu Zhe merely smiled. Multi-line operations primarily test the capabilities of the operator. Do you possess the confidence required? Indeed, I do, she replied. Then that suffices. If Manager Qi were to discover that I hastily invested 2.7 million in one go, I suspect he would be quite amused. Moreover, the transaction fees incurred will certainly include your share, Lu Zhe remarked with a grin. As the operator, Zhu Qing was entitled to a commission from the fees paid by Lu Zhe, and from this single transaction of 2.7 million. She stood to earn at least 1,000 yuan. For an operator, this indeed represented a lucrative opportunity. However, Zhu Qing found it difficult to feel elated. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage to say, Yet, in comparison to the commission, I sincerely hope that you, Mr. Lu, can achieve substantial profits. That way, my future earnings will be even greater. Astute observation, Lu Zhe replied with a smile, countering, Do you believe my investments will incur losses? Zhu Qing hesitated, as she was reluctant to voice her doubts. After much internal conflict, she finally stated, There are 2 stocks in this selection that I also find promising. But for the others, I perceive limited potential. For instance, regarding Chuan Yu Changhong, just days ago, a batch of their goods encountered quality issues which have since become public knowledge. Consequently, their stock has been plummeting, and it appears there is minimal room for recovery in the short term. Thus, my recommendation is to refrain from purchasing such a multitude of stocks. Her words reflected the wisdom expected of a competent fund manager, yet in this era, it was indeed rare to hear such prudent advice. After all, many would simply comply without question, eager to secure their bonuses of over 1,000 yuan. However, offering counsel of this nature could potentially diminish the commissions and even lead to client dissatisfaction, possibly resulting in a change of liaison. The stakes were high. If the stocks she advised against fell, it might not matter, but if they rose and her counsel led to a missed opportunity, she would surely incur their wrath. Thus, few were willing to engage in such thankless endeavors. Yet, despite her understanding of the risks, Zhu Qing could not help but persist. My suggestion is for you, Mr. Lu, to initially select 2 to 3 stocks for trial operations. This approach would mitigate risk while providing you with ample time and energy to respond effectively. Her meaning was unmistakable. It was far too perilous. Investing the entirety of the 2.7 million account balance in one fell swoop, even if diversified across 10 stocks, appeared to offer a semblance of safety. However, in reality, such a strategy was the most foolish. Multi-line operations rarely guarantee profits. Rather, they often lead to diminished focus, resulting in a loss of significant opportunities while chasing minor gains, potentially culminating in complete financial ruin. Half of the newcomers are advised to focus on a single choice rather than casting their nets too widely. It feels rather frivolous. You are a competent employee. Lu Zhe offered a compliment, but quickly changed the subject. Nonetheless, I understand everything you've said. Just follow my instructions and purchase directly at market open tomorrow morning. As for the order placements, you may proceed however you wish, as long as you expend all the funds. Zhu Qing was taken aback. After all that discussion, you still want to go all in? Rest assured, I have it all figured out. Just execute the operations as I've instructed. Although my purchase volume is not substantial, do be cautious and try not to attract attention. Lu Zhe added. Zhu Qing felt somewhat dejected, but with Lu Zhe's resolute demeanor, what could she, as an employee, say? The only response she could muster was, "Understood, Mr. Lu." Very well, aside from this matter, I have another request for your assistance, Lu Zhe continued. What is it? Zhu Qing inquired. Lu Zhe replied. I need to order something. I recall it being available in Lin City. When you have time tomorrow, please make a trip for me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhe exhaled deeply. His urgency to purchase stocks had already deviated from his original plan, as he had always held disdain for the trivialities of small gains. He had been waiting for those few speculative stocks to reach their optimal positions. Firstly, it was due to his aversion to complications. Secondly, he deemed the paltry profits insignificant. Yet tonight, he had changed his mind. He yearned to expedite his plans, eagerly wishing to amass greater wealth in the shortest possible time. Putting away his phone, Lu Zhe strolled towards his suburban courtyard. A group of people gathered inside, with a table at the center piled high with cash. Most of the money consisted of 1 and 2 yuan coins, with even some 50 and 20-cent pieces, creating an impressive spectacle on the table. Lu Zhe casually grabbed a bottle of snowflake beer, took a sip, and curiously asked, "What are you all doing?" "Counting money," Dagua replied in a low voice. The others nodded in agreement, staring blankly at the mound of money before them. Lu Zhe chuckled. If you're counting money, then why the long faces? Haven't you counted enough from the stone gambling proceeds? What else with the expressions? It's different. Dagua shook his head. The money from gambling stones, after all, was somewhat tainted by conscience, but this money has been earned through honest means. The feeling is entirely different. Different feeling? Is it because it carries the essence of spicy crayfish? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment and waved his hand dismissively. All right, have you counted it clearly? At the mention of this topic, Dagua's face lit up with excitement. Yes, we've counted it clearly. The total is 18,556 yuan, including the costs for the crayfish and drinks. We made all this in just one night. The others mirrored his enthusiasm, though some appeared slightly fatigued. The majority, however, were exhilarated, their breaths quickening, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon witnessing such fervor, Lu Zhe felt compelled to take the situation seriously. Greeted a few individuals. Lu Zhe arranged a bottle of the remaining beverage before each of them. He, being the first, picked up his drink and addressed the group. Are you all feeling tired tonight? Not at all. The crowd responded with exuberance. No, saying you're not tired is disingenuous. Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head. I have witnessed the extent of your toil. You are merely exhilarated by the substantial earnings tonight, which validate the path our village is embarking upon. However, this cannot suffice. A hush fell over the group, as their admiration for Lu Zhe bordered on fervor, leaving no one to question his words. Observing this, Lu Zhe continued. Tell me, is the money earned tonight considerable? The group nodded in unison. Indeed, it was a significant sum, one that, in times past, the entire village would not accumulate in an entire year. Lu Zhe's gaze swept over them. But if I were to tell you that moving forward, we could earn at least 30,000 daily, even up to 300,000, would you still think tonight's earnings are substantial? What? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. They could hardly fathom the idea, as earning 18,000 in a single night had them in a frenzy. The prospect of greater sums was almost surreal. Do you not believe me? Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. We do. Dagua was the first to respond, scratching his head. Though, truth be told, we are skeptical, yet. What teacher Lu says surely holds merit, and we trust you. This nearly blind faith elicited a chuckle from Lu Zhe, who nodded in agreement. In truth, last night was our inaugural night at the market, and our preparations were lacking. Additionally, many had not tasted our offerings, which is why our earnings were modest. I assure you, starting tomorrow, our profits will not merely be this meager amount. We are capable of earning much more. So, relax your mindset. Rejuvenate your spirits. For tomorrow holds the promise of greater rewards. Chapter 46. The one who ties the knot must untie it. The following morning, the courtyard buzzed with activity once more, as Lu Zhe, despite the dark circles under his eyes, rose from slumber. While everyone else had slept well, his night had been far from restful. After all, the courtyard was small, Without counting the kitchen, it comprised merely 2 rooms and a common area. Last night, everyone had slept on the floor, creating a situation where a trip to the restroom could lead to inadvertently stepping on someone. More critically, with so many people cramped indoors during the early summer heat, the temperature was nearly unbearable, compounded by the onset of mosquitoes. Luze, who had just the previous evening enjoyed the comforts of a hotel, found the experience difficult to endure and tossed and turned until he finally drifted into a fitful slumber in the early hours. Today, he was resolute in finalizing the coaching matters, as he intended to return to the village by afternoon. Luze silently resolved this in his heart. Having familiarized themselves with the market after the first night, the group had gained experience, and as the decision-maker, Luze recognized that he need not linger any longer. Ultimately, he would one day leave Shuanan village. He could not always lead the charge. What he required was a self-sufficient Shuanan village that could thrive without his constant presence. Of course, even upon departing, Luze could never allow the fruits of his labor to fall into the hands of another. Such a course of action was inconceivable to him. Yet, there was no urgency to act just yet. In the county town, after enjoying some fried dough sticks and soy milk, Luze packed a few more servings of the fried dough before purchasing several new footballs. He then made his way to the small brick courtyard near the packaging factory. A series of knocks echoed. "Is that you?" The door opened swiftly, revealing Chi Peicheng, who frowned upon seeing Luze. With a smile, Luze waved the fried dough in his hand. "Would you like some breakfast?" "No, thank you," Chi Peicheng replied curtly, promptly closing the door. However, upon glancing down, he noticed Luze's foot wedged in the doorframe. Frowning further, Chi Peicheng impatiently stated, "I told you. I have no interest in being your coach. I am not looking for you, Mr. Chi." Luze shook his head, pushing the fried dough forward while attempting to step inside. "In fact, I am here to find Chi Han." "You're looking for Han Han?" Chi Peicheng was somewhat bewildered. Luze confidently replied, "I'm here to seek Chi Han's assistance as a coach for our football team." "What?" Chi Peicheng was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Luze squeezed into the courtyard, glancing around. Although the courtyard was sparse, it was immaculately clean. "Please leave." Chi Peicheng offered no further opportunity for observation, his expression darkening as he issued an eviction order. "I insist you leave at once." "Are you insane?" This young man truly seemed deranged. For years, Chi Peicheng had strived to sever all ties with football to prevent any further distress to his daughter, yet here was Luze, repeatedly bringing up the sport. Now, he even intended to have his daughter become a football coach? Was he not mad? Recognizing the fury radiating from the middle-aged man before him, Luze spoke earnestly. "Last night, I learned about your family's circumstances, and my intention is to assist you. Please consider it seriously." "There is no need to consider. I refuse outright." Chi Peicheng waved his hand, determined to dismiss Luze. "You refuse, but have you consulted your daughter?" Luze inquired. "What is there to discuss?" Chi Peicheng scoffed. Impatience etched across his face. "Our family has been harmed by football, so there is nothing to ask. Even Chi Han would refuse. Now, can you leave? If you persist, I will not hold back. Though I am older, dealing with you is still well within my capabilities. Do not push me." It was evident Chi Peicheng was genuinely angry, his tone brimming with uncontainable ire. Yet Luze shook his head. "Knowing you are aging, have you considered what will happen to Chi Han in the future?" "What do you mean?" "You know precisely what I mean," Luze replied, shaking his head. "Mr. Chi, you have crossed the half-century mark. While you can shield Chi Han from the world of football now, what of the future? What if one day you are no longer here? Have you truly never contemplated this?" Luze's probing questions were sharp, yet impossible to evade. "But I am alive now, and as long as I live, I must protect my daughter from harm," Chi Peicheng declared solemnly. His tone was resolute, yet the glimmer of confusion in Chi Peicheng's eyes betrayed the turmoil within him. Had he not pondered Luze's questions himself? In truth, these were his gravest concerns. Chi Han's condition was dire. Her emotional state fluctuated erratically. The once radiant girl had succumbed to profound melancholy, often retreating into silence for days, devoid of even a single word exchanged with her. In that moment, Chi Han resembled a mere shell of her former self. "You believe you are safeguarding her, yet in reality, you are causing her harm." Luze sighed, pulling a stool closer and, noting that Chi Peicheng had ceased his verbal onslaught, continued, "Is it not her fervent love for football that has led to her suffering? What can truly wound you more than that which you hold dear? The loss of her legs has irrevocably shattered her dreams, casting her into despair and leading her to contemplate extreme measures to end her life on several occasions. Do you understand why? Because her love for football endures. Lu Ze's words, though delivered in a calm manner, resonated with an ineffable strength that left Qi Peiqing momentarily speechless. Lu Ze did not conclude there. He spoke with a lingering intensity, abstaining from discussing football at home. Extinguishing your own passions for the sake of your daughter may appear to be protective. Yet such measures are merely temporary and not truly protective at all. I have heard that Qi Han has not stepped outside her home in 2 years. Qi Peiqing fell silent, ultimately nodding in affirmation. She confines herself within her room, rarely venturing out, and only occasionally gazes at the sky from the courtyard at dusk. This revelation reflected the helplessness and sorrow of a father. If I am not mistaken, she hardly speaks to you anymore, does she? Lu Ze inquired further. Qi Peiqing opened his mouth, wishing to refute, but silence fell upon him as he nodded once more. This was a clear indication that his approach was flawed. Lu Ze shook his head, asserting, since there is a problem, we must rectify it promptly, before tragedy strikes, and heal Qi Han's wounds completely. He pointed to his heart, emphasizing not only the physical injuries, but the emotional ones as well. Become her football coach? Qi Peiqing hesitated, fearing it might provoke greater emotional turmoil in her. Perhaps even lead her to more extreme actions. Lu Ze shook his head firmly, declaring, that will not happen. How can you be so certain? Qi Peiqing remained unconvinced. You've heard the adage that the person who ties the knot must also untie it, haven't you? Lu Ze asked, observing Qi Peiqing nod in acknowledgement. He continued, Qi Han is afflicted, and it is not merely a physical ailment. It is a malady of the heart. This condition requires targeted treatment. You attribute everything to football, but the deeper issue lies in her dreams. Dreams? Qi Peiqing murmured softly to himself. Lu Ze nodded, reflecting on the loss of dreams, the absence of aspirations, and even the fading faith to rise again. I decided to invite her to be my football coach, for in doing so, she could rekindle her extinguished dreams. Once those dreams are reignited, her ailment would naturally begin to heal. The question remains, are you willing to assist Qi Han? Of course, I am willing. Qi Peiqing's greatest source of distress over the past few years has been his daughter. Regrettably, despite his valiant prowess on the field, he found himself utterly at a loss in her presence. After a prolonged silence and a shake of his head, Qi Peiqing looked up at Lu Ze and asked solemnly, can you truly heal my daughter? His gaze was laden with anticipation and anxiety. In response to Qi Peiqing's earnestness, Lu Ze smiled gently and nodded with confidence. Absolutely. I will certainly heal her. Chapter 47. Lu Ze's invitation at last. Qi Peiqing resolved to take a leap of faith. I may not fully comprehend what you are saying, but I am willing to give it a try. However, I have one condition. You must personally speak to Han Han about becoming the football coach. She must agree. And if she refuses, you must not press her. Should she decline, I hope to never cross paths with you again. Under Qi Peiqing's repeated admonitions, Lu Ze entered the Qi household, a modest abode of tiled roofs. The main room was shrouded in darkness. The elderly Qi patriarch sat within, seemingly smiling at Lu Ze's entrance, yet remained silent. Lu Ze nodded and, upon Qi Peiqing's gesture, ascended the staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the upper level, 3 coffins were conspicuously displayed nearby, covered with straw mats, yet they cast a heavy pall over Lu Ze's heart. The identities of their occupants were all too evident. The second floor of the tiled house differed from the single-story structure below. The ceiling was low, requiring one to stoop in places. The lighting was poor. The first floor already dim, and the second floor was enveloped in an even more somber gloom devoid of life. Qi Han's room lay in the southeast corner, its door firmly closed, silent as the grave. Han Han, Qi Peiqing called at the door, but received no response. Seemingly unfazed by this, he spoke again. I have someone with me who wishes to discuss something with you. Would you be willing to converse with him? Still, there was no reply. Not even the sound of footsteps. Qi Peiqing turned to Lu Ze, his eyes betraying an uncontainable sorrow as he turned away to wipe his tear-stained cheeks. Lu Ze placed a reassuring hand on the middle-aged man's back, then approached the door and called out loudly, Qi Han, I have a football team that wishes to invite you to join. A sudden clatter echoed from within, as if something had fallen to the ground, but after a moment, silence returned. Lu Ze smiled, his confidence growing as he placed his hand on the doorknob and softly declared, I am coming in. Qi Peiqing seemed poised to interject, but Lu Ze shook his head. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Peiqing ultimately chose not to refuse. With a jarring creak, the heavy, time-worn door was gradually pushed open. The room was modest, yet impeccably tidy. It remained uncertain whether it was Chi-Ching Pei-chung who maintained this cleanliness or if the room itself was devoid of any filth. A black cloth was draped over the window, casting a shadow that imbued the entire space with an air of gloom and eeriness. Near the door stood an antique writing desk adorned with a few books, at which a girl sat on a stool, her back turned to the window, facing the wall. At her feet lay a shattered ink bottle, its contents now scattered across the floor. The girl's long hair cascaded down, obscuring her face, making it difficult for Lu Zhe to discern her features. However, her skin appeared exceptionally pale, almost sickly, and coupled with her emaciated figure, she exuded an aura devoid of vitality. Her right leg dangled in midair, suspended at knee height. Lu Zhe approached her with measured steps, introducing himself. "I am Lu Zhe, a volunteer teacher from Xuanan village." There was no response, silence enveloping the room. Yet, Lu Zhe merely smiled faintly and continued, "Have you been watching football lately?" Upon his inquiry, the girl seemed to stir slightly, yet she remained mute. Unfazed, Lu Zhe, adopting a familiar demeanor, began to survey the room while conversing. 2 years ago, our national women's football team participated in the second Women's World Cup in Sweden, securing 4th place. The year prior, they claimed the silver medal at the Olympics. Last year, they triumphed in the Asian Championships, emerging as the strongest women's football team in Asia. They are now preparing for next year's 3rd Women's World Cup. And I've heard that the number of participating teams has increased from 12 to 16. Nevertheless, I believe they will manage to secure a place in the top 3. His tone was light, unhurried, and remarkably steady, akin to sharing long-forgotten tales with a friend, though it bore a hint of soliloquy, for Chi-Chan had not acknowledged him throughout. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lu Zhe halted, turned to Chi-Chan, and asked, "Do you think if you hadn't encountered difficulties back then and had joined the national team, we could have reached the top 3 in that Women's World Cup?" He seemed to expect no answer, shaking his head. "I find it somewhat unlikely. In fact, we might not even have secured 4th place." Upon hearing this, Chi-Ching Pei-chung felt a jolt of disbelief, staring at Lu Zhe, unable to fathom that this young man would utter such words. He contemplated whether to throw Lu Zhe out at that moment. Yet, Lu Zhe, seeming oblivious to Chi-Ching Pei-chung's reaction, continued, "I believe you were never cut out for football. Even if you hadn't faced those setbacks, I doubt you would have made it to the national team. And even if you had, you would likely have been expelled within 10 days or 2 weeks. That's enough." Chi-Ching Pei-chung finally reached his breaking point, yelling as he prepared to eject Lu Zhe from the room. This young man was nothing but a nuisance. However, after taking a few steps, Chi-Ching Pei-chung hesitated, coming to a halt. As he noticed, Lu Zhe pointed at Chi-Han. Turning to look, he was astonished to discover that Chi-Han, who had always been indifferent to everything, was now clenching her fists. Though her back was turned to them, the anger radiating from her was palpable. When a daughter is angry, a father's heart naturally feels heavy. Yet at this moment, Chi Pei-chung found himself engulfed in unusual thoughts. Since Chi-Han's injury, her emotions had rarely fluctuated. She seemed to be left with only 2 feelings, one of indifference, a dispassionate detachment from all matters, and the other, sorrow, a sentiment that had scarcely emerged in the past 2 years. But now, Chi-Han exhibited a third emotion, anger born from the doubt cast upon her abilities. After some contemplation, Chi Pei-chung suppressed the impulse to break Lu Zhe's legs, forcing himself to remain at the doorway. "Do you know why?" Lu Zhe inquired. A somewhat hoarse voice responded, "Why?" The tone was awkward, akin to someone who had not spoken in ages attempting to articulate for the first time. If one did not listen closely, they might not discern her words at all. Upon hearing this voice, a slight smile curled at Lu Zhe's lips, though it quickly faded. "Why? Is it not obvious enough? Do you understand why people are enamored with sports events? Why they fervently discuss them? Because sports can evoke optimism, upliftment, and positivity. The athletes engaged in these sports embody such emotions, striving to rise above adversity. Look at yourself. Observe your current state. How does it differ from those qualified athletes? You confine yourself to a room, shunning daylight, perpetually contemplating death, preoccupied with sparing your father from excessive sorrow should you depart from this world. Am I wrong?" These words struck Chi-Han like a colossal hammer upon her heart, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Is this truly the case? Chi Pei-chung gazed at Chi-Han in disbelief. Chi-Han remained silent. And just when Lu Zhe thought she would not respond, the hoarse voice emerged again. They still have legs. The tone carried a hint of resentment and indignation. Lu Zhe, however, let out a scoff, dismissively stating, "As an athlete, you should understand better than I do that even before the women's soccer team was established, the Paralympics had already been in existence since 1960. Our country participated in the Paralympics as early as 1984. None of those athletes are whole. Some have lost their legs, others their arms, yet they remain athletes because they possess the fundamental spirit of one." "And you?" Ai Chi-han murmured, yet found herself at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally said, "I play football. Without legs, I cannot play." Upon hearing this, Chi Peiqing broke down in tears. And even Lu Zhe felt a sting in his eyes. He spoke these words, which could be deemed a form of sophistry. Upon reflection, his statements were utterly nonsensical. Yet, at this juncture, they achieved the desired effect he sought. Smiling gently, Lu Zhe softened his tone. "Therefore, I have come to you. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my football team." "Me? Join the football team?" Chi-han responded in disbelief, finally turning her head, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, revealing only one eye filled with confusion. "I can no longer play football. How could I possibly join a team?" This sentiment had been expressed by Lu Zhe before, yet she had merely been taken aback for a moment before dismissing the thought. However, as Lu Zhe reiterated his proposal, a strange intuition stirred within Chi-han. This man was not jesting with her. Without legs, she naturally could not play football. Lu Zhe shook his head, and just as Chi-han's spirits threatened to plummet once more, he suddenly smiled. "Nevertheless, one can still grace the field without legs. After all, a coach does not need to run after the ball." "What do you mean?" "My meaning is quite clear," Lu Zhe replied with a smile, extending his hand. "I, Lu Zhe, invite you to join my team as the coach. When one path is completely blocked, why not consider an alternative? As a professional coach, you too can soar gracefully upon future fields." Chapter 48. Is this the workplace? While Lu Zhe, with dark circles under his eyes, wielded his silver tongue to salvage a girl utterly devoid of hope, peddling the kind of bitter wisdom that would be disbelieved in the future, another girl, equally beset by dark circles, was filled with trepidation over 5 hours away in a different city. Lu Zhe's dark circles were a result of his sleeping environment, whereas Zhu Qing's were entirely due to Lu Zhe. After receiving his call last night, Zhu Qing was utterly sleepless, her mind racing with thoughts of the day's tasks, engulfed in an extreme state of tension that rendered her unable to rest. Even before dawn, she arrived early at the office, waiting for over 2 hours at the entrance. The office hours commenced at 9 in the morning, as the stock market in Summerland opened at 9:30. Arriving half an hour early was sufficient to gauge the market trends, so Zhu Qing found herself waiting outside, anticipating the opening. Those 2 hours of waiting did not wear her down. On the contrary, she felt invigorated. Finally, when the office doors opened, she rushed inside. Yet, seated before her computer, she found herself at a loss. The notes she had written the previous night were with her, laid out before her eyes. Her current task, in essence, was to assist Lu Zhe in purchasing all the stocks listed, a task of minimal complexity, even verging on simplicity. With just a bit of time spent, she could easily earn at least 1,000 yuan in bonuses today. Yet, despite pondering throughout the night, she remained hesitant. Should she truly proceed with the purchase? This amount is 7 million. Caught in such a dilemma, time swiftly passed. When the company's alarm rang, it signified that it was already 9:30. The stock market had opened. With determination, Zhu Qing, after a night of internal conflict, ultimately chose not to defy Lu Zhe's arrangements. Though she felt it was somewhat absurd, recalling Lu Zhe's confidence and composure during their phone conversation the previous night compelled her to take the plunge. Whatever the outcome, if it leads to ruin, so be it. After 8 years of development, the domestic stock market had essentially matured, especially with the advent of various regulations. Nowadays, trading in the stock market bore little difference from that of later generations. Although the convenience was not quite on par with the future, the operations were relatively straightforward. Moreover, all Zhu Qing needed to do was purchase stocks at the price point specified by Lu Zhe. This made the undertaking even less daunting. Within 2 hours, Zhu Qing successfully executed the trading of the 10 stocks designated by Lu Zhe, converting the 7 million funds into 10 shares. After completing the transactions, Zhu Qing let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. Simultaneously, she found it hard to believe that the stocks Lu Zhe had purchased had all aligned with his expectations, with prices having declined across the board. While they may not have hit the absolute lowest points, they all fell within the critical range of the nadir. This revelation sparked a rare flicker of confidence in the anxious Zhu Qing. Perhaps the stocks Lu Zhe had chosen might indeed rise. Unbeknownst to Zhu Qing, Lu Zhe's remarkable ability to accurately predict each stock's price stemmed from 60% being due to his origins from the future, while the remaining reason was his visit to the company the previous morning, where he meticulously analyzed numerous stock trends. After all, even though Lu Zhe had been reborn, it would be implausible for him to remember the daily movements of each stock. That would be absurd. The true explanation lay in Lu Zhe's awareness of which stocks were likely to rise during this period and which ones were hazardous to approach. With this knowledge, coupled with an analysis of the relevant stock charts, he could make educated guesses about price movements, which elucidated why he could accurately state the prices. The principle is not complex. It is akin to a judgment question. Others must carefully read and calculate repeatedly to ascertain the answer's correctness. However, Lu Zhe was different. Even before the exam paper was in hand, he already knew whether the answer was right or wrong. Possessing the correct answers made the deduction process exceedingly simple. In this era, too, 7 million could indeed be considered a substantial sum in the eyes of the ordinary person. Nonetheless, to those of a higher echelon, this amount was hardly significant, let alone in the stock market of 1998, where it barely made a ripple, merely a small bubble amidst the crashing waves. Furthermore, with Lu Zhe investing such a modest sum across 10 different stocks, the overall impact was significantly diminished. As this money entered the stock market, it indeed failed to even stir a ripple, leaving Zhu Qing, who had initially harbored some hope, unable to suppress her disappointment. As she discovered that the stocks she had purchased were fluctuating at an exceedingly slow pace, and that the majority were even trending downward, Zhu Qing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Zhu Qing, the boss is calling for you. A colleague gently tapped her shoulder just as she was intently observing the stock trends. The boss? That would be Manager Qirong. What does he want? With such questions swirling in her mind, Zhu Qing made her way to Qirong's office, which stood ajar. Upon reaching the threshold, she caught sight of Qirong, who, upon noticing her presence, immediately wore a grim expression and exclaimed, "What are you trying to do? Are you intent on ruining our company's reputation?" What? The abruptness of such an accusation left Zhu Qing momentarily stunned. Qirong continued, his voice laced with anger. "This morning, you utilized the entirety of Mr. Lu's 7 million funds to enter the market. Are you attempting to incite a rebellion?" Hearing this, Zhu Qing's face drained of color. Although she could not fathom why Qirong was so fixated on Lu Zhe or why his reaction was so severe, she understood that no rational investor would ever act in such a manner. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she attempted to explain, "These stocks were Mr. Lu's." Bang. Qirong slammed his hand on the table, cutting off her words. "Do you still wish to quibble? Tell me, have you been operating in secret without Mr. Lu's knowledge?" I haven't. Zhu Qing frantically waved her hands. Yet, Qirong was unwilling to entertain her explanation, admonishing her, "Zhu Qing, how could you be so audacious in this line of work? Do you not realize that operating a client's account without permission is a criminal offense?" "But no buts," Qirong retorted furiously. "Do you comprehend who Mr. Lu is? He is one of our top-tier clients. Every investment he makes requires the utmost caution and must be executed with his explicit consent. Look at what you've done. You have utilized all 7 million from Mr. Lu's account. This time, not even the gods can save you. This stock was entrusted to me for trading by Mr. Lu. It was not my personal transaction." Zhu Qing stammered, still reeling from the unexpected reprimand. She initially believed that clarifying the situation would suffice. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Qirong scoffed. "Even if it was entrusted by Mr. Lu, as his dedicated representative, could you not employ your professional acumen to assist him in a rational analysis? Look at your actions. Not only did you fail to conduct a rational analysis, but you also facilitated a multifaceted operation for Mr. Lu. What? Do you think you possess extraordinary skills? Or do you believe Mr. Lu's money is easy to earn? Let me tell you, if Mr. Lu incurs losses this time, the full responsibility will rest upon your shoulders due to your limited capabilities and negligence in your duties. Pack your things and leave." Initially, Qirong's demeanor had been somewhat composed, but now Zhu Qing sensed that this outburst was not merely a misunderstanding. He was shifting the blame. In an instant, she arrived at this disheartening conclusion. Immature and fresh from university, Zhu Qing may often stumble into minor errors. However, this does not render her foolish. In truth, were she truly simple-minded, she would not have achieved the accolades and accomplishments that future generations would recognize. Within a few brief exchanges, she swiftly discerned Qi Rong's intentions, deflection, a fervent attempt to shift blame. Upon reflection, Lu Zhe's position appears remarkably formidable to Qi Rong and the entire company, warranting substantial attention. It is evident that the company does not wish for Lu Zhe to suffer irreparable losses, even in the event of a downturn. They aim to prevent any resentment from brewing within him. Yet, it is precisely at this juncture that Lu Zhe embarked on an evidently irrational, multifaceted operation. To any seasoned professional, it is clear that Lu Zhe is bound to incur losses, the only uncertainty being the magnitude of those losses. Such matters may be inconsequential for an ordinary client, as it is a personal choice unrelated to the company. However, for a premier client, the company must devise contingency plans. They must provide a means for the client to gracefully exit a losing situation, or even fabricate a means if none exists, with Qi Rong likely being the scapegoat thrust forward to confront Lu Zhe's inevitable wrath. It is even conceivable that Qi Rong's current predicament stems from being designated as the responsible party by Lu Zhe himself, leading to a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet finding no fault to attribute to Lu Zhe, he instead seeks to scrutinize his own shortcomings. Such intricate calculations leave Zhu Qing feeling somewhat disheartened. Is this the nature of the corporate world? Humph. Qi Rong let out a derisive snort, offering no verbal response, which felt like a tacit agreement. Zhu Qing pressed her lips together, filled with a mix of indignation and frustration, but primarily with a sense of defiance. Her gaze fixed on Qi Rong, she hesitated before boldly asserting, "Mr. Lu, will he definitely incur losses?" Chapter 49. Can Lu Zhe profit? Huh. What did you say? Qi Rong seemed momentarily taken aback. I said. Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, her expression grave as she reiterated, "Mr. Lu, will he definitely incur losses?" Qi Rong finally grasped her intent, scrutinizing her from head to toe, his gaze laced with incredulity. As if she were a fool. I am beginning to suspect that your intellect may be lacking, but I also fear your professional competence may be significantly flawed. Will he definitely incur losses? Huh. I cannot fathom how such a question crosses your mind. What you should be pondering is whether Mr. Lu's reckless and naive maneuvers could possibly yield any profits. A scion of immense privilege, born with a golden key, casually testing the waters with over 2 million in pocket money, and engaging in such actions that exemplify blind investment. Do you truly believe that such a spendthrift possesses the acumen to thrive in the stock market? Faced with Qi Rong's scorn, Zhu Qing fell into silence. In the professional realm, she was merely a pitiful novice, lacking connections, impressive achievements, and even her only client, Lu Zhe, had just begun to accept her. Thus, when confronted with Qi Rong's mockery and blame-shifting, all she could do was silently endure, an ordeal many newcomers to the workplace must inevitably face. At times, one is tasked with taking the blame for their superiors, voluntarily or otherwise, often without understanding why. She recognized her inability to resist. If Lu Zhe's investments suffered losses and he became irritable, leading to decisions detrimental to the company, she would swiftly be cast aside as a scapegoat. She comprehended this reality, yet her spirit remained unyielding. What troubled her most was the prospect of her first job potentially coming to a swift conclusion, compounded by the derision directed at Lu Zhe's actions. It was indeed perplexing. Despite her own skepticism regarding Lu Zhe's maneuvers, hearing Qi Rong label him a wastrel and a useless second-generation heir unsettled her. Although her interactions with Lu Zhe had been brief, she sensed that the young man was far from the inept individual Qi Rong portrayed. He seemed enveloped in an aura of mystery, difficult to decipher. More significantly, the confidence he exuded during their phone conversation the previous night resonated within her. Mr. Lu is certainly not the person Manager Qi envisions, and I believe the stocks he acquired may not necessarily incur losses, Zhu Qing asserted through gritted teeth. Not going to lose? Qi Rong laughed heartily, regarding Zhu Qing as if she were foolish, his eyes glinting with mischief. How about we make a wager? A wager? Zhu Qing was taken aback, perplexed. Qi Rong narrowed his eyes and continued, It's quite simple. Let us bet on whether Lu Zhe can turn a profit. If he succeeds, I will immediately promote you to team leader. If he fails, you will resign voluntarily. What do you say? This was a dual-edged plan that would also save him considerable effort. In truth, he had summoned Zhu Qing because he had noticed changes in Lu Zhe's account. Fully aware that these actions were undoubtedly under Lu Zhe's direction, Yet, he still uttered those prior words, intending to pressure Zhu Qing into willingly stepping forward to assume responsibility when needed. Ideally, if Zhu Qing chose to resign, it would be even better. He could easily shift all blame onto her, and once she departed, he would assume leadership over Lu Zhe's responsibilities. This was precisely what Qi Rong desired. While he had not meticulously investigated Lu Zhe, he could surmise that Lu Zhe was no ordinary individual. Cultivating a relationship with such a person would undoubtedly yield benefits. And should he succeed, he might even elevate himself beyond the confines of Lin province, possibly ascending directly to the headquarters. Regrettably, Lu Zhe did not choose him, which made it exceedingly difficult for him to establish a connection with Lu Zhe, thereby hampering his ability to leverage Lu Zhe's influence to ascend to a higher position. However, what if Lu Zhe were to incur losses, and then Zhu Qing bore the responsibility? In that case, he could simply shift the blame onto Zhu Qing and, utilizing his professional expertise, assure Lu Zhe that he could adeptly manage the stock market for him. Naturally, this would facilitate his seamless takeover of Lu Zhe's formidable presence, allowing him to achieve his objectives effortlessly. Yet, at this moment, Qi Rong remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Zhe's prior remarks were merely a ruse, and the so-called background and affluent lineage were entirely figments of his imagination. Clearly, Qi Rong was yet to grasp this reality. Noticing Zhu Qing's silence after his words, he narrowed his eyes and resorted to provocation. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" he taunted. "If we are to gamble, then let us gamble." Ultimately, Zhu Qing grit her teeth and nodded in agreement. "Excellent," Qi Rong exclaimed with delight. "You must keep your word. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me." With that, Qi Rong confidently accessed the system's backend using his privileges. As a regional manager, he possessed sufficient authority to view the investment information of stockholders within the region, albeit without operational capabilities. He first glanced at the market trends, whistling softly. "Oh, the market today does not bode well." It opened low and continued to decline. Zhu Qing furrowed her brow, but remained silent. She had already sensed the market's poor performance this morning, realizing that for many investors, today would undoubtedly be a day of disillusionment. Unable to restrain herself, Zhu Qing clenched her fists. In truth, aside from assisting Lu Zhe with stock purchases, she had not monitored the status of Lu Zhe's account. Primarily, she needed to utilize the entirety of the 2.7 million funds to purchase stocks, and the necessity to strategically operate 10 stocks left her with little time to assess the situation. The more significant reason, however, was her own reluctance to scrutinize it further. Qi Rong, perceptive to Zhu Qing's anxiety, remarked with a smirk, "Now, let us see how much our Mr. Lu has lost today." With that, he clicked the mouse. Soon, upon locating Lu Zhe's name, he clicked on it, and while the page refreshed, he whistled towards Zhu Qing. "Let us see. I am not entirely devoid of mercy. Let us examine Mr. Lu's returns over the past 3 days. If he manages to earn a bit during this time frame, consider it your victory." After all, anyone with a modicum of sense was aware that the market had been unfavorable over the past few days, rendering profit elusive. This statement not only implied Zhu Qing's lack of intelligence, but also served as an indirect insult to Lu Zhe. Observing Zhu Qing's ashen complexion and her inability to retort, Qi Rong shrugged, refraining from further provoking the naive young woman. He then turned his gaze back to the freshly updated computer screen, chuckling. "Ah, it seems our Mr. Lu's fortune today." At this juncture, Qi Rong froze, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His expression changed rapidly, revealing his utter disbelief. What on earth is happening? Zhu Qing, who had been waiting for ominous news, found it peculiar when Qi Rong's words suddenly ceased. She lifted her head to gaze at him, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Could it be that they had profited? Unable to restrain herself, Zhu Qing leaned forward to glimpse the screen of Qi Rong's computer. To her astonishment, the display was awash in crimson. The anticipated green auroras had failed to materialize. In stark contrast to the market's earlier downturn, the 10 stocks purchased by Lu Zhe were all resplendently red. They had risen. Every single one of Lu Zhe's 10 stocks had experienced an increase, and as of now, one had even reached its daily limit. What could this mean? Chapter 50, Shadows on the Mountain Path. 10 minutes later, Zhu Qing emerged from Qi Rong's office. Unlike the somber atmosphere within, she strode forth with her head held high, radiating confidence. Her colleagues regarded her with curiosity, and a few familiar faces could not help but inquire, "What is going on, Zhu Qing? Have you received good news?" The boss's expression was rather grim earlier. How can you smile? What has happened? If you've been reprimanded and feel like crying, it's all right to let it out. We've all faced the boss's ire at some point, so don't put on a brave face. In response to her colleague's comforting words, Zhu Qing smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just in a good mood." Leaving her co-workers perplexed, she returned to her desk. She refrained from sharing the events that had transpired in the office, as she possessed a modicum of workplace wisdom. After all, Qi Rong had said nothing and made no mention of their wager, nor did he allude to her potential promotion to team leader. Regardless, Zhu Qing's spirits remained buoyant. Lu Zhe had turned a profit. Her very first client had not only earned money, but had done so handsomely. What could possibly be more joyous than this? Eagerly, she opened her computer's backend. With Lu Zhe as her sole client, she could only view his stocks. Upon clicking, she found that his 10 stocks were still glowing red, and even compared to earlier, they had risen slightly. Remarkable. Simply extraordinary. Throughout the day, Zhu Qing seemed to be ensnared by an enchantment, her gaze fixed on Lu Zhe's 10 stocks, her eyes refusing to blink. Time slipped away unnoticed. When the market closed in the afternoon and all transactions were halted, Zhu Qing exhaled deeply. The initial smile had vanished from her face, replaced by an expression of incredulity. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment. They had indeed risen. Yet, it was not merely a simple increase. Of the 10 stocks Lu Zhe had acquired, 6 had hit their daily limit. Most astonishing of all was the stock of Chuan Yuchang Hong, which she had previously regarded with skepticism. It not only reached its limit, but had surged by an astonishing 18. The stock market was no longer the wild beast it once had been. In today's stock market, mechanisms exist to safeguard against excessive fluctuations, with the maximum allowable increase capped at 10 of the opening price. This year, newly listed stocks have seen their permissible rise limited to a mere 5. Yet, amidst such constraints, Lu Zhe astonishingly acquired shares at a staggering price of 18. This development unfolded immediately upon market opening when the shares of Chuan Yuchang Hong plummeted dramatically due to adverse media coverage, a scenario that had not escaped Zhu Qing's foresight. In truth, Lu Zhe's purchase price was hardly exorbitant, resting at a mere 8. Nonetheless, at the outset, Zhu Qing remained skeptical. In her estimation, Chuan Yuchang Hong was destined for a limit down today, and not just today. She predicted a relentless decline for at least a week. Even if stability returned after a week, she believed the stock would never regain its former heights. However, even the most seasoned financial experts could not have anticipated that just as Chuan Yuchang Hong's shares were teetering on the brink of an 8 valuation, a remarkably transparent and forthright resolution to the product issues would ensue. The company announced a recall of all defective products from the affected batch, publicly shattering them in front of reporters. They offered customers a choice, either a full refund with compensation or an upgrade to the latest high-end television model. This strategic maneuver proved exceptionally effective, swiftly turning public sentiment from skepticism to support, thereby elevating Chuan Yuchang Hong's brand reputation. While this bold move incurred significant immediate losses for the company, it was undoubtedly a long-term investment that enhanced brand visibility and reputation while effectively halting the plummeting stock prices. Within a mere half hour, the shares rebounded from the brink of a limit down to a full cap increase. Truly miraculous. Such a phenomenon unfolded, enabling Lu Zhe to reap extraordinary returns of up to 18. More significantly, the subsequent days promised an even more vigorous upward trajectory for Chuan Yuchang Hong, attracting an influx of capital that would propel the stock to unprecedented heights, an insight readily apparent to many financial professionals. Yet, entering the market would not be a simple endeavor. This surge had proven highly lucrative for Lu Zhe. "Mr. Lu, who exactly are you?" Zhu Qing murmured to herself as she gazed at her computer screen. If Chuan Yuchang Hong's stock surge were entirely attributable to luck, how would one account for the other 9 stocks? Were they also mere flukes? Such sheer fortune seemed implausible. Although not all stocks reached their limits, the minimum increase for several exceeded 6, a phenomenon that could not simply be dismissed as luck. Picking up the phone, Zhu Qing contemplated sharing this remarkable news with Lu Zhe, but her hand hesitated over the receiver, torn by uncertainty. Making the call, what should be said? Ordinarily, it would certainly be to convey good news. But what if Lu Zuan was already aware of the outcome? Never mind. Gritting her teeth, Zhu Qing dialed Lu Zhe's number. After all, he was her sole client. With the stock market soaring, regardless of whether Lu Zhe was informed or not, she felt it her duty to report in and inquire about subsequent operations. To her dismay, she heard, Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. A wave of astonishment washed over Zhu Qing, and she shook her head with a bitter smile, gathering her belongings to head home. Tomorrow, perhaps. However, to her surprise, when she attempted to call again the following morning, the response was still the same. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. Indeed, Lu Zhe was out of the service area. After all, in a remote village like Xuanan, where even electricity was a luxury, mobile signals were evidently scarce. At this moment, Lu Zhe stood at the village entrance, an unwavering figure of calmness and composure. Though this time he felt a rare sense of anxiety as he gazed down the path leading out of the village. Today, the physical education teacher from the Xuanan Village Primary School was set to arrive. Although he had poured out all his persuasive reasoning and heartfelt appeals at Qi Peiqing's home yesterday, ultimately convincing Qi Han to come to Xuanan Village as both a football coach and a physical education teacher, Lu Zhe still found himself uncertain. What if she had a last-minute change of heart? This aspect weighed on Lu Zhe's mind. Fortunately, the wait was not prolonged. Soon, 3 figures appeared along the mountain path. Dagwa led the way, with Qi Peiqing bringing up the rear. In between, a determined figure, leaning on a cane, approached steadily up the hill. Qi Han had arrived. Little Lu, this girl is far too stubborn, Dagwa exclaimed as he hurried to Lu Zhe, seemingly anxious that Lu Zhe might blame him for not showing sympathy towards the disabled. He lamented, when we were crossing the river at the foot of the mountain. She insisted on going across herself and nearly fell into the river. I wanted to carry her several times along the mountain path, but she refused each time. It's not that I didn't want to help. You can't hold that against me, little Lu. Lu Zhe chuckled and patted Dagwa on the shoulder. It's all right, I understand. That's a relief. Dagwa exhaled, grateful. Yet Lu Zhe suddenly shook his head, his expression turning serious. From today onward, do not show any sympathy towards Teacher Qi, for she is not a disabled person. What? Dagwa scratched his head, puzzled. Internally, he wondered how Teacher Qi, with a leg amputated, could be anything but disabled. But Lu Zhe smiled, looking at that obstinate figure. On the contrary, she is a remarkably strong individual. Chapter 51. The new teacher of Xuanan Village. Come on, you're late. It was only when Qi Han approached that Lu Zhe finally spoke, his face betraying no emotion. Hey kid, do you have any idea how difficult it is to navigate the roads in your shabby village? We set out early this morning, and you dare say we are late? Qi Qing's dissatisfaction was immediately apparent as he opened his mouth to speak. However, Qi Han lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Oh, Qi Han, why? Just as Qi Qing was about to say more, Qi Han shook his head and replied, Dad, regardless of the circumstances, I truly was late. At this, Qi Qing fell silent, his fierce gaze directed at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, undeterred by Qi Qing's glare, glanced at Qi Han and gently inquired, Since today is your first day, let's take some time to acclimatize to the environment. The teacher's dormitory at school only has one room, but fortunately, there's an empty house nearby. I'll take you to see it. All right, Qi Han responded succinctly. What followed was a straightforward route familiarization, as Qi Han would be residing here for an extended period. Returning home daily was clearly impractical. It was essential to become acquainted with the village paths and essential amenities. Throughout the journey, Qi Qing harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. There was no denying that Xuanan Village was exceedingly dilapidated. Although his own home was far from lavish, it was situated in the county town, where life, albeit frugal, was made bearable with electricity, a television, and a radio. In contrast, the environment of Xuanan Village was not merely poor, it was appallingly so. Qi Han was his only child, and his willingness to forsake his cherished football for her sake underscored how deeply he cared for her. Reflecting on the harsh conditions his daughter would have to endure in this dismal place stirred a profound sadness within him. Yet, with Qi Han remaining silent, he felt it was inappropriate to voice his concerns, thus he forced himself to endure. After placing their luggage and familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, Lu Zhe instructed, For today, you should rest. In the afternoon, I will introduce you to your classmates, and tomorrow morning, we will commence classes. How does that sound? No need. Let us go now? Qi Han shook her head. I have already rested for 3 years. Very well. Lu Zhe responded without hesitation, and the group resumed their journey toward the school. Along the way, Lu Zhe observed Qi Han. Though she maintained her composure, her occasional lip-biting revealed her inner turmoil. She was merely pretending to be calm. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe remained silent, his pace steady and unhurried. Finally, they arrived at the school gate, where several children were playing soccer, while others were engaged in self-study within the school. In a corner, a group of children appeared to be tinkering with a machine, seemingly involved in something unusual. Since I am the only teacher, when I am not present, they pursue their interests, Lu Zhe explained, preparing to call out to the children. However, before he could speak, Chi-Han grasped his arm. Turning around, he saw Chi-Han gazing in astonishment at the group of children on the rudimentary soccer field, particularly at Guanxianger. Despite her young age, she towered above her peers and moved across the field with the vigor of a war machine, making her exceptionally conspicuous. Qiqing, who had previously expressed grievances about the village, was now equally astonished, exclaiming, "What a promising talent!" Hearing this, Lu Zhe's eyes brightened. "What are your thoughts, Mr. Qi?" The young girl lacks fundamental skills. Yet based on her current performance, she is at least a promising candidate for the provincial team. Compared to others, they fall significantly short. Moreover, with diligent refinement, the national team is not beyond her reach, as noted by Qi Peiqing. An expert's discerning eye reveals potential almost instantaneously. Upon hearing this assessment, Lu Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction. The purpose of enlisting a football coach was to ensure that such a promising talent as Guanxianger does not languish in obscurity. And now, Qi Peiqing's remarks provided him with a sigh of relief. Guanxianger truly possesses potential. What is her name? Chi-Han inquired. Guanxianger, Lu Zhe replied. Chi-Han silently repeated the name, committing it to memory, and remained silent, though Lu Zhe could discern a resolute determination in his gaze. Teacher S here. Hello, teacher. At that moment, the children at the school evidently spotted Lu Zhe and his companions. Almost immediately, one child ran over to greet them, followed by another, until eventually, all 30-odd children from the village stood in unison before Lu Zhe, brimming with respect. This display astonished Qi Peiqing, who cast a surprised glance at Lu Zhe. He hadn't realized the extent of Lu Zhe's esteemed reputation here. Is this sister our physical education teacher? One child exclaimed with delight upon seeing Chi-Han. Wow, we have a new teacher. This sister is our new teacher, greeted the children, their faces radiating pure goodwill. Most importantly, these children did not focus on Chi-Han's leg. Lu Zhe glanced at Chi-Han, noting her continued nervousness. Yet her eyes sparkled with elation, a joy derived from being recognized. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Everyone, this is our new physical education teacher, Teacher Qi. She will be responsible for our village's physical education classes and will also be the coach of our Shuanan Village Primary School football team." Hello, everyone. Chi-Han, evidently not adept in social interactions, stammered, her flushed cheeks betraying her inner unease. Fortunately, she was relieved to find that the children did not question her capabilities, nor did they fixate on her lost leg. Instead, after she greeted them, a flurry of questions erupted. Teacher Qi, is it true that Teacher Lu said you will help us win the Jushu Province Football Championship? The competition starts in just a month. Can we really win? Can I join the football team? One question after another left Chi-Han momentarily stunned, compelling her to turn and glance at Lu Zhe, her eyes filled with confusion. Jushu Province Football Championship? What on earth? Prior to this, Lu Zhe had never uttered such words. However, he softly remarked, "We have registered for the Youth Football Championship in Ju Province. The current situation is that, from the selection of the team members to the formal training of the squad, everything has yet to commence. Do you possess confidence?" This statement left Chi-Han momentarily bewildered. Yet, after a brief pause, a radiant smile graced her face. The Youth Football Championship in Ju Province? We can certainly give it a try. Chapter 52. Thank you. The selection for the youth football team in Shinan Village commenced fervently on Chi-Han's first day at work. In comparison to Lu Zhe, she evidently exhibited greater professionalism. A team comprising 11 starting players and 3 substitutes, totaling 14 members, was assembled. Fortunately, there were enough boys in Shinan Village to form such a squad. Guanxianger, an indispensable player, was naturally included, disguised as a boy. When Qi Peiqing first heard Lu Zhe's idea, his immediate reaction was one of absurdity, followed by disbelief. Although it was merely a youth competition and not a formal match, it seemed rather hasty. Conversely, Chi-Han wholeheartedly endorsed the proposal. She believed, along with Lu Zhe, that Guanxianger's potential could not be realized through conventional channels, waiting years on the bench for an opportunity that may never arrive. What she required was a chance to shine, an opportunity to leap forward. In this regard, Chi-Han had evidently gained insights from her experiences. After all, this is not a world where one achieves fame with a single strike. Possessing potential does not guarantee the encounter with a mentor who is both capable and perceptive. In a nation as populous as Xia, the number of those with potential is certainly not scarce, yet most of them remain obscured, perhaps never to be discovered even in death. The realm of football is no different. Chi-Han understood the depth of these waters all too well. Thus, she was more than willing to support Lu Zhe's seemingly reckless decision. Fortunately, Guan Xiang'er possessed advantageous physical attributes. With her hair cropped short and her jersey slightly oversized, it became challenging to discern her gender at this age where development had yet to fully unfold, making it feasible to pass unnoticed. With the team finalized, the next step was training. Unlike Lu Zhe, who urged the children to fervently kick the ball, Chi-Han commenced with physical conditioning as the first training exercise. A group of children, barely having had the chance to revel in their selection, were soon called upon to run around Xinan village, their faces coated in dust. Chi-Han conveyed to Lu Zhe that this was her strategy, with merely a month to prepare a group of children lacking extensive football experience, many of whom were just beginning to engage with the sport. For a competition against teams that might have trained for a year or more, they required not conventional training, but rather innovative tactics to secure victory. Endurance, she concluded, was the key. The children of Xinan village held an advantage in this regard, having grown up immersed in the rigors of rural life, engaging in daily labor that honed their physical capabilities. While their nutritional status may not have been superior, their endurance and determination were far more easily cultivated. A football match, disregarding extra time, spans a duration of 120 minutes, during which all players must remain active, exhibiting rapid movements, with stamina being of paramount importance. They possess a solid foundation. Their physical capabilities are commendable, thus we can enhance this aspect. It is our sole hope for victory. As for the improvement of individual skills, that shall not be our focal point, for quite frankly, a month's time may assist them in elevating their technical abilities, yet when compared to others, a significant gap remains. To catch up, conventional methods will not suffice. Lu Zhe concurred with Chi-Han's sentiments. He had also been contemplating how to instruct these children. His mind was rife with classic tactics from his past lives, such as those seen in the Champions League or Serie A, where the underdog triumphed over the favored. Nevertheless, tactics ultimately require execution by the players. It is somewhat absurd to expect a team lacking even the fundamentals to effectively implement these strategies. The coming month will be entrusted to Coach Chi. I have faith in your capabilities. Lu Zhe nodded, adding, however, that he must preface one point. Regardless of the nature of the training or the matches, these children are the most vital element. Their physical well-being is the true capital, even if it means relinquishing victory in the match. We must ensure that these children do not suffer any irreversible injuries. Lu Zhe spoke these words with great solemnity. Chi-Han nodded, glancing at his own legs, assuring him, "Rest assured, I am fully aware." With the coaching matters settled, Lu Zhe found himself with some spare time, as Chi-Han occasionally substituted for cultural classes, thereby freeing up considerable time for Lu Zhe. Before long, a fortnight had swiftly passed. "Here, allow me to treat you." In the evening, Lu Zhe reclined in a chair before the dormitory door, accepting the popsicle offered to him without hesitation. In essence, it was merely a sugary icy treat. Yet it bore a nostalgic flavor that made it exceptionally delightful to Lu Zhe. Once he finished the popsicle, he turned to Chi-Han, inquiring, "Can your father sustain this pace, running back and forth every day?" I advised him against coming, but he would not heed my counsel. Chi-Han shook his head, remaining somewhat pensive. Over the past fortnight, there has been not only Chi-Han as the physical education teacher in Shuanan village, but also Chi Peicheng, a volunteer worker, who arrives punctually every morning and departs every afternoon, undeterred by rain or shine, exemplifying true dedication. Why not bring the old gentleman here? You could all move to the village, Lu Zhe suggested. I've mentioned it to my father, but he fears the conditions in the mountains may be too harsh for my grandfather's health. Chi-Han replied softly, delicately taking a bite of the popsicle. Lu Zhe nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, the location of Shuanan village is rather unfavorable. The mountain paths are steep and the humidity is oppressive, making it a place not for nurturing health, but rather for hastening demise. After a moment's reflection, Lu Zhe remarked, "In 2 months, this issue shall be resolved." Chi-Han cast a surprised glance at Lu Zhe. It is somewhat peculiar, yet her disposition is evidently not that of a curious individual, as she refrains from inquiring why the issue will be resolved in 2 months. Instead, she seems to be speaking to herself, akin to delivering a report. during this period. The football team has been practicing remarkably well, with an overall improvement in their performance. The team members exhibit no aversion to training. In fact, many times, merely mentioning your name invigorates them, rendering them undaunted by fatigue or hardship. Consequently, the results of the training have exceeded my expectations. Regarding the intensity of physical training, I intend to convert it into a regular regimen, and in the upcoming fortnight, I plan to initiate tactical drills while simultaneously enhancing the professional skills of the team members. Thank you. The last sentence was spoken softly, yet it resonated with determination. Lu Zhe smiled, feigning ignorance to her words, and gazed at the setting sun before speaking again. I have complete confidence in you managing the team. As I have previously stated, feel free to request whatever you need. We will endeavor to accommodate you. As for the training of the team, you may arrange it as you see fit. I shall not interfere. I will be away for 2 days starting tomorrow, so please assist with matters at the school. All right. Chi-Han nodded in agreement. The next morning, Lu Zhe slung his backpack over his shoulder, departed from Shuanan village, and headed straight to Lin City. In just over half a month, it was evident that Lin City would not undergo any monumental changes. The group of enthusiastic recruiters at the bus station remained as fervent as ever. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively, took a taxi, and made his way to the hotel. It was the same hotel as before, and even the room had not changed. Casually requesting a newspaper, he could not help but smile at the prominently displayed photograph on the front page. The image depicted a group of simply dressed children standing beneath a rudimentary windmill, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. The headline read, "Children of Windmill Village." In the lower right corner of the photograph, 2 lines of text were inscribed. First place in the news category of the 3rd Pengcheng photography competition. Photography by Zhou Yutong. Chapter 53. Windmill Village. This photograph was taken by Zhou Yutong in Shuanan Village. The name Windmill Village was established after discussions between Zhou Yutong and Lu Zhe. Initially, Zhou Yutong intended to name it Shuanan Village, but due to Lu Zhe's reluctance to have the name of Shuanan Village publicized, they ultimately settled on Windmill Village. Upon turning the pages of the newspaper, there were numerous accompanying images. Some showcased children in a dilapidated classroom, purely driven by their thirst for knowledge. Others depicted children consuming boxed lunches, which contained scant provisions, yet they savored every bite. There were also images of children on the football field, kicking around a tattered ball that had been patched numerous times. Moreover, there were children constructing wind turbines beneath the windmill. These photographs, all group portraits, lacked any individual close-ups. Yet it was precisely this collective imagery that imparted a more profound impact. For within these images, one could perceive the stark realities of the children's lives, their shabby classrooms and worn clothing. Yet, upon every face, there shone bright eyes that formed a striking contrast with their tattered garments, reflecting either a thirst for knowledge, joy, or the spirit of perseverance. This collection of photographs is accompanied by succinct captions, neither excessive nor insufficient, yet they resonate profoundly with the essence of the images. The chosen angles serve as a crowning touch, as these photographs do not overtly emphasize the village's poverty or the unfortunate circumstances of the children, setting them apart from many works that exploit the narrative of suffering in impoverished primary schools. The entire series radiates optimism. In fact, if one were to glance through hastily, the dire conditions of the children might remain unnoticed. This distinctive series of photographs, however, has undeniably captivated the attention of many. Unsurprisingly, with her series titled Windmill Village, Zhou Yutong triumphantly secured the championship at the Pengcheng photography competition. More importantly, beyond the accolade, this collection has become a focal point of widespread interest, igniting discussions across the nation. Thankfully, social media platforms like Weibo have yet to emerge. Otherwise, it is certain that the top 3 trending topics would be dominated by Windmill Village. The national discourse surrounding it is unprecedented. In this era of rampant economic growth, education has often been overlooked. After all, in times of rapid economic advancement, universal education has been implemented in numerous regions, with the number of university students rising annually. This reality makes it difficult for many to fathom the existence of such rudimentary primary schools. Particularly, the brief captions accompanying the photographs impart a more visceral understanding to many. The teacher states, "The more words we know, the farther we can go. This football was brought by our teacher. It is our treasure. Wait for us. We will soon build a larger generator so that our homes can have electric lights." Such simple yet poignant phrases abound. though they may seem superficial. These straightforward expressions evoke a palpable strength within the photographs, stirring empathy and solace in anyone who merely glances at them. Moreover, Luce observed that in the ensuing sections, numerous large corporations expressed their desire to contribute donations, even publishing appeals in newspapers for the people of Windmill Village to reach out. Indeed, the fervor surrounding Windmill Village is palpable, yet there remains an absence of further information. Details such as the village's location or its true name are conspicuously missing. Unlike the common reports on impoverished villages that typically feature prominent donation accounts or contact information, Windmill Village stands as a place where, even if one wishes to perform an act of kindness, they would be at a loss for how to make contact. Rationally speaking, marking Windmill Village's address would undoubtedly aid its future development, potentially improving the conditions of Shuanan Village swiftly. In fact, Zhou Yutong has discussed this matter with Lu Zhe on multiple occasions. Yet, Lu Zhe has consistently declined. His response was succinct. Once Shuanan Village captures the attention of capitalists, it may initially be met with goodwill. However, it will not be long before Shuanan Village becomes merely a fragmented diamond for these capitalists, who will seek to make a quick profit, thus depleting the village's very essence. This is the crux of the matter. With over 2 decades of hindsight, Lu Zhe is acutely aware that once the location of Shuanan Village is revealed, a horde of capitalists will inevitably descend upon it. They may offer pens, books, nutritious breakfasts, and clothing. Some wealthier individuals might even assist in establishing a hope school for the village. But what follows? Once the village's reputation has been consumed, it will be utterly forgotten by these capitalists. The villagers' material conditions may not significantly alter, yet their mindsets will undergo a profound transformation. Ultimately, the children of Shuanan Village may become adept at feigning distress, crying out for sympathy at the mere sight of capitalists, seeking alms, and even shedding tears before any outsiders. Such scenarios have occurred frequently in later years, and this is not what Lu Zhe desires. Thus, concealing the village's location is imperative. After all, Lu Zhe harbors no illusions that contemporary public opinion will facilitate rapid development for Shuanan Village. He merely seeks the attention of higher authorities. It is evident that for the upper echelons, discovering the whereabouts of Fengche Village is a trivial task. As long as this objective is achieved, it suffices. Given the current prominence of Fengche Village, Lu Zhe's aim has essentially been fulfilled. He placed the newspaper into his bag for safekeeping. Now, the groundwork has been laid, and it is time for bold advancements. However, before that, additional resources must be gathered. Setting aside his thoughts, Lu Zhe took out his phone and directly dialed Zhu Qing's company number. The call was promptly answered. "Mr. Lu?" Zhu Qing's tone conveyed a hint of anticipation. Lu Zhe replied, "It's me. Mr. Lu, you finally reached out. I thought you had forgotten about the stocks you purchased," Zhu Qing said, confirming his identity with a touch of melancholy. Lu Zhe felt a bit awkward. His phone had indeed received notifications, but there was no signal in Shuanan Village. It was only upon reaching the county that he regained connectivity. During this period, he had received over 100 calls, most of which he had missed due to the lack of service. Out of those calls, 90 were from Zhu Qing. Fortunately, she seemed to understand his situation and was not overly distressed, instead inquiring eagerly, "Mr. Lu, are you calling to make a move now?" In response to this question, Lu Zhe did not rush to answer, but instead countered, "Do you think I should take action now?" Chapter 54, Insight. Faced with Lu Zhe's question, Zhu Qing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of his intent. Was he testing her capabilities, or merely seeking her opinion? Zhu Qing believed that the likelihood of the former was slightly greater. After all 10 stocks purchased by Lu Zhe had surged, with several reaching their daily limits in the past fortnight. Even those that did not hit the limit still achieved an astonishing 7 increase. This was indeed the most alarming aspect. If one were to claim that such a person required external opinions before making stock purchases, it would be utterly absurd. Rather, it was a test of one's own capabilities. Understanding this, Zhu Qing refrained from offering a hasty response. Instead, she accessed Lu Zhe's backend and carefully reviewed the market conditions. After meticulously filtering her thoughts, she finally spoke. "In my personal opinion, it may be prudent to consider selling a portion of your holdings, while I suggest retaining a few stocks for a longer duration." "Oh," Lu Zhe smiled. "But I've heard that the market has begun to decline recently, and the growth of my account has started to diminish. Shouldn't we be wary of holding on further?" Zhu Qing bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before asserting, it is inevitable for the market to be unstable, given the prevailing external circumstances. Since last year, after the Western capitalists' failed attempt to target the Hong Kong dollar, their hostility towards our domestic market has only intensified. Several nations have publicly declared their cessation of trade with us. Under these conditions, a significant market downturn has become a foregone conclusion. This matter transcends finance. It touches upon diplomacy. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain unbroken? Many small and medium enterprises are currently facing immense hardship, with foreign trade suffering significant repression. The market conditions inevitably reflect upon the stock market, resulting in volatility. Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. Zhu Qing, undoubtedly a high achiever, demonstrated her expertise in this professional analysis, igniting his interest. He playfully inquired, "Since you assert that the market will continue to decline, why should I persist in holding onto my stocks? Wouldn't that contradict market principles? It could lead to losses. It is certain that the market will have an impact, but it is not absolute." Zhu Qing paused briefly before continuing. For certain enterprises, however, this presents a rare opportunity. The deterioration of bilateral relations has rendered many domestic products unable to engage in export trade, consequently reducing imports as well. This is an opportunity for domestic enterprises. In fact, the recent market upturn was a result of this very situation, as numerous companies are now experiencing rapid growth. Some state-owned factories, burdened by unsustainable debts, have begun to liquidate their assets at low prices. While it may appear to be a Great Depression, it is, in truth, an opportunity. In my view, during this period, domestic industries are poised for rapid development, elevating the domestic market to new heights. Returning to the stock market, it is certain that there will be losses overall, and any recovery is likely not to occur until next year. However, in the short term, with the right selections, there is potential for a short-term increase, one that could sustain itself for a considerable time. Thus, my suggestion is that Mr. Lu should consider streamlining his portfolio of 10 stocks, selecting those that are most suitable. In the forthcoming period, ranging from a fortnight to a month, there is a likelihood that these stocks will continue to rise, albeit perhaps not significantly. Yet there remains the potential for further profit. With this, Zhu Qing expressed her analysis in its entirety. However, once she finished, a twinge of regret washed over her. Her insights were predominantly subjective, lacking substantial evidence or support. They were merely her personal opinions, though she held a firm belief in the validity of her statements. They bore little persuasive power for others. Reflecting further, she realized that Mr. Lu, who had effortlessly selected 10 stocks and doubled his assets, would likely remain unconvinced by her words. In that moment, her palms grew clammy around the microphone as she awaited Mr. Lu Zhe's response. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe was experiencing a tempest of thoughts. In the future, Zhu Qing would earn the title of Queen of Finance, revered for her acute business acumen and unparalleled insight into the financial realm. Often, she supported stocks or futures that others overlooked, ultimately proving her correctness time and again. Initially, Lu Zhe harbored doubts, but now he found himself compelled to believe. Remarkable, he understood that it would not be long before the stock market descended into chaos, leaving nothing but remnants in its wake. Conversely, the domestic industrial sector was poised for a significant restructuring, laying the foundation for the future global prominence of Xia country manufacturing. This knowledge stemmed from Lu Zhe's unique position as a reborn individual, having come from the future. As for Zhu Qing, she had merely relied on scant evidence and a keen sense of market potential to foresee the developmental trajectory of the coming years. Although some aspects remained unclear, her foresight alone warranted admiration. The title of Queen of Finance was indeed well-deserved. Finally, as Zhu Qing anxiously pondered what Lu Zhe might say, his voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Are you interested in working for me?" "What?" Zhu Qing was taken aback, never anticipating this topic. With a hint of perplexity, she replied, "My current position is to provide services for you, Mr. Lu, and you are my sole client. I mean, not just managing my stocks and accounts, but also my future investments," Lu Zhe clarified, realizing Zhu Qing had misunderstood. He continued, "What I mean is that you would leave Xiaofa Securities and work for me. I will establish a company, and you would be the head. Are you interested?" "What?" The implication of leaving Xiaofa Securities to join him left Zhu Qing momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she stammered, I don't feel qualified yet. Moreover, I just graduated from university not long ago and lack many professional skills. So, is that to say you are unwilling?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. Zhu Qing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The thought of leaving Xiaofa Securities had never crossed her mind until Qi Rong revealed the realities of the workplace. However, ever since that moment, she had yearned to resign, yet she chose to endure, curious about Lu Zhe's forthcoming actions and the ultimate outcome. To her surprise, Lu Zhe extended an invitation to her. Why me? Zhu Qing could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Lu Zhe, with a calm demeanor yet a hint of conviction, replied, because I admire your insight. Chapter 55. This era is truly wonderful insight? Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication and eagerly inquired, Mr. Lu, do you mean to say that you agree with what I previously expressed? Indeed, Lu Zhe affirmed, adding, although I don't concur with every detail, as some aspects lacked a direct analysis, these are minor issues. What I value more is your overarching vision. Therefore, would you be interested in working for me? Zhu Qing asked, does this mean my current role involves managing your stock account? Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Lu Zhe's face. Rest assured, you will continue to manage my stock market accounts. However, in terms of official status, you will no longer be an employee of Xiaofa Securities, but rather mine. I will simply inform Qi Rong, and I trust he will not object. In truth, Qi Rong would likely not oppose this arrangement. Currently, Zhu Qing was receiving a salary from Xiaofa Securities while working for Lu Zhe. Should she resign, she would be earning her wages directly from Lu Zhe, becoming an essential contact for Xiaofa's future, a beneficial scenario for the firm, as losing an expendable intern would be of little consequence. Of course, Lu Zhe continued, working for me will not be as effortless as your current position. You will not only manage my stock accounts, but also undertake a series of subsequent investment arrangements. As the first employee of the company, your responsibilities will be extensive, encompassing company registration, venue leasing, personnel recruitment, and engaging with investors for negotiations, tasks that you will need to lead. Compared to your present role, both the complexity and volume of work will significantly increase. I hope you can consider this carefully. Naturally, regarding compensation, I assure you that I will not shortchange you. Your current salary is approximately $500 a month. I can offer you a base salary of $5,000 without obligations. Moreover, for the management of stocks and investment negotiations, you will receive commissions as well. It is ultimately up to you to decide. Lu Zhe refrained from making grandiose claims about growth and prospects, instead opting for transparency and honesty in his discussion with Zhu Qing. This was indeed a challenging decision to make. Despite Lu Zhe's promise of a $5,000 base salary, which is substantial in this era, it was nearly unparalleled. In truth, for companies like Xiaofa Securities, future revenue growth is an inevitability, and the network of connections one can access is simply unimaginable, ensuring a steady stream of income regardless of circumstances. The challenge of entering a firm like Xiaofa Securities in the future is daunting. While a salary of $5,000 is undoubtedly generous, who can ascertain the longevity of Lu Zhe's company? Should one transition to this new position, only to find it collapsing after 3 months? Zhu Qing would be left with merely $15,000, and the likelihood of returning to Xiaofa Securities would be exceedingly slim. Although the average person might fail to discern the nuances of this situation, someone like Zhu Qing would certainly recognize the inherent risks. Therefore, Lu Zhe refrained from offering her any illusions, entrusting her entirely with the decision-making process. Unexpectedly, despite being acutely aware of the risks, Zhu Qing, after a moment's hesitation, nodded decisively. I am willing to leave Xiaofa Securities and join Mr. Lu's company. Oh, are you not concerned that my company might incur losses and ultimately jeopardize you? Lu Zhe inquired, taken aback. Not at all, Zhu Qing asserted with remarkable resolve. Although my interactions with you have been limited, I can sense that your vision far surpasses my own. Following someone with such insight and foresight is undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, I have grown weary of Xiaofa Securities. This sentiment, of course, was linked to the recent upheaval in Qi Rong's office, though Zhu Qing chose not to elaborate, and Lu Zhe refrained from pressing further. With a nod and a smile, he welcomed her. Then, I warmly welcome my new employee. Your future self will certainly not regret this decision. With Zhu Qing, a formidable talent, agreeing to join his company, the next imperative was to establish the foundation of the business as swiftly as possible. After arranging to meet later that afternoon for a more detailed discussion, Lu Zhe ended the call. His initial intention had been to set up the investment firm, and securing Zhu Qing's involvement was a significant achievement. Now that he had accomplished this crucial task shortly after arriving in Lin City, Lu Zhe felt a sense of relief. Seizing the remaining time, he turned his attention to the computer in the room. Having engaged in a conversation with that young rascal, Mahua, for some time, he wondered whether the lad still remembered him. As he muttered to himself, Luze skillfully connected to the internet. Upon logging into his account, he was immediately inundated with a flurry of messages. Little Pony, teacher, are you there? Little Pony, teacher, you haven't been online for ages. Please respond to my message. Little Pony, teacher, oh great one, I need to speak with you. Can you reply? Little Pony, teacher. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of messages, Luze was taken aback. Wasn't Mahua supposed to be someone who despised chatting and perhaps even suffered from social anxiety? How could he be so lively across the wires? Noticing the timestamps, it appeared he had sent messages twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, without fail. It seemed he was quite anxious. Luze simply sent a question mark, but it seemed that the other party was offline, as no one responded. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he opened his computer browser to check for recent news, hoping to recall some memories of his past life that he had overlooked. However, after a brief moment, he felt a headache coming on. The vastness of information on the internet was overwhelming. This was an era of digital explosion, which meant that everything was chaotic and devoid of order. All information resembled isolated islands concealing treasures, and to find relevant content, one could only refer to specific websites. Yet, if one did not know the website addresses, they would find themselves utterly lost in this age of information deluge. Luze recalled the pamphlet given to him by the hotel's network technician, which contained numerous website addresses. To access related content, he would have to input those addresses meticulously. Each different web page required memorization of various URLs, a rather cumbersome task, particularly for many novices navigating the internet. Suddenly, Luze thought of Google, the renowned search engine from his previous life. However, after searching online for a while, he discovered that he could find no trace of Google. Glancing at the time in the bottom right corner of his screen, realization struck him. Google seemed to have been established only in September of this year, which implied that Sergey and his team had yet to embark on their entrepreneurial journey. If Google was absent, it followed that Baidu's search engine had not yet emerged. Thus, Bosley must still be working as a flyer distributor, right? What a splendid era for opportunities. Chapter 56. Profits. After half a month in a high-end restaurant in Lin City that afternoon, Luze sat in a corner and immediately spotted Zhu Qing entering cautiously. He stood up and waved, prompting Zhu Qing to hurry over, though she did not immediately take a seat. Instead, she glanced around suspiciously, ensuring that no one was watching before she quietly sat down. Observing her demeanor, Luze couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a spy. I'm just a bit nervous, Zhu Qing explained awkwardly. Luze smiled. Don't worry. It's a different era now. Job hopping is quite common. Just look at that table over there. The director from a certain department seems to be planning to venture into business. He appears quite dignified, doesn't he? Zhu Qing turned her head and indeed noticed a charismatic middle-aged man at the adjacent table, seemingly engaged in a discussion, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing this, Zhu Qing let out a sigh of relief. In truth, this was the norm of the era. Venturing into business was no trivial matter. Since the early 1990s, numerous prominent figures have ventured into the realm of commerce, resigning from their positions to seek opportunities in economically burgeoning regions such as Huadu and Pengcheng. Initially, there was a sense of discretion surrounding these transitions. However, over time, it became less of a secret. A considerable number of influential individuals from various departments departed during this period. Many harbored grand aspirations, abandoning their comfortable lives and stable jobs in pursuit of new horizons. This phenomenon became commonplace in that era. It was not merely the high-ranking officials who sought to change their paths. Many graduates were also reluctant to enter these governmental sectors. A prevailing sentiment of the time suggested that only those lacking ambition would opt for employment in state-owned enterprises or official institutions, primarily due to the low remuneration associated with such positions. With factories increasingly laying off employees, the once reliable jobs had transformed into mere jokes, leading to a general skepticism towards these previously coveted roles. More individuals preferred to join private enterprises, particularly foreign companies, which were regarded as the most desirable. Rest assured, even if someone recognizes us, it is of little consequence. After all, you are my stock securities manager. A meeting does not warrant secrecy, Luze remarked with a smile. He then inquired, have all my stocks been sold? Indeed. Zhi Qing, sensing the shift to serious matters, relaxed her demeanor, nodding as she retrieved a form from her handbag and presented it to Lu Zhe. Once he accepted it, she continued, "You invested too. 7 million yuan. And today we sold everything at a high price. After deducting the fees, your remaining balance is over 8 million yuan. In just 12 working days. Your average daily increase was approximately 8%, fluctuating occasionally. All funds are now in your account, and you can transfer them to your bank account at any time," she added, her eyes reflecting admiration. In a little over half a month, Lu Zhe had achieved a remarkable doubling of his assets, transforming 7 million into 8 million, an impressive increase indeed. That's excellent. There's no need to withdraw at all. Let's take out 8 million for now to get the company up and running, Lu Zhe suggested casually. Understood, Ji Qing responded, noting it down for immediate action upon returning to the company. As for the remaining 5 million, please keep an eye on Fuyao Glass in the coming days. Fuyao Glass. Ji Qing's interest peaked, recalling their previous discussion when Lu Zhe first mentioned the stock. At that time, she had indicated it would likely decline but had potential for future growth. Now, with Lu Zhe's sudden mention, she wondered if he intended to invest. Just monitor it for now. Let me know when Fuyao Glass drops below 4 yuan, Lu Zhe instructed, nodding. He then added, in addition to Fuyao Glass, there are 2 other stocks to consider, Alloy Investment and Tianxiao Department Store. Understood, Mr. Lu, Ji Qing affirmed. Zhu Qing did not dare to write anything down, but committed it firmly to memory, understanding that Mr. Lu was likely to embark on something grand once again. By the way, I recall that the stock market allows for leverage, correct? Lu Zhe inquired. Indeed, however, the maximum leverage ratio permitted in the stock market is 10-fold. Zhu Qing affirmed with a nod, only to suddenly realize something, casting a concerned glance at Lu Zhe. Mr. Lu, you wouldn't be contemplating leveraging, would you? Withdrawing 8 million and having merely 5 million left might not suffice for any substantial ventures. Lu Zhe did not deny it. Such a stark truth, however, left Zhu Qing questioning her own existence. 5 million was insufficient. He intended to leverage? This was an amount that many individuals might never earn in a lifetime, some perhaps never even laying eyes upon it, and yet he seemed to find it inadequate. It appeared that Qi Rong and the others had surmised correctly. Mr. Lu indeed had significant backing. To him, this sum was merely pocket change. Actually, I come from an ordinary family, and I hope you understand this first, Lu Zhe explained. Having discerned Zhu Qing's thoughts from her expression, this money represents all my assets. I possess no profound background, and my family conditions are those of a typical working-class household. What? Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. An ordinary family. What about the rumors circulating in the company? I am aware of the rumors about you. My background seems rather mysterious. However, these notions are merely what I have intentionally cultivated. In truth, they are mistaken. So just listen and smile, Lu Zhe chuckled, winking. Now that you know this, do you still dare to work with me? As he was about to welcome her as an employee, Lu Zhe felt it imperative not to conceal this aspect from Zhu Qing. It was the least he could do to foster trust. If one were to entrust their future into another's hands, they must, at the very least, demonstrate sincerity. Zhu Qing, initially surprised and bewildered, soon revealed a smile, evidently relieved. If that is indeed the case, then I am even more inclined, she exclaimed. You seem quite pleased to know this, Lu Zhe asked with a grin. To be honest, I had my reservations before, as I am filled with passion, yet I feared that your privileged background might mean you were merely pursuing this out of enthusiasm. Zhu Qing stated earnestly. In contrast, your humble origins are indeed a positive aspect. This response elicited a nod from Lu Zhe. Once again, it was a matter of perspective. Zhu Qing possessed a unique advantage in this regard. At that moment, Lu Zhe produced the contract he had prepared earlier that morning and handed it over. Here is the contract I have drafted. You may review it. Once you sign, you will officially become my employee, and thereafter, we must discuss our forthcoming plans. Chapter 57. A generous offer of hundreds of billions to a fruitful collaboration. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe and Zhu Qing shook hands, sealing their agreement. After carefully reviewing the contract presented by Lu Zhe, Zhu Qing promptly affixed her signature, signifying that she would commence her role as Lu Zhe's employee from that day forth. With such a capable ally, Lu Zhe felt assured. I will inform Qi Rong shortly, and at that time, you can directly handle your resignation procedures. Once those are completed, you may proceed to Xingzhou, taking the contract with you, Lu Zhe said. To Shengzhou? Zhu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Zhe nodded. I intend to establish an investment company there. Given the financial landscape, Shengzhou offers the most fertile ground for such ventures. My plan is to set up the company in Shengzhou. Upon your arrival, you should first rent an office and then register the company, with a minimum registered capital of 10 million. However, there is a provision that allows for an initial partial payment. You can initially contribute 1 million and later supplement the remaining amount. Once the office space is prepared, you can begin the recruitment process. You will serve as the general manager, responsible for all company matters. As for the arrangement of other personnel and departments, you should take the lead, while I can handle the interviews for senior positions at a later time. Listening to Lu Zhe's words, Zhu Qing was momentarily speechless. After a moment of hesitation, she could not help but ask, Mr. Lu, are you suggesting that? Zhu Qing was quick to realize that it seemed Lu Zhe did not plan to go himself. I am a teaching assistant and cannot leave in the short term. Lu Zhe shrugged. What? Indeed. Zhu Qing was taken aback, her mind racing as she glanced at Lu Zhe for assistance. She had initially believed that following Lu Zhe would provide profound learning opportunities. However, it now appeared that the prospect was daunting. He intended for her to venture alone into Shenzhou to establish a company. For a recent university graduate still in her internship, this was an immense challenge. The critical question was, did he truly trust her? Actually, you need not worry. The 1,800,000 will be entirely allocated for the company, and as long as the funds are in place, everything will fall into place. Lu Zhe reassured her, realizing that this approach might seem somewhat inconsiderate. Moreover, after the company is established, we will require suitable investment projects. I am currently negotiating our first investment project, and if you act swiftly, we should be able to secure it. Lu Zhe's ambition was to establish an investment company. Given his rebirth, neglecting investment would be a disservice to himself. Furthermore, this investment company was a crucial component of his future plans. Zhu Qing's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, she resolutely declared, I will go to Shenzhou tomorrow. Lu Zhe's actions were indeed unexpected. However, it was undeniable that such trust from him was a delightful surprise for anyone harboring aspirations, for it represented a rare opportunity, a chance to broaden one's horizons and gain invaluable insights. To take the funds and establish a company from scratch. How many people are afforded such an opportunity? Of course, Lu Zhe would never admit that his primary motivation was his own laziness. After concluding his conversation with Zhu Qing, he did not return to the hotel, but instead sought out an internet CAF. This is reminiscent of what he had seen in the past, which reminded him that internet CAFs had already emerged in this era, albeit not in abundance. Compared to the exorbitant rates of 40 yuan per hour in the early days, the prices have indeed diminished. An hour now costs 612 yuan, varying based on the machine and internet speed. In this time frame, such a price is certainly not inexpensive. However, upon Lu Zhe's arrival, a multitude of internet users congregated within the CAF. Originally transformed from a gaming hall, the establishment featured a gaming area in the front and an internet CAF in the back. With an atmosphere far from pleasant, clouds of smoke permeating the air and various young individuals meandering about. Many patrons even pooled their resources together to afford an hour of internet access, taking turns to play a round each. Lu Zhe initiated a session. Fortunately, the internet speed was commendable. At this stage, internet CAFs were just beginning to flourish, evolving from mere web browsing to dedicated gaming rooms, filled with an assortment of games such as Red Alert 95 and The Legend of Sword and Fairy, which were quite popular. Yet, Lu Zhe was not there to indulge in gaming. He adeptly navigated the interface, only to find his friends list conspicuously empty. Alas, despite being the world's most utilized instant messaging software, it lacked a server to store friends' lists. Switching computers resulted in the loss of connections. Just as Lu Zhe intended to search for the account of Ma Hua, the message notification began to flash. Upon opening it, he discovered a flurry of messages from Xiaoma. Xiaoma, teacher, you've finally arrived. After half a month, I've been waiting for you to log on. Xiaoma, teacher? Xiaoma, teacher, have you logged off again? Xiaoma, teacher, this is my phone number. Please call me when you see this message, 188. Seeing Ma Hua even share his phone number, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle as he noted it down on his phone. Though he refrained from making a call and opted instead to respond. The sports teacher with the knife. What's up? Is there something urgent since you're eager to contact me? The reply was instantaneous. Xiaoma, oh my goodness, teacher, you're finally online. Have you not accessed the internet at all in the past half-month? Xiaoma, that's impossible. I can't go a day without chatting online. How have you managed to stay offline for so long? Xiaoma, surely, you don't wish to chat with me, do you? As Lu Zhe observed the deluge of messages, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Ma Hua would be better suited working in a newsroom, as he was truly underappreciated. The sports teacher with the knife. Let us stick to the matter at hand. It's inconvenient for me to be online. Xiaoma, inconvenient? Xiaoma, teacher. Is it a poor internet connection or a lack of computer? Provide me with an address, and I'll ensure someone delivers a computer to you. Oh, this online acquaintance certainly displayed grand generosity. The sports teacher with the knife. I can afford a computer. It's just the internet connection that is troublesome. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Xiaoma. Oh, I see. I can't help with the internet connection then. Little Pony, the last time you provided me with an answer, I verified it, and it was indeed accurate. I am contemplating upgrading our horse station. And along with a few friends, we are considering establishing an internet company tailored for our domestic audience. You were the first person who came to mind. Little Pony, so, what do you think? Are you interested in joining us in Pengcheng to embark on this entrepreneurial journey together? Are you really preparing to start a business with us? Lu Zhe stroked his chin, realizing that the situation had exceeded his expectations. With a playful tone, he responded, My worth is not trivial. If we are to venture into entrepreneurship, what sort of equity are you prepared to offer me? If it is favorable, I might consider it. Immediately, the response from Ma Hua arrived. Little Pony, equity is not an issue. Little Pony, there are 5 of us in total, and we initially planned for each to hold 20 equity. If you join us, we can split it equally among 6. Lu Zhe calculated that would amount to approximately 1,667 shares. Considering the future market valuation of the company at 40 trillion, even with potential dilution of shares, it would effortlessly surpass 10 billion, perhaps even reach 100 billion. Was this opportunity being handed to him so easily? Chapter 58. Lu Zhe's notebook, the sports teacher with a knife. This feels rather embarrassing. Little Pony, what is there to feel embarrassed about? We simply intend to contribute something meaningful to our domestic internet landscape. Don't mention equal shares, if you desire. I can even allocate a portion of my shares to you. At that moment, Little Pony could not have fathomed the heights that the future company would reach. His demeanor was remarkably magnanimous, seemingly indifferent to wealth. This was understandable, as they currently possessed nothing, and discussions about shares and future assets felt distant. No one could have anticipated the magnitude of what they were planning. For Ma Hua, not only had it become the world's largest instant messaging platform, but even the likes of Ding Sanshi, who had not yet contemplated livestock farming, were already significant figures. In Ma Hua's eyes, such a company was akin to an insurmountable dragon. Yet, here he was, a young dragon-slaying aspirant filled with hope and dreams. How could such a youth foresee that he would one day become the very dragon he sought to conquer? The establishment of the company was merely a pursuit of dreams by 5 individuals. Perhaps they had a vision, but their aspirations were limited to serving the domestic market, merely fantasizing about keeping pace with progress. They could never have imagined that one day they would stand atop it all, dominating the global landscape. Lu Zhe was well aware of this, so he simply smiled and unhesitatingly declined. While I am intrigued by your proposal, I regret to inform you that I do not have the time to engage in the project development and company creation at this moment, so I must respectfully decline. Little Pony, huh? Little Pony. Teacher, you aren't truly going to remain a teacher, are you? The young colt remarked. Teaching pales in comparison to the thrill of entrepreneurship. Come join us. We require someone of your caliber and vision to be part of our venture. This is a sincere invitation from Class Ma Hua. Truth be told, it would be a lie to claim he was not tempted, yet Lu Zhe had his own aspirations and could not possibly acquiesce at that moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he declined, stating, I simply lack the bandwidth at present. Moreover, I have a significant business opportunity to pursue, and I doubt I will have time in the near future. You may proceed without me for now. Perhaps in due course, I will consider investing. He added, feel free to reach me via email. My address is Keep It Up, Youth. Let's reconnect later. After sending the message, Lu Zhe closed his laptop, unable to suppress a smile. He certainly coveted shares in Goose Factory, but would not settle for such a meager offering. Rather than jumping in impulsively, he preferred to cultivate a favorable relationship, waiting for the opportune moment to enter with legitimacy. These plans had been meticulously crafted by Lu Zhe beforehand. The future of Goose Factory was boundless, even approaching a monopolistic status in several respects, rendering it a veritable cash cow that he could not afford to overlook. However, acquiring shares in Goose Factory was not a matter to be approached recklessly. While the allure of original shares was undeniable, Luce understood that patience would grant him far greater returns in the long run. More importantly, he sought not merely shares but also a voice in the matter. Such leverage could not be attained by entering prematurely. Much like stock trading, the key was to invest heavily at the right time and place to maximize returns. At present, the timing was not yet ripe. After closing his laptop, Luce lingered in the internet CAF for a while longer, first browsing the three leading portals of the moment: Xinlong, Suhu, and the newly pivoted Ding Sanshur. These three websites represented the forefront of the internet landscape in the country, each with its unique attributes. However, Luce perceived them as still rather rudimentary, easily spotting numerous flaws upon a cursory glance. Shaking his head, he logged into his newly created email account. This was an account he had just registered at the hotel earlier that day, and after a thorough exploration, he had to concede that this email service had the potential to be recognized among the top 10 domestic software applications in the future. It was no wonder it was dubbed a contender against Microsoft's offerings. The interface was clean and intuitive. While the features were not extensive, they were exceedingly practical. Anyone encountering this email would assume it was crafted by a large company with a substantial team. Yet no one would suspect that the entire development and maintenance were the work of a single individual. That man. Luce was well acquainted with various details about him, but did not rush to make contact. Although he could have emulated the approach of seeking out Xiaoma, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he simply jotted down a line in his personal notebook: email, Zhang Xiaolong. In the following days, Luce made the most of his internet expenses. Like countless young individuals frequenting internet cafes, he immersed himself in gaming. Despite the stark contrast in graphics and gameplay when compared to future advancements, he found joy in his pursuits. It was not until the early hours of the morning, when a group of youthful onlookers regarded him with admiration, that Luce reluctantly ceased his gaming, took out his notebook, and inscribed 2 words: Internet CF. He then turned and departed. 5 days later, in a dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of Cheong County, at precisely 8:30 in the morning, Luce was seated at his computer, logging into Xiaofa Securities. The computer was a newly acquired laptop, costing him $20,000. Although Cheong County was impoverished, the Telecommunications Bureau offered dial-up internet service, albeit through a telephone line, the quality of which was notoriously poor to anyone who had experienced it. Upon returning from Lin City, Luce had meticulously prepared for this endeavor. In a village like Xuanan, devoid of mobile signals and electricity, accessing the internet seemed a fanciful dream. Consequently, he was left to devise a solution within his only property, resigning himself to the arduous task of spending nights there after attending classes. Fortunately, these efforts proved worthwhile, as his primary focus in recent days had been the stock market, though he had asked Zhu Qing to keep an eye on things. She had since resigned from Xiaofa Securities and moved to Shenzhou, burdened with work that left her unable to constantly monitor the market for him. Thus, Luce depended largely on his own observations. The benefit of scrutinizing stock market information day after day was that the fragments of knowledge buried deep in his memory gradually began to resurface. In particular, he recalled with clarity that a remarkable stock was destined to emerge today. At 9:15, during the market's opening auction phase, Luce remained still. At 9:30, during the continuous auction phase, he continued to refrain from action. At 11:30, when the market temporarily halted, he still did not budge. Throughout the entire morning, Luce sat resolutely at his computer, even as the villagers who had awakened from their night market slumber looked on in confusion, unable to fathom why the young teacher could remain seated for so long. Several times, they called out to him for meals, but he remained unresponsive, as if rooted to his chair. Finally, at 11:30, Luce stirred, first taking a brief trip to the restroom, then consuming 2 bowls of rice, followed by a short nap. However, as the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, he resumed his previous position, waiting once more. What was he waiting for? No one knew. All were perplexed by the young teacher's fixation on the chaotic line graphs. Only Luce understood the significance of his vigil. He was awaiting the emergence of the year's most formidable stock. Chapter 59, Leverage. The stock market of 1998, when placed on an annual chart, revealed itself to be a dismal year. In truth, since the year 1997, the domestic stock market has been engulfed in significant turmoil. The once soaring trajectory of the old 8 stocks took a sharp nosedive, as major stock market giants began to encounter a plethora of issues, heralding an unimaginable superstock market crash. The first half of the year was relatively bearable, with a slight recovery, albeit modest. However, in the latter half, the calamity officially commenced. Countless stocks that had steadily ascended over the previous years experienced precipitous declines. The wealth amassed by numerous investors over the years was swiftly diminished within a mere 10 to 15 days, leading to an unprecedented scenario where some even considered drastic measures. This marked the onset of a disaster. Many individuals vividly recall the stock market crash that began in the latter half of that year, with a foreboding awareness of the more terrifying crash that awaited the following year. Yet, many simultaneously overlooked the ephemeral brilliance that graced the stock market prior to the arrival of this dreadful calamity. It was resplendent and dazzling, guiding multitudes to the pinnacle of success. This ephemeral bloom was none other than Fuyao Glass. As previously discussed by Lu Zhe and Zhu Qing, Fuyao Glass stands apart from ordinary stocks. Since its initial public offering, this stock had been fervently pursued, yet its underlying patterns remained elusive, as if the company's CEO were entirely indifferent to the stock market's fluctuations. When the market ascended, the owner remained unconcerned. When it descended, the owner was equally unperturbed. Embodying the essence of an outsider, devoid of any strategic response or public relations maneuvers, wholly focused on their enterprise. Such circumstances rendered Fuyao Glass one of the least desirable stocks of the era. Even the most adept market analysts found themselves at a loss, unable to discern any discernible trends. The data-driven analysts fared somewhat better, but for those relying on news, it was a veritable nightmare. One could scarcely glean any information from Fuyao Glass, as all news disseminated was couched in official rhetoric, rendering analysis nearly impossible. Furthermore, during this period, the sanctions imposed by overseas economic alliances severely impacted Fuyao Glass's export rates, leading to dismal financial reports from the previous quarter. With stock prices plummeting in tandem with these reports, fluctuating dramatically, and occasionally hitting the daily limit down. Today appeared to be just another ordinary day. Following the morning bell, Fuyao Glass opened high but steadily declined, encountering some obstacles yet unwaveringly trending downward. Countless investors, unable to endure the unpredictability of this stock, opted to flee. Regrettably, for every seller wishing to escape, there must be a buyer willing to take over. The stocks listed for sale garnered no interest. As the price threatened to breach an 8-point drop, nearing a 10-point limit down, shareholders hastily lowered their asking prices, hoping to mitigate their losses before reaching the limit down, vowing never to engage with this treacherous stock again. Yet at this juncture, Lu Zhe took action. Lu Zhe embarked on a frenzied buying spree, acquiring shares with fervor. Fuyao Glass at $12.53, 1,000 shares. Purchased. Fuyao Glass at $12.52, 8,000 shares. Acquired. Fuyao Glass, $12.52. At this moment, the villagers of Xinan, observing Lu Zhe's frenzied activity, could only perceive his hands incessantly striking the keyboard. A few inquisitive villagers approached, eager to discern what he was engaged in. Yet after a prolonged stare, they remained bewildered by the complexity before them, retreating sheepishly while murmuring, "Educated individuals are indeed different. Their endeavors are incomprehensible to us." Lu Zhe paid no heed to their curiosity. He was wholly engrossed in a whirlwind of purchasing. Regardless of the stocks displayed, he accepted them all, embracing every opportunity as long as the prices were reasonable, voraciously acquiring without restraint. Moreover, his strategy extended beyond mere heavy investment. With each acquisition, he opted to leverage his position to the fullest extent. Tenfold leverage. This leverage, provided by stock financing companies, is essentially a market maneuver negotiated with these firms, generally allowing for up to 15 times leverage for advanced clients, with the maximum being 10 times. The rationale is straightforward. If one possesses 100 yuan but desires to invest in a stock while deeming that amount insufficient, the optimal approach to amplify one's capital is through leverage. With tenfold leverage, 100 yuan instantly transforms into 1,000. Considering a stock experiences a 10% daily limit increase, an investment of 100 yuan would yield a mere 10 yuan profit in a day. However, employing tenfold leverage, that same day's limit increase would result in a profit of 100 yuan, effectively recouping one's principal. On the surface, it appears advantageous, doesn't it? Yet, many who entertain such thoughts ultimately find themselves in dire straits. While leverage can indeed be beneficial, It has also catalyzed the downfall of countless investors. In his previous life, although Liu Ze enjoyed idly observing the stock market, he had never ventured into the realm of leverage. His reasons were twofold: limited access to stock financing and an inability to bear significant losses. Minor trades were manageable, but the audacity to gamble with leverage for substantial gains was a courage he did not possess. Profits would undoubtedly double one's initial capital. However, losses would lead to crushing debt. If financing companies are willing to provide leverage, they must also assess the associated risks. After all, they are not philanthropists, generously risking their capital for the sake of profit. Thus, leveraging comes with a unique stipulation absent in ordinary stock trading: forced liquidation. Financing companies continuously evaluate the market value of your holdings, conducting a series of calculations. When they perceive that your losses are nearing the leverage portion, they will not hesitate to liquidate your position. For example, if you leverage 100 yuan to purchase 1,000 yuan worth of a certain stock, only to witness a decline resulting in an 80 yuan loss, the consequences could be dire. At this juncture, the financing company will forcibly liquidate your account, leaving you with a mere $20, all while imposing transaction fees. The financing company incurs no losses. Rather, they profit from your fees. Liquidation is both reasonable and lawful. Even if, immediately after they liquidate, the stocks you had purchased experience a sudden surge, it will be of no concern to you. Ideally, you would only have lost $80. However, the intricacies of stock market liquidation are far from straightforward. Often, the mere desire to sell does not guarantee a buyer. Should liquidation fail, the financing company may lower the price, potentially liquidating at a loss greater than your initial investment. If liquidation occurs at 10, your $100 vanish. If it occurs at 12, you find yourself indebted to the financing company by $20, an obligation you cannot evade. Engaging in stock trading, especially with leverage, inherently involves more than a mere $100 investment. As the stakes rise, so too do the potential gains and losses. This is why many individuals, after experiencing significant losses while leveraging, resort to desperate measures. Is it a matter of poor psychological resilience? Perhaps, but it is certainly not the sole factor. Once losses occur, it is likely that one not only faces total financial ruin, but may also incur substantial debt to the financing company. Trading stocks can lead to losses, but it does not inherently result in debt. However, leveraging does. Presently, Liu Ze is utilizing this love-hate relationship with leverage. Remarkably, due to his elevated status, he has access to an astounding tenfold leverage. 5 million transforms into 50 million. For others, the risks associated with leverage are considerable, yet for Liu Ze, the advantages are equally significant. Chapter 60. A deceiver in a dilapidated courtyard in Xiong County. Liu Ze was fervently acquiring Fuyao glass through leverage. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Xiaofa Securities in Lin City, a different scene unfolded. What did you say? Just an ordinary volunteer teacher? What about their parents? A soon-to-be laid-off textile worker without even a formal position? Are you joking? Their identity is not simple. There must be a fabricated identity involved. Are you certain you conducted a thorough investigation? In the office, Qi Rong listened with a dark expression to the report from the other end of the line, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Just moments ago, the investigator he dispatched had delivered a shocking revelation. The individual whom he had envisioned as distinguished, one whom even the upper echelons of headquarters deemed worthy of top-tier privileges, had transformed into an ordinary citizen, merely a volunteer teacher from a rural village, lacking even a formal position. And those identities? They were entirely figments of his imagination. Qi Rong felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, mirroring the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Manager Qi, this is indeed true. Initially, I too found it hard to believe how effortlessly his identity was uncovered. Consequently, I conducted an extensive investigation, even visiting Liu Ze's classmates, teachers, and neighbors to validate the authenticity of my findings. Ultimately, the conclusion I reached was that the Liu Ze you asked me to investigate is merely an ordinary volunteer teacher. This is unequivocally correct. On the other end of the line, I could hear the investigator lamenting. Is it possible that he is merely a foster child, and his background is something unspeakable? Manager Qi inquired incredulously, already suspecting he had been deceived, but struggling to accept this reality. Are you certain you conducted a thorough investigation? The investigator, resolute and distressed, responded, Manager Qi, I assure you on my honor, I have conducted a meticulous investigation. The task you entrusted to me has been treated with the utmost seriousness. I have been scrutinizing this individual since I received your commission, and there is no room for error. I even verified the photograph you provided and confirmed he has lived here his entire life. As for the background issues you mentioned, I spoke with his neighbors, and an elderly lady there, a trained midwife, personally delivered him and raised him. I can assert with certainty that Luce harbors no hidden identity. Furthermore, I explored all relatives and acquaintances of the Liu family, and the wealthiest among them merely sells bathroom fixtures. There are no prominent figures associated with him. He is an utterly ordinary individual. Listening to the investigator's unwavering assertions, Qi Rong felt a ringing in his ears, akin to the relentless roar of an aircraft flying nearby. Simultaneously, a chill gripped his heart, and he found even breathing a challenge. He had been deceived, or rather, he had deceived himself, for it appeared that Luce had never proactively mentioned any significant identity or alluded to a grand family behind him. Throughout, he had never directly responded to any inquiries, and all those fanciful identities that he had connected to that dreadful family were merely his own conjectures. What to do now? Qi Rong was genuinely panicked. Previously, when he contacted headquarters to request resources for Luce, he had freely shared his speculations, which facilitated the smooth acquisition of Luce's top-tier privileges. But now, the outcome was starkly different. If the higher-ups discovered that he had misrepresented the situation, would he not be compelled to take drastic measures? This matter must remain concealed. At the very least, it must not be exposed in the short term. If senior management learned of this, his career would be irreparably ruined. Gritting his teeth, Qi Rong endeavored to regain his composure, suppressing his fury, and finally said, "Well, I understand the situation now. Thank you for your hard work. Please keep this matter confidential for the time being. I will ensure the investigation fees are transferred to you promptly." He chuckled, reassuring himself that he understood what should and should not be said. The investigator on the other end of the line let out a laugh, and, after exchanging a few more words, hung up. In that moment, Qi Rong collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed. His first thought was, "It's over." The second thought followed, "What should I do?" It was unimaginable what the consequences would be if the higher-ups discovered Luce's true identity. After all, Luce had never communicated with them directly. Everything had been relayed through him. Initially, he believed that leveraging Luce's status would allow him to ascend effortlessly. Yet now, it felt like a ticking bomb. He could hardly fathom how his superiors would regard him once they learned the truth. He realized he had become a fool, inadvertently relaying erroneous intelligence to the company, which had disrupted established protocols. If this were to come to light, his downfall would be inevitable. But could it be kept under wraps? Shaking his head, Qi Rong understood that the information he possessed would not remain hidden for long. If his superiors desired to uncover it, they certainly could. Within a month at most, they would surely investigate, and by then, it would likely be the end for him. Damn it, that wretched Zhu Qing. She resigned and left me to bear the brunt of this disaster. Qi Rong cursed vehemently, a wave of frustration washing over him. Just then, the phone rang, and he dared not hesitate. He quickly answered, relieved to find it was not a superior from headquarters, but rather a colleague from the financing department. Immediately upon picking up, he heard the report. "General Qi, a client on your end has allocated 10 times leverage with a principal of 5 million. I thought you should be informed." What? Qi Rong had been indifferent until he processed the information, stunned. 10 times leverage? Is that a right available to just anyone? And 5 million in funds? That amounts to 50 million in leverage. How could such a substantial sum be executed without my prior knowledge? The other party, clearly startled, responded timidly. "It's a top-tier client. According to the rules, there's no need to inform you in advance." A top-tier client? What nonsense. I have no such client on my end. Wait, are you referring to Luce? Qi Rong's eyes widened in shock. The other party meekly confirmed, "Yes, it is Mr. Liu, the top-tier client you applied for. He has utilized 10 times leverage, and the funds have already been fully activated. The investment has been successfully executed." Successfully executed. Those words sent Qi Rong into a dizzying spiral, nearly causing him to faint. This meant that not only had this young man deceived him, but he had also exploited the privileges granted by Qi Rong's gullibility to access the company's 10 times leverage. That equated to a staggering 45 million in funds. Qi Rong could hardly recall how he ended the call. All he knew was that he needed to immediately check Luce's account to discern what this young man intended to do. Had he been duped, secured leverage, and then turned to stock trading? If he succeeded, it would be a joyous outcome for all. However, what shall one do in the event of a loss? This matter must be exposed. Soon, Lu Zhe's account background was accessed, and upon observing the current state of Lu Zhe's stocks, Qi Rong could no longer contain his fury. This is sheer nonsense. What an outrageous jest. This fool is utilizing a tenfold leverage to purchase Fuyao glass. Is he courting disaster? Liquidation is imperative. It must be executed immediately before the situation spirals into unforeseen chaos. Regardless of the circumstances, this stock must be liquidated without delay. Should any losses arise, and Lu Zhe is unable to repay, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly upon me. Without hesitation, Qi Rong picked up the phone and dialed the number of his colleague. Liquidation must occur at once. Hello, Manager Qi, is there something you need? After a brief ring, his female colleague finally answered, her voice trembling with unease, likely shaken by Qi Rong's earlier outburst. Hearing her quivering tone, Qi Rong gritted his teeth. Liquidate the position. What? His colleague seemed momentarily bewildered. I said, forcefully liquidate all stocks in the tenfold leverage account. Qi Rong insisted vehemently. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, his colleague, though perplexed, inquired, but why? Qi Rong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why? What rationale could he provide? Should he candidly inform her that the counterpart lacked the capacity to compensate? Would that not be a slap to his own face? Furthermore, as soon as he uttered those words, the higher-ups would inevitably learn the truth, and he would be unjustly branded as ineffective in his duties. In such a precarious situation, he could very well find himself dismissed on the spot. This cannot be conveyed. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Qi Rong finally spoke. I believe that investing a significant amount in Fuyao glass is ill-advised. It is evident that Mr. Lu's investment was impulsive and lacks rationality. Therefore, I implore you to utilize the relevant mechanisms for forced liquidation in order to mitigate losses before the worst possible outcome arises. As he uttered these words, even Qi Rong struggled to believe them himself. His colleague, clearly unconvinced, responded with difficulty, but stock purchases are chosen by the client. We only possess advisory authority. Mr. Lu has just acquired these stocks. If we were to enforce a liquidation now, it would have considerable repercussions for the company. But if the company incurs losses, would the repercussions then be less severe? Qi Rong dared not dwell upon that thought, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he could only propose, then let us set a loss threshold. Should the losses reach a certain point, we will initiate a forced liquidation. Surely that would suffice? His counterpart appeared to struggle with this suggestion as well. Under normal circumstances, a loss threshold would require at least 1/3 of the investment, generally necessitating a 5% loss before liquidation. To enforce liquidation at just 1%, am I not afforded the authority to dictate this matter? Qi Rong could no longer contain his fury and erupted in a roar. He felt as though a blade was poised at his throat if the matter remained unresolved. He feared he would meet his demise at any moment. His colleague on the other end of the line was evidently startled. Of course, Mr. Qi, you have every right to be upset, but this situation is quite significant. We require a guarantee, and I need your fax confirmation. I hope you understand. A fax? In essence, it was a waiver of liability. Qi Rong was well aware of this principle, yet he found himself in a predicament where he had no choice but to comply. Without further ado, he hung up the phone and set about sending the fax. 10 minutes later, the fax was successfully transmitted. He called back, and before the other party could speak, Qi Rong demanded, "It has been 10 minutes. Can we close the position now? That is not feasible at the moment." What? Upon hearing this response, Qi Rong's pent-up rage ignited instantaneously, and he exclaimed, "I have sent you the fax. Why are you not enforcing the closure? Any losses incurred by the company will be your responsibility. Do you understand?" But the girl on the other end, likely traumatized by Qi Rong's outburst, timidly replied, "Mr. Lu's stocks have not declined." Not declined? How can that be? He had observed earlier that Fuyao glass had opened high but was trending downward, clearly on the brink of a halt in trading. Given the previous trends, a halt today would not be surprising at all. However, if there was no decline, then was that not fortuitous? The worst-case scenario he feared had not materialized, and the company had yet to suffer losses. Realizing this, Qi Rong declared, "Since there has been no decline, then it is indeed fortuitous. We must enforce the closure immediately to mitigate risks as much as possible. I will handle persuading Mr. Lu. He will not leak this matter. You must close his position at once, and I shall manage the subsequent proceedings." In that moment, Qi Rong had come to a resolution. By closing the position now, neither the company nor Lu Zhe would incur losses. Even if he had misjudged the situation and Lu Zhe's stocks did rise, he had nothing to fear. He had already discerned Lu Zhe's identity. A brief phone call with a threat would ensure the young man would not dare to act recklessly. Subsequently, he could discreetly resolve the issue without even alerting the higher-ups. A perfect emergency measure. However, the operator on the other end hesitated. "What are you hesitating for?" Qi Rong thundered. The operator's timid voice responded, "But, Mr. Qi, the stocks Mr. Lu purchased have already increased in value. If we close the position now and the stocks continue to rise, this was a violation of protocol." Unlike Qi Rong, she was understandably reluctant to proceed. At this, Qi Rong was momentarily taken aback. What? Not only have they not declined, but they have risen? Unable to restrain himself, he looked up at the computer, preparing to check Lu Zhe's account while muttering to himself, "What a stroke of luck! How could they possibly rise? Surely, it cannot be significant. Merely a fleeting glimmer before a substantial drop." Yet, the rise was indeed considerable. The girl across from him softly remarked, "I just saw that the stocks Mr. Lu purchased have surged by 5%. What? Qi Rong was utterly incredulous. How could that be? He had called right after Lu Zhe had made his substantial investment. And with the subsequent facts sent shortly thereafter, it had barely been 15 minutes since then. How could there be a 5% increase in such a brief time? Did he think he lacked the professional analytical skills to comprehend this? Yet, despite the retorts bubbling on his lips, Qi Rong found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he had accessed Lu Zhe's account and witnessed firsthand the transformation of Lu Zhe's holdings in Fuyao glass, previously marked in green, now ablaze in red. The growth rate stood at 5%. According to Lu Zhe's tenfold leverage, 5 million translated to a staggering 50 million, which meant that in this brief span of 15 minutes, Lu Zhe had accrued a profit of 5 million. 15 minutes, 5 million. Was this some kind of jest? Even as someone accustomed to the tempestuous nature of the stock market, witnessing this unfold left Qi Rong in disbelief. This was 5 million. How many years would it take him to amass such wealth? Yet, Lu Zhe had accomplished it in a mere 15 minutes. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Zhe's shares in Fuyao glass continued to ascend, banishing any prior despondency, exhibiting a momentum that seemed poised to breach the heavens. The rate of increase was astonishingly swift, surpassing all expectations. Within this short interval, the growth was nearing 6%. How was this possible? Qi Rong stared at the data before him, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape. This stock, at this rate, was bound to hit the limit. "Manager Qi, should we still force a liquidation?" The voice on the other end of the line prompted. Qi Rong's cheeks twitched, rendered speechless. Should they still enforce a liquidation? What a ridiculous notion. Had Fuyao glass remained stagnant, enforcing a liquidation could have paved the way for a more amicable discussion with Lu Zhe, thereby mitigating the situation. But now, with Lu Zhe having invested in Fuyao glass at a tenfold leverage amidst an unmistakably bullish market, to enforce a liquidation would spell disaster for Qi Rong. Irrespective of Lu Zhe's true identity, shaking his head, Qi Rong ended the call. Once more, he gazed at the back-end information of Lu Zhe, his eyes brimming with astonishment. It was hard to believe. This young man had truly achieved the impossible. Simultaneously, he recalled a matter he had previously overlooked. When Lu Zhe had opened his account, he had certainly misled Qi Rong into doubting his identity. Yet until Lu Zhe's true identity was investigated, Qi Rong had remained steadfast in his belief. The most significant reason for this lay in the fact that Lu Zhe had invested 7 million in the stock market, and within a mere fortnight, that amount had skyrocketed to 8 million. Even if his identity were a fabrication in the realm of the stock market, he evidently possessed genuine prowess. Who exactly was Lu Zhe? Chapter 62. Abundant wealth at your disposal. Fuyao Glass has recently announced the successful development of a new tempered glass. Having achieved international certification for the 996-31998 standard. This accomplishment positions Fuyao as the first domestic glass manufacturer to secure this certification, signifying that our nation has officially aligned itself with international standards in the tempered glass industry. CEO Chao Chaoran stated that future domestic glass production must not only meet international standards, but also surpass them. Fuyao's forthcoming plans include stabilizing its existing operations while venturing into the realms of bulletproof and explosion-proof glass, as well as high-strength laminated aerospace glass. As Lu Zhe sat before his computer, Having spent the entire day engrossed in news, he could not resist stretching lazily, a broad smile illuminating his face. His memory had indeed served him well. Just as he recalled, this very afternoon, an official announcement was released by Fuyao Glass and disseminated widely within moments. Such positive news acted as a potent stimulant in the stock market. The announcement led to a remarkable resurgence in Fuyao's stock prices, which had been languishing in a prolonged downturn. Stocks that appeared on the brink of a limit down were buoyed by this news, not only recovering to their opening prices, but also hitting the upper limit before the market closed. Luze had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity, and now he had seized it firmly. Observing his trading account, the conspicuous notification of an 18 increase further enhanced his satisfaction. When Luze made his purchase, Fuyao Glass was perilously close to a limit down, and his buying price was around 8, just shy of the threshold. Many traders, intimidated by the looming limit down, hastily sold their shares to Luze without hesitation. This fortunate turn of events allowed Luze to average his investment at the opening price of 8. From that point on, the process became straightforward. The stock price rebounded, climbing a full 8 points, merely returning to the day's opening price. Subsequently, Fuyao Glass continued its upward trajectory, ultimately reaching the upper limit of 10. Despite remaining within the confines of stock market regulations, Luze's astute maneuvers yielded an impressive 18 return. This remarkable yield was further amplified by a tenfold leverage, propelling the value of Luze's stock portfolio to an astonishing 59 million. Of this, 50 million was attributable to the leveraged gains, while an additional 9 million represented Luze's earnings from that day alone. In the span of a single day, he had earned 9 million. Although these profits were still tied up in stocks awaiting sale, given the current surge in Fuyao Glass, it was conceivable that if Luze chose to sell, he would find eager buyers in an instant. Yet would he sell? Certainly not. At least, not at this moment. He is acutely aware that Fuyao Glass has earned the dubious title of this year's most fearsome stock due to its unpredictable surges and declines, which have astonished the majority of financial experts. According to contemporary understanding, following this recent surge, Fuyao Glass is poised for an unprecedented 12 consecutive daily increases. This implies that in the forthcoming 12 working days, each day will see a 10% increment, thereby rapidly doubling Luze's capital. This represents not merely an opportunity, but a sumptuous feast. How could Luze possibly let such an opportunity pass him by? As he was shutting down his computer, preparing to depart, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Has the deal been finalized? Boss, have you seen the news? The call was from Zhu Qing, who, upon noticing Luze had answered, immediately expressed her astonishment rather than addressing his inquiry. Fuyao Glass is set for a significant rise. I rushed to call you as soon as I saw the news. Oh, is that so? Luze chuckled, feigning ignorance. However, upon hearing his remark, Zhu Qing immediately fell into self-reproach. It's my fault, entirely my fault. You can scold me, boss. It would make me feel a bit better. Why would I scold you? Luze inquired, perplexed. Fuyao Glass surged today. It opened high, dipped low, and just as it was nearing a halt, it suddenly skyrocketed. Within a mere half hour, not only did it recover to the opening price, but it also reached its limit before the market closed, with fluctuations exceeding 18%. Zhu Qing's voice trembled with dismay, revealing her sense of guilt. This is all my fault. I've been preoccupied with renting office space for the company these past few days, barely keeping an eye on the stock market. As a result, I've caused you to miss such a splendid opportunity. I have betrayed your trust. You entrusted me with managing your stock account, and yet I let you miss this golden opportunity to profit. It was evident that Zhu Qing felt genuine remorse. The weight of having disappointed her boss's trust was palpable, even through the phone. This stirred a warmth within Luze. Yet he refrained from revealing the truth at that moment. Instead, he responded, "What is meant for you will come to you, and what is not cannot be grasped, no matter how hard you strive. Have you finalized the arrangements for your new office yet?" Zhu Qing had been in Shenzhou for 4 days, yet regrettably, the tasks Luze had assigned her were progressing slowly. It was not that the 1.8 million he had entrusted to her was inadequate. Rather, faced with such a substantial sum, she remained hesitant and cautious about spending it frivolously. The primary task Luze had entrusted her with was to find a rental office space. Zhu Qing was genuinely invested in this endeavor. However, despite her innate acumen in the financial sector, when she shed the mantle of a financial investment queen, She was ultimately just a recent university graduate, meticulously navigating the realm of frugality. Lu Zhe suggested she lease an office building, and she indeed did, but on the first day of viewing, she found a factory office located on the outskirts of the city. The factory had gone bankrupt, and all its equipment had been sold off at a low price, leaving the office building vacant and available for sale at an attractive price. She was quite satisfied with the spacious location. However, upon hearing this proposal, Lu Zhe unhesitatingly dismissed it. It was located at the city's edge. Even for investment purposes, it was unnecessary in the short term. Moreover, as he was in the financial sector, he believed that any choice must be made in core areas, such as the Shenzhou business district. To this end, Lu Zhe thoroughly explained to Zhu Qing, guiding her to focus on the Shenzhou Mall and Hanxiao regions. The following day, Zhu Qing presented a new option, a modest office of 150 square meters, which barely qualified as being within the Shenzhou Mall area. The outcome was predictable. She faced Lu Zhe's opposition once more. Over the next few days, Zhu Qing sought several locations, all of which were similarly rejected by Lu Zhe. Eventually, he was left with no choice but to set explicit requirements, a minimum area of 1,000 square meters, preferably an entire floor. The location must be within a key economic zone, and the building should house at least 5 renowned companies on the same floor. These demands were nothing short of excessive, bordering on obsessive-compulsive, yet they evidently alleviated Zhu Qing's indecision. Not receiving any phone calls from her throughout the day was proof enough. Lu Zhe had not expected to see results so swiftly. However, unexpectedly, after a moment of hesitation, Zhu Qing surprised him with, "Boss, I found an office building." Concerning the price. "Oh." Lu Zhe couldn't help but inquire. "Does it meet the conditions I previously outlined?" "It meets all the conditions, but the prices are relatively high," Zhu Qing replied, a hint of frustration in her tone. Lu Zhe decisively stated, "As long as it meets the criteria, secure it." This left Zhu Qing momentarily stunned. Was her boss serious? He didn't even inquire about the location or price before making a decision. Then, Lu Zhe quietly added, "I forgot to mention, I also entered into a position with Fuyao Glass today. Moreover, with a tenfold leverage." With just those words, Zhu Qing stood frozen, momentarily dazed. In her mind's eye, she envisioned Lu Zhe standing before her, hoisting a bag of money, exclaiming, "Your boss has plenty of money. Go ahead." Chapter 63, Rooms, Buildings. "Land, did you really enter the market?" After a prolonged silence, Zhu Qing couldn't help but ask. Lu Zhe chuckled internally and replied, "With tenfold leverage. I invested a total of 5 million. By the way, after today's limit up, the stocks I hold have risen by 18%. His tone was calm, yet brimming with confidence. Even Zhu Qing, who believed she had composed herself, found herself momentarily stunned once again. 18%. 5 million in principal leveraged tenfold, resulting in an 18% increase. How much was that? Unable to contain herself, Zhu Qing felt her breath quicken. Is that really true? Is there any need for me to deceive you? Moreover, you should be able to see the back-end situation upon your return tonight. You can ascertain it for yourself then." Lu Zhe shrugged. At this moment, Zhu Qing comprehended the truth of her boss's words. It was indeed real. Yet, was it not too surreal? Merely 5 days ago, she had marveled at how her boss had augmented a sum of 2.7 million to 6.8 million over the span of more than half a month. And now, in just a single day, her boss had netted a staggering 9 million? What was even more alarming than the sheer amount of money earned was the fact that her boss had managed to enter the market at a low point, achieving his first victory with an impressive performance of 18, all while employing a tenfold leverage. Was this calculated, or merely a stroke of luck? Or perhaps, was there some insider knowledge at play? Insider information could likely be dismissed, as such news would be nearly impossible for outsiders to acquire. Furthermore, Lu Zhe's identity had already been unveiled to her. He was simply a person from an ordinary family. The second possibility to eliminate was luck. There are indeed many coincidences in this world, yet what are the odds of such a fortunate occurrence? Just as her boss invested heavily, he also happened to employ a double-edged sword of tenfold leverage, and coincidentally, the stock experienced a massive reversal. If this were mere fortune, how incredibly lucky would one have to be? With such luck, her boss could pursue any venture, yet he chose to delve into entrepreneurship? Thus, the only remaining explanation is that it was calculated. This was the most terrifying aspect of it all. What kind of prodigy is he? Zhu Qing could not help but ponder to herself. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhe, Zhu Qing was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Noticing her silence, he promptly stated, "All right. Now that the company's location has been determined, let us finalize the contract swiftly and get the business up and running. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up." Wait, boss." Zhu Qing hastily called out to Lu Zhe, suppressing her inner astonishment, and with a wry smile, she remarked, "After all, this is a significant office leasing matter. I feel it is prudent to report it to you for peace of mind." What followed was a standard telephone report. This time, Zhu Qing had indeed secured an excellent location. In an era when the 10 tallest buildings of Shangzhou had yet to be constructed, Zhu Qing had found the Yinmao Tower. Situated in the heart of the city, a structure with 48 floors and a height of 300 meters, considered the tallest building of its time. Within the entire edifice, there were at least 10 companies of renown, all globally recognized. Zhu Qing was eyeing the entire 36th floor, which was previously occupied by a financial firm that had succumbed to severe financial troubles due to the Asian financial crisis and had to withdraw from the market in Xia country. It was essentially ready-made, with desks, chairs, and office supplies already in place. As for the pricing, it was set at approximately 303 RMB per square meter per day. Breaking it down, the cost amounted to roughly 3,200 Xia country currency daily. More importantly, payments could be made quarterly. In this era, such a high price might seem exorbitant. Yet one must remember that this is Shangzhou, the largest city on the Xia mainland, a place where land has always been precious. Given the current pricing, it was remarkably affordable. The renovations were all-inclusive, allowing one to simply bring their belongings and start working, with even extended payment terms available. In 5 years, these circumstances may seem unimaginable, yet they have materialized, and even in Zhu Qing's perspective, they appear somewhat exorbitant. This phenomenon is intrinsically linked to the evolution of the times. Shangzhou is a splendid locale, a fact recognized even a century ago. However, the concept of commercial office buildings in Shangzhou developed rather tardily. It was not until 1985 that the first foreign-related office building emerged, yielding commendable results, followed by several more in succession. The true explosion of this market occurred in 1992, when, after the momentous speech by the esteemed leader during his southern tour, the concept of commercial office buildings was formally introduced. It ignited a fervor, with numerous developers vying to partake in this burgeoning opportunity. However, the reality was that such opportunities were not easily shared. Following the decision made in 1992, the ensuing years witnessed a fervent urban development, culminating around 1996, when purpose-built commercial office buildings began to proliferate like mushrooms after rain. Developers eagerly anticipated substantial profits. Regrettably, their aspirations were dashed, as a significant number of properties flooded the market in 1996. Recent statistics indicated that the area of office space listed in Shangzhou reached 1 million square meters, resulting in a surplus of supply. Particularly after last year's sanctions imposed by Western nations on Xia's economy, many foreign enterprises departed, exacerbating the already challenging situation. Consequently, developers were compelled to lower prices in hopes of recuperating their investments. Rental prices plummeted. From 800,000 last year, it fell to 400,000 at the beginning of this year, and currently, it has further declined to 300,000. Developers were left to swallow their disappointment. Yet despite this, many office buildings remained vacant, and several developers faced insolvency, resulting in unfinished projects. Contracts were to be signed immediately, preferably for the longest possible duration, starting from 10 years. After listening to Zhu Qing's report, Lu Zhe decisively stated, "If 10 years is unfeasible, 5 years will suffice. But we must stipulate clearly that prices cannot increase within 5 years, and thereafter, we should have the priority for selection." Was this too rash? Zhu Qing felt uncertain. Lu Zhe shook his head. "No, this is an opportunity. In the eyes of investors, encountering such a situation translates to profit. For our company, securing this deal today could save us a significant amount in the future." Zhu Qing remained skeptical but ultimately acquiesced, and after a few more exchanges, the call was concluded. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe took out his notebook to document the Shangzhou properties. If memory serves, developers are struggling this year, and they will face even greater challenges next year, as rents are expected to continue their downward trajectory. If I can gather sufficient funds to acquire several buildings, I could eventually lead a life of simplicity, as an unassuming landlord with no lofty aspirations. However, when it comes to real estate speculation, there seems to be a ready opportunity at hand. While jotting down notes, an idea suddenly struck Lu Zhe. He recalled something with returns surpassing that of the stock market, and more stability than futures. Moreover, the speed of return was extraordinarily swift. Chapter 64. The changes in Shinan Mother. Rest assured, all is well on my end. There is no need for concern. In just a month, I shall return to see you all. Everything is fine, truly. By the way, regarding the matter I mentioned, please pay close attention to the area east of the city. I need you to inquire further. Indeed, I have a friend looking to purchase a property. Kindly keep an eye out for me. Have no worries. 1 month. At the latest, I will undoubtedly be back. Half an hour later, he ended the call and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, his thoughts drifted not to the grand cities of Kyoto, Shenzhou, or Huadu, but to his hometown, the historic city of Jinling. He particularly recalled the economic district on the eastern outskirts of Jinling, which had, overnight, transformed from an overlooked area into one where property values surged by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. In this era, many cities are burgeoning, and the public's gaze is fixated on the metropolises, often neglecting those cities that may not currently be in the spotlight, but are equally brimming with opportunities. The place that Liu Ze had his sights set on was precisely such a locale. There was little fierce competition, no immense financial pressures. Yet the eventual returns rivaled those of investments in top-tier cities. Everyone is aware that major cities are evolving at a breakneck pace. Over the coming years, property prices in these urban centers will shatter historical records. However, does breaking historical records truly equate to profit? Setting aside the fierce competition among investors, this endeavor is not merely a matter of insight. It requires substantial background, relationships, and robust financial support. Perhaps one could invest exorbitantly in land and buildings within a major city, holding them for a few years to reap tenfold or even several dozen times their initial investment. Yet, the current prices are already considerable. True investment does not hinge on the prestige of the asset, but rather on the eventual rate of return. In comparison, while major cities may yield tenfold or even 20-fold returns in a few years, why not invest in a chosen locale, seizing the opportunity for 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even greater returns within a year or half a year? This was Liu Ze's strategy. Nevertheless, he could not leave Shinan village in the short term. Fortunately, it seemed that the developments in the eastern part of Jinling would not materialize for several months, allowing him some breathing room. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Liu Ze even called his parents, requesting them to gather information, ideally compiling a comprehensive overview. Naturally, his mother was filled with questions, but Liu Ze could not disclose that the eastern district was on the verge of rapid development, poised to skyrocket in value within the next year or two, asking her to acquire as many properties and lands as possible. Such a statement would surely be met with disbelief. Thus, Liu Ze resorted to the pretext of a friend seeking to buy a house. Although lacking in persuasion, it at least served as a plausible excuse. He wondered if his mother would take it to heart. The matters concerning Shinan village needed to be resolved swiftly. Only 10 days remained. Liu Ze muttered to himself, his gaze resolute. The following morning, he walked towards the mountains of Shinan, greeted by the rising sun. Little Teacher Liu is here. Good morning, Teacher Liu. Have you had breakfast? If not, I have some pancakes for you. Upon reaching the riverside at the foot of the mountain, a group of villagers immediately greeted him. The sincerity and gratitude etched on their faces were palpable. Liu Ze had brought about countless transformations in their lives. The villagers, not particularly eloquent or versed in grand philosophies, nonetheless expressed heartfelt respect for Liu Ze, eager to offer him their finest provisions as a testament to his esteemed position in their hearts. Without Liu Ze, they would still be renowned as a poverty-stricken village, unable to afford even their children's school fees. Yet now, every household has embarked on the path to prosperity. This brings us to the primary industry of Shuanan village today, spicy crawfish. It has become the most popular dish in the night market of Cheong County, extending even beyond its borders to surrounding counties. During Liu Ze's recent visit to Lin City, he even encountered stalls selling spicy crawfish. The popularity of this dish is inextricably linked to Shuanan village. The 6 steadfast stalls generate a minimum of 20,000 in revenue each day. After an initial night of merely earning 18,500, the earnings soared to over 20,000 the following day, with the third day astonishingly surpassing 30,000. The level of success exceeded all expectations. Remarkably, just 5 days after launching their crawfish sales, many from neighboring counties began flocking to Shuanan village, where the 6 spicy crawfish stalls once achieved a remarkable feat of earning 50,000 in a single evening. Previously, Such a sum in one night was beyond the imagination of most. Yet, Shuanan village accomplished it. However, in this competitive world, challenges inevitably arise. On the 10th day of the spicy crawfish craze, new stalls began to appear in Xiong County, also selling spicy crawfish. Although their flavors could not match the meticulously crafted recipes of Shuanan village, they were deemed passable, particularly because their prices were lower. Initially, this did create a considerable impact on Shuanan's sales. Nevertheless, most of these competitors did not last long. After all, Shuanan village had prepared extensively for the sale of their crawfish. Beyond the carefully crafted seasonings, the key lay in the quality of their product. Every crawfish was raised in clean river water for at least 3 days before being brought to market, a mandate enforced by Lu Zhe even before they began selling. The results spoke for themselves. Many customers who tried other vendors returned, voicing complaints that not only did the taste fail to rival that of Shuanan's authentic crawfish, but the cleanliness was also lacking. A single bite often revealed grit and an unpleasant earthy flavor. At such times, the stall owners from Shuanan village would retort, of course, "Our Shuanan crawfish cannot be compared to those from muddy ditches. Ours are not only completely natural and pollution-free, but they are also fed with specially cultivated aquatic plants. Otherwise, why would we sell our crawfish at such a premium? Our small crayfish is unlike any other. You need only to observe the crayfish we cultivate in the river beneath our village to understand. While you may dine elsewhere without concern, I must caution you, should you suffer from an upset stomach, do not come seeking trouble with us. It has no connection to our produce." Such remarks effectively deter all aspiring tasters. Indeed, the crayfish from Shuanan village are distinct from those sold in other locales. Even the crayfish previously purchased from Shuanan village are nurtured in the river for a period before being sold. The conditions of their growth and upbringing are incomparable to those pulled from ordinary, foul ditches. Consequently, the reputation of Shuanan crayfish has been firmly established. In this era, reports concerning food health are ubiquitous, and the public increasingly prioritizes this aspect. When we assure you of their all-natural quality, coupled with the visibly pristine farming environment of Shuanan village, it naturally becomes the premier choice. However, Shuanan village does not aspire to monopolize the market. Having solidified the standing of its crayfish, Shuanan village boldly began to market its product beyond local confines. Orders soon poured in like snowflakes, not only from Cheongsuan but also from surrounding counties and cities, leading to a significant economic leap for the village. Lu Zhe's plans for Shuanan village have thus reached their initial phase of completion. Now, he embarks on the second phase. Chapter 65. The impending catastrophe. As Lu Zhe made his way, he greeted the villagers, who understood he was on his way to teach and thus did not delay him. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he encountered the village chief, Old Pai. Old Pai smiled upon seeing Lu Zhe. "Ah, just in time, Teacher Lu. I have matters to discuss with you. You're headed to class, right? Let us walk together. I won't take up too much of your time." "Teacher Lu." Young Teacher Lu. Dog Hua and Thin Monkey also greeted him. Lu Zhe nodded and casually inquired of Dog Hua, "How is the trademark situation progressing?" After the successful introduction of Shuanan crayfish in the county, Lu Zhe had tasked Dog Hua with registering a company and trademark. The trademark for Shuanan village is crucial, encompassing nearly all relevant categories, and even a series of defensive trademarks have been registered, including names like Sun Dong, Sun Shi, Sun Bei, and even Zhao Nan. This strategy is, of course, a preparation for future plans. Hearing Lu Zhe's question, Dog Hua nodded with a smile. "I've been visiting the business bureau daily. Everything has been submitted, and I estimate it will all be approved shortly." "Good. Have the advertising company prepare the signs as soon as possible and install them promptly. Also, in the coming days, ensure that both the river fishing grounds and the evening stalls prominently feature the Shuanan name to familiarize the public," Lu Zhe instructed. In truth, the villagers of Shuanan have already begun to act in accordance with this directive. After all, the signboard of Shuanan village during this period is truly exceptional. "Teacher Lu, the entire village owes you a debt of gratitude, and I, as an elder, am especially grateful," Elder Pai exclaimed with emotion. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Elder Pai, you needn't speak so formally. Shuanan is my home now. Helping my own family requires no thanks, wouldn't you agree?" "Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. We are one family. From now on, Shuanan village will always be your home, Teacher Lu." Elder Pai nodded repeatedly, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Lu Zhe understood that this sentiment was genuine. As they traversed the mountain path, he inquired, "Elder Pai, You mentioned wanting to discuss something with me. Elder Pai nodded, glancing at the path beneath their feet. Now that we've earned some money, we're considering road construction. Do you have any suggestions, Teacher Lu? Road construction? Lu Zhe was taken aback, then shook his head. There's no need to build it. What? Elder Pai was momentarily stunned, looking at Lu Zhe with curiosity. Why not? To grow wealthy, one must first build roads. He understood this principle well. Previously, they had no funds for road construction, but now that they had some money, Elder Pai wished for an improved life in the village. However, he knew that the expenses for such a project could be overwhelming, prompting him to consult Lu Zhe about whether to build a gravel road or to proceed in stages. He had not anticipated Lu Zhe's opposition to the road construction. Roads must indeed be built, but not this one, Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head. Then where shall we build? Elder Pai was perplexed. Yet, Lu Zhe refrained from elaborating, instead stating, while the money earned is considerable, it is more crucial to prepare for future developments. My suggestion is to postpone the road construction for now. There's no need to plan for it in the short term. At this, Elder Pai grasped Lu Zhe's intent to save the money and earn more before contemplating such matters. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall follow your advice. Teacher Lu. Elder Pai departed with his companions, and Lu Zhe turned to observe their figures, glancing down at the muddy mountain path before raising his gaze to the increasingly overcast sky, softly murmuring, if we were to construct the road now, it would be destroyed within 10 days. His opposition to road construction and the decision to conserve funds for future development were merely part of his reasoning. More importantly, Lu Zhe was acutely aware of the impending disaster that would unfold in 10 days. According to the historical trajectory of his previous life, Xuanan village was destined to face a cataclysm. A relentless downpour would shatter the village's tranquility, leading to landslides and mudflows that would inundate most of the mountain path and even reduce Xuanan village to ruins. In 10 days, Guala would be buried alive by the mudflow. In 10 days, Guanxianger would lose her legs. In 10 days, more tragedies would unfold. The villagers of Xuanan would suffer a loss of 1/4 of their population. It was a natural disaster, an unavoidable calamity that struck unexpectedly in the dead of night, leaving the aftermath enveloped in mourning and profound sorrow. At the time of the catastrophe, Lu Zhe was also in Xuanan village, narrowly escaping with his life. When the first wave of mudslides descended, it obliterated the school dormitory, and Lu Zhe was nearly buried alive. It was only through the valiant efforts of his friends that he was rescued from the debris, barely clinging to life. This second chance ignited within him a resolute determination to continue his teaching mission in Xuanan village. This incident would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. In this new life, Lu Zhe could have sought greater opportunities in a larger city, a place brimming with prospects more suited for a fresh start. Yet, he chose to remain and teach. His heart was tethered to the people of this small mountain village, and he could not bear to watch it endure another disaster. He was determined to effect change. Thus, he returned. Now, only 10 days remained before the impending catastrophe would strike the village. Fortunately, Lu Zhe felt a newfound confidence. He believed he could alter the course of events. As Lu Zhe approached the village entrance, the heavy clouds finally broke, releasing a gentle rain. Yet, amidst the downpour, a group of children continued to run forward, undeterred. Lu Zhe walked over and saw Chi Han, drenched and leaning on a cane. Why practice in the rain? He inquired. Chi Han shook her head. A football match is never without its challenges. Rain is a common occurrence. They must learn to adapt to playing in the rain. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Lu Zhe understood the truth in her words. Football matches do not pause for inclement weather. Players often must compete in the rain, facing slippery fields and reduced visibility, testing their willpower and adaptability. However, only Lu Zhe was aware that this rain would persist for at least another 10 days. He chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement and refraining from dissuading her. Instead, he shook the paper box he had carried up from the foot of the mountain. I brought you a gift. Would you like to see? A gift? For me? Chi Han exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhe nodded and handed it to her. Take a look and see if you like it. Chi Han, curious, accepted the box, feeling its weight. However, upon opening it, she stood frozen in disbelief. Inside was a meticulously crafted prosthetic limb. Though we may lose a leg, we must never forsake our pursuit of running, Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile. After all, you are incredibly strong. Chapter 66. The football team sets out. The rain intensified, blurring visibility. Accompanying the patter of raindrops were the spirited shouts of children running in the downpour. Yet, Chi-Han stood as if enchanted, clutching the box, her gaze fixed on the exquisite prosthetic limb within. "Shall we go back and give it a try?" Luze asked. Chi-Han pressed her lips together, shaking her head as she handed the box to Luze. "I cannot accept this item. My father inquired before, and a prosthetic limb costs at least 20,000 yuan. This one, which appears to be of superior quality, would undoubtedly be more expensive. I merely agreed to coach you. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. It is not as costly as you presume. I am acquainted with the manufacturer, and the wholesale price is quite reasonable," Luze urged. "Even so, I cannot accept it from you," Chi-Han replied with unwavering determination. "I consider myself fortunate to engage in what I love here. Furthermore, I earn my own salary. I cannot accept your generosity. But this has already been exposed to the rain. It cannot be returned, and I have no use for it. What shall we do?" Luze began, anticipating her refusal. As he spoke, Chi-Han's expression turned troubled. "It cannot be returned. Am I to have you take it back?" "In truth, this was a collective gift from the villagers," Luze clarified. "What?" Chi-Han was taken aback. "I initially intended to purchase it myself for you. But upon discovering that such a prosthetic existed, the villagers pooled their resources to have me bring it back for you, as a token of their appreciation." Luze explained softly. He spoke the truth. Previously, he had asked Zhu Qing to contact the local supplier of prosthetics, and they had just arrived in Qiong County. Upon hearing that Luze had bought it for Chi-Han, the villagers quickly contributed funds to present it as a gift from the village. Luze did not decline, not solely because the villagers had sufficient means to cover the cost, but also because he understood it was a gesture of respect from the residents of Xuanan village towards Chi-Han. Over the past 20 days, Chi-Han and her father had become familiar with the villagers. They appreciated the girl who, despite having a leg impaired, could still teach children to play football. However, Chi-Han's reserved nature made the villagers hesitant to engage her in conversation. Nonetheless, their goodwill towards her had never waned. They admired her courage. Though most villagers struggled to articulate their sentiments, choosing instead to keep their thoughts to themselves. Now, with Luze's simple words, that goodwill had been conveyed to Chi-Han. It was not pity, it was acceptance. They sincerely believed she was an excellent teacher and coach. Unsure of how to express their feelings towards her, they chose this manner of communication. Luze smiled gently. "So take it. The match is approaching, where the prosthetic stand tall for everyone to see, and lead our football team to victory." Chi-Han wiped her face, uncertain whether it was rain or tears. Perhaps it was both. This time, she did not refuse, holding the prosthetic tightly. After a moment of silence, Chi-Han asked, "Am I truly difficult to get along with?" Luze paused, then countered, "What do you think?" "I must be hard to relate to, as I rarely converse with anyone in the village outside of teaching and training." Hn lowered her head, seemingly speaking to LZ, yet it felt as though she were confiding in herself. "It is not that I am unwilling to express myself, but rather that I find myself at a loss for words. I have languished for 3 years, and during this time, I have forgotten how to communicate with others." Her flat tone carried a hint of melancholy for the past. LZ understood the plight of a former athletic prodigy who, faced with adversity, had lost her opportunity to compete on the field, subsequently confining herself within a cage of her own making. This cage was both her room and her innermost self. "But everything is all right now, is it not?" LZ said with a smile. "Indeed," Hn replied, breaking into a smile of her own. "Everything is all right." 5 days later, at the Qiong County bus station, the day had come for the youth football team from Xnn village to embark on their journey. "Boys, let us go." With a resounding shout from Wing, a group of children eagerly jumped off the tractor, their faces alight with excitement, their eyes wide as they took in their surroundings. For these children from the mountains, opportunities to visit the county were rare, and each visit was a marvel. LZ also disembarked, assisting Qn down from the vehicle. "The rest is in your hands now. Rest assured, we will surely bring home the championship," Qn proclaimed with determination. LZ, however, shook his head. "Winning the championship is not the sole objective. I understand. The primary concern is the children's well-being." As Qn took a few steps, her prosthetic limb had become remarkably adept in just a few days. She glanced back at the station and smiled at LZ. "But as a coach, my goal is the championship, provided there are no unforeseen circumstances. We shall seize that victory." LZ smiled and nodded in agreement. "Teacher L, aren't you coming?" After the initial excitement had subsided, the children looked at LZ with pleading eyes. I shall not be joining, as there are others who need to attend school, LZ replied. The final match will be held in LN City, and your teacher Q is quite familiar with that place, so you can trust her guidance. The children felt a twinge of disappointment. LZ, unable to avoid becoming somewhat of a nagging figure, began issuing reminders to heed QHN's instructions, to refrain from wandering aimlessly, to stay indoors when not needed, and to ensure they did not get lost after the match. He knew such admonitions might be tiresome, but he could not help it. Watching the children, whom he had grown close to, leave XN village and Xiing County for the first time without his presence made it difficult for him to hold back, much like a parent watching their child embark on a journey. Fortunately, the children did not seem impatient. Their admiration for LZ made them attentive to his words, committing each piece of advice to memory. Finally, LZ approached Gu En Xiing, who had recently cut her hair short and donned androgynous clothing, making it hard to discern her as a girl at first glance. Take care of yourself on the field and avoid injury. Yes, Gu En Xiing nodded earnestly, then looked at LZ with a serious expression. But, teacher, if you do not come, you won't see me win the championship. Lu Zei smiled, proclaiming, with Xiang's prowess, securing the championship is a certainty. Furthermore, reporters will be present during the competition, and I shall witness Xiang's brilliance on television. Is that true? Guan Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her fists. I shall certainly bring a championship back for you, teacher. Excellent. Lu Zei chuckled, affectionately tousling her hair. Nearby, Chi Han cast a glance at Lu Zei, then at Guan Xiang, his eyes reflecting a peculiar sentiment. The little girl remained blissfully unaware that this competition was solely for her, the pride of the entire village. All right, let us embark. The competition is this afternoon, and we must not delay. Lu Zei waved his hand, opting for brevity as he encouraged everyone to set off. Chi Han immediately took the lead, guiding the group toward the station. However, before boarding, a multitude of children halted in unison, turning to Lu Zei and shouting, Teacher, we shall bring you that championship. Xiang, victory is ours. Lu Zei smiled and waved at the spirited group as he turned to leave. Only Wang Aigua noticed the tears at the corner of Lu Zei's eyes, murmuring, the wind and sand today are quite fierce. Chapter 67 Arrogance. After departing from the station, Lu Zei and Wang Aigua did not return to the village. Instead, they made their way to the county education office. The soccer team from Shuanan village was not heading straight to Lin City. Rather, they were bound for a neighboring county named Luo County to participate in a soccer match, though it was labeled as a provincial youth soccer tournament. Only 9 teams were competing in total. The quarterfinals were to be held in Lin City. With the addition of Qi County's team, it was necessary to establish the top 8 teams beforehand. The most effective method was to pit the weakest team from last year against the Shuanan team. The victor would proceed directly to the quarterfinals in Qi County. Thus, Shuanan's first opponent was the Central Primary School of Luo County. Accompanying the Shuanan soccer team was a staff member from the county education office, who had already departed for Luo County ahead of them. This individual was responsible for the match arrangements and would relay updates back to ensure everyone knew whether the Shuanan team would be heading to Lin City or returning home dejectedly that evening. Despite his confidence in his team, Lu Zei harbored a touch of trepidation due to their lack of competitive experience. Truthfully, he felt somewhat anxious. The dynamics of internal matches differed significantly from official competitions. He remained uncertain about how far the Shuanan soccer team could advance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the education office, before they could enter, Wang Aigua suddenly stopped Lu Zei, lowering his voice. Teacher Lu, it will take at least 2 hours to reach Luo County. Shall we wait a little longer? Lu Zei, puzzled, shook his head. Let us proceed. The match times are likely already confirmed, and it is prudent to ascertain these details first. Have you truly forgotten, Teacher Lu? Wang Aigua pressed, his urgency palpable. Lu Zei, bewildered, sensed that Wang Aigua was concealing something, unable to comprehend. Forgotten what? That. Wang Aigua gestured emphatically for a while. Noticing that Lu Zei seemed genuinely perplexed, he lowered his voice and remarked, the uncle of that girl you were friends with is in the education department, and I believe he holds a position of authority. If we proceed, we might find ourselves targeted. At this moment, Lu Zei comprehended the implication. He had forgotten about this matter himself, yet someone was keeping track for him. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed and replied with a smile, do not worry. That individual has been suspended and is under investigation. He has a multitude of his own issues to contend with and is unlikely to seek trouble with me. What? Wang Aigua was taken aback. When did this happen? I haven't heard anything about it. Lu Zhe continued. It must have been last month, after the magistrate's visit. Wang Aigua appeared confused. Is that so? I heard it was due to bribery and that he was reported. Lu Zhe shrugged, responding in a nonchalant tone, completely devoid of any indication that he was connected to the situation. In truth, the whistleblower was none other than Lu Zhe himself. He bore no ill will towards the man, despite having faced deliberate obstruction in securing a formal position during his previous life. However, this did not mean he would simply sit back and await trouble from others. Thus, when he had invited Zhou Yutong to the village for a photo shoot, he had also taken the liberty of submitting a report to the provincial education department. A trivial task, yet it effectively eliminated potential complications, a habit of Lu Zhe's. Had it not been for Wang Aigua's mention, Lu Zhe might have entirely forgotten about it. Upon entering the education department, as Lu Zhe had anticipated, the individual implicated in the bribery scandal was nowhere to be found, and no incidents of harassment towards rural teaching staff had occurred. Nevertheless, many of the personnel appeared less than cordial towards Lu Zhe and Wang Aigua. Lu Zhe observed this with a hint of curiosity. It is not so much that they hold any grudge against you. Rather, they are simply intimidated by the prospect of defeat. An elder, cradling a cup of goji berry-infused water, explained. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Wang Aigua, lacking Lu Zhe's patience, could not suppress his curiosity. Intimidated? Why? We haven't even competed yet. True, but the outcome is already widely anticipated. The elder shook his head. In the past 2 years, our county was quite supportive of sports initiatives. Whenever there were competitions, we would participate. Yet what was the result? We gained nothing. In basketball, we fell short. In volleyball, we were outmatched. And even in soccer, we participated but were bested. Take soccer, for instance. A couple of years ago, our county central primary school had a team that competed in the neighboring Luoxian and suffered a humiliating defeat, losing 20-0. Each time our education department representatives attended provincial meetings, they were met with ridicule, which ultimately led to a cessation of such endeavors. They have grown weary of the prospect of defeat. Wang Aigua expressed his disagreement. Old sir, I cannot accept your words. You haven't even competed yet, and you already feel defeated. We have witnessed the arduous training of the children in our village every single day. Moreover, our teachers, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, are exceptionally talented. They are aiming for the championship this time. The old man was momentarily rendered speechless, shaking his head in silence. Just then, a few others entered the room, and, upon hearing Wang Aigua's remarks, immediately shook their heads and laughed. You are quite amusing. Does rigorous training guarantee a championship? Our previous teams trained just as hard, yet ended up with nothing. The truth is, our county lacks qualified coaching resources and proper facilities. The children's nutrition pales in comparison. Over in Lu County, the situation is better, while the children from Lin City drink milk daily and are robust in physique. You cannot simply catch up to them through effort alone. In my opinion, rather than fussing over a football match, it would be wiser to consider how to nurture a few university graduates for our pride. The crowd chimed in with their opinions. Wang Aigua was momentarily taken aback, wanting to refute their claims, yet he felt that there was some merit to their arguments. However, he could not help but feel a twinge of discontent and turned to Lu Zhe for support. Xiao Lu, do we truly stand no chance? In response, Lu Zhe merely smiled, exuding calm and composure. Addressing Wang Aigua's inquiry, he responded with a simple, yes. This brief affirmation instantly bolstered Wang Aigua's confidence. The others regarded Lu Zhe with disdain. How could a mere volunteer teacher without formal credentials possibly comprehend these matters? They deemed him just another naive youth. The elderly man, who was sipping goji berry water, was somewhat taken aback by Wang Aigua's immediate trust in Lu Zhe's words, and he scrutinized Lu Zhe with newfound interest, smilingly asking, Xiao Lu, do you truly believe we can win? As for the first official match of the Sunin village team, Lu Zhe felt a flutter of anxiety within, yet he knew that they could not afford to lose face. While he could not guarantee a championship, he confidently declared regarding the rather unremarkable Lu County team, with my eyes closed, I could make them weep. What a bold proclamation. The others shook their heads in disbelief. And the elderly man too expressed his disappointment, thinking that he had hoped for something extraordinary from this rural teacher, only to find him a fool devoid of realistic logic. Just then, someone shouted, a phone call has come in. The team from Shuanyun Village has arrived in Lu County. Chapter 68. Prepare the chariots and invite the guests into the trap. The call was from a staff member accompanying the team, who had arrived in Lu County ahead of time. She called to inform everyone that she had welcomed the young players from the soon-in football team and that they were on their way to the Central Primary School in Lu County. This was a routine report. After hanging up, everyone returned to their own activities. Luze breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had arrived safely. And now it was merely a matter of awaiting the match results. For reasons he could not quite articulate, he had initially felt uncertain. But upon the arrival of the soon-in youth football team in Lu County, a sense of reassurance settled within him. Originally, I anticipated that the next call would likely come a few hours before the match. However, to my surprise, merely 15 minutes had passed when the phone rang again. Bad news. The officials from Luo County demanded to advance the match. They claimed that competing against us was a waste of time due to the rain, and they planned to charter a vehicle to the provincial capital, departing this afternoon. Therefore, they wished to complete the match with us earlier, setting off this morning to reach the provincial city sooner. Upon hearing this news, the officials from Cheong County were instantly incensed. Everyone was filled with indignation. What is the meaning of this? Are they completely disregarding us? Even before the match, they are already contemplating their journey to the provincial capital. Who do they think they are looking down upon? This is not merely disrespect. It is a blatant dismissal of our worth. The children had just endured over 2 hours of travel. After disembarking, they deserved a moment to rest and have a meal. To demand an immediate match is clearly a deliberate affront towards us. Absolutely not. We refused to comply. It was agreed that the match would take place in the afternoon. On what grounds do they insist on advancing it? They may have previously held little hope for the football teams from Shuanan Village, but in public, we must maintain our composure and exhibit our resolve. At this moment, everyone stood firm, advocating for the dignity of the Shuanan Village football team. Just then, an even graver piece of news arrived. The head of the Luo County Education Office personally applied pressure, and the coach of the Shuanan Village football team had already acquiesced. The match was set to commence imminently. What? This is absurd. Everyone was taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of anger, but after the initial outrage, silence enveloped the room. The head official's intervention was not something a mere coach could dismiss, and even if Chi Han were present, she would likely have no choice but to acquiesce. How could we hope to win this match? With such haste, even if the children could indeed triumph, they would surely be exhausted, and considering the match was in Luo County, the venue would undoubtedly favor them. The referees were likely their people. This was truly an egregious affront. The group wore expressions of dismay, each muttering their grievances. At that moment, the door swung open, and everyone looked up. Quickly rising to their feet, it was County Magistrate Shui. Luze also turned to see Shui Hanhai entering the room, and with a broad smile, he greeted the assembly. I happened to come by the education office and heard that the Shuanan Village football team was competing, so I decided to check on the situation. Though he claimed it was a casual visit, it was evidently a deliberate trip. However, the assembly had little inclination to speculate. They were all deeply troubled and quickly relayed the circumstances to Shui Hanhai. The smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a somber expression. Is this true? Now that the coach of the Shuanan Village football team has consented, it is futile for us to make a call at this point. The elder who had spoken earlier wore a similarly troubled countenance. Shui Hanhai pressed his lips together in contemplation. His concern for Shuanan Village is distinctly different. Previously, the title of Windmill Village filled him with joy, as he believed an opportunity for Cheong County had finally arrived. However, to his dismay, Windmill Village never once mentioned Cheong County, leaving his hopes dashed. Fortunately, Shuanan Village is set to participate in a football match again, which could present another chance. Yet, with recent developments, it is only natural for anyone to feel discontent. If necessary, I shall make a call to the officials in Luo County to address this matter, ensuring our small football team is afforded a fair environment. At these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. With the county magistrate personally intervening, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Just then, a voice unexpectedly broke through. No need. The crowd turned to locate the speaker, and upon recognizing him, they were momentarily taken aback. The speaker was none other than Luze. Wasn't he the volunteer teacher from Shuanan Village? It was said that he had personally registered the football team in Lin City, and now he deemed it unnecessary? Was he truly unperturbed? Did Teacher Lu harbor any reservations? Shui Hanhai found this equally perplexing. County Magistrate Shui, Thank you for your concern for the Shuanan village football team. But this matter does not require your intervention, Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head. The venue for the match is in Luo County, and the referees are local, rendering fairness a moot point. They can compel our team to play ahead of schedule. Even if you insist on adhering to the agreed-upon time, it would be futile. If they resort to underhanded tactics, there is no escape for us. Lu Zhe's reasoning was straightforward. If someone intends to target you, they possess myriad means to do so, leaving you defenseless. Even if you are a county magistrate, respected as you might be, you are still merely the magistrate of Cheong County, the poorest in the province. It is uncertain whether they would heed your authority. Even if they did, they could still easily manipulate your football team at will. The gathered crowd, being astute individuals, quickly understood Lu Zhe's implications, and their expressions darkened. It was sheer oppression. This was an overt attempt to undermine them, leaving them utterly powerless. Anger surged within them, but more than that was a sense of helplessness. There was no escaping the lowly status of Cheong County, which languished at the bottom of the provincial hierarchy. Its economy faltered, its education system was lacking, and even the higher-ups showed little regard for it. From the county magistrate to the educational authorities, they were looked down upon. In essence, their diminished standing caused them to be disrespected wherever they went. This was the crux of their despair. Are we to merely watch as we lose the match, allowing those children to return after facing such inequitable treatment? Someone voiced their discontent. When they come back, I will have no face to show them. A profound silence fell over the others. Indeed, they were just a group of children, yet they found themselves bullied due to their county's weakness. When it came down to it, wasn't the responsibility partially theirs? In truth, my primary intention is not this. At the moment when the atmosphere reached an extreme silence, Lu Zhe gently shook his head, his voice clear and resolute. The primary reason I do not wish for County Magistrate Shui's assistance is our little football team. We can win. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Lu Zhe's overwhelming confidence, which bordered on arrogance. They had already set up their carriages, prepared to easily swallow them whole, utterly bewildered by the audacity of Lu Zhe's statement. However, Shui Hanhai gazed at Lu Zhe with keen interest. Teacher Lu, do you have a plan? No, Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head. But before Shui Hanhai could feel disheartened, Lu Zhe added, but I am certain that our football coach will have a solution. This coach was not one easily swayed by mere words from the director of the county education office. Her acquiescence indicated one thing. She would ensure that the competing football team from Luo County would truly understand what it meant to be tested. Chapter 69. The first match. Lu Zhe's confidence stemmed not from himself, but from Chi Han. From Lu Zhe's perspective, having lived 2 lifetimes, his understanding of Chi Han was sufficiently profound. Perhaps at the beginning, Chi Han was a fragile child. Yet now, she had evolved into a remarkably resilient young woman, stubborn, unyielding, and fiercely independent. Would someone of her caliber yield to unreasonable demands simply because of pressure from the education director of a neighboring county? Please. Chi Han was not a product of the system. She didn't even possess a formal teaching certification. So how did she come to acquiesce to such unreasonable demands? The answer was evident. At this very moment, 2 hours away from Cheong County, the young football players from Shuanan village had changed into their uniforms and were warming up beside the field at the Central Primary School of Luo County. Chi Han, clad in athletic wear, stood nearby, her expression serious as she instructed, "Do you remember the tactics I just outlined?" "Yes," the children replied in unison. One timidly asked, "But coach, you previously mentioned that this tactic carries an element of insult. If we proceed with it now, would that not be inappropriate?" "Inappropriate?" Chi Han shrugged, glancing at the children. "There is something I had not intended to share, but I believe it's important for you to know now." The opposing coach remarked to me, just as we disembarked, that you are a bunch of impoverished children. Furthermore, they claim that any teacher capable of instructing you is worthless. As your coach, I am indifferent to their insults. But what about your teacher Lu? In an instant, a surge of indignation radiated from the children's eyes. They could tolerate being looked down upon, but to disrespect teacher Lu was a grave offense. All right, let's take the field. Chi Han did not ignite further tension. Instead, she urged everyone to enter the pitch, giving Guan Xianger a supportive pat on the shoulder. A group of children from Shuanan village, who had merely snacked on some provisions during the journey, now stepped onto the field with sharp gazes and an air of fierce determination. Merely stepping onto the field, the aura emanating from the team caused the opposing coach to furrow his brow in confusion. What was happening? Were these not mere inexperienced youths? Where did such confidence originate? The coach, equally bewildered, contemplated the situation but could not fathom the reason behind it. However, as he observed the formation of the Shinan Village youth football team, a sense of unease began to settle within him. The 4-3-3 formation had evolved since the introduction of the first standardized football formation, the 5-3-2, in 1848. Football formations have continuously transformed in accordance with the progression of the sport, becoming common knowledge for many. Typically, weaker teams adopt a defensive formation like the 5-3-2 when facing stronger opponents. But the 4-3-3? That was an attacking formation. What was the intention of a team from a small mountain village to adopt such an offensive stance? Hesitating momentarily, the coach promptly instructed his players to remain vigilant and not to underestimate their opponents. However, his words bore little weight. A group of students from Luoxian Central Primary School gazed at the 11 slender, sun-kissed mountain children before them, instinctively feeling a twinge of disdain. They refrained from mocking aloud. But their conversations were laced with an unmistakable air of superiority. With a sharp whistle, the match commenced, and the opening possession naturally fell to Luoxian Central Primary School. A tall player, nearly 1.8 meters in height, received a pass from a teammate and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the shorter opponents. Was this the challenge they had traveled so far to face? Yet, as he stood there in disbelief, his coach suddenly shouted, "Fool! What are you doing? Pay attention to the ball." Ball? The tall player blinked, instinctively looking down, only to see a blurred dart past him, and in the next instant, the ball was gone from beneath his feet. Turning around, he was astounded to find a diminutive figure had seized the football and sent it soaring forward. Oh no! They had lost possession. A jolt of alarm surged through the tall player as he hastily retreated, yet he felt a flicker of reassurance. After all, the match had just begun, and their defense was intact. The opposing team should logically play it safe by passing back, allowing their forwards to advance, rather than launching a reckless attack. But in the next moment, the tall player was left in shock. A short-haired, fair-skinned figure surged forward, receiving the ball and charging toward their goal. What was she doing? He stood frozen as he witnessed a terrifying scene that would be etched into his memory forever. With the football seemingly tethered to her feet, Guanxiang raced toward the goal at an astonishing speed. Naturally, the players of Luoxian Central Primary School rushed to defend, with one midfielder attempting to intercept. Yet, despite the ball being right in front of him, he couldn't grasp it. Instead, Guanxiang effortlessly outmaneuvered the first defender with a simple flick and a swift touch, leaving one adversary behind, then another. Clearly, this first official match for the football prodigy Guanxiang would not be ordinary. Beneath her feet, it was as if the wind had come to life, propelling her at an astonishing speed. Unfazed by the defenders attempting to intercept her, she showcased her remarkable dribbling skills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, she maneuvered through the center and surged into the penalty area, where no one could thwart her advance, resulting in an impressive feat of bypassing 5 players. The goalkeeper, unable to remain passive any longer, lunged towards her. Yet, with a disdainful snort, she declared, "My teacher is anything but worthless." In the next moment, she struck the ball. Bang! The football shot forth like a cannonball. The goalkeeper, startled, hurriedly stretched out his hand to intercept it. Though he grazed the ball with his fingertips, he was utterly powerless to halt its forceful trajectory, watching helplessly as it soared into the upper right corner of the net. Whoosh! The ball had found its mark. Glancing at the clock, it was evident that merely 40 seconds had elapsed since the match commenced, yet in that brief span, she had executed an extraordinary solo run and scored. Swift. Too swift. Many spectators had yet to adjust to the game's intensity when the ball had already nestled in the net. What are you waiting for? This team is off kilter. Get your act together. Keep a vigilant eye on that little brat. Ensure he is neutralized. The coach of the Luo County Central Primary School team barked, snapping the players back to attention, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at her. What sort of creature is this? In an instant, 2 players charged towards her, ready to closely mark the terrifying figure. However, they were soon left bewildered. Upon the restart of play, they were struck with disbelief. The 2 of them could not contain her. Her speed was unparalleled. She moved like a whirlwind across the field, seemingly ready to sprint 10 kilometers without pause. Before long, the second goal emerged, once again orchestrated by her. After evading 2 pursuers, she surged forward as if to score solo, but then unexpectedly veered towards the left flank. with a throng of players trailing behind her. Just then, she executed a cross, and from seemingly nowhere, a player named Taro appeared, receiving the ball and shouting, "Our teacher is anything but worthless." Subsequently, he struck a goal. Next came the third goal. Mirroring the previous pattern, she remained the absolute core and architect of the attack. While another child claimed the goal. Before scoring, he echoed the now familiar refrain, "Our teacher is anything but worthless." Upon hearing this for the third time, the Luo County Central Primary School coach felt a jolt of realization and turned his gaze to the field. Indeed, the child who scored the third goal after netting it swiftly retreated to reinforce the position of the defender, prompting the two defenders to advance a step. The defenders transformed into forwards, while the forwards repositioned as strikers. In an instant, a terrifying thought emerged in the mind of the coach from Luo County Central Primary School. Are they going to let everyone score? Chapter 70. My teacher is not trash. Attack, attack, pass more, do not all follow that pretty boy. Attack from other angles, do not stubbornly confront. This coach, displaying some acumen, discerned the opponent's intentions and directly conceived a method to counter them. Since the Shuanan Village football team was so audacious, he would seize the opportunity to counterattack, taking advantage of their reckless position changes to score. However, while the idea was commendable, the execution proved to be far more challenging. The sole reason for this was the formidable Guan Xiang. This girl's talent in football was truly beyond imagination. Her individual skill and organizational ability were nothing short of invincible. One person could rival an army of 1,000,000. Though such a statement may seem exaggerated, it must be acknowledged that Guan Xianger's prowess alone was sufficient to dominate the entire Luo County Central Primary School team. After all, compared to other provincial youth football teams, this squad was among the weakest, which explained why they found themselves in a match against Shuanan Village in the first place. With their inherent lack of strength, they were utterly powerless against Guan Xianger's ferocious playing style. They wanted to attack, but the opportunities simply did not arise. Initially, Shuanan Village employed a standard 4-3-3 formation. But as the game progressed, they transformed into a bizarre 2-5-3 formation, placing all their defense in midfield. Luo County Central Primary School couldn't even breach the midfield. This, in turn, provided Guan Xianger with ample opportunities to orchestrate plays. Hat tricks, dribbling past opponents, bicycle kicks, rapid feints, every standard football skill, regardless of proficiency, was executed by Guan Xianger, making her the most dazzling player on the field. By the end, her mere presence intimidated the opposing team. Even more astonishing was Guan Xianger's endurance. Although she was a girl disguised as a boy, her physical stamina surpassed that of her male peers. She hardly paused throughout the first half and showed no signs of fatigue. Despite her unstoppable prowess, she only scored one goal. This was because she generously assisted all her teammates for the subsequent goals. The other players of the Shuanan football team also contributed admirably, with every position from wing midfielder to center back having opportunities to showcase their skills. In truth, their task was not arduous. The only requirement for scoring was to run. They needed to run incessantly. When Guan Xianger signaled, they would swiftly make their forward runs and await her pass. Then, it would simply be a matter of shooting. Moreover, the children from Shuanan Village seemed enchanted. Each child who scored would shout in unison, "My teacher is not trash." A few shouts were manageable, but when the entire team echoed this chant, the players from Luo County Central Primary School finally broke down, particularly as the first half was nearing its conclusion. They saw the goalkeeper from Shuanan Village stealthily approaching the goal, causing all the children to utterly collapse. They realized there was no way to continue. This is not merely a game of football. It feels like a slap in the face. The victory has left us exhilarated. The Xiananfang Village football team has triumphed. And so has Cheong County. At the moment the staff conveyed the news over the phone, everyone present at the Cheong County Education Department could not help but erupt in cheers. Especially after learning some details about the match, their faces lit up with joy, and they exchanged exuberant conversations. Ha ha ha. Cheong County has truly made a name for itself this time. We have brought glory to our county. These kids are remarkable. Look at Luo County, employing every tactic at their disposal, yet still ending in defeat. They have lost face immensely. Ha ha. When we attend the next meeting and encounter those from Luo County, we can hold our heads high. Indeed, I heard that after just one half of the match, Luo County Central Primary School conceded defeat without even playing the second half. They had no choice but to submit. We scored 11 goals in the first half alone. with each player contributing to the tally. If they did not admit defeat, would they prefer to suffer further humiliation in the second half? I can already envision the expressions on the faces of those from Luo County. Speaking of which, our little team is truly impressive. Who knows? We might even clinch the championship. By the way, where is that volunteer teacher from Xiananfang village? Yes, where has he gone? In the aftermath of the excitement, someone sought to praise Lu Zhe, only to find his absence in the room. Teacher Lu, are we leaving just like this? Wang Aigua inquired curiously outside the education department. Lu Zhe smiled. The children are likely heading straight to Lin City. Our presence here is of little consequence now, since we have won. It means the children from Xiananfang village will be heading to Lin City this afternoon to prepare for the upcoming quarterfinals. Remaining here serves no further purpose. Wang Aigua scratched his head, acknowledging the soundness of Lu Zhe's reasoning, and promptly followed suit. The children truly excelled. Everyone in that room was beaming, and it is all thanks to them. They have brought pride to our Xiananfang village. Lu Zhe smiled, just about to respond, when a voice called out from behind. Teacher Lu, wait. Turning around, he found it was none other than County Magistrate Shui. Noticing Lu Zhe had halted, Shui Hanhai quickly approached him, giving a thumbs up. Teacher Lu, you are amazing. Not only are you leading Xiananfang village toward prosperity, but you have also trained such an impressive team. The credit primarily goes to Coach Qi. I am merely a facilitator, Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head. I know that Coach Qi was brought in by you, so it is certainly related to you. Shui Hanhai chuckled, clearly aware of the situation. At that moment, he felt a surge of admiration for this young man, who always seemed to bring unexpected delights. County Magistrate Shui, you didn't come out just to praise me, did you? Lu Zhe asked with a warm smile. Faced with this expression, Shui Hanhai felt as though his thoughts were being read, leaving him increasingly intrigued by the unassuming youth who seemed to possess an air of wisdom beyond his years. Shaking his head to dismiss the chaotic thoughts, Shui Hanhai did not beat around the bush with Lu Zhe. He spoke directly. Regarding the Nujiang Bridge, I have already proposed it to the provincial authorities. In fact, I even enlisted my mentor to advocate on my behalf. I doubt they will change their stance, but at least the implementation of this year's plans has been temporarily halted. I have done as you requested. What are your plans moving forward? During this period, while Lu Zhe was preoccupied, Shui Hanhai remained industrious. Since their last conversation, he had continued to propose the construction of the Nujiang Bridge to the province, even leveraging his connections and his mentor's influence, albeit barely managing to buy some time. However, he was uncertain how long this delay could last. Anxiety gnawed at him. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Hanhai added, as for the Windmill Village situation, we have already squandered our opportunity. Do we truly intend to rely solely on the football team to attract attention? This was what vexed Shui Hanhai the most. When news of Windmill Village first broke, it garnered widespread attention across the nation. Shui Hanhai had hoped it would captivate the public and lead to further engagement. Yet, after much effort, it turned out to be merely the news of Shuanan Village, which no one seemed to recognize. Wasn't this akin to drawing water with a basket? Without attention, what was the point of the endeavor? Had the name of Windmill Village been wasted? At this moment, Lu Zhe shook his head, looking at Shui Hanhai with a hint of reproach. County Magistrate Shui, do you know why your mentor, despite having considerable connections, is only able to come to Cheong County? What? Shui Hanhai felt a jolt of surprise, gazing at Lu Zhe incredulously. This young man dared to speak so boldly? Yet Lu Zhe remained unfazed and continued. Your perspective is somewhat narrow. Chapter 71. Advancing to the finals to suggest that the esteemed county magistrate had a limited vision, especially in front of others, was a bold move indeed. Lu Zhe was truly one of a kind. Before Shui Hanhai could respond, Wang Aigua, sitting nearby, was startled, nearly jumping out of his seat. It was clear that Lu Zhe was not an ordinary individual. Most would feel pressured when conversing with a county magistrate, let alone utter such words. Lu Zhe, however, was genuinely unconcerned. Firstly, because he had lived a second life and had no intention of being timid. Secondly, he regarded Shui Hanhai as an ally. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so directly. Yet, despite the harshness of his words, it was a matter of whether Shui Hanhai could accept them. If he could not, Lu Zhe would have to concede that he had misjudged him. If he could accept it, Shui Hanhai would undoubtedly become a valuable asset. As expected, Shui Hanhai's expression darkened. As a county magistrate, being told he had a narrow perspective by a volunteer teacher was particularly stinging. However, Lu Zhe's blunt words compelled Shui Hanhai to pause and reflect deeply. He is not one to unleash his temper or wield authority. Rather, he possesses a genuine passion for his work and a profound love for the land of Cheong County. Otherwise, he would not tirelessly traverse the region, even visiting the impoverished elementary schools scattered throughout the county. Have you figured it out? Lu Zhe observed the earnest contemplation of Shui Hanhai and could not help but nod approvingly, smiling as he inquired. Shui Hanhai pursed his lips and replied, I think I have an inkling. Although the average person may not realize that Windmill Village is actually Shuanan Village, those who truly wish to know will find out. Especially those in higher positions. They probably already recognize that the now-renowned Windmill Village is indeed Shuanan Village. Look, do you still consider the name Windmill Village a waste? County Magistrate Shui? Lu Zhe chuckled. But if they are aware and still remain unresponsive, isn't that squandering an opportunity? Shui Hanhai retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. What do you think they should respond with? Lu Zhe queried. Isn't it obvious? Shui Hanhai answered without hesitation. Of course, they ought to vigorously promote poverty alleviation, attract investment, and stimulate the local economy. And what do you believe Cheong County has to offer for development? Lu Zhe inquired. This question rendered Shui Hanhai momentarily speechless. In truth, he had pondered the development of Cheong County on numerous occasions, yet the crux of the issue lay in his utter lack of clarity regarding what exactly should be developed. After all, Cheong County's geographical position is far from advantageous, and the locality lacks any distinguishing features. It is, in essence, an unremarkable city devoid of uniqueness. Attracting investment has only drawn in fraudsters, while local development has yielded little progress. He was aware of the poverty. However, if he knew how to escape it, he would have long since led Cheong County to prosperity. Therein lies the problem, Lu Zhe remarked. If you yourself do not know how Cheong County can achieve wealth and prosperity, what makes you think those in higher positions, who have never even visited Cheong County, would have any insight? Poverty alleviation is essential, but it cannot merely consist of throwing money at the issue. That would simply be gifting money. There are numerous regions across the nation, and the name Windmill Village indeed holds significance. Those in authority likely wish to cultivate Windmill Village. However, the pressing issue remains. How can we transform the circumstances of Cheong County? Progress must be made step by step, without a sound plan or a vision for development. Even if the entire world acknowledges that Windmill Village is Shuanan Village, it would be futile. Then is there any point in our efforts? Shui Hanhai asked. Disappointment etched upon his face. Certainly, there is significance. Lu Zhe affirmed with a confident smile. The name Windmill Village has already attracted attention. The lack of action thus far is simply due to the absence of hope here. But what if we can show them hope? What if the development of Shuanan Village dazzles them and reveals opportunities for change? Don't you think they would lend a helping hand when we are in need? Are you suggesting that you have a solution? Shui Hanhai was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded with a look of astonishment and eager anticipation directed at Lu Zhe. There are indeed solutions, Lu Zhe nodded. What are your plans? Please share them with me. Shui Hanhai pressed eagerly. Yet, at a crucial moment, Lu Zhe shook his head and said, I cannot divulge anything at this time. This frustrated Shui Hanhai, who did not anticipate that Lu Zhe would still be withholding information. Lu Zhe continued, there are many things that, even if I told you now, you would not believe. Therefore, I cannot disclose them just yet. However, you will soon understand my intentions. Shui Hanhai furrowed his brow. All right, County Magistrate Shui, Lu Zhe smiled. Your task is not yet complete. Our football team still has to compete in the semifinals, aiming for the championship. I hope you can accompany the governor to watch the match during the finals. If we indeed reach the finals, I will certainly attend. As for the governor, rest assured, I will shamelessly persuade him to join us at the game. Upon mentioning the football team, a smile finally reappeared on Shui Hanhai's face. But do you genuinely believe your team can reach the finals? I had my doubts before. Lu Zhe chuckled. After our match against County Luo, I can assure you that we will definitely make it to the finals. Lu Zhe's confidence sometimes seemed unfounded. Yet it was undeniable that such audacious belief often bore fruit. As he predicted, in the following days of competition, the Shuanan Village football team grew stronger with each match. They progressed from the top 8 to the Final 4, and then from the Final 4 to the championship match. The performance of the Shuanan Village football team exceeded everyone's expectations, transforming them into the biggest dark horse of this year's youth football tournament in Ju Province. The players' unwavering resolve, combined with Chi Han's exceptional guidance and Guan Xianger's extraordinary skills, propelled this underestimated team to the finals, dazzling many along the way. As the matches continued, the attention surrounding the competition steadily increased, and the Shuanan Village football team became increasingly well known. Such tournaments had occurred in previous years, yet they rarely garnered much interest, as many considered them unremarkable. However, this year was different. The youth football tournament had caught the eye of a journalist named Zhou Yutong, a gold medalist who had just won the Pengcheng photography competition. She is currently one of the most prominent figures in the media, and her article Windmill Village had taken the nation by storm. Now, her latest piece, titled Dream Chasing Youths, was capturing even more attention. This article centers around the Shuanan Village football team, narrating their living conditions, the skepticism they faced, their journey to form a team, their participation in the tournament, their rise to the top 8, and ultimately, their advancement to the finals. It is an inspiring, moving, and uplifting story. In no time, it spread widely throughout Zhou province and was even selected as a must-read publication for youth. Thus, the youth football tournament in Zhou province gained immense popularity, and so did the Shuanan Village football team. On the 10th day of the Shuanan Village football team's expedition, the finals commenced. Chapter 72. An incident occurred from the very first day of the quarterfinals. Lin City was engulfed in an extended rainy season. On this day of the youth football finals, the sky remained as ominous as ever. This morning, the downpour had briefly ceased, yet the brooding clouds ominously hinted at another impending deluge. Playing football in the rain is fraught with challenges. The relentless rain not only obscures visibility, but also transforms the pitch into a treacherously slippery terrain, rendering maneuvers and plays, which are typically effortless, exceedingly difficult in such conditions. This weather poses a formidable test for both players and coaches alike. However, despite the inclement weather, the stands were filled to capacity, with spectators clad in raincoats eagerly anticipating the match. The Shuanan Village football team had taken the field. This team has truly endured much. Their slender physiques tell tales of hardship. It is hard to fathom that a team from a small mountain village has made it this far. According to reports, the motivation for Shuanan Village to compete in this match stems from a prize of 3,000 yuan, which they hope to use to repair their school, comprised of merely 2 dilapidated classrooms. How pitiful. Let us cheer them on. They must win. Amidst the throngs of eager spectators, Chi-Han was conducting the final pre-match rally by the sidelines. She refrained from discussing tactics or highlighting precautions. Instead, she gazed earnestly at the children before her and bowed deeply. "Coach, what are you doing?" A group of children exclaimed, bewildered and flustered. "You have all worked so hard," Chi-Han replied, shaking her head. After bowing, she straightened her back and surveyed the faces of the children. They truly had endured much. The journey of Shuanan Village to the finals was not attributed to their technical prowess or innate talent, but rather to the sheer volume of sweat they had expended on the pitch, far exceeding that of any other team. Since the match commenced, they had been ceaselessly running, tirelessly sprinting. It was this intense level of movement that afforded Shuanan Village greater opportunities and secured their ticket to the finals. The advantages of such a strategy were evident. It enhanced the team's agility and opened up myriad possibilities. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. It was exhausting. The fatigue was etched across every face, as their stamina had been depleted multiple times during this period. Although they appeared spirited for the finals, a closer look would reveal the truth. They were running on empty. The established strategy remained unchanged, still focusing on an offensive approach, yet the formation shifted from 4-3-3 to 4-2-3-1. "All of you, today, all goals are entrusted to Guanxianger. Guanxianger, you are not to step into our half today. Your sole objective is clear, score." Regarding the tactical changes proposed by Chi-Han, the others naturally did not object. This strategy had been learned during training. However, it had yet to be employed in a match until now. Meanwhile, Guanxianger, somewhat perplexed, assumed that Chi-Han was concerned about her stamina. She promptly reassured him, "Coach, I can still run. Rest assured, I am not fatigued." Chi-Han, with unwavering determination, countered, "Remember my words. Your sole objective is to score." Furthermore, he added, "This aligns with Teacher Lu's intentions." Teacher Lu's intentions? Guanxianger instinctively glanced towards the stands. Her eyes filled with hope. Alas, it was evident that Lu Zhe would not be present for this match. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement with the new strategy. Regardless, what the teacher said must undoubtedly be correct. Thus, she resolved to comply. As the match was about to commence, all players advanced onto the field, oblivious to the special glint in Chi Han's gaze directed at Guanxiang. This match was distinctly different from the previous ones. With the referee's whistle echoing, the game commenced instantaneously. In the front row of the audience, Shui Hanhai sat alongside the magistrate, whose surname was Gao. Observing the players on the field, Gao could not help but nod in approval. I have heard that Shuanan Village excels in offensive play. Is it not a bit reckless for them to adopt such an overt attacking formation right from the outset of the finals? He remarked. The opponents are formidable. If they are unwilling to take risks, they may ultimately concede defeat. Shui Hanhai shook his head. Magistrate Gao nodded, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it is rather intriguing. Their momentum is certainly impressive. However, their adversaries are no slouches either. Lin City No. 1 Primary School is no ordinary team. Their coach has previously participated in the national team, and this squad is renowned as the strongest in Zhu Province, widely recognized across the 5 neighboring provinces. Winning will not be a simple task. Observing their demeanor, he noted their intent to engage in an offensive battle, yet he pondered which team would ultimately prevail. Gao, evidently a football enthusiast, quickly discerned the dynamics on the field. Indeed, both teams adopted aggressive formations from the very beginning. However, unlike Shuanan Primary School, which centered its strategy around Guanxiang, Lin City No. 1 Primary School emphasized team synergy. There was no doubt about their prowess. Even an outsider could perceive the disparity between the two teams. In terms of both individual skill and teamwork, Lin City No. 1 Primary School was undoubtedly superior. Nevertheless, Shuanan Primary School was not without its strengths. In the opening moments of the match, they showcased their best form, with all players swiftly mobilizing. If ball handling skills were lacking, they would pass more frequently. If their coordination was still developing, they would increase their movement. If they struggled to find their rhythm, they would disrupt the opponent's tempo instead. This tactic proved effective. Within the first 5 minutes, Shuanan Primary School scored the opening goal, and under a barrage of passes, Guanxiang played with remarkable ease, ultimately capitalizing on a splendid individual move to find the back of the net. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. However, the excitement did not last long. For in the 7th minute, Lin City No. 1 Primary School successfully equalized the score with skillful teamwork and remarkable individual prowess. In the 9th minute, Guanxiang surged forward to score again. By the 10th minute, Lin City No. 1 Primary School had once again leveled the score at 2-2. In the 14th minute, Guanxiang seized an opportunity and netted another goal. By the 15th minute, Lin City No. 1 Primary School equalized once more. The intensity of the match was palpable. What was that little child's name? Governor Gao turned his gaze toward Guanxiang, perceiving that in this contest, the entire Sunnan village seemed to be propelled by her. This fair-skinned child exhibited extraordinary skills. Shui Hanhai replied, her name is Guanxiang. Guanxiang. Governor Gao paused. That sounds like a girl's name? He shook his head. I didn't mean it that way. This child possesses remarkable talent, single-handedly energizing the entire team. She is undoubtedly a formidable striker and the core of the offense. Exhibiting exceptional awareness and personal skill, such a person holds great promise for the future. Indeed, there are many extraordinary children in Sunnan Village. Shui Hanhai nodded in agreement. The match continued. Ultimately, the overall strength was lacking, and the stamina of these children began to wane. As the first half drew to a close, Governor Gao shook his head and sighed. Their strategy is sound, but their stamina poses a significant issue. While they can momentarily keep the score level, it will not hold over time. This was indeed the case. After 40 minutes of intense competition, the fatigue among the children of Sunnan Village became increasingly evident. They were utterly exhausted. If the opposing team had run 10 kilometers, then they had surely run 20. Surprisingly, despite the grueling exertion and unmistakable weariness, none of the children complained. They gasped for breath, yet their gazes remained resolutely steadfast, embodying an unwavering spirit. Alas! At that moment, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. Turning to look, they witnessed a passing error from Sunnan Village, allowing Lin City No. 1 Primary School to intercept the ball. Swiftly, they organized a counterattack. And in that instant, the entire team sprang into action. Such rapid changes were evidently beyond the capacity of the fatigued children of Sunnan Village to intercept. Finally, in the 43rd minute, Lin City No. 1 Primary School achieved a lead for the first half. 8-9. Instantly, everyone's hearts sank, having barely managed to maintain their lead. Being overtaken under such circumstances would be a tremendous blow to both their momentum and morale. If this score held until the end of the first half, the match would become exceedingly difficult. Lin City #1 primary school clearly had this in mind. Upon taking the lead, they immediately adjusted their strategy to adopt a defensive posture, intent on solidifying the score for the remainder of the half. Trouble loomed. Time passed inexorably. Yet, on the side of Sunnan Village, there was still no sign of progress. Faced with an impenetrable defensive wall, they found themselves unable to penetrate, and the slightest misstep could result in a counterattack from their opponents. The first half had reached its 45-minute mark. However, the ball remained firmly entrenched in the latter half of Lin City First Elementary School's territory, prompting the referee to refrain from blowing the whistle, clearly awaiting either the ball's return or a failed goal attempt. At that moment, a figure emerged. Pass. Guan Xianger, with a resounding call. She received the ball from her teammate and surged forward like an arrow piercing through the clouds, swiftly advancing into the opponent's territory. Observing this, her teammates reacted with fervor, pressing forward en masse. Lin City First Elementary School, displeased with the unfolding situation, immediately fortified their defense within the penalty area to thwart Guan Xianger's potential pass. 3 players converged on her, intent on disrupting her attack. Yet, in that instant, Guan Xianger suddenly surged forward, her speed seemingly amplified once more. Lin City First Elementary School panicked and rushed to intercept her. At that precise moment, they misjudged her intentions. Guan Xianger abruptly halted her advance, choosing instead to execute a mid-range shot amidst the layers of defense. What a jest! A wave of disbelief swept through everyone, convinced that the opportunity would be squandered. However, in an unexpected turn, the other players from Sunnan Village swiftly responded, as if they had rehearsed this maneuver countless times, promptly obstructing the Lin City players surrounding them. They did not attempt to receive the ball, but rather aimed to impede. This disruption caused Lin City First Elementary School's formation to scatter and Guan Xianger's shot, under the watchful gaze of all, soared through the crowd, rolling directly beneath the player's legs. Due to the obstructed view, the goalkeeper was entirely unaware of the ball's trajectory, only hearing a muffled thud behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to find the football had rolled into the net. A goal. At this crucial juncture, Guan Xianger, with her remarkable individual prowess, had leveled the score once more. 9-9. Both teams stood once again on equal footing. This young talent, I intend to recommend her to the national youth team. She is a genius who must not be overlooked. High Governor expressed, brimming with admiration. The Sunnan Village team is commendable. Their teamwork is impeccable, undoubtedly honed through prior practice. More importantly, their tenacity is truly rare. Without their relentless effort, even the most skilled players would struggle to showcase their abilities. Such unexpected brilliance is utterly astonishing. What they demonstrated was unforgettable, leaving an indelible impression. By the way, I heard this team previously had only one volunteer teacher, and even their participation in this competition was facilitated by that same teacher. I am eager to meet him. High Governor praised the Sunnan Village football team, now filled with goodwill, naturally recalling the true architect of this team, the volunteer teacher, Lu Zhe. Shui Hanhai smiled slightly. That teacher, Shui Jixian, High Governor. As Shui Hanhai was speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in dark attire approached with a grave expression. This was Shui Hanhai's secretary, who stepped forward and solemnly announced, "A landslide has occurred in Shinan Village. It happened last night. All the villagers are missing." The secretary's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Shui Hanhai's heart, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. What? A landslide? Just last night. In that instant, a tremor coursed through his body, and his throat became dry as he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by missing?" Only 2 people were at the farm at the foot of the mountain last night. When they did not see anyone from the village come down to work this morning, they ventured up the mountain, only to find it devastated halfway. The landslide buried most of the village. The secretary's expression was equally grim as he continued. Though he refrained from finishing his thought, the implication was clear. Everyone was aware of the treacherous geography surrounding Shinan Village. A landslide occurring in the dead of night, burying most of the houses, meant that even if the rescue team acted immediately, it would be futile. Many lives would be lost, perhaps even prompting national mourning. Shui Hanhai sprang to his feet. "I must return immediately." "You cannot return today. The road from Cheong County to Lin City suffered several landslides during last night's heavy rain, and it is completely blocked. Even with the fastest cleanup, we won't be able to pass until tomorrow," the secretary replied, halting Shui Hanhai in his tracks. In an instant, he felt a chill wash over him. Just then, the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the brief intermission. The children of Shinan Village Primary School entered the field, their faces etched with determination and seriousness. In the next 45 minutes, they would give their all. Watching those frail figures, Shui Hanhai felt a lump in his throat. They were still fighting for their village, yet their village had vanished. Their homes were gone. Calm down. The match must continue. We need to arrange for relief efforts. Governor Gao, who had also heard the news, appeared equally somber yet slightly more composed than Shui Hanhai. Nodding in agreement, Shui Hanhai stood up alongside Governor Gao to leave. In truth, there was little they could do from such a distance. All they could manage was to coordinate the surrounding personnel for rescue operations and prepare supplies for post-disaster recovery. Beyond that, they had no other options but to hope for the survival of the villagers. Yet, deep down, they understood the grim reality. A landslide, especially one that struck in the dead of night, had already sealed the fate of Shinan Village, and many lives would undoubtedly be lost. The intricate emotions of Shui Hanhai and Governor Gao are unbeknownst to the football players on the field at this moment. They remain oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at home. Their minds singularly focused on one endeavor, playing football. As the second half commences, the tactical approach of Shuanan Village becomes evidently altered. They persist in employing Guanxianger as the unequivocal core of their offensive strategy, yet a notable shift occurs. The team has wholly abandoned defense, opting instead for an all-out offensive onslaught, pressing forward collectively and exerting immense pressure on Lin City No. 1 Primary School. However, with pressure comes opportunity. By relinquishing their defensive stance, should Lin City No. 1 successfully advance the ball past the midfield, an open goal awaits them in which to score. This match transcends mere ball skills. It is a contest of speed. The swifter team shall emerge victorious. If the remarkable score of 9-9 at halftime was astonishing, the second half escalates the tally to an astounding 20-20 within a mere 30 minutes. Truly terrifying. In a conventional match, teams often score only 1 or 2 goals, with some encounters yielding none at all. Yet, this match has witnessed a staggering total of 40 goals. Absurd. Despite its absurdity, the spectacle remains captivating. The spectators along the sidelines are fervently cheering, enthralled by the exhilarating contest. The exchange between both sides resembles that of two master swordsmen engaged in a fierce duel, completely forsaking defense, with the sole focus on relentless offense. This scenario, however, exacts a significant toll on their stamina. All the children on the field are gasping for breath, none having experienced such a grueling football match before, and many from Lin City No. 1 have begun to voice their complaints. In stark contrast, the children from Shuanan Village remain silent throughout, seemingly impervious to fatigue, immediately launching into attack upon gaining possession of the ball. But are they truly unaware of exhaustion? Evidently not. As the second half approaches the 35-minute mark, one child from Shuanan Village suddenly collapses on the battlefield. In that moment, the audience finally comprehends. This group of children is not devoid of fatigue. Rather, they have managed to maintain parity with Lin City No. 1 through their relentless positioning and vigorous running. Consequently, their energy expenditure is evidently greater than that of their opponents. Their lack of complaints belies their exhaustion. In truth, they are indeed fatigued. The fallen child is swiftly attended to by medical personnel, allowing the audience a glimpse of the small figure. Drenched not solely in rainwater, but in perspiration, his pallid face reveals the extent of his fatigue, reaching the very limits of his endurance. Observing the other children, all were gasping for breath, many with pallid faces devoid of color. Yet, within their eyes shone an unwavering determination. That was the essence of perseverance. It embodied the spirit of struggle. Go, Shuanan Village! Someone shouted, shattering the somewhat somber atmosphere on the field. In unison, the audience erupted with fervent cheers. Go, Shuanan Village! Go, Shuanan Village! In such a grand contest, it was nearly impossible to expect high standards from the spectators, let alone rally them to cheer. Yet, in this moment, the Lin City Sports Arena's football field witnessed an extraordinary scene. Everyone was vociferously chanting, as if to exhaust every ounce of their strength, creating a spectacle of utmost grandeur. The children of Shuanan Village glanced towards the stands, gritting their teeth, still holding on. They expressed nothing, their thoughts consumed by fatigue. As their muscle memory compelled them to run, impervious to the cheers of the crowd, Guanxianger was equally worn out at this moment. As the offensive linchpin and the sole scorer for Shuanan Village, the the physical demands on her were significantly greater. Nevertheless, she clenched her teeth, determined to press on, persistently seeking opportunities for victory. Yet often, victory and persistence are not necessarily intertwined. Exhaustion became fatal for the team. As time elapsed, the children's errors escalated. While Lynn City Primary School, with a reserve of energy, seized the moment and scored 2 goals. With just 5 minutes remaining in the match, the score had widened to a 3-goal lead. And what of Shuanan Village? The children continued to grit their teeth and run desperately. Yet it was evident to all that their pace had slowed. Their perseverance had ultimately lost its significance. Among the spectators, many empathetic souls began to weep. They understood that given the children's current stamina, merely attempting to press forward was commendable. Winning the match was no longer a possibility. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the definitive end of the game. Guan Xianger, who had just scored to bring the tally to 23-21, felt as though she had been frozen in time, kneeling before the ball in the net. The other children, equally stunned, gazed at the scoreboard. In the next instant, they collapsed, weeping bitterly. They had lost. Despite their relentless efforts, they had still succumbed. They faltered due to inadequate individual skills, imperfect teamwork, and the brevity of their experience with football. Just then, amidst the children's sorrowful cries, applause erupted. It began as a sparse sound, but soon transformed into a thunderous ovation. The children, bewildered, looked up to witness the entire crowd rising in resounding applause. Next, a thunderous cheer erupted. Sunnan Village, keep going. Chapter 74. Is she a girl? Sunnan Village. You are the best. Keep it up. The clamor rose with each shout, seemingly aiming to pierce the heavens. This scene left even the champion team from Lynn City Primary School bewildered, feeling as though they had received a hollow victory. Why were the spectators rallying behind the losing team? This spectacle also caused the Sunnan Village football players, who had previously been in tears, to lift their heads in astonishment, their hearts filled with a mix of shock and confusion. Coach, what are they doing? The match is over. We've lost. Haven Tiwi? Why are they still cheering? The children, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation, turned their gazes toward the one person they could trust, Chi Han. They are cheering for you. The answer did not come from Chi Han, but from the returning Governor Gao, whose face radiated warmth. While Shui Hanhai beside him appeared somewhat uneasy, the children did not recognize Shui Hanhai, let alone the governor, yet they did not shy away, particularly you two, who curiously asked, Grandpa, hasn't the match already ended? Why is everyone still cheering for us? This year you lost, but what about next year? Governor Gao, fond of this particularly special child from the Windmill Village, instinctively ruffled you two's hair and replied with a smile, you were a team that almost clinched the championship. Although you lost this time, everyone hopes you will return next year and seize the title. Besides, you are the runners-up. With this perspective, the other children began to feel less sorrowful. However, Guan Xianger remained despondent, her spirits low, a stark contrast to her former spirited demeanor. Governor Gao approached her and said, Young lady, your skills are impressive. Surely, you have a bright future ahead. Would you like to join the national team and bring glory to your country? To his surprise, Guan Xianger resolutely shook her head. Why not? Don't you wish to compete on a higher stage, playing alongside more formidable teammates and opponents? Governor Gao inquired, perplexed. Guan Xianger simply reiterated, I cannot go. Why not? Governor Gao was at a loss. Guan Xianger did not express her desire to stay, only stating her inability to go, leaving him puzzled. Is there something at home? You can talk to me. Perhaps I can help you find a solution. Shui Hanhai exchanged glances with Governor Gao. While Chi Han's expression subtly shifted, a faint smile forming at the corners of her mouth. The weight of those words was substantial. Moreover, the true purpose of this match had been fulfilled. In essence, with Chi Han's skills and Lu Zhe's frequent discussions about tactics and formations, securing victory in this match was not particularly challenging for her. Even though the children of Sunnan Village were at a disadvantage, they still possessed the potential for the best strategies, defensive counterattacks, and a solid backline. The tactical approach that Mourinho has both mastered and innovated is predicated on the ability to endure solitude. Within the span of 90 minutes of play, it is indeed possible to strive for a point or two and ultimately secure victory. However, in the end, Chi Han chose not to adopt this strategy. At the moment the small football team set forth, she and Lu Zhe had already reached a consensus. Winning the championship was secondary. The paramount objective was to provide Guan Xianger with a sufficiently favorable platform and opportunity. The final match served as definitive proof. Guanxianger led the team in possession, orchestrating both the offensive tempo and scoring opportunities. Under such collective support, Guanxianger lived up to expectations, showcasing a series of remarkable performances. This was the crux of the match. Victory was merely a byproduct. Guanxianger's performance was of utmost importance. She had already resolved that following this game, her aspiration to pursue professionalism in football would become markedly easier, having demonstrated ample capability. From the outset, the endeavors of the Sunnan village football team were directed towards the dream of one individual, Guanxianger. Previously, the wind turbines represented the collective effort of the village towards U2's dream. Now, participating in the football match symbolized Guanxianger's dream. At this juncture, Chi-Han and Lu Zhe had succeeded. In this moment, Guanxianger remained oblivious to these nuances. When questioned by the esteemed Governor Gao, she gently shook her head. Teacher Lu mentioned that even if I cut my hair short next year, it would still be evident. Cut her hair short? Evident. Governor Gao looked perplexed, unable to comprehend her words. Just then, U2 interjected, Guanxianger, being a girl, even with short hair next year, will still be recognizable as female. She certainly cannot continue playing football. After speaking, U2 appeared to recall something, glancing at Chi-Han and shrinking back slightly. Coach, now that the match is over, can I speak the truth? Upon receiving a nod from Chi-Han, U2 sighed in relief and retreated sheepishly. Meanwhile, Governor Gao was left astonished. This football prodigy was a girl. After some time, he regained his composure, looking incredulously at Guanxianger. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed her delicate features. It was clear that with a discerning eye, one could recognize her femininity. The irony was that he had not considered this possibility earlier and had failed to perceive it. How embarrassing! Just as Governor Gao was at a loss for words, a throng of reporters descended upon them. Leading the charge was the star of Lin City, Zhou Yutong, who immediately approached Guanxiang. Guanxiang, you are a girl disguised as a boy to participate in the competition. Why did you choose to do so? This revelation left the other reporters astounded. Even Governor Gao was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Zhou Yutong, who then remarked, I had known Guanxianger was a girl all along, having seen her before. I simply refrained from exposing it to ensure the smooth conduct of the match. With this statement, the crowd finally grasped the situation. The remarkable player who shone brilliantly on the field and evidently possesses an extraordinary potential for the future is none other than a young girl. Oh, journalist Zhou, you have encountered them before. They bear a striking resemblance to the children in your previous photographs from Windmill Village. Could it be that Shinan Village is indeed Windmill Village? Upon this revelation, it dawned on me that I distinctly recall a girl playing football in those photographs. And this child, is she not the windmill boy, the chief engineer of the wind turbines? Observant onlookers quickly recognized the connection, gasping in amazement and engaging in animated discussions. I sincerely apologize for having concealed this from you all. It was unavoidable, as their teacher insisted on preserving the children's serene learning environment, which is why I refrained from mentioning anything about Windmill Village. At this moment, Zhou Yutong interjected, affirming, Shinan Village is indeed Windmill Village. With her confirmation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd once more. The Shinan Village football team, which has been generating considerable buzz lately, is comprised of the highly renowned children from Windmill Village. This is indeed monumental news. In an instant, the journalists erupted with excitement, bombarding the scene with questions, while Chi-Han did not intervene, allowing the children to express themselves freely. Meanwhile, the esteemed Governor Gao was also subjected to numerous inquiries. His response was measured. Facing the cameras, he declared his intention to personally apply for a position on the women's football team for Guanxianger, aiming to cultivate her into an elite player. By making such a commitment before the cameras, this matter seemed to be firmly established. Aside from Governor Gao, the most asked about were undoubtedly the two children, Yudo and Guanxianger. Guanxianger appeared relatively unfazed by Governor Gao's attitude, responding with a calm demeanor. Everything seemed to be in harmonious accord until Guanxianger posed a question that shattered the tranquility. Grandfather, may I call Teacher Lu? Chapter 75. The pit dug by Lu Zhe, a child, disguised as a boy yet exhibiting unimaginable potential, wished to make a simple phone call to her mentor after the match. This request, though entirely reasonable, was met with an unsettling silence from Governor Gao. A phone call. The pressing concern was Teacher Lu even alive? In an instant, Governor Gao found himself at a loss for words. A thorn lodged in his throat, yearning to say something, yet uncertain of what to utter. Should he inform her that a landslide had occurred in their village, leaving their families and teachers unaccounted for, perhaps even deceased? He lacked the courage to voice such cruel truths. It was too harrowing. Shui Hanhai, equally somber, observed Governor Gao as struggle to respond. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and approached Guan Xianger, studying her with earnestness before turning to the other hopeful children. Children, there is something I must share with you. Please, listen to my words and do not panic. Whatever happens, remain calm, all right? The children, puzzled yet obedient, nodded in agreement. The journalists nearby, sensing something amiss, furrowed their brows, noting that Governor Shui Hanhai showed no intention of intervening. With his head bowed, he let out a sigh. Just last night, he believed he was prepared for the news concerning your village, yet as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to voice them. Falling once again into silence. What has happened to our village? Is everything all right? Grandfather, please say something. The more mature children, now sensing the gravity of the situation, began to press for answers. Confronted by the innocent gazes of these children, whose faces were still dotted with salt from the sweat dried by the wind, Shui Hanhai took a deep breath. Sun Nan village experienced a landslide last night, and the rescue team is currently. Suddenly, the secretary rushed over, his face alight with excitement. Shui Hanhai quickly approached him, eager to inquire, what is it? Has there been any progress in the rescue? Not progress in the rescue. The secretary began, but Shui Hanhai's spirits dampened, wondering why he would announce good news if there was no advancement in rescue efforts. Yet, the secretary's next words filled Shui Hanhai with astonishment. Just moments ago, we received news from the county. Every villager in Sun Nan village is unharmed. What? Shui Hanhai's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the case? Absolutely, without a doubt. The secretary beamed with joy, laughing heartily. The rescue team was puzzled as they found no survivors or even bodies in the village. As it turns out, the villagers circumvented the landslide by moving to the other side of the mountain and ended up at the farm below. After inquiring, we learned that the volunteer teacher had taken them to relocate electrical equipment near the windmills, intending to set up a larger wind power station, and they fortuitously avoided the landslide site. However, it was late last night, and with the ongoing rain, they only found their way down the mountain at dawn. Haha, splendid. Splendid. Shui Hanhai exclaimed, his face radiating joy. Initially fearing the worst for Sun Nan village, he was astonished to discover such fortuitous luck that spared them from calamity. The journalists, too, began to grasp the situation. In a matter of moments, they experienced the sensation of falling from the mountain's peak, only to be miraculously saved midway. The landslide had indeed been severe, yet, by sheer fortune, not a single person from Sun Nan village was harmed. Everyone was alive. They had survived a catastrophe. Shui Hanhai, elated, realized that the children still appeared bewildered by the news. He then addressed them. Children, what I must convey is that your village, Sun Nan, faced a serious landslide last night. However, your families and teachers are all safe and sound, without a single injury. They are perfectly fine. You cannot contact them at the moment as they are undoubtedly occupied, but once the roads are cleared tomorrow, I will take you back at the earliest opportunity. A group of children finally grasped the situation and stood there, momentarily stunned. Some appeared utterly helpless. After a prolonged silence, Guan Xianger timidly inquired, so, when we return home tomorrow, will there be nothing left? A seemingly simple question, yet it resonated with profound sorrow. Governor Gao, Shui Hanhai, and even the cadre of reporters, who had initially worn smiles to celebrate the survival of Shuanan village, were abruptly reminded that while the people were safe, the village itself had suffered greatly. This was a calamity for a community already steeped in poverty, a tragedy in its own right. In an instant, a flurry of individuals rushed to offer comfort, desperately attempting to soothe the distraught children. Governor Gao, striving to alleviate their distress, declared, Children, rest assured. Behind Shuanan village lies Cheong County, and beyond that, we have Guizhou province, and further still, our great Xia nation. We will all extend our hands to assist you in rebuilding your homes, and we shall endeavor to make them even better than before. These words were intended as a balm for the tearful children, and surprisingly, they seemed to have a calming effect. However, as the children quieted, Zhou Yutong, microphone in hand, with eyes gleaming, posed a question. Governor Gao, you mentioned helping Shuanan village to rebuild and to improve their homes. Is this true? In such a moment, what could Governor Gao possibly say? Although the question felt slightly out of place, he could only nod affirmatively. Of course, it is true. The resettlement of disaster-stricken areas will be our utmost priority, and we will provide Xiuanan village with a suitable reconstruction plan. Governor Gao intended to continue with formal remarks, hoping to divert attention and leave space for future resettlement discussions. Yet, Zhou Yutong seemed uninterested in such platitudes, directly stating, "On behalf of the elders and children of Xiuanan village, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Governor Gao and County Chief Shui. As I understand, Xiuanan village is situated in a harsh environment, where the living conditions are extremely difficult. They must traverse over an hour of rugged mountain paths to reach the nearest school, which lacks even a qualified teacher, let alone an adequate playground. Moreover, the village has no access to electricity due to treacherous roads, hindering any economic development. Recently, they attempted to establish a shrimp farming venture, but challenges in transportation have stymied significant progress. Given the extent of the devastation, will these issues be addressed in the rebuilding efforts?" Governor Gao sensed an unease and waved his hand. "This matter will be discussed in subsequent meetings, but for now." Yet, he could not finish his sentence. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed all the children staring at him, their eyes filled with hope and wonder. Faced with the pure and innocent gazes of these children, how could he possibly utter a negative response? The answer was unmistakable. After gritting his teeth, the learned governor finally nodded. The issue of post-disaster reconstruction in Xinan village has yet to be discussed in a meeting, but I can assure you that the reconstruction will undoubtedly become the foremost priority for Guizhou province. Furthermore, the newly established Xinan village will certainly not resemble the old one. Initially, he had found himself inexplicably dragged into this predicament. However, now he willingly chooses to dwell within it. And this pit was dug by Lu Zhe.